give you a sneak peek of the StarCraft 2 control room, where a large crew of unsung heroes are here, always working hard to try to bring you the best action, capture all the best moments, and even the player reactions. They're always monitoring, and they're usually hard at work. Usually.
Are you ready for a StarCraft extravaganza like no other? Because it's day number 2 here of the Esports World Cup. We've already eliminated 2 players. Today, 4 more will go. Get them out of here, as we have got our road to become a world champion to focus on. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kyle Aris here to get the Esports World Cup underway. Once again, I'm hyped, I am pumped, and with me to talk about everything that's going to be going on at the start of the show, I have Loco, I have Wardy to talk about it. Wardy, are you as ready as me?
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to another broadcast here of the Esports World Cup. Welcome to the Esports World Cup EWC 2025, day number 2. We were live, of course, yesterday with the first day with the initial broadcast of the Esports World Cup, and now we're here, as Kalaris did mention, to start eliminating more players. Only two players were eliminated last night by Gabe, of course. Gabe took down both Lambo and Estrella, and now we are jumping into day 2, and this is when we have pure best of 5s. Let's go, Bobby, let's go.
Yeah, fair.
Take it away, boys.
Sorry, I am pretty hyped. I'm pretty excited. And you should be at home as well. You should be at home as well, because we've got an insane
we got the players
StarCraft coming your way.
Let's go.
And these insane players.
We got Trigger, we got Cyan, Björn, Xian, and Shin. Let's go.
Loco, yesterday we had a brilliant day of StarCraft. I imagine today will be no different.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, we already started off with fantastic games, and I feel like today is no different, right? I mean, you look at any of the matches, and all of them are good. I mean, I guess this is what happens when you bring all
time
the
to
best players in the world
exactly.
against each other, but you can't really
glad this premium content is available in my region.
Yeah, well, before we do that, of course, let's head down to the Boulevard and see what good old Sandstorm is up to before day 2.
Oh, take it away, Sandstorm.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sandstorm, one of the hosts here at the Esports World Cup, and today marks the beginning of quite a few tournaments in the 3rd week of competition. Behind me to the right is the stage for Honor of Kings, and the competition, I believe, begins today. Following that, in the next stage that we have here is going to be PUBG Mobile. Today, they're sorting out their media days, they're taking all their fancy pictures, getting themselves ready for the first day of competition that starts tomorrow. And in the final stage, all the way towards the end, it's none other than Call of Duty Black Ops 6. 3 competitions in 3 different arenas in our 3rd week here at the Esports World Cup. But right now, I have to rush to the 4th stage, which, guess what, has StarCraft 2, because that's actually the one that I'm hosting. So let's go.
There's 6 Black Ops?
Esports World Cup Club Championship.
Jesus.
The ultimate cross-game competition that will crown the best esports club in the world.
The last one I played was 2.
Let's break down how it works. Clubs will be able to compete at the Esports World Cup in as many titles as they can qualify for. The clubs will then earn points based on their placement in each title. To qualify for the club championship, a club will need a top 8 placement in at least 2 competitions. But to win the championship, a club must place first in at least 1 competition. At the end of the Esports World Cup, the 24 clubs with the highest number of points will earn a share of the 27 million. with the winner taking home a staggering $7 million. And of course, the title of the best esports club in the world. Who will rise above and write their place in history? Watch it all here at the Esports World Cup.
And that's how the club championship initiative works on out. So far, so good for Team Vitality at #1 right now. They do still have Maru and Zaun representing here in StarCraft to try and hold on to that #1 spot. However, before we really kind of get to what's going on here in StarCraft as a whole, let's take a look at how the key works here for the Esports World Cup.
Show us all the
No
information.
competition is as ruthless as the Esports World Cup. Its trophy system is no exception. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. The Game Trophy, when a competitor closes their eyes, it's all they see, and it's not complete until it's sealed with a champion's key. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. This year, returning champions hold a key unlike any other. Only one can place their key into the Game Trophy and become an EWC champion. The frame of the champion's key is embedded into the totem, a stone marker of legacy displaying every champion of the year. The keys of the eliminated will be crushed. The champions select 3 broken keys as a personal token, a reminder of who they have humbled. Beneath the totem, a resin block holds the remaining keys, a graveyard of fallen contenders. Will your dreams be broken or your name carved in gold and stone? At EWC, nothing is granted, everything is earned.
And of course, more keys will be crushed today. Some of these players' keys will be gone. Here's our 16 players coming on in to today, Loco, as we have said goodbye to 2 already. And a lot of these are big contenders for the World Championship.
Yeah, absolutely. I find this one very difficult to predict, right? And like you said, we're going to be eliminating 4 players today. I honestly have a hard time picking any names.
$700,000 on the line for these guys, of course, and for some of those players, they very realistically know that they could be walking away with that $200,000. Some big favorites overall, Wardy, to try and challenge for that #1 spot.
Man, it's so cool. I was saying this before the tournament, but there's so many players who could win. Like, it's so exciting. Like, I'm so used to saying Serral, Clem,
It's
you know.
much more open,
but
right?
it more than ever before. It's so cool to have a tournament where we just don't have a favorite. I think it's genuinely unpredictable. Yes, there's a group of people who can do it, but I honestly think everyone below that has a really good chance as well.
I think
we saw some of those glimmers of hope.
I like what they're kind of bringing up here. I think what they're getting at is, if you remember, the finals of Stars Agora was a really intense back and forth between Serral and Clem. It was not one-sided like last year, right? Last year, Clem had a much more one-sided performance against Clem and was looking much more dominant. Now it feels like the skill level between Clem and Serral is a little bit closer than previously. Likewise, we have Classic, of course, who also recently defeated Serral, so that's like another player in the ring that can bring down some of these bigger names. herO, of course, we've been seeing less of herO as of late, so he's also another big contender. Maru, he's a little bit more of a question mark just because he's been looking a little bit less dominant and a little bit less in form as of late, but he can always pop off depending on his practice regimen as well, as he's also been a little bit more inactive. So yeah, I do agree, like, it's really cool to see a little more competition, I should say, coming into this EWC. Meanwhile, a big shout out in the chat, a big shout out to I Stand Papi Gaga. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs to the community. Thank you so much for gifted subs to SBIM, to Zianic, to Thresh GPS, to Mute, and to TRZY. Thank you. Share my papi. Thank you. Do appreciate the support. As always, papi, as always. Just catching up. All the subs.
Yeah. As we said,
but yeah, just echoing what Wardy said. Like, again, there's definitely I should say that the skill gap between the players is a lot smaller this year than previous years, where it did feel a lot larger.
It was, right? It was a little bit of everything. herO coming in and showing what he's good at, Classic showing what he's good at, but also having that chance to mix
They're
it
just
up a
showing
little bit.
yesterday's results.
Definitely what you want to
Solo
see.
took down Zan, Maru took down Trigger, Serral,
Keep in
herO
mind,
Marine,
of
and
course, we
herO
have the B
Lancer.
stream running as well. So yesterday the results were as follows from there. Make sure to tune in today as well alongside the A stream where we are the cool kids, the cool guy. No, they're pretty cool over on B as well. I'm not gonna lie.
Some good games too. We have Maru, Serral. I mean, I can't complain.
Are you trying to coax people to just watch us?
No. They should stay here 100%.
All right, well, these were some of the results here from yesterday. Unfortunately for some of our players, their keys were crushed, demolished, their dreams and shattered on the ground. And
Oh, the instant replay. Let's go.
Man, he must have pushed that button so hard. You know what? Like he
got
pressed it,
destroyed.
He got shocked as well. It was like, oh my god, it actually destroyed it. It was crazy.
I think he can let go of the button a little sooner, right? But he's no. It's going all the way.
Here we go again.
The drama, bam. That was a bit early. Sorry.
Well, it explodes. You got a fright.
It's one of those things where I haven't been watching the other esports, so I don't know if all the keys are being crushed like this or not. But as they were mentioning, we brought it up yesterday. Last year, they only press it down hard enough to bend the key, but at least to kick things off, like Gabe, he went all the way and he completely snapped it, which I don't know if that's meant to happen. Like it is like a cooler visual to see like the key fully snapped in half, but I don't know if that's meant to be what he's doing. I don't know if he's meant to let go sooner or if he's meant to go all the way. So I don't know if this is something new to this year where they want to like snap the keys as opposed to last year where they just bent them. Which I mean, the visual it does look better. It does look better to see them snapped in half and all that stuff. So we'll see. I will say that I do like that more. I just don't know if that's intentional.
Serious when it comes to facing off against Terran with Protoss. This is the moment where he accidentally misrelied an immortal across the map, and yeah, Wardy already mentioned.
You're being so jacked. He doesn't even have that. He doesn't even need the press to crush the keys. He doesn't. With his fingers, Pat. He's crazy.
He's looking like he's ready to go.
That's the game.
I love how Clem flabbergasted that he had the immortal walk and then flabbergasted that he'd won the game off the back of it.
It's like, wait a second, it's immortal. How can it die? It doesn't make any sense.
And then, of course, we kind of rounded things out yesterday with herO going up against Showtime. herO did take that 2-0.
But yeah, they're just going over
What
yesterday's
stood out
results.
For me, Wardy, was how Game 2 went down. Yes, okay, Game 1, herO was doing herO things, and eventually we had a little bit of a weird scenario with the armies going down. But Game 2, he decided, what if I make nothing in my base ever?
It was like old school Terran, right? It's like, hey, we cannot possibly let the Protoss
I mean,
do anything.
I would push against what Kalara just said. I would say that game 1 was really close. Like, this is game 1 that they're showing on Tugmac. Was actually really close between Showtime and herO.
This is what I do to Protoss.
It was game 2, which was more one-sided, which was a little bit more brutal with the proxy 1-1-1.
So Showtime said it as well afterwards. He's like, man, you know, it's really nasty when Terrans have things planned for you, but hey, I'm feeling good for tomorrow. But I think the story of this series was just how prepped herO is, and that's super exciting for whatever he has planned later today against herO.
Yeah, definitely. I was musing over like how he was gonna, we were musing over how.
And this is showing game 2. This was the shortest series of the broadcast. It was like a 10-minute series. It's crazy.
Those buildings trying to block some of this area. The pylon's super exposed. It shuts down all the production.
herO. He was an animal.
In what he could do against this attack.
I always like it when Terran players treat the entire map as their main base, you know? Just build everything. Maybe start off with a supply depot in the main, but anything goes anywhere.
Oh, shame.
Yeah, very impressive stuff from herO. Of course, we'll be seeing him throughout the day as well. And we can see some of the reactions coming in from yesterday as well here. And this is, of course, brought to you by good old Sony. So let's take a look at some of those reactions.
I thought I was going to say Pepsi.
From Sony. I think that we have some very animated players, some very exciting.
Yes, the fist bump.
Yeah.
What was that from the B stream? You see herO? He was like, "What is this?"
It's an intense
He's like,
game,
"What?"
right? We saw the heart rate monitors and everyone's pumped up, and then you get that sudden release of like
herO,
excitement,
calm down.
or complete disappointment and devastation.
That was herO
Yeah,
series
I think
against
the word
Cyan.
devastation, because I do feel like that's what it is. We are at the World Championship, and then you lose out. It does not feel good. So especially today when we knock players down, it's going to be some.
He looked almost offended by what was happening on screen.
Effectively for all these guys, a double elimination bracket. So far, so good for Clem, Solar, Reynor, and Maru. All of those guys will be playing today. We will know 2 names moving forwards.
For those that are curious, the elimination matches are going to be up first. That's going to be Beyond versus Down and Shin versus Trigger, I believe.
Completely loco.
Beyond Down, yeah, Beyond Down, and Shin versus Trigger. Then we have the qualifying matches after that. 6 in total, 6 best of 5s in total here tonight. And the B stream have their own matches, of course.
Necessarily expect them to be at this stage of the tournament already.
No, definitely not. In Group B, we got ourselves herO, Cure, Classic, and Serral. As, of course, looking at towards herO and Cure, we get, as if we didn't already have some cool stuff with our previous GSL final runbacks, we get yet another one, Wardy.
Yeah, another GSL final rematch, man, and they keep.
I am Katowice rematch as well.
So yeah, I think that's going to be super cool. Preparations obviously in full swing. You know, Kyo had a very good idea that hey, I'm just going to prep against Protoss. Probably knows what he's going to do against each of them as well. So I'm super excited for that series. I actually think there's so much potential for just crazy Terran bases all over the map, sort of kind of style. So yeah.
I would say I expect that to be a short series. Like that can go all the way to Game 5, and it could be like a 20-minute series.
Actually fall. I don't think much has changed in terms of our favorites here. Loco.
It's such a long list, though, right? Like normally, Wardy already mentioned it, but normally it's like
I'm still very iffy about putting Maru in the favorites, but I think more or less like most people can agree on this. Like regardless of placement.
But we have a lot of other players here too.
For sure.
Classic. We have herO, Maru, Reynor. I mean, it's hard to pick a favorite this year.
I think the thing that stands out for me on the favorites is that Reynor, to me, yesterday looked more of a favorite than he had in my eyes coming in. You know?
I agree.
Like he actually really dominated against Shin, and then he said he wasn't even happy with how he played after. So
this was the flank upon flank upon flank here.
This is the surround.
Cool to watch, but yeah, he said he wasn't happy with his performance, right? He thought he played quite sloppy.
Quite sloppy. He said he was distracted because he kept wondering what the heart monitor rate was. What? Yeah, he said he couldn't stop thinking about what his heart rate was at that point in time.
That's the only reason he goes.
Afraid they're so self-conscious. It's like, oh no, everyone can see my heart rate.
Look at the contenders as well here, as we do have Shin in that spot at the moment after falling against someone like Reynor. So it is a tough deal to go up against someone like that, especially with.
I don't know if I would make such strong of a statement after seeing yesterday's ZVZ between Reynor and Shin. Like it looked pretty. To me, it looked like what we would expect in a way. Like I mean, I say that I expected it to go to the ace match at least between Shin and Reynor. But like I don't know if that's really indicative of his play against Protoss or Terran. Like I do think that this next series is going to be a lot more telling. I'm really curious to see how Reynor does approach Maru, but we'll get into that. We'll get into that. But I'm very excited about it for sure.
I don't either, if I'm being honest.
If he won the tournament, would he have been a dark horse? Yes. But is he actually in the running to win? I don't think so. I think he got by yesterday with just very standardized play. I don't think that cuts it here. I think he's going to struggle. I think there's players that are better prepped, honestly.
Sure.
So, yes, herO's scary. Yes, he's powerful. And yes, I think he can beat a lot of these.
Is he saying Gabe played standard?
To go the full
Bab, he mech'd it up like crazy.
I can appreciate it, honestly. I think it's a harsh.
What are you talking about?
Harsh criticism, but you've got to remember this is the top 60.
Yeah, Gabe was playing pretty standard yesterday. You know, I don't see anything special there. I was like, what do you mean? He was crazy.
We got pretty much all of them on there.
I would say that he did have some more unique builds specifically.
It's just difficult to shine
at least in
TVZ.
TVZ.
These absolute titans of StarCraft.
I mean, the gap between the top guys and the next top guys is crazy. That's why Serral and Clem have dominated for so long. That's why we have those favorites.
True, mech is standard nowadays. True.
Well, let's take a look at the schedule then. We've got our games coming in B, of course, in terms of stream B that is happening. So make sure not only to be tuning in here.
I feel like Maru just A-racks every match. Against Reynor, if you said that like a month ago, I would agree. But we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it.
Tripping up myself, but we will have over there.
Because I expect Maru not to A-racks every game.
Going up against Cyan.
Because it's been some time since DreamHack Dallas and GSL, but we'll get there. Definitely a lot to discuss for the Maru series.
But he was so good to talk to, and here, of course, is what the games are going to look like here for the stream A. So we have an insane.
So these are the upcoming matches.
We have some really good matches coming up right away, right? I mean, any of these are good. Like, there's not a single matchup that you look at that list and you just not excited to see herO versus Kira as well later. And then
they're implying that here Marine Standard is crazy. I mean, I hope so. I don't know.
We'll cover it.
Hope they're watching the games.
Forward, but all of these games excite me.
And so much so that it was quite agonizing to pick our Saudi National Bank match of the day, but it is going to be Classic going up against Serral. Congratulations, Classic. Your 2 days in a row match
of the day. Fair enough, fair enough.
Too much of a surprise. I mean, this is a pretty good match, Waddy.
Well, it's not a surprise, but it caused fire in the green room. We've never seen the casters fighting so early in the tournament. Yeah, I mean, Maru Reynor's an amazing match, but I think this one really is match of the day for me because it's the rematch from Dallas, right? Classic, he knocked Serral out and qualified for EWC.
I would agree that this is probably the match of the day. The reason why I rate this more than Reynor versus Maru is because I think that Classic versus Serral is going to be closer. I think there's a lot on the line there. I think there's a lot of expectations of Serral to get his revenge or to have a different approach against Classic.
Going up against
for sure.
Here on stream A, so hold on to your butts because
I would agree.
Going to be annoying against Sound. We'll see how this is all going to go down. But talk to me about this match here, Logo.
Are they getting ready?
Get things rolling for it because it's
Beyond
a very
Sound.
important game for like Team Vitality.
These are all best of fives?
For
Yes,
Sound.
yes.
On the
All
other
best of
hand,
fives.
Both of these players, I don't see as the guys that are going to be able to maybe go all the way. They could. But they're two that kind of are going to be hidden in the shadows, maybe, and one of them is going to have a hard time, maybe.
Yeah, and simultaneously, I don't think these are the 2 players we really expect to be eliminated early on in the tournament too, right? Because we're still in the early rounds of the event overall, and I feel like maybe we don't necessarily expect either.
In regards to what they just said about Zan and Bjorn, I would look at like Zan's run in Star Zagora. I would look at Bjorn's recent performances as well. I do think that both Zan and Bjorn are peaking at the moment in skill, which is really important, especially coming into EWC. It's hard though, just because there's just so many strong players in this tournament. But yeah, I think I would agree in the sense that it's surprising to see them both this close to being eliminated in the tournament. But it also shows just the caliber of players in this tournament as well.
Early, making your game miserable, and that's going to be the absolute key to him. And mixing it up game by game, like keeping Sound on edge, proxying a little bit, I think is going to be very important. I mean, Bjorn's going to have stuff planned, there's no doubt, and I think it's going to be fascinating to see if that can break down what is typically a very stout Sound defense.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see how the tempo can be set by someone like Bjorn. I thought yesterday he was going to be able to set the tempo a little bit more against his opponents, but it didn't quite materialize the way I thought it was going to. But against Sound here, I think Bjorn realizes that he's actually a very dangerous opponent that he does need to nullify quickly.
Yeah, Bjorn definitely struggled a little bit yesterday. Every time he dropped the map first, he decided to go for a cheese in the second game.
He did.
That was really cool to see, not really afraid to put it all on the line and maybe risk it. I wonder if maybe he has also seen the Cure versus Showtime series that we had yesterday, right? Because there are certainly a lot of inspiration that you can draw from a match like that.
I would push back. We spoke about this yesterday, where Bjorn, he's the least cheesy of the Korean Terrans in this tournament, or just in general. I say that. Obviously, he did proxy like once in each series. That is true. But I guess when I say less cheesy, I'm referring specifically to 2-base all-ins. We spoke about this, right? How he's less likely to pull the boys and go for these 2-base all-ins. Not saying that he never will, but he's less likely to. I'm really curious to see how Zan approaches this series, just because Zan is typically a really well prepared player. What I mean by that, if you've been watching Zan this year in GSL, like, he would often come out with a lot of cheese. I mean, I still think about GSL, the group stage, Zan versus herO, where Zan cannon rushed herO. He was an animal. Like, Zan, he did almost nothing but all in and cheese in his GSL run. Like like Zan, he was embracing that so much and so hard. So I expect to see something cheeky out of Zan here as well. But we'll see, we'll see. I'm really excited to see though how Zan approaches Beyond.
I'm wondering if maybe we're going to see more drop play from him today.
What do you think, Waddy?
Yeah, he had a few times where he lifted the medevacs against Australia and he just never found the opening. And that's when he was like, okay, I'm just going to shove the right side completely. And that's where it went wrong. So yeah, that's going to be a key part of Zaun's game, right? Make sure that drop play doesn't get off. Make sure your bases are covered. And if you do that, you really negate one of the main ways that Bjorn is going to feel good about playing this series. So that's definitely going to be a key factor.
That's good to bring up.
Downside defensively. I think that does come down more to the Protoss. Like, Bjorn's going to try and drop.
Yeah.
So it's down to the Protoss if they let them drop or if they completely shut it down and force them into a different mindset.
Yeah, I'm glad they bring this up. Like, this is like Bjorn's style, and this is Bjorn's biggest strength is his drop play, is his multi-mark aggression in TVP. More so that, less so like cheesing or less so all-ins.
Yeah, I think across the board, Bjorn is one of the smartest players when it comes to playing a series.
Yeah.
Rarely do we see him play the same build back-to-back, and he's not afraid to like open up with cheese in the second game, for example, and then go for a command center first in the next one. I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to be seeing more of that indeed. Like, maybe start off with some aggression, right? Maybe try to throw the opponent off right from the get-go.
Yeah, we saw so many cool little tricks yesterday, like hiding the Marine back to make it look like it was a Reaper first and so on. Loads of stuff like that, hiding the barracks in the first game too. So yes, I think there's going to be a lot of little tricks. I think there's going to be a lot lot of piecing things together from Bjorn. I think he has to be very smart because he wants successful early games. You're going to have to outsmart your opponent in any way that you can. So,
we got the Vetus.
There's no tricks to hold back. Use everything
no
in your
Last
arsenal.
Fantasy.
And of course, it's a best of 5, right? So we get some more awkward maps than usual.
Torches to start things off. Leyline, Ultra
Crazy.
and Pylon if we need it. All right, well, we are just moments away from actually getting day number 2 underway here. Who do you think is going to win? Very quick.
That's a difficult one. Okay, let's say Bjorn.
Let's say Bjorn. All right. Well, let's get it going here.
I thought we could ask Wardy.
Day number 2 underway here for the Esports World Cup.
Thought they were going to get everyone's predictions. It's like, who do you think's going to win? It's like, they hear from Logan. Okay. That's kind of weird.
Ready to duke it out for their share.
I'm looking forward most to crossing Clem's key, just because he did take me down last time, and then he also took my key last time, so I think that's already enough reason.
Trying to take a trade here. He knows that he's going to get further and further ahead if he does, and that's going to be it. GG.
I would say I'm in very good form. I've changed up method of preparation this year a little bit. Let's see if it works out.
Damage being done already. Another storm, man. Every single queen and the lings getting hit by that storm. These
10년 동안 프로토스 우승자가 없었는데 10년 만에 프로토스의 우승자 제가 되겠습니다.
Be just a little bit too late and boom, blink forward, wipes up the army. GG.
10년 만에 프로토스 우승의 주인공은 저입니다.
Best of luck to you.
빠르게 떨어지진 않겠습니다. 지옥에서 살아 돌아온 만큼 꼭 이번엔 우승까지 해보도록 하겠습니다.
전부 부수겠습니다.
I'll try to repeat last year's performance and do it all again.
Yo, let's go. Do we got the drums again? We're gonna play them in. Bring out the band.
Day 1 laid the foundation. Day 2 brings escalation. Today, players will feel the elation of qualification and the frustration of eradication as we head to Elimination Station.
To protect and unite all peoples within our nation of StarCraft 2, and of course to protect their keys from devastation.
Yo, we about to drop some beats? What's going on?
Players for the first match to the stage. Please welcome from Shopify Rebellion, Bjorn, and from Team Vitality, Zaun.
I'm glad that Seltzer went for it though, because I was thinking of the Team Rocket theme when he was
overcoming the play-in
when he was speaking.
100%. Yesterday, Bjorn has worked harder than most to get to today.
My brain also went to the same place.
Make victory here that much sweeter.
Calm under pressure, deadly in execution. The Protoss tactician is on the hunt for the win. Can he do it when it matters most with his tournament life and
they should have cosplays as Jesse and James. Like
versus Protoss. Zaun,
they almost had it. They almost had
get
it.
into it. Casters, take it away.
Cassie.
What is up, everybody? Welcome back to day 2 of StarCraft 2 at EWC. I am State. Joined with me is Rotterdam, and we are getting ready to go into the first elimination match of the day. Zaun versus Bjorn. One of these players.
Okay. Let's go. So I was curious about something as well. As we're showing off the videos once again, I was curious if they were going to show off the caster cams. So I have 2 streams right now. I have the clean feed and I have the dirty feed. The dirty one is the one with the casters' voices. But I'm going to be switching back and forth in between series. That'll be the plan. For today, we'll see how it goes. Yesterday, we just did full clean feed. But I like the idea of having of hearing them like in between series to hear their thoughts and to hear what's going on outside of just the games themselves. But what I was curious about is that were we gonna pan to the casters this time? Because if you remember, we did not have caster cam yesterday at all. And once again, we don't have it here today either. It's weird. I was curious if it was only like if it was a day one thing, but yeah, they straight up don't have they're not showing the caster desk, which is kind of odd. Just because we heard they're doing it for the B stream. But here we go, we're jumping into game one. Let's go. Let us go. Give us the dirty feed, you get it later. You get it later. Once again, the audience is mic'd. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of torches, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Shovel Rebellion. It is Byun. And spawning in the right hand corner, we have the South Korean Protocol Slayer. For Team Vitality, it is Sound. They just give you no time for the second intro. No time at all. But already we do have Zaun moving out with a cheeky opener. Now, if you remember something that we were discussing, and now I feel validated here, we were talking earlier in the lead up to this series how Zaun was hyper cheesy in his GSL games, and he was looking very prepared, and he did nothing but cheese, nothing but all-in GSL. We saw that against herO. That's when I made the reference to Zaun cannon rushing herO as well. So this is kind of what I was expecting coming into the series, is Zaun being hyper cheesy. But as a reminder, this is the best of 5, and if you're in the chat, it is it will soon be Gamma time. Hold on. Predictions will soon be open for our first series of the broadcast. Here we go. Bam, if you're in the chat, there it is. Predictions are open. Yeah, predictions are open. You can see here Byun moving in for the eBay block will delay the expansion, but remember, we do have a proxy 2 gate out of Zaun. He's committing that much harder here, and we do see Zaun. He does pull a couple of extra boys. Zelda's on the way. I do like that he does pull some workers, but at the same time, this is very suspect. At the same time, this eBay has so much progression that doesn't make sense for boys to be pulled, so something is wrong. Something is wrong. Something is amiss, and I hope that Byun can piece together that something doesn't feel quite right here as we're going proxy double Zealot. Byun back at home, CC on the high ground, does go for an economic opener, does go Rax expand, not Rax into factory. Ooh, he had the option to do so, but alas, he's going to be cutting some corners here. Byun is being a little bit greedier. He is scouting for proxies, checking at the third base location, but does he check even further out? Because we are banking up stalkers. Uh-oh. As down, he's banking up, getting ready to commit. As he's building up his army. This might just be an insta-win, by the way. Fun fact, Byun has nothing. Byun has 1 Marine. That's the army. He has an add-on on the way. He has a factory on the way. Remember, he delayed his factory for the CC. Byun, he made the choice to be greedy this game, and he's going to be punished. He's going to be punished here as Zealots have arrived, and now Byun realized what's been going on. And, yeah. The pants are down. Probably the pants are down. The bunker should not finish. The boys are being pulled to repair as Depot does fall. And that should be game. Like, there's just nothing here. Again, there's 1 Marine. GG gets called, and Zaun, he kicked things off with a win. He will take a 1-0 lead. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Again, we expected cheese out of Zaun, and Byun, he had signs that something was wrong. Winding it back here, what did Byun go for? He went for an eBay block into a Rax into a CC. Winding it further back, when you go for the eBay block like that, you don't expect the boys to be pulled to focus down because there's just so much progression on that eBay. So for 3 boys to be pulled, that was already suspect. That was already kind of weird as to what Zaun was responding with. And we saw that Byun was scouting for a proxy. Despite something being off, Byun chose to delay his factory. It is not uncommon, especially because the eBay was left finished or left almost completed across the map, to still go for the factory after the Rax, but he chose to delay the factory. He chose to go for the faster CC, so Byun was being greedy despite there being signs that something was a little bit weird about Zaun's build, and in the end, Byun got caught with his pants down. He did Gamba, and in the end, Zaun takes it. GG. GG, well played. So Byun, again, just gambling a little bit there, did take a risk. In the end, he got punished for it, and now we're getting into game 2. A really fast game 1. Now, even though I was talking about how I expect cheese out of Zaun, I don't really expect him to cheese every game, but we'll see. We'll see. My eyes are definitely going to be on Zaun when it comes to his builds, because I'm pretty sure he's coming in prepared with something more unique every game of this series. So our eyes are going to be on Zan. So jumping into that second game. So here we go. We're getting into game number 2. This should have not worked so easily. I mean, again, like, Beyond, he chose not to get the factory follow-up. He chose to get the CC follow-up instead. So, like, Beyond, he was cutting corners. He was taking a big risk. And here we go in the bottom left-hand corner. We have our South Korean Terran player. We have the red Terran. It is Beyond for Shopify. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss. It is of Team Vitality, Zan. Are they giving him more time here? Let's go. But here we go. We are going to be jumping in. And after some cheese, after some aggression out of Zan here in game 1, once again the probe is being sent out across the map, and our eyes are on the probe of Zan. Meanwhile, we just see Beyond setting up his racks back at home. There's no proxy rack set up here in the second game. Likewise, we'll keep an eye on the gases. So far, just the one gas is being taken, and Zan is moving in with that worker, and we'll see if we just move in for the scout, or if we have something more sinister up our sleeve as just the scout. Okay, so just coming in for the scouts. I don't blame him. If you recall, they were bringing up the fact that Beyond, he was going for proxies every second game last night or yesterday, but not here, not this time. As Rax is back at home, the probe does confirm. Likewise, goes further into the main base, single gas opener, so Beyond is going economic. He's going for a Rax into CC, not into factory. So economic opener here by Beyond. Zan, he can choose to try to punish this. Now, sorry, did I say Beyond? Zan can choose to try to punish this. Zan, he has the option here to go into Adepts, to go into Stalkers early on to try to delay the CC of Beyond. We'll see if he can. Meanwhile, Beyond going for the faster Tech Lab. Let's go. You can see here on the production tab, Tech Lab is on the way. Now this could be one of two things, and because there's no factory, it looks like a Marauder based opener. Now if you remember, we spoke about this yesterday, but these Marauder openers are designed to punish your opponent trying to punish you. So we have Marauders, we have Concussive Shell on the way. This is designed to catch the first Adept and the first Stalker if Zan tries to punish the CC of Beyond, which he's prompted to because Beyond went for an economic start. So there's like a lot of mind games happening here. Beyond is gambling once again. He's hoping that Zan is going to try to punish him, then he's going to try to punish the Punisher Zan. Let's go. So we have the Marauders building up. Meanwhile, Zan, he opens up. Oh my god, he's crazy! Beyond third CC before factory, even on location as well. Beyond, we have seen him go for these 2 racks openers into third CC before. That is a little bit more common, like the Beyond opener. We saw that so much in the previous map pool. Geez, I forget the name of the map, but we used to reference it all the time. But on location is one step further, so hyper greed out of Beyond. And a nice catch on the Adept, as we mentioned, that's the purpose of those 2 Marauders, is to catch the first gateway units and to punish Zan. So Beyond does punish, Beyond moves out, Hallucination comes in, and we'll see if Zan can scat the third CC. Because Beyond, he's being very greedy here. And he sees the 3x. Yeah, he sees 3x. This is indicative of there potentially being a third CC, but you'd never expect that on location. So the Hallucination checks the triangular third location, checks the main base, sees no command center. It looks like a 3x, when really it's anything but. Really, the linear third was taken instead. So very cheeky setup here from Beyond. And so far, he gets away with it. So far, it is hidden. So I'm loving Beyond's play so far. Behind this, we have 3-gate blink and a robo as well. Very safe play out of Zan. This is a bit of a misread. Basically, it looks like Zan is expecting 3-act stim, like a stim timing, an early stim timing with stim, with combat shields, with a heavy bio push early on. Based on what he's seeing, it makes sense. So he's getting ready for that. We can see that Beyond is cutting corners. This is where Zan also needed to cut corners, where he would also need to delay his third gateway, maybe even delay his robo, get a faster third nexus himself, as he does not check. I mean, it's not a common third location. It's not a common third location, so Zan, he doesn't see, so Zan is working with incomplete information, and Zan is misreading this game state. Aye. But again, Zan, he could be greedier here, or he could be more aggressive, right? He could be one or the other, but right now he's playing safe instead. Now, he can still be active with these Stalkers, of course, and he needs to be, but I don't know if he will have enough to really do much with this army. He's teching up into Storm. Jesus. So Temple Archives on the way. He's taking up into Storm before the third. So once again, just really safe play. You can see Zan, he's checking for the army. He's being active. Zan, he has to apply pressure to try to punish Byun in some way. Hallucination is able to get a full scout. Should notice that the bio army is quite small. Yeah, Zan is poking forward. But, like, he doesn't have a prism with this. He cannot reinforce. Like, he's not being too aggressive. He's getting a third base behind this as well. So Byun should be fine. Yeah, Zan does pull away. Suddenly fast third base from Byun, I guess, trying to get Zan to react to the Marauders. No, as you mentioned, Zan, he scouted the 3-axe. If I didn't make it clear, Zan, he scouted the 3-axe, so it looks like a stim timing, which is a build that does exist in SC2. So he scouted a stim timing, so he was expecting a stim timing, but it isn't that. Again, the Marine count is much lower than it otherwise would be, and instead, Byun is being greedy. So far, just really good mind games here by Byun. Really solid mind games. And he gets away with it. Like, Byun, he has gone away with his build, and now he sees. Yeah, now he knows. Now he's aware, and he's going to be able to punish the economy a little bit here. He gets 1, maybe 2 SCV kills, but now he knows that he's behind. And this build for Byun really kicks into high gear in the mid game. Right now, it's still taking a while for the third base to get saturated and for it to pay for itself, but soon, momentarily, that base, that economy is going to kick in, and then the supply is going to skyrocket ahead for Byun. That's when it shoots up, that's when it spikes up, that's when he's going to be at his strongest. And unfortunately, again, Zan was just playing very safe. He was playing very, very safe here, and sure, he has Storm, sure, he has all these High Templar, sure, he has a setup here on 2 bases. Like, he shouldn't die to this first wave. This is also where Byun has to be careful not to throw away too much. Oh, he got 6 Stalkers. He got 6 Stalkers. He got all the Stalkers that were across the map. Byun does take a Storm to the face. Oh, God. That's that. Byun, calm down. We're not meant to commit. So, nice Storms here by Zan. And again, Byun, he should not commit into this. Like, this is not Byun's final form. Byun has to wait a little bit longer for that base to really kick in. At least now Byun is aware of Storm. Byun, he pulls away. Zan pushing in. We'll take a mine shot to the face. Storm's going to be zoning. Storm's going to be zoning. Here comes the Prism. Here comes the aggression again. Zan, he has to try to punish that third. So I do like this response out of Zan. Like, he's going to go. He's going to send it. He's got 3 Storms behind this. 3, soon to be 4 Storms. Zel's peel off into the mineral line. SCV is going to be going down. And Zan, can he break through? That's a lot of Marauders. Boys are being pulled. Oh, God! Storms, they graze the army. They graze the SCVs. Oh, my God. Brutal Storms. And Zan, he will break through. He will barely punish in time. Again, if this game had gone on any longer, then Byun would have snowballed out of control with that third. But that's going to be 23 SCV kills, and Zan does punish. Whew. So with that, Byun, he will lose the entire mineral line. And Byun is in trouble. Byun, he's hurting. He's down to 2 bases. He almost, but did not get away with that third. And Zani's got, what, 2, soon to be 3 Storms left over. Oh. You're now pushing in. Does once again Storm, does zone. More Zealots rallying forward. And again, like, Byun just pinned back. Like, he just can't kite back. There's nowhere to run. There's nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. The Storms are connecting. The Storms are brutal. The choke point working against Byun here, as he's taking all the Storms to the face. And again, a cheeky build by Byun, and I thought he got away with it, but no, barely not. So GG gets called, and Zan takes a 2-0 lead. Whew. GG. Zan, he is a 1 game away from claiming the series, and game 1 we had Zan being very cheesy, very cheeky with his build and punishing Byun. Here we had Byun instead being the cheeky one, being hyper greedy and rushing into the third base. And again, we spoke about it, Byun, this build really kicks into high gear when the third base gets saturated. Once it gets saturated, then he can make use of that greater economy, have the greater production, have the greater tech, and then snowball out of control in the mid game. But just before that third base really kicked in, bam, Zan, he counterattacked, he got the Prism, he moved out with his Storms, and he made use of that army. I was concerned that he was going to be too passive and too defensive, But if you remember, he had built up this army early on, and he did make use of it. GG. GG, well played. Whew. And now we're getting into game number 3, and I'm hoping for a back and forth. I'm hoping for a game 4, a game 5. I know there's a lot of Beyond fans out there as well. Like I think we all, even Zound fans, want a series out of this one, a back and forth. But alas, one more loss, and that's going to be the end of Beyond's tournament run. This is the elimination match. Remember that. This is when the keys are crushed, Pappy. Oh my god. Let's go. As we are jumping into game number 3. And we'll see if it all ends here and now. As we're going to be loading into Ultralove. Now, Ultralove is known for aggression. It favors aggressive builds as well. We have seen Beyond go for economic openers every game. Game 1, racks expand. Game 2, racks expand into a fast third. Game 3, I'm expecting double gas. But we'll keep an eye on Beyond. As spawning in the left-hand corner of Ultralove, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Shopify. And one game away from being knocked out, it is Beyond. Pressure is on. You can see no smiles here for Beyond. He's locked in and spawning in the top right-hand corner. We have the blue Protoss from South Korea. It is Zound for Team Vitality. One game away from claiming the series and knocking Beyond out of the Esports World Cup. And honestly, it's been a pretty fast series. Like, it's been really fast games. We have not been able to really indulge in the mid game at all so far. We haven't been able to have that back and forth. And we'll see how Beyond does adjust. As I mentioned, welcome to Ultralove. The rush distance by ground is shorter. Some of the bases are more exposed, and it's a much more direct rush distance from third to third as well. So we often see a lot of 2-base all-ins on this map from the side of Terran. Like, this is where, when I think of Ultralove, when I think of Pylon, this is where even Beyond embraces 2-base all-ins from time to time. But that is not the case here. What do we see? Single gas, Marine first. CC on the high ground, cancels the Marine even. He canceled the Marine for a slightly faster CC, then he restarts the Marine after he builds the CC as well. Cancels once again, going, he has 0 units. Beyond is so greedy. If Zound had gone for the same build that he went for in game 1, if he went proxy gateway, that's game. There's 0 units. 0 units for Beyond. Jesus. Okay, let's go. Aye. So, yeah, I assumed that Beyond was going to be aggressive this time coming into game 3, but no, he just takes it up to 11. Hyper greed, no Marine, no Reaper. Again, 0 fighting units here for Beyond. Purely CC into tech, just hyper greed out of our Terran player, and he will get away with it. He will get away with it. Again, thankfully, there's no proxies out of Sound. I wouldn't have put it past him, to be honest. And we're going for the Cyclone. This is one of those builds, by the way. This is not safe for ladder. So if you're out there, if you're a Terran player, if you're looking at Beyond and you're like, yo, this is crazy. I want to be like Beyond. I want to cut all these corners and be greedy. You will die. You will not get away on the ladder, mate. It's full of animals, man. Full of animals. They will punish you. Aye. So with that, Beyond, he will get away with it. Behind this is going for a 1-1-1 follow-up. Cyclone first into what looks to be Mind Drop, looks to be Medevac. And we'll see how Beyond does get into the mid game here. Don't think you can play that quick of a third base as Terran. You can, in the sense that Beyond, he's been known to rush into that third. Not as greedy though, as I was exclaiming. Like, we've seen Beyond rush into a fast third before, but typically it's a third in the main. It's a third in the main base, and that means that you're able to saturate your natural faster, and it means you're able to get your orbital up and mules faster, and then you slowly take your third. You eventually land it on location. So I will say that this was game 2 was slightly greedier for Beyond, but we have seen him go for these 3cc builds in the past and be quite successful with it as well, but just in a different way, and a slightly less greedier build than what he went for in game 2. Just because it didn't work, I don't think you should necessarily write it off as something that would never work. Specifically in that game, Zound did punish, and that was just again even just greedier than normal, I should say, for Beyond in game 2. Here in game 3, we see Bjorn following up with, ooh, Banshee play. Let's go. We're actually getting into the mid game. For the first time, we're actually getting into a game of StarCraft. Like, again, game 1 and game 2, even though game 2, Bjorn did get up to almost 3 base saturation, like, he didn't really get into his own game. Not quite yet. Here, it's happening. Here we have the Mind Drop outside of the natural. Here we have tank and Banshee production out of Bjorn as well. He's building up. He's building up. We have the eBay on the way behind this for upgrades. Now, I'm curious to see how Bjorn does make use of this. Based on what we're seeing here, because of the prioritization of tanks and Banshees, do you see what's happening? No stim, no upgrades for the bio army. You can pull the boys with this. You can pull the boys. That's why the eBay is throwing me off a little bit. The eBay is indicative of getting +1, which is indicative of the game progressing even longer and investing into upgrades. So we're getting a little bit of both here, and yet there we go, stim is on the way. The army breaks out, it does catch a couple of stalkers, and at the same time, Mind Drop comes in. Oh no! The boys, they don't split! Yeah, late split there. 3 probes gonna be going down at nice damage. And Bjorn, he is reinforcing his army. He has yet to commit across the map. But again, he's got a lot of tanks, he's got a lot of Banshees. Like, the army right now for Bjorn is looking terrifying. We're about to pan over to it, but we'll see if Bjorn makes use of it. Looks like he's just trying to catch out the army. Yeah, he doesn't commit. He doesn't commit, he pulls back. He's got his follow-up upgrades on the way, stim, +1. He did not invest into cloak. But again, this is just a really high tank count really early on. And Bjorn, he will soon have the option to go for the all-in and to pull the boys. No shot, no stim, no, what a volley, he gets it. Oh god, stim goes down, massive pickoff, ay, ay, ay. Bjorn out of position. Again, all 3 tanks are on the low ground because he just moved out, so he was not in position to defend his main. Oof. And Zan is going for a gateway explosion. Storm is on the way. If this goes on a little bit longer, if Zan can get into Storm, he can shut down this push, even if he pulls the boys and he goes for the 3rd CC on location. 1 tank goes down. Nice pick off here by Zan. Zan bullying Bjorn. And Zan, does he check the 3rd? He's going to be distracted. Thankfully. Otherwise, Zan could delay the 3rd base, 100%. But he's distracted by the main army. He backs off. Bjorn, he's getting away with his 3rd. Again, on location like this is quite greedy, but I feel like Bjorn has to cut corners. Ooh, as we do have a bit of a pause. Hopefully everything's okay. Whew. And again, so far it's been a very intense game. In general, I do favor Zan's position, but we'll see if Bjorn can get his 3rd base up and running. We'll see if he's able to make use of this this bio timing as well with stim with +1. It feels like Bjorn only intends to posture with Zan and to get his 3rd base up, but Zan is going to have his own power spike with Storm. Alright, let's go. Alright, we're going back in. Again, Storm is about to finish. Prism is on the way. The gateway explosion just finished. That Prism is indicative here of Zan being able to push out to reinforce and to commit across the map. Yeah, here comes the Storm. Basically, this move out is very similar to the move out that we saw in game number 2. In game 2, when he broke the 3rd. When he broke the 3rd base. When he punished the greed of Bjorn. Here, Bjorn, he has more of a standing army, but hey, he lost a tank. Right, he just lost a tank. He, of course, his upgrades were delayed. Stim is still not yet done, by the way. It should be done by now, but because of the delays, Bjorn, his position is weaker than it otherwise should be. And Bjorn is in danger. Army gets spotted. Stim is going to finish up in, like, what, 20 seconds? Needs a little bit more time. Bjorn is dropping across the map. And he's coming in! The storms! Yeah, storms on the army. There's not much to storm. But Marines are going down. Tanks going down as well. And Zan, he does take the fight, but he doesn't have enough to keep going. At the same time, he does recall back home. And Zan defends. Zan, he attacks, he defends. He doesn't break Bjorn, but he's still out trades. Right? Like, he's still got the storms off. He's still reset the tank count. These drops are the one thing keeping Zan back. Otherwise, I think he would have broken the 3rd. Oof. Zan, he is popping off. And Bjorn, he just has not been able to get into his own game. Not at all in this entire series. As Beyond's just now getting his third up and running. Fourth is finishing up here for Zaun. Banshee does hit the third. Okay. Zaun out of position. Nice damage. And we'll see if Beyond can, again, get into this game. So he's got a Banshee on the left. He's got a double drop on the right. He's got his main army in the center. He's already building up his ghost counts. At the same time, Zaun now working towards Colossus. You could argue that this Bay is a little bit late for Zaun, so his Colossus production is going to be a little bit more delayed. But he's getting there. As Beyond is going to start him up and running. He has his third base. Zaun getting a fifth, trying to keep up, trying to catch up even. Like Beyond, he was greedy when he took his third, but he got away with it. Got his third base. Storm's coming in. Yeah, the first storm does land. The other, less so. So a couple of whiff storms. Nice snipe on the High Templar. 4 more probes going down. Beyond just being so annoying with this one Banshee. Oh, meanwhile, Zaun, he does have eyes on the double drop. Oh, can we feedback? We can! Oh my god. Oh no! Does feedback does take that one of the medevacs. The other barely escapes with 1 HP? Jesus. Barely gets away. Finally, the Banshee goes down. 7 probe kills. I want to say that was 11 kills in total. Because he had, what, 3 earlier? So nice damage overall with the Banshee. And Beyond, he's getting into the mid-game here. It's still, we're still playing on a knife's edge. Like, it's still very tense. But for the first time this entire series, Beyond, he's on a proper 3-base saturation. He has a proper army as well. He's not out of the woods yet, as medevacs are going down. Oh my god, very nice mine shot. EMP as well. I think there's 1 storm. Yeah, there's 1 storm remaining. Storm only zones, does not connect. And Zaun has to get the hell out of here. Yeah, he has to pull out. Zaun, he is in danger. He needs more splash damage, he needs more storms. Colossus production has begun. And Beyond is pushing. Beyond is maxed. He's moving out, he's maxed out. The prism is very low. As it looks like the medevac was cleaned up. Both armies are maxing. A lot of this will come down to the engagement, will come down to the positioning, the EMPs. Can he deny the storms? EMPs, they graze the army. And Zaun does dive in. High Templar, they're lagging behind. Only 3 High Templar. The Templar count's actually quite low. It's quite risky here. As we're very Zealot heavy instead. Zealots they peel off into the middle line. Nice EMPs. As SCVs are going down. Main army trying to push in. Distracting Beyond. Zaun able to get 7 SCV kills. High Templar once again lagging a little bit behind. And again, still only 3 High Templar. Only 2 with the main army. Oh, there we go. There's a 3rd. Storm once again just zoning. Again, every storm is so precious here for Zaun. And the Colossus, they're still on the way. Where are they? I feel like those 2 Colossus have been in production for quite some time. Nice storms. And nice storms on the main army. Ooh, there's no storms left. Yeah, without any storms here, Beyond, can he break through? Vikings, they landed it with the Zealots. Zaun has to back up. So still waiting for more reinforcements. Once again, trying to dive in. Here we go, storms have arrived. Let's got a couple more High Templar. There we go, the Colossus are finally here. Nice scan. Vikings, they lift. Vikings do lift. Zaun actually avoiding the main army, going for the middle line. Yeah, getting caught out of position. Yeah, Zaun, he was caught out. Colossus goes down as well. but he gets 17 SCVs. Okay. Does take down the mineral line. Does cost him a Colossus. That was a lot of SCV kills. From here, Zhani backs off. He has to rebuild. Bjorn has momentum. He's maxed. So he's maxed. Bjorn is super maxed, by the way. That means that he has a lower SCV count and he has a higher army supply instead. So he does have a massive army. Colossus are trying to kite. Nice EMP on the Colossus. Yeah, there's no shield batteries here. Yeah, no shield battery, no supports. Colossus is going to be going down, and Bjorn, he does it. He breaks through that defensive line. Finally, Bjorn able to get into his own game, able to get into a proper 3 and then 4 base economy, and he overwhelms. He does overwhelm. As he breaks through the mineral line, takes down the expansion, and Zan has nothing left. There is no army. He's got 2 Colossus, a handful of gateway units. Bjorn, he can just keep stimming in. And again, Zhani just couldn't stop these bases. He was able to get a mineral line earlier, but by that point, it didn't matter. By that point, like, Bjorn, he'd already taken advantage of those bases. He was already able to max out. He was able to get into his ideal. Again, like, this is where Bjorn thrives, like, in the mid-game. This is where Bjorn is at his best. And GG gets called. Bjorn, he will fight back. He will put a point on the board. Whew. GG, well played. Bjorn, he does fight back. He does put a point on the board. Again, a very, very intense game here for Bjorn, as he was able to finally get into his own game state. It was a shaky start, is what I will say. Remember, what was Zan doing? Zan, he was picking off tanks. He was denying stim. He was hitting his own storm timing. I will say that a big moment for Bjorn was the double drop. It was before this highlight, when Bjorn went for the double drop across the map, and remember what happened? He forced a defensive warp in, and he forced a recall back home. Like, that was a big moment for Bjorn, because right after that, he was able to expand and establish his 3rd CC as well. Or he already had his 3rd base on the way, and if he didn't force the recall, if he didn't force Zan back then and there, then most likely, as I mentioned at the time, pretty sure Zan would have broken the 3rd. Oh, Jesus. Looks like they're cutting to a break, but I'm pretty sure Zan, he would have cut to... I'm pretty sure Zan, he would have been able to break the 3rd base and maybe just overwhelm from there. Maybe not won the game then and there, but at least contain Bjorn on 2 bases. So it was so important that Bjorn was able to get some breathing room. So important that he was able to force Zan all the way back home, able to break out, establish his 3rd base, and get into the mid game. GG. Whew, GG, well played. So a very intense series here, as Bjorn, he has begun his own comeback, and because it's best of 5, because this is an elimination match, it makes sense here to ask for the break. So, take care. they do need a moment here. We need it as well. Do need it as well. Does Zan overmake charge lots? I was really concerned about the low Templar count. If you remember, if you're referring to the final quarter of that game, Zan, he at most only ever had 3 high Templar. Like, his Templar count was very low, very, very low, which sometimes is understandable, especially if your opponent has too many ghosts. Like, you do want to rely on different forms of splash damage, but he never got into disruptors. Like, he never got into his robo follow-up. Ideally, we saw he was working towards Colossus, but again, like, whether it's Colossus or disruptor or high Templar, you typically do want a nice balance of the two. To only rely on 3 high Templar like that, all it took was 1 EMP, and then there were barely any storms there for Zan. So it was just a really risky playstyle, a really delicate dance there for Zan, and yeah, it was difficult to really fully make work. But for now, I guess we're going to be going on a very short break, and when we come back, we'll have the remainder of the series. See you soon. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Whew, I hope you enjoyed that very short break as we returned. And again, we are still mid-series of our first series of the broadcast between Bjorn and Zan, and it has been very, very intense. Again, this is an elimination match. The loser of this series is out of EWC, and their key will be crushed. It will be crushed here. So the pressure is on both Zan and Bjorn. Zan is up 2-1. And Bjorn, he has begun his comeback, but easier said than done. The pressure is still on, and it looks like our next game is going to be on Tokamak. Oh boy. And something that I will say so far that has been indicative of Bjorn's play this entire series is his greed. Even here in Game 3, remember the opener, Bjorn, he went Marine, canceled the Marine, he went Rax into CC, into Factory with 0 units, into add-ons as well. Like, Bjorn was so greedy in that last game when it came to the opener. And he was almost punished for it as well, by the way. He was we saw Zan popping off at the beginning of that game, but here we go. We're getting into Tokamak, and this morning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the red Terran for Shopify. It is Bjorn. And this morning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player for South Korea. From South Korea, it is Zan. Title says day 1. Oh, that should not be happening. Do apologize. Wait, what? Does it? Oh, the graphics. Oh, right. I see. Thank you. I was a little bit confused, but yes. Thank you. Now fixed. Do appreciate it. As we are going to be opening up, getting into Tokamak. Tokamak, of course, being one of the larger maps in the map pool, known for more macro, longer games, and we'll see how our players will change their approach here. Again, we have seen a lot of greed out of Bjorn this entire series. This does go into line as to how we were introducing Bjorn at the start of the series. How Bjorn is the most macro out of all the Terran players out there. Maybe Clem is similar, but like more so than Maru, more so than Kyo, more so than Bunny, Gumiho, Ryung, especially all the Korean Terrans. I'll say that Bjorn, he's the most mid-game oriented out of all of them. And there we go, economic opener, Rax into CC out of Bjorn, delayed Factory. Does go for the delayed Factory. Now the Factory is going to be on the way. And we'll see how our players will approach this. As Zan does pull out. Nobody do. Este Manuel, papi. Gracias. Cálmate. He's over the Zan isn't peeking on down pants. True. As once again, we do have Tech Lab first. Now, if you remember, Bjorn, his go-to previously, it was on ley lines, where Bjorn did go Rax into CC, and then he went into Marauder with the Tech Lab. Here he goes for an early Cyclone. Meanwhile, the Probe Scout does confirm. The add-on swap does confirm that there's no Marauder, that there's going to be a Cyclone on the way instead. So nice scout here by Zan. Very nice scout. Also, to apologize for maybe every 15 or so minutes, or it's happened every now and then. There's been a little bit of buffering on the clean feed. The feed and everything was fine yesterday. Everything was smooth, but today there's been a buffer here or there every now and then. Hopefully it clears up. Clears up throughout the course of the broadcast. As we have our Twilight Council opener out of Zan, throwing out additional gateways. Meanwhile, Bjorn going for, I believe that is a second Rax before Starport. Ooh, so a very aggressive follow-up here out of Bjorn. Oh, my apologies. Sorry, I thought that was before the Starport. No, the Starport is on the way. We're going for Fake Cloak. Okay. So it's going to be a Banshee base opener. It looks like Cyclone into add-on swaps to get the Tech Lab on that Starport. Hallucination comes in. Hallucination does confirm all the setup in the main, and the Hallucination sees Cloak Banshee, when we know it's anything but. I mean, I say it's anything but. It's still Banshee, just no Cloak. So less of a commitment. We can see that Zan here is going for the Robo on 2 bases. So 3 gate opener into Robo, still on 2 bases, into a delayed third. So Zan is playing very safe play here by Zan. And similarly to last game, we have Bjorn committing, going into early tank production, but this time only the one Banshee into delayed stim, or much later stim. We'll see how Bjorn does set up. There we go. Add-on soul once again. Stim is on the way. This time, if you notice, Stim is much more secure. Last game, Stim was a little bit further out on the edge of the main base. Here, it's further in at the ramp, so it should not be denied. Yeah, Hallucination does confirm that Stim is in production. Does confirm the location of all the production buildings as well, all the add-ons. Banshee does hit the natural. And Xian is getting in position. Banshee should get away. But once again, from what we're getting so far out of this game is Bjorn, he should be able to get into the mid game quite comfortably. We can see that Xian is working towards charge, gateway explosion, temple archives. Once again, Xian is playing very safe. This is all still on 2 bases. Oh, did you notice that? For the player switch, if you remember, yesterday one of our criticisms and something that we noticed was every time they went to the player POV, it was like a blinding flash of light. It was like the Men in Black, like memory eraser. It was, it was like bam, it was like a flashbang going off. It's like but here it's still there, but it has been lessened. So it looks like they took the feedback because now it's a much more tamer. It's a tamer light and it's not as aggressive. Okay, we're holding on to our memories this time. I appreciate it. But it was much more aggressive yesterday. As we do have Bjorn moving up with his double drop. Did snipe the Observer, if you recall. So nice time with the Observer, he does move out. So behind this we have Xian already going to Storm. Again, we did see Xian just being very, very safe with his play. Storm is about to finish just in time for this push. And Xian, he should shut this down. If Bjorn commits. As he drops into the main. Does drop in, main army pushing right down the center. Comes down to the positional here, the positioning of Xian. As Bjorn does target fire, does get 1, 2, 3, 4 probe kills, not bad. 4 workers go down, medevacs they do get away. And the main army does head towards a third. Tanks are getting within range, they're getting in position, and Xian is not where he needs to be. Yeah, he was distracted. Xian, he had the tools to defend. But the base is getting low. Trying to dive forward, does get on top of the tanks. Mine shot's about to go off. Oof, and Xian is just getting bullied back here. The base is getting even lower. Can he get it? Can he get the Nexus? It's so close. Yeah, Immortal has arrived. The Immortal barely survives as well, and Xian holds. Whew, Xian, he does hold on. Shuts down the push. Chases back Bjorn. Double drop into the main is still active. But I believe there are Stalkers in position. Xian has to be careful not to overextend. As Xian pulls away. Medevacs are pinned. And Xian does hold on. Now, unlike in previous games, this is going to be a much later third base for Bjorn. Bjorn, he was quite dedicated on 2 bases, but he's still expanding. He's going for its expansion. Ghost Academy's on the way. Coming into the mid game, I do favor Xian here. If Xian lost his third, different story, but he holds on to it. Does hold on to it. Going for feedbacks once again. Doesn't quite get the medevacs, but almost. As Bjorn is still looking for a way in. Looking for a way in. Bjorn pushing in between the bases. Oh, nice storm. Very nice storm. Can confirm, had my memory erased several times yesterday as far as I remember. Let's go. Thought it was intentional. If you're referring to the blinding white lights, don't think it was intended to be as bright as it was. Oh my god. As there we go. Storm goes off, takes down both medevacs. Or maybe it was, but like they got the feedback. Which is definitely good. Zani gains map control behind this, going for a second robo, going for the bait, going into double Colossus production. But beyond, he has claimed his third. Oh. Marshall goes off. Zan trying to force his way forward. He does have a storm available. He's got a couple. He's got two. The last he gets punished. Yeah, it does not have enough, at least not on the ground. And we're getting into our game. We're getting into the mid game here. I mean, hey, Tokamak gets known for that, right? Tokamak has a much more defendable third and fourth base. Behind this, we have initial Disruptor production, not Colossus. Okay. I mean, Beyond, he's already building up those Vikings. But it is risky going for Disruptors, as always. Comes down to whether or not he can find those connections. Beyond getting caught out. Oh, who catches who? Where are the Storms? There's still only one High Templar. Only one with the main army. Again, the low storm count has been really concerning me throughout the past two games. Sound just staying on a very low High Templar count. Like, this is such a stark contrast to Estrella, where Estrella, he plays with 7 High Templar. Like, that's the biggest strength of Estrella, is that he does such a great job at just spreading out his Templar. He typically has, like, maybe 3 with the main army, and then one at the third, one at the fourth, like 2 further behind. He has them all spread out, ready to storm it at a moment's notice. But here, Zhani's very much so just like more tame with how many High Templar he has. Nice storm. One storm connects. As both armies are about to max out. And we'll see how well Zan can handle his Novas. His Disruptors. As I believe this is his second set. Yeah, 5. He's got 5 Disruptors, 4 High Templar. As down, he is threatening the main army. Does threaten. Ready for a Zealot run by on the right hand side. Pushing in towards a fourth. Nice switch here by Bjorn. No major connections yet. And Bjorn, he's somewhat in position. Oh! Yeah, Prism going to be zoned away. Storm does graze the army. Better Storm towards the end. Much better Storm. And again, it's the Storms that are connecting. Less of the Novas. Down, he's lacking Zealous. He's lacking reinforcements. He has to back off. If he sticks around a little bit too long, he's going to just get pounced upon. Yeah, Bjorn, he does them in. Got to be zoned away. Zealous have arrived. We got some okay Novas. Yeah, better towards the end. One Nova does connect. Disruptor goes down. And Zan is getting bullied all the way back. A second Disruptor falls. Oh, nice catch. Takes down one of the ghosts. Okay, he's still just trying to pump out as many Disruptors as he can. But Beyond, he's pushing in. Down, he needs more Warpins. And the Storms are grazing the army, but no major connections yet. Yeah, still just zoning the army back. Buying some time. Behind this, Beyond, he establishes his fourth base. He's taking up into Liberators. Liberator range on the way. And so far, I'm favoring Beyond here. He's almost at his Liberators. He's almost there. Once again, splitting up his army. Does catch High Templar. Oh! Does barely get it. Nice snipe. Takes down one. And again, there's not that many remaining. Yeah, nice EMPs. Does take down the Templar. The base itself is going to go down. Zan, he will catch up this army though. Nice snipes on the Medevacs. Takes on 3 Medevacs, but Zan, he's out of position. He's getting torn apart. Disruptors are not good enough, and the base is going to fall. And Zan just getting pulled apart here. Oh, dropping into the main. It's pure disruptor for defense. I mean, that is a lot of Novas. And he does get some okay connections. How many? 12? What? How many disruptors does he have? No, friendly fire. Bit of friendly fire. Nice another counterattack though. Oh, that's going to be 12 probes going down. That's a lot of balls, Pappy, but alas, he's still being torn apart. Another base going to be falling. Bjarni pulls out, pulls away. Another Nexus goes down. And Liberation has arrived. Zealots, they are getting some decent damage, though. That's a lot of SCVs falling. 25. 25 SCV kills. We're getting messy. Once again, Zan not where he needs to be. Bjarni going for another Nexus, going for top left. Yeah, gets into the middle line. Another base going down. The base was low from earlier. Oh, that's going to be a kill on the Nexus. Now, Zan, he can still take a fight, but when I say that, it comes down to his disruptors. I think he has so many. He has 10. He has 10 disruptors. That's an insane disruptor count, so he can still win a fight. He can win a fight and then end the game. At this point, Zan, it feels like he's pretty all in here. He's pretty all in, he's pretty committed. The army's coming together. My big concern is the Liberator count, though. Like, Liberators have been slowly building up. Job comes back in. Zan, he turns around. Oh, he turns back around. He was just about to push in. Again, the longer this goes on, the better it is for Bjarni. Bjarni, he's building up a greater army. The supplies were neck and neck, but now Bjarni, he's about to max. Bjarni has an economy. Bjarni has production. Zan is supply blocked. Like, we need some more urgency here out of Zan. And Bjarni's running away with it. Yeah, he's running away with it at this point. The disruptors do not matter. Not anymore. As Zan is getting torn apart. Brutally MPs. Novas, they shouldn't connect. It grazes the army, takes down a ghost. But Bjarni's in the main. He's in the main base. Still dancing with the army. Hiding back, he finds the mineral line. No. Takes out the probes. And from here, he can just pick up. He can just pick up, he can boost away. He sims into the disruptors, takes down 1, 2, 3 disruptors go down. A couple of Novas are connecting, but he can afford it. He can afford it. He's still rebuilding his army. And Zani's running on fumes. Again, Zani had potential when it came to a head-on fight, but he never got it. He never got that head-on fight that he wanted. He was forced back home time and time and time again. This is where these larger maps, I would say, favor Bjarni. True. But he's able to have a little bit more freedom. Speaking of freedom, Liberation has arrived. He's got the freedom zones. He's moving in. And disruptors, they don't shoot up. Not like this. As Liberators are leapfrogging forward. Nice snipe on the disruptor. Down to 6. Yeah, 6 disruptors left. Storms, they turn the army away. Yeah, and we can see Zan. It looks like he's attempting a base trade, but it's so late. It's just such a delayed base trade here. As Bjarni takes down another expansion. Zani moves out across the map. Bjarni does turn around as well. Okay. Turns back home. Novas they connect with the middle line, but here comes the mass liberation zones. And disruptors, the count is being reset here. Every disruptor goes down. And this is the final army here for Zan. GG gets called, and Bjarni, he will tie up the series. We are going to the ace match. GG, well played. We're going to game number 5 here again. Bjorn, once again, he was able to get comfortable. He was able to get into the mid game. This is where Bjorn does thrive on that 3-4 base setup with his mass drop play. It would just pull Zan apart. Now, Zan, he did have a different approach this time. This time, he went into faster double disruptor production instead. But we saw, despite the high disruptor count, he never got the fight that he wanted. He never had that head-on engagement. He was just torn apart left and right. He had a less mobile army, a less mobile composition. That's the downside of going into such a high disruptor count, and he was torn apart. He was just torn apart left and right. It was like he was not able to really get into his own game. And where are we dropping for the final map? That's what I want to know here. Let's have a look. Game 3 is going to be on Pylon. Ooh, okay. I'm really curious to see what kind of build Zan goes for. I wouldn't be opposed to a fast charge opener. I'll be honest. We'll get into it, but again, when it comes to how this series has played out so far, it's been the more aggressive games, the smaller, shorter games where Zan has been able to thrive, where he's been able to punish the build and punish the greed of Bjorn. Bjorn here has been slowing things down, coming into Ultra Love, coming into Tokamak. He's been taking a bit of a slower approach. He's been greedy himself in some ways, but has yet to be punished for it. Again, we'll see how Zan will adjust. As we're getting into the ace match, as we're loading into Pylon. Let's go. Here we go. As Bjorn has not gone for a double gas opener at all this entire series. And here we go, spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Pylon, we have the South Korean Terran player, we have the Red Terran representing Shopify. It is Bjorn. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss for Team Vitality. It is Zan. Here we go. Again, Pylon is known for aggression, known for all-ins. Does have a shorter rush distance by ground, has a very direct rush distance as well. The third bases are exposed. We expect aggression here, but again, Bjorn, he isn't like your typical Terran player. He's not really one. I mean, we haven't seen a single 2-base all-in out of Bjorn in this entire series because that's just not what he goes for. He's not like a Cure, he's not like Maru, he's not like Bunny even as well. Like Bjorn, he thrives on a greater economy in the mid-game with his drop play. With his economy, with his maxed out army, with his macro. That's where Bjorn thrives, at least in TVP. And once again, single gas, Rax expand, economic opener out of Bjorn. Bjorn, he has not gone for a single double gas opener this entire series. That will continue coming to the ace match. So once again, an economic start. Meanwhile, gate expand out of Zan, gate expand into a Cybercore. Now, something that I would like to see out of Zan is for Zan to be more greedy. This is where Zan has been falling behind in the last 2 games, is that Bjorn has been going for these more economic builds and been going for these more kind of later game timings. And Zan, he's been going for, regardless of opener that Bjorn has been going for, he's been going for 3 gateways, Robo on 2 bases. Not even just that, it was last game and the game before, right? Where he went into, I want to say, he went up to like 6 gates and Temple Archives and Storm on 2 bases. Like he's been playing very 2-base heavy against Bjorn. I feel like Zan's style, it works wonders against someone like Cure, but against Bjorn less so. Meanwhile, that's the second Rax. Oh boy. So Marauder opener, second Rax on the way, and we're keeping our eye open for a third Rax or a third CC. We'll see what Bjorn goes for. Here we go. If you recall, we saw the Marauder opener earlier on ley lines. And there it is, 3 racks. Okay, couple of things here. This is a similar build to what we saw on ley lines. If you remember, ley lines, what did Bjorn do? He went for a Marauder opener into a third CC, then he went for a second and third racks. Here, straight up 3 racks. If you remember, this is the build that Zan thought that Bjorn was doing on ley lines. Remember, Zan, he overreacted. Remember, he overreacted to the build. He assumed that there was going to be aggression out of Bjorn, and it never came. As Bjorn is moving out with his early Marauders, he gets scouted by Zan. Zan does scout, Zan does confirm, and Zan, he will also confirm the extra Raxes. So big scout here for Zan. Now he sees everything that's going on. He's fully aware. Shield battery is ready, force fields as well. And Zan, he should hold, and now Zan actually has a reason to play defensive. Like, the last couple of games, he's been blindly playing really defensive, and it just hasn't really been working out. Here, he has reason to, and here, Xian can thrive a little bit more. So, I'm not too fond of this build from Bjorn. This is a very old-school build, 3x stim into +1. Very old school. Right, side delta, that's the map that I was thinking of. This build was very common and very popular back on side delta. There was a period in time where Kira did nothing but 3x on side delta as well. With very mixed results. Very, very mixed. Este Kira. But again, Stim is about to finish. The army is building up. And Bjorn should soon move out. And it's going to be on Xian to slow down the push. A way to hard counter this would have been something like a Robo Opener into Colossus. But again, it's going to be Twilight Council into Blink. So he's building up his Stalkers. It's building up back at home. And we'll see what Bjorn can achieve. And just like last game, we can see Xian on 2 bases going into Storm. But again, like this time, like there's reason for this. This time there's more reason, I should say, for it. The army gets spotted. So far, Xian picking away at the Marines. Every Marine does count. But again, the rush distance is quite short. He's almost there. He's almost at the bases. Almost at the expansions. I'm just changing the coordinates. As Bjorn does move in. Does break forward. Oh, never mind. Now it's looking blurrier. I was hoping that would fix things. Or just help the buffering that's been happening. As Bjorn pokes in, he's let out so many Marines, he backs off. He backs off. Storm is on the way. Third base on the way. Xian he defends. Xian he defends successfully. Now, thankfully for Bjorn, he didn't throw away too much, right? Bjorn, he didn't throw away too much. He still has a robust army to work with. He still maintains all the Marauders, more importantly, so he can hit a later timing instead. I will change the quality back, I guess now. Just waiting for an opening. Oh. Mind as Bjorn does stim forward, catching out some of these Stalkers. Okay. A couple of Stalkers getting caught out. Again, the Marauder count is still terrifying here for Bjorn. It's slowly building up over time. No third CC in sight yet from Bjorn. Okay. So I was just waiting for an opening to increase the quality. Okay, Bjorn now going for the third CC on location. But Storm is complete. Remember, it was Storm on 2 bases. Storm is ready. And in this kind of game state, there's no EMP, right? It's too early for EMPs. Bjorn dropping into the main. Okay, splitting up his army. Does threaten a dive. Xian keeps up with the rotation. There you go. Ghost Academy's on the way. And we're still playing on a knife's edge here. On the one hand, Bjorn, he's not finding the damage that he really wants. True, but at the same time, he's still not losing his army. Like, he's still preserving his forces, building it up over time. He hasn't gone for any kind of big committed attack yet. Oh. As he'll stim in, Xian out of position. Yeah, he's getting caught out. Does land a couple of decent storms. Yeah, better storms towards the end. Oof. As that Templar that's hunted down. Massive losses there for Xian, but the storms do connect though. Yeah, the Medics are hunted down. Bjorn, he will lose everything. He does take down all the High Templar, but he will lose the main army, and that was a big loss for Bjorn. We spoke earlier how Bjorn was doing such a great job preserving the army up until now. Up until this point. Oh no! The final Medivac goes down! And Bjorn, he will lose everything. Momentum in favor of Xian. Now, unfortunately, Xian he has no storms. If he had a couple of High Templar here, that would be ideal. But he might still have enough regardless. Voids are being pulled. A bunker will fall. There's a mine shot that can go off. But even then, it should not be enough. Decent mine connection, though. Decent mine shots. There's one high templar behind this. Prism as well, and Zaun, he's done it. Yeah, he's done it. GG gets called. He breaks Björn, and Zaun will take the series 3-2, advancing on into the next round. Björn is out of the Esports World Cup. GG. GG, well played. A very intense back and forth. Zaun had a very strong start to the series with the initial 2-0 lead, punishing the greed time and time again out of Björn. Game 3 and Game 4, we saw that Björn was able to recover, able to get into his ideal, into his strengths. Where do his strengths lie? In the mid game of TVP, when he was able to finally get a 3-base economy, he was able to just pull apart his opponents. But here on Pylon, it feels like Björn, he reverted to almost a primal state. Here he did what we see a lot more commonly, I guess, from some Terran players, and that is more committed to play on 2 bases. 3-rack stim. The downside, though, is he got scouted, right? So there's a reason why 3-rack stim is very out of meta. If you remember, I referred to it as an old school build, because it is old school, because nowadays it's rarely seen, because nowadays in the current meta is so much easier to scout. It is so much easier for the Protoss to scout, to check, to confirm the build, and to respond. And we saw that time and time again, even in the games that Zaun was losing, partly because he was playing very safe. He was playing very safe, overly safe, I would argue. But as you were pointing out, here in this game, he had reason to. He scouted, he confirmed, he did respond with a very late 3rd base, rushing into earlier storm, extra gateways. He shut down the stim timing. The stim timing never really got underway, and that led into Björn getting caught out in the center of the map. Once he lost the army, that was game.
Thank you so much. Down here on the stage with Zaun after that full series, all 5 games. We love to see it, and you were able to pick up that last one. Zaun, a little bit on the back foot in that last head-to-head. Then you found a great opportunity. Tell me what you were thinking and how you capitalized.
이제 박한수 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 일단 첫 번째 질문은 마지막 경기까지 몰렸는데 마지막 경기에서 사실 쉽지 않은 순간.
Personally, I'd be more curious about Zaun's thoughts about Game 3 and Game 4. Less so Game 5. Like Game 5 was a little bit more cut and dry.
처음에 1, 2세트를 쉽게 이겨가지고 오늘 운이 좋다, 컨디션 좋다라고 생각을 했는데 잘하더라고요 운영을. 그래서 좀 마지막에 필살기를 꺼내들어서 자신감은 있었어요.
Yeah, I mean, winning game 1 and 2, I thought the game was really going really smooth, so I was kind of lucky. I was feeling lucky today, but that being said, he played really well on the macro on game 3 and 4, so I was kind of nervous, but I was also confident because I brought ultimate super weapon, which was a fast storm, so yeah, I was confident to win.
You were confident, especially after game 2 there. Great game on ley lines. You saw another opportunity, no upgrades, but you ran in there. What did you see that let you know you could push in that moment?
I mean, he caught the army in the middle of the map, but sure.
바로 그냥 폭풍 준비되자마자 바로 이제 푸시해서 이겼는데 바로 그 타이밍을 좀 어떻게 정하셨는지, 딱 이 타이밍에 내가 들어갈 수 있겠다라고 좀 생각했던 타이밍이 있는지.
원래는 운영을 가려고 했는데 게임하면서 자꾸 이상한 거예요. 그래서 이거 모자다가 트리플 보고 큰일 났다. 그래서 빨리빨리 가야겠다라고 생각해서 관문 완성되자마자 간 것 같아요.
Yeah, I was supposed to go macro in that game, but I felt really odd because this wasn't supposed to happen, you know? He was getting much greedier than I expected. So as soon as I seen the triple, the 3rd base going around, I thought myself that I have to go right now. At the same time, my gates are all already being completed, so that was the time that I decided to go and kill him.
Well, an excellent pivot for the win and a great win overall. Congratulations, Zaun. Let's send it back to the studio, take a closer look.
GG, well played. Again, Zaun, he was able to claim it in the end. He had a little momentum early on as well. He even, thankfully, when it came to his answer, he even did mention Game 3 or Game 4, how he was very concerned about the more macro games that Björn was able to thrive in as well. That was a little bit more concerning for him. But yeah, he brought it back. He did bring it back in the end. GG, well played. Really well won there by Zaun. My heart goes out to Björn. I had a little high expectations for Björn coming into this EWC just because he's been grinding so much. But again, it was a really rough start to the series here. I'm still thinking about that for those first 2 games. As a reminder, Game 1 was on Torches. Game 1 was hyper cheese, hyper aggression. Actually, yeah, I would have loved to have heard about from Zaun when it comes to the build that he had opted for in Game 1, and whether or not pulling the boys used there was intentional to try to fake Bjorn out and try to lure him into a false sense of security. Like, there's just so much that played into game one. I would have loved to have heard from him about it. But if you remember, there was the eBay block where he pulled the boys, but only a couple of them, and he was still going for the proxy 2 gate across snap. He caught Bjorn with his pants down. I would also love to hear about his thoughts about game 2, where game 2, Bjorn faked 3-rack stim, and he went into a faster third TC, and it took a long time for Zan to realize what was happening. And I would love to know, like, what his thoughts were when he finally did realize what was happening, and what his mental process was, like, when he was like, if he was flustered, if he felt like he had to push that in there. But GG, well played, and again, Zan does claim it. My condolences to Bjorn, as they are going to be getting into their... there we go. First, we have some stats. Peak heart rate. We're keeping track. I didn't realize we're keeping track of that, but okay. Peak heart rate as well. Oh no. And GG. Yes, the toss secret weapon, the storm. Crazy. We'll hear from the boys. We'll hear from them. I'll switch over to the dirty feed.
And unfortunate for Bjorn to find himself in this scenario, and of course commiserations to him as a whole. But for Zaun, the road does continue on. Again though, in terms of the field of Protoss,
they're sounding so somber.
People look at him as like the ultimate Protoss final boss here, with still herO, still classic, kind of still representing here. So Zaun's still got an uphill struggle here, I would say.
Yeah, he's a very good Protoss player. I feel like it's
catching up with the chat.
It's difficult to like really stand out, right, at the absolute highest level, especially when you have guys like, for example, herO, and then lately, of course, we've had Classic. But Zaun has been quietly chipping away at a lot of tournaments, winning, of course, Home Story Cup as well. I mean, he's not somebody to forget about.
Definitely.
It's definitely just the consistency.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why we brought up Star Zagor earlier, where Zaun, he has been looking really good at both Home Story Cup and Star Zagor as well.
Even though he kind of just about got over the hurdle with Bjorn, right? Which, you know, that's maybe a weird thing to say, but that's kind of just how Zaun plays. It's never 100% like, he's definitely going to take this guy down. So, yeah, he's definitely a fun contender.
Yeah, definitely. There were some other results coming in, of course, from our previous...
Oh, true. B stream.
Group B, or B stream, I should say. Keeps tripping me up.
You love that Group B, don't you?
We will get to Group B.
Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, let's take a look at those updates coming in from the B stream as well, and hear for what was going on.
I think they had the Maru series, question mark?
I am here at the B stage where Trigger just lost 3-0 to Shin. I don't know why I looked at you when I said Trigger. I am here joined by Max, Estrella, Angel, and you were watching the series pretty closely, so I kind of wanted to ask you what happened.
Shin versus Trigger.
Yeah, Yoon lost a few times to the Hydraling Bane. The second game, he kind of just lost to a big attack. I think he was teching a little bit too much, so he was building a mothership while Shin was pretty all in, so he couldn't really hold. And then the last game, Yoon went for a Zealot, Yoon is Trigger, went for a Mass Zealot attack, which I thought was doing pretty well, but again, the Hydraling Bane came in for the counter all-in and punished him. So, yeah, it's really tough. I didn't think he played too bad, but the all-in's got him.
Appreciate that, Max. So, yeah, Hydraling Bane for the win today here, and Shin will take it against Trigger.
Yeah, so we didn't get to see the games ourselves, but based on the verbiage used there by Estrella, I mean, we know that Shin, he's very fond of his 3-base all-ins. We spoke about that last time we casted him during the EWC qualifiers. Specifically, what we're referring to is Lingbane Hydra 3-base all-in. It's when you take a 4th base, you join up to between 66 and 70 workers. You don't tech up into a hive, you don't tech up into lurkers, you don't tech up any further. You stay on lair tech, and you commit to Lingbane Hydra, and you just commit. And it sounds like Trigger was a little bit too greedy. It sounds like he was a little bit too greedy when it comes to teching, or he was trying to counter attack him, or trying to catch him with charge. The problem with charge-based builds in ZVP against Ling Bane specifically is the Baneling. Ideally, Zealot, those charge timings that it sounds like Trigger went for is designed to punish Ling Hydra, but if they're going for a Ling Bane Hydra, then Zealots, they just fall apart. They just fall apart, so... we're about to hear from him.
Has now been eliminated of the EWC. Obviously, some tough games against Shin. You were the last North American in the competition, so classic question here. How does it feel?
How does it feel to be the last North American?
Let's go with that. It's a positive spin.
God.
Yeah, so, I mean, I am the best in North America given my results here, so I think I did really well. So I'm very happy about that.
Yeah, I think that's I mean, yeah, to throw a positive spin on it as well, I think you're one of the very few Protoss players that have broken into one of the very few players that have broken into the scene in recent history. Probably the player with the least history in the game in this whole event. So can you tell us a little bit about your rise and how you honestly feel about this coming up into the scene?
Well, last year I didn't make it to EWC, and I was very sad about that. So already making it to EWC this year was a big jump for me. And yeah, I mean, I obviously I lost earlier than I would have hoped for, but I think I learned a lot about big tournament preparation and how it's different from like online cups, which are what I'm used to. So yeah, I think it's just a learning moment for me.
I think that's a great attitude. And lastly, I heard about your preparation going really well, especially in PvC against some of the best players in the world. So what do you think was different about this stage,
I know that Rogue hyped up Trigger.
This particular opponent?
Yeah, so in practice, I did really well in like the standard games, and that's like for example, Serral, obviously very standard player, and my other practice partners also very standard. I think next time I would try to get some more creative, crazy players to practice against, just so I'm more ready for different tournament preparation strats. But yeah, I did well in practice, so it is a bit sad to lose so easily here, but yeah, just gotta learn.
I appreciate that very much.
I like
that was, of course, Trigger gracefully.
I like that thought. Sorry, I like that line of questioning, and it reminds you of something when it comes to I mean, preparation in general. Winding it back here, the problem with doing purely customs to prepare for a tournament is that your custom games and your preparation is reliant on who you're playing with, on your practice partner. And as he mentioned, like if he's practicing with Serral, he is the best Zerg player in the world. That is true, but Serral also has a unique play style as well, and he is more known for standard macro play. He's not really a cheesy player. So that's where like in a way, like your practice has some, I don't know if I want to say flaws, or like again, like you're not necessarily going to be ready for someone like Shin, for example. And I mean, he just went into it himself, talking about how like maybe some flaws in that preparation for the tournament, because sure, he's getting ready for some, oh my god. He's getting ready for, like, he's practicing against Serral, of course, and he's practicing his macro, but, I mean, not everyone plays macro. I would actually say that it's rare for a Zerg player to play macro against Protoss. If you look at Shin, Solar, if you look at even Reynor, if you watched Reynor versus herO, and Rogue as well. Fun fact, I would say all the other top Zergs, except for Serral, cheese in ZVP. It's very common to all in right now in ZVP on 3 bases. It's very common, it's very standard. It is uncommon to like play macro. So that's like a bit of a hindrance there, I should say, as well. But regardless, much love to Trigger, much love to Trigger. And again, it's really cool that they brought up as well the fact that, again, this is his first World Championship. It's the first EWC, of course, and I would agree with what they mentioned as well. Trigger right now, he is the best player in North America, in the NA region. So it's really cool to see the hierarchy kind of shift and change over time with now Trigger kind of taking that mantle. Whereas years ago it was Neeb, for example, then Estrella kind of took that mantle after Neeb retired. Now we have Trigger kind of stepping into that role as well. Really cool to see. Otherwise, we're going to be going on a break. And we'll see you guys soon after the break. We'll see you soon after the break in 5 or so minutes with our next series, with our second series of the broadcast. It is going to be who? It's going to be Rogue versus herO Marine. Oh boy, the Big Gabe himself up against Rogue. Best of luck. We'll see you soon after the break.
How you doing, man? Very good. I'm very happy to be here with you. EWC decided it would be a good idea to have us do a drawing contest. So we're going to be doing Pictionary. The way the game works is we pick one word out of this bowl. We don't know what it's going to say ahead of time. Dan would cover his eyes. I'm going to show you guys the word. I'm going to start to draw it. Dan has a minute to try to guess and see if he can figure out what my drawing is. Let's go. Okay.
Okay, that's a person. A singer. Okay, so I win? Like, a microphone? It's someone singing. You gotta draw more than that. Is that a little dog? Are these people? A horse. That's a horse. Some sort of bird?
Okay, we're out of time.
What is it?
These reserve units, it's Sarah Kerrigan singing a song or giving a pop concert. Here's, I'm gonna hold this up. It's gotta be StarCraft related.
Okay. Well, no one told me that.
This is a StarCraft
like Lady
tournament.
Gaga? I don't know.
We almost got there.
Oh, God. Okay. This is going to be a very difficult one.
It's a pylon. A light bulb. It's what? It's a void ray. It's a void ray. It's a filming a void ray shooting something. It's okay. They're making a movie. It's a void ray shooting a crocodile, being filmed by a human. This guy is shooting. What is that?
You got this one already.
A crocodile?
Yes.
What's the void ray doing? There's a void ray in here, right? Human shooting, crocodile, camera, void ray. I don't know. What is it? What is it?
This is my picture. I think I did so well on this, and you did too. A void ray being filmed by Steve Irwin.
Oh, that's so hard. How did you get Steve Irwin? Okay, this I think we can do.
Can I open my eyes?
No, not yet.
Oh my God.
Okay, you can look. You can look.
Okay,
Yeah.
go.
Okay.
Try it. This might be like a Goliath or an SCV. Trees that are raining. What was this supposed to show? Your
you got the first
show
half.
Your shame.
You got the first half. I guess I did erase it several times. This was an SCV mining crops. I was trying to draw wheat or corn.
Oh.
And you were guessing trees.
Yeah, because you drew trees was the problem.
Yeah.
We ready for the next one?
I'm ready.
All right, close your eyes. We're gonna finally get one, okay?
You're making me nervous.
All right, here we go.
Yeah. I don't know what this is. Okay. What is this? It's not a giant pylon. Okay, we're gonna start over. Whatever class is attacking. A swimming pool. It's shooting a European flag? What is going on with this? What is that?
It was the Eiffel Tower. I was trying to show a French flag. Is that the French flag?
Eiffel Tower?
Yeah, he was burning down the Eiffel Tower. That's like maybe a pool, a spawning pool, a Zergling? Mutalisk? So this looks like a spawning pool. This is something about eating because it's a fork and knife. What is it?
This is a defiler.
Oh, a defiler. I thought we were doing StarCraft 2.
It's a defiler. It's supposed to be a defiler in a hospital.
Oh, man.
But this defiler never made it to the hospital. I think this might be my best work. Look, is it the Eiffel Tower again? It's a broodling?
I can't believe this.
Ultralisk. Okay. He's cooking. He's cooking. He's cooking ramen. Spaghetti? He's cooking spaghetti. It's an Ultralisk cooking
That
spaghetti.
has to count. It's Ultralisk cooking pasta. I don't know who gets a point.
What is this part on the Ultralisk, man?
His chitinous plating.
This may be our greatest challenge yet.
That's a really good picture of Jim Reynor.
It's like,
wow. Jim Reynor, President of America? Okay, this is someone walking. Someone going to vote for Jim Reynor. Okay, he's got green hair. Why did you scribble green on top of his head? You're not even drawing things, you're just sighing at me. This is an unhealthy relationship, Tasteless. Okay, going for America. He's going to 4 countries.
Jim Reynor running for president.
Oh.
Is that it's a command center. So the command center comes first in the statement, right? Water, island, peninsula. It's a plane flying to, is this our trip here to Riyadh? It's our hotel, it's command center. In the hotel. Okay, we're in Saudi Arabia, we're in Riyadh. Okay. Broadcasting.
What am I pointing to? What am I pointing to?
I don't know, it's not in command
center.
Yeah. Riyadh. Command center Riyadh.
Yes. Command center Riyadh.
Command center Riyadh. Okay, we did it.
Oh.
Well, guys, thank you so much for joining us for the Pictionary section of the EWC, but we hope you enjoy the rest of the games.
Well, those prompts were brutal but brilliant, and now we move on to another brilliant moment.
They actually did really well.
We're going to get to crush the key of
Unironically.
Wardy, explode or bend.
Explode. I'm explode all the way this weekend.
Or every single key.
Snap
every
it,
key
Shin.
explode apart from the winners.
Snap him up.
Which
doesn't get crushed.
Yes, does not get touched. Yes, correct. All right, well.
Oh my god.
They're all going to be explode. People are just going to keep going. Just keep pressing that button forever. Brutal.
He's having so much fun.
Yeah, it's surprising because you'd think the Zergs with their key repeat rate would just tap it. But they don't. They hammer it.
All right. Well, let's get on to our
Great
next
segment.
Well
That's a
done,
deep
guys.
cut,
Well done.
Wardy.
Let's talk about a Zerg. As we've got ourselves good old Rogue, a previous world champion, going up against herO Marine.
But yes, we're getting into Rogue versus herO Marine, and when it comes to the Pictionary, honestly, I was really impressed. Like, they did so much better than Showtime and Serral. Like Showtime and Serral, they struggled. They struggled so much when it comes to their drawings. But Tasteless and Artosis, you can tell that they've got years of just spending long nights together, where they're synced up, like mentally. They're there. They're synced up with each other, and they did well. I was impressed.
If I were to give a prediction, I would say that Rogue probably 3-1. In my heart, though, I want to give herO Marine maybe 2 maps.
Yeah, I mean the previous series subverted my expectations after a 0-2, so we could see things happen. But how about yourself, Waddy? What do you think for this one?
Yeah, I think
players can have interesting like pro wrestlers with pyro theme songs. If only.
Stop that, and I think that's going to be the problem for herO Marines. I think Rogue's going to have.
That was the best part
edge.
about SSL.
I do not know how good Rogue's going to look against Mech though. So that's maybe my concern. I think if herO Marine does better than the 3-1 that ZG suggests, because I'm kind of on board with that, I think it's through the Mech play. So that's kind of where I think we're going.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, when we look back to herO Marine's mech play against Lambo, that first series you identified it very well, ZG, getting cornered, problematic. But in the second series, you had way more room to work with. So if you could find some of that, maybe there's a chance. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think there's actually a very strong chance. I think that might actually be what kind of, I don't want to say defines this series, but it's the secret
Let's go!
that might change
Lost Fantasy for the first time! Let's go! Game 1! What are these beaters?
So it's, the Cyclone meta has not been, super
We got Lost Fantasy, we got Torches. Leyline's talking about Persephone.
And that could be
Let's
something
go.
that herO Marine really hammers home, especially if Rogue
Crazy
shows any
beaters.
weakness to it.
Waddy?
Yeah, I think, like I said, I think the mech is definitely one thing to look at. I think it's just interesting because Rogue usually has crazy answers to these things as well. I mean, Rogue had a really cool answer where he kind of went late Swarm Host against mech about a few months ago, so maybe we could see something like that, but that was also much slower mech, right? So herO Marine yesterday's success was in the speedy mech, the Banshees flying around, the Cyclones being on the map, so it should be a fun matchup. I definitely feel like Rogue's got it, but we'll see.
Yeah, those Banshee follow-ups, like having 4 Banshees with a cloak, whatever, really does put a spanner in the works, per se. But anyway, it is time as we have Rogue going up against herO Marine.
Take it away, stage hosts.
Welcome back to the SNB Esports Arena. We have another set of keys, one of them on the line, one of them getting crushed, but we've got 2 incredible players fighting to stay in the event.
That's right. The second series of the day brings pedigree and power. Ladies and gentlemen, a former world champion coming up against the European Iron
Is he wearing
Wall.
2 watches?
It's Rogue versus herO Marine.
Wait, what? Maybe it's just
little, reveals less, and dismantles everything. Terran beware. The swarm follows Rogue.
herO Marine was yesterday's MVP with wins over Estrella and Lambo in play-ins and a tough series against Serral. He's got to fight like his namesake to stay in it. A Falcon versus a Mouse is usually a foregone conclusion, but a Rogue versus a Marine remains to be seen. Let's pit them together and find out who wins.
Do you think they stay up all night coming up with puns? Do you think that's God damn it. I appreciate it. But Stelter and Sandstorm, they have fun with their hosting. Someone get Ice Down out there. True. Get him out there, Bobby. Get him out there. But I think Sandstorm, he's got like an Apple Watch on one hand, and he's got I think it's just a bracelet on the other. But it was looking like another watch. God damn it. Let's go. Either that or he's worried he'll accidentally drop his nice watch in the crusher. He needs to know what the time is. Exactly. He needs to know. It's time for StarCraft, baby. Let's go. And again, I was exclaiming earlier, I mean, the videos here are going to be crazy. For the first time tonight, we get to feature Last Fantasy. If you remember, yesterday we were referring to how we expect to see Fantasy at some point today, just because of the best of fives, right? In best of fives, you see Last Fantasy a lot more often, so we get to embrace it here and now. This is, of course, a 3-player full map. This is the most vetoed map in the map pool, and we get to see it finally for the first time here at EWC 2025. Now, last time we saw this from Gabe was Gabe versus Lambo. I think it was even their final game in the EWC qualifiers, but here we go. We're jumping on in, and we're able to see the intro. Let's go. I didn't even know this little hut was there. But we actually get to show off the intros. As spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Last Fantasy, we have that mind. As looks like we might have a bit of a technical issue early on. Looks like maybe an audio issue. But thankfully it does occur at the start of the game, at the start of the series, so we can resolve this and then move forward into the rest of our matchup. As we're about to jump into our ZVT. If you're in the chat, predictions will be open once the game starts. Once we get there, then we'll be opening up those predictions. I'll try to make sure I don't forget. I'll try to make sure. And again, when it comes to this matchup, it's going to be a really interesting one. As you were pointing out, I do agree that, like, Gabe, he was showcasing a lot of mech yesterday against Lambo, which we don't often see, and that might catch Rogue off guard. We have seen Rogue drop maps and drop series to mech before in the past, but the scary thing about that is that Rogue has had time to study, right? They've had a night, they've had a day where they've known that they're going to be each other's opponents coming into day 2 of EWC, so Rogue, I'm sure if he wasn't watching it live, I'm sure he checked the VODs of Gabe versus Lambo, and now on the forefront of his mind is going to be mech. Right, that was showcased very clearly from Hero Marine against Lambo earlier, so Rogue, it's already in his mind, I'm sure. As we are jumping into game number 1, and spawning in the bottom right corner, we have our South Korean Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Rogue. Assuming they introduce the players. There we go. And spawning on the top side of Last Fantasy, we have our German Terran player. We have the blue Terran. It is herO Marine. For Mouse. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. I know Gabe has a lot of fans. I know, I mean, deservedly so. He's the big boy himself. As it does go CC first from the side of the Terran player, but Rogue is a previous world champion, of course, and Rogue, he is going to be coming in as, I would say, the favorite player. We'll see if Gabe can pull a fast one over on Rogue. Let's go. But already Gabe going CC first, cutting some corners, going for a greedy opener, and Rogue himself going hatch gas pool. Yeah, hatch gas pool out of Rogue. So standard opener out of our Zerg player, and something more greedy out of our Terran. We'll see where this takes us. Also, I just realized, am I crazy? We did not have a. I just realized they didn't have a losers interview for Beyond. They might still have one after, but yeah, it's interesting that they interviewed Trigger, but they didn't interview Beyond. Huh. Okay. I mean, I'm okay with that because I mean, you know as well. I'm not very fond of the losers interviews. Not very fond of it, but if they still do, I at least appreciate that they might be giving the player time to gather their thoughts and to, you know, wind down from the series. If that's the case, then I'm fond of that. I prefer that, actually, but we'll see. Regardless, really, it's that we're going to have the losers interview with Björn, but he just left. he just left the building, went to the airport. He's on his plane, ready to fly home. He's like, I'm done. Get me out of here, papi. Get me out of here. Oh, no. Björn has left the building. As Rogue does find here Marine, does find Gabe. Going for the initial SCV. SCV should be safe and sound. And Gabe does hold. Behind this, we have a third CC before Starport, so economic follow-up here out of Gabe. Meanwhile, Rogue going for a Ninja expansion. Okay, that I was not expecting. But Rogue expanding over on the right-hand side of the map here. Okay, you have my attention. Este Rogue. Here we go. Wonder if Gabe will do battle mech like he was against Lambo. If you heard us speaking on the matches in the lead up to this series, we were all in unison. I say we all, like the casting couch was also discussing it as well, talking about how like we do expect to see mech here out of Gabe, and we have seen Rogue fall and falter against mech in the past. For now, we do have our Cloak Banshee follow up, and our eyes are open for additional factories. Oh, double eBay, we're going into bio. So at least for the Last Fantasy, something that was also discussed on the casting couch that I do want to echo as well, they were talking about how Gabe, he was looking a little more stronger and he had a little more freedom on some of these larger maps, and I do agree with that. They said if he has more room, that translates in my mind to larger maps. Maps like Lost Fantasy, maps like ley lines as well, what we're getting into in the later half of this series. Remember, Game 1 is Lost Fantasy, Game 2 is Torches. On these smaller maps, I do expect Bio, but on the larger ones, Mech would make more sense. So I do think it's going to be map dependent, at least in my mind. Obviously, we'll see what Gabe brings to the table, but in my mind, later in the series is when Mech is going to be a little bit stronger and is going to have more strengths. For now, though, we are going to be zoning back that Overlord. And if you recall, we were also discussing about how Rogue, like, he's had time to prepare. Again, they knew that they were going to be facing off each other yesterday, and because of that, Rogue, I'm sure if you didn't watch it live, I'm sure he was already watching Lambo's games, and he's aware of the potential mech. Meanwhile, massively counterattack. Hellion's out of position. SCV's going to be going down. Ooh, this is a brutal start for Gabe. Ay, ay, ay. 9, almost 10 SCV kills. This should not have happened. This should not have happened. Gabe, he was out of position, and brutal damage dealt, and Rogue, he will take a lead. Bearing in mind that he already has 3 base saturation, and because of his ninja base, his mineral line has been safe, he has not been harassed, and he will have a boosted economy. Almost 70 workers already here for Rogue. Getting a macro hat trick, getting him to 4 bases. Again, like the early third. I said the early third. It was more of a standard third timing, but the hidden third base here is so far paying dividends here for Rogue. It's building up. Banshee's in towards the main, and Rogue, he's aware of the Banshee play. Spores are in position. Yeah, rough transfer. 4 drones going down. Nice damage so far here by Gabe. Takes on 4 drones. Pulls away. It does pull away. And we can see Rogue is embracing Lingbane. He's going pure Lingbane into Ultra Tech Infestation, but he's skipping Hydras. So again, we've seen this rise in popularity over the past couple of months. We're skipping Hydras, we're skipping any other form of tech as purely Lingbane. We can get some safety Infestors just to be safe. Otherwise, as we do switch on over here to our player POV, but otherwise it should just be Lingbane into Wars That Hive, into Wars That Ultra Cavern, and Vipers, of course, for support as well. So we'll keep an eye on Rogue. Banshees going back to the main. Queens, they do respond to said Banshees. Making the way into said main. So far is keeping up. And again, it is not on Rogue to be aggressive with this. Again, he's taking. He's taking up. The pit is done. There it is. Hive is on the way. Getting into his Hive tech. Building up his own Lingbane army. Nice spotter links here by Rogue as he is trying to get a read on any kind of move out. As he does respond to everything here. It's the initial Reaper. There we go, drops moving in. I was trying to get a read to see if Rogue was getting any safety infestors. The answer is no. The answer is he is not. He's just taking. He's just taking up. At the same time, behind this, Gabe, he's not going for an 8 racks. He is taking his gases. He's going for a second factory. From here, he should be going for a 4th CC as well. So he's building up into a longer game. He is macroing up, which is going to benefit Rogue. It means that Rogue is going to comfortably get into his hive. Here comes the first push. We're moving out at 9 minutes. But pushing onto creep is not going to be easy here for Gabe. Especially with all these speed zones. True. Jesus. I mean, we rarely get to see games on Last Fantasy, but these speed zones here in the center make it so difficult to push into. Yeah, tanks are late to siege. Marine's going to be going down. Rogue has to back off, has to take it slow. Morphing in more Banelings, morphing in more Zerglings. From here, he backs off, does go for another morph in. Tanks once again getting caught out. Yeah, the tanks are caught. Banelings, they roll on forward. Oh god, and Gabe, he will lose everything here. He has some nice splits, but the tanks did already fall. He lost the backbone to his army. Rogue finishing up his Banelings. Ultra Caverns on the way, getting to 3-3 upgrades. I don't think we've yet begun Adrenal, but it may not matter. May not matter here. As Gabe's still trying to force his way through the center. Widowmines have burrowed. Making some okay connections, but there's just not enough supply here. The numbers are not in favor of Gabe. And supply is not there. Banelings are connecting. Catching our Marauders. Getting us around on the army. Rogue is overextending a little bit here. As from here, Rogue has to back off. Backs off, he pulls away. Yo, borrowed Banelings in the midst of all that. Here come the rest of the upgrades. Kindness plating, +3. We're still missing +3 melee. And Gabe is still rallying forward. Where are the Banelings? Yeah, without Baneling support, this is still a rough fight here for Rogue. Yeah, forced to fight prematurely. Gabe, can he break through? Like right now, he's catching Rogue teching. Remember, Rogue is investing into upgrades for his Ultras and Ultras themselves, which are quite expensive. The problem, though, is that Gabe, he has no Ghost Academy, right? He has no Ghost Tech. It's purely Marine, Marauder, Widowmine. So Ultra's going to be a big power spike for Rogue once he gets more of them up and running. So Gabe's still rallying in. One Mind Shot goes off. A bit of an awkward engage for the Ultras. Have to go the long way around. But they do arrive. Yeah, they collapse on the army. Gabe has to pick up. He has to get the hell out of here. Oh. As Widowmines don't quite connect. And here come the Ultras. Yeah, they barrel their way through. Oof. Even forcing friendly fire with said Overseers. A +3 was forgotten. We did notice. I was keeping an eye on the gas count of Rogue. He had the gas for it, so +3 is going to be delayed. But regardless, Rogue's upgrades are still solid. And Gabe, he still has yet to take up. Like, there's still no Academy, still no Ghosts. The supplies are still close, but I do favor these Ultras. The Ultras are getting out of hand. Does go for a counterattack on the right-hand side. Oh. Getting into the mineral line. SCVs are falling. Oof. Yeah, Widowmines, they're not connecting. The Ultras, they shut down the main army. At the same time, Lings, they're still wreaking havoc in the mineral line. More SCVs going down. And Rogue has done it. Rogue, he's done it again. That power spike with the Ultras just a little bit too much. And again, Gabe, he was never ready for it. GG gets called. And Rogue, he takes game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Again, Rogue was at his weakest when we saw Gabe was pushing as Rogue was taking. We spoke specifically about the moment where Rogue, he was taking into the upgrades for his ultras and ultras themselves. That is when Rogue was at his weakest, and that is when Gabe had the best opportunity to break Rogue, but he wasn't quite able to pull it off. He wasn't quite able to break that defensive line. He had some nice trades against the Zerglings, just because he was forcing out, he was being able to force engagements before the Banelings were quite ready, but once the ultras kicked in, that was game. That was game then and there. Again, Gabe, he was not taking up, he was not going any further, whether it was into Ghost or into Liberators or into anything else. He was stuck on Marine, Marauder, Widowmine, and he was overwhelmed. GG. GG, well played. With that, Rogue takes the lead, and now we're getting into game 2. Game 2 is going to be on Torches. Let's go. Let us go. So we're getting into Torches. He held on longer than I thought. I mean, it's also because Rogue wasn't aggressive. Like, Rogue, his win condition that game was just defend. Into ultras. So that's why, like, Rogue, he was taking that more defensive stance. He was absorbing these attacks from Gabe while taking up. And then when he got his ultras out, then he could be aggressive, and that's when he snowballed out of control. But here we go. We're getting into our next game, and we'll see if Gabe can bring it back on Torches. Let's go. Here we go. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Torches, we have our South Korean Zerg player. We have the red Zerg. It is Rogue for Team Falcons. And in the top right hand corner, we have the German Terran player. We have the blue Terran. It is herO Marine from Mouse. Let's go. We have our ZBT, we have game 2, and welcome one and all to Torches. Torches, another unorthodox map in the map pool. It's a rare sight to see, especially in this matchup. I'm curious, what is Gabe's plan? We have seen some very cheeky builds on Torches, specifically Araxes. Araxes, especially if you expand towards your opponent, Araxes can be very powerful. At the same time, something that we've seen from the side of Zerg players that we're seeing here is gasless openers into roaches, into roach all-ins. If you recall, we saw this in Lambo's series against Gabe as well, where they also played on Torches. So do you see what I see? No gas. No gas from Rogue. He does go for a hatchery into pool. He does go without any gases. Gas is just now being taken. Because this gas is so late, we expect Rogue to skip link speed to go into a roach-based opener into roach aggression. That's what we're expecting out of Rogue. As Rogue, you can see, is mining and expanding towards his opponent, taking that triangular third. And again, this is very reminiscent of what we saw at Lambo, just because of the map itself. For those who are curious, we would often see these gaseous openers on maps like Radisson Station, for example, maps like, not Golden Aura, Eldorado, that's it, or maps like Eldorado as well. Maps where you can securely expand on 3 bases without having to worry about Hellion Harass, just because of the terrain, just because of the map layout. Oh, meanwhile, there won't be Hellion Harass. Gabe going for a 2-1-1. I do like this. So decent. I see second racks in the production tab, 2-1-1 at a Gabe. Now remember, the rush distance by ground is very short on oh, hello. That's not a 2-1-1. That is a 3 racks. That's even more committed here. Bold move at a Gabe. This I'm a little bit this is more committed. This I'm a little bit concerned by. Gee, it's not a 3, it's a 4 racks. Okay, getting up to 4 racks is hyper aggressive here from Gabe. He should be pushing without medevacs. It should be a move out here. 4 racks, stim, combat shields, a very strong bio timing. And can this break a play that opens roaches? That's my concern. Assuming that we have a roach one here, which, I mean, that is my assumption from the side of Rogue. For now, Rogue has been droning. He's droning, he's making more queens, going lair first. This is greedy from Rogue. Now, I'm assuming that Rogue is going into roaches. If Rogue goes into fast spire, if he goes into more gases and goes for a spire into mutaplay, I'm pretty sure Gabe just insta-wins. So, I'm a little bit concerned here from Rogue. Okay, Roach Warren, thank God. So Rogue, he's going for the Warren. At the same time, he stayed on 2 bases a little bit longer. He's going for the gold base as his 3rd, and he's going to be going for Roach defense. Now, depending on how many corners Rogue cuts, depending on how greedy he is, he can defend with Roaches here. He can shut this down, but it's going to be close. It's going to be close. We can see Rogue, he does threaten the scouts. The Overlord does dip in, and he will see Marines, but only Marines. And based on what Rogue is seeing, this looks like a 2-1-1. Like this is not. We haven't revealed enough here to make it apparent that there are extra Raxes and how committed this is. Gabe may even just pull the boys with this as well. You might be wondering, pulling the boys in TVZ, pulling the boys is viable against Roaches. Against Banelings, of course it is not, because Link Bane doesn't take that many Banelings to shut down SCVs, but against a Roach-based composition, like SCVs can do quite well tanking. Overseer Scout is denied. Rogue, he sees nothing. He sees a couple of extra Marines, but you can see that Gabe, he's intentionally hiding his Marine counts. And here he comes. Yeah, here he comes. He rallies everything across the map. There we go. He does pull the boys. As we mentioned, like, you can, like, this is viable against Roaches. And now he sees no SCVs. Yeah, now he sees, now he knows, but it might just be too late. Gabe is coming in for the kill. Now he cannot waste his time here. Like, this third base is just playing time. He has to go for the kill. He has to go for the natural. The third base does not matter. We'll kill the third. But he has to keep going. And Gabe, he's getting caught with what? With his the pants are down, Bobby. The pants are down. Stims in, that's a kill, not a cancel. Takes down the queens one after the other. The boys are here. The Miles. Ooh, they do graze the army. But we have to pull the boys as well. Rogue has to pull the drones. Roaches are trying to hold on. SCVs are going down. He's running out of Marines. And Rogue is holding. No shot. He's barely holding on. And as we mentioned, Gabe, did he spend too much time at the third base? Like, time was of the essence. Oh no. And Rogue, he survives. He holds. He didn't lose any drones at all. Aye, aye, aye. And things are looking bleak here for Gabe. Not like this. Not like this, Pappy. He's forced back. He's forced to macro. He's down in workers. I mean, sure, he killed the third base, so that does not matter. Yeah. He was so close. So close. As he's dancing with the army, he's going to get surrounded, though. There's no way out of this. Yeah, every Marine goes down. Again, I love the build of choice from Gabe. The execution, in my eyes, was a little bit lacking, though. Like, he was completely all in, so, like, we gotta go. You gotta send it. And now Rogue is snowballing out of control. Yeah, boys are being pulled in one last moment of desperation. There's 2 Marines left. Contamination on the Raxes. GG gets called, and Rogue, he will take a 2-0 lead. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Rogue, he will extend his lead here in the series and is up 2-0. But as a reminder, we saw something similar between Bjorn and Zan, where Zan was up 2-0 against Bjorn, and then Bjorn began the comeback. We'll see if Gabe can do the same. Again, when it comes to the build of choice, I actually really liked it. I liked the idea of going for the 4X, of pulling the boys. If you remember, we were even discussing pull the boys before he did it, just because we do see that be quite successful here in this kind of game state. And he was able to hide the build as well, but like, I'm still thinking about the third. I'm still thinking about the time that was spent focusing down the expansion. Every second that was passing was helping Rogue, building up more Roaches, building up more Queens, more Ravagers as well. Every second was in favor of Rogue, and again, he took a little bit longer than he otherwise would have liked to have gotten into the natural. GG. GG, well played. A shout out to Rogue as well for buying time, right? He was able to throw down an Evo Chamber. He was able to wall off that wall off, of course, the mineral wall. Able to wall off, able to buy time. And with that, so we're getting into game 3. And I'm hoping for a back and forth. I'm hoping for an extended series here, but the pressure is on Gabe. Let's go. As we're getting into that third game. Here we go. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines, we have the, top right-hand corner of ley lines, we have the South Korean Zerg player, we have the red Zerg. For Team Falcons, it is Rogue. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the German Terran player, it is herO Marine. For Mouse. Gabe is sitting in 2 time zones. He's so big. That's why he needs 2 watches. Who is Gabe? Gabe is Hero Marine. Hero Marine is Big Gabe. Este Gabe. I'm going to be commentating for 9 hours straight today as well. Yeah. Thankfully, these are shorter broadcasts. We're used to like DreamHack Dallas or Home Story Cup where the cast is like, 12 to 15 hours long. So this is very tame in comparison, which I'm thankful for. Very thankful. As we have our initial openers, this time Rogue is taking our gas. This time standard opener out of Rogue. Hatch gas pool. Meanwhile, Gabe is going for his own standard opener as well. Racks expand into the initial Reaper. And welcome one to Leylines. Leylines is one of the more standard maps in the map pool. If we were to see mech, it would be here on Leylines, or at least this would be a good candidate for mech instead. Bearing in mind that when it comes to the rest of the series, I believe game 3 is Leylines. I think game 4 is Tokamak. I'll double check. Yes, game 4 is Tokamak. So Leylines and Tokamak, these are the 2 maps where I lean towards mech more for Gabe. But again, it's been a bit of a shaky series so far, and we'll see if he can get there. We'll see if he can thrive with his mech. We spoke earlier that a lot of it would be riding on the maps themselves. There we go. Gabe does get first blood, kills a drone. That should not have happened. Nice starts. Behind this, Gabe going for a 3rd CC before Starport. Economic opener out of Gabe. Also, I see Bikini Love in the YouTube chat. Don't be a clown, baby. Don't be a clown. Oh, hello. As we were discussing the possibilities of the builds from Gabe, but that is going to be Lair first out of Rogue. An insanely fast Lair, by the way. That's going to be a 3:30, 3:20 Lair timing. Jesus. So really fast Lair here from our Zerg player. Meanwhile, I believe Rogue did skip link speed, so he's going for the earlier Roach Warren. And with that faster layer, he can go for earlier Roach speed, or he can even go for something cheekier like Nidus play even. We'll keep an eye on Rogue, but again, just really fast tech. Faster than normal. Reaper Hellion poking in. Behind this is going to be Viking first, not a Banshee. So let's go Viking into delayed Cloak Banshee. Interesting. The Viking does allow Gabe to hide his build to hunt down the Overlords. And we're still waiting for the follow-up tech. Roach production has begun. So far just building up his own Roach Ravager. There we go, Roach speed is on the way. Extra gases are being taken for Gabe. We're waiting for the factory. We're expecting it. I mean, the problem here is that we already have like a Roach base opener out of the Zerg player. There it is. There's that factory. So as we had assumed, we were waiting for Leylines and Tokamak. There it is, Mech. Mech is on the way from Gabe. If we can make this assumption, so can Rogue. This might also be why Rogue did open up with such a fast lair to get into fast Roach speed. And this can lead into a Roach all-in. So we'll see how hard the timing hits. Hellions, they attempt to dive. They're going to be shut down. Nice wall. Nice defense here by Rogue. Again, Rogue shutting this down so hard, so well so far. As Gabe is going to Hyperfight Rotor, so once again going Battle Mech with Banshee support. Overseer checks the third, and we'll head into the main. We'll also scout the rest of the racks, sorry, the rest of the factories, I should say. There we go, does confirm mech. And here comes the Roach Army. And I'll be honest, I worry for Gabe. I do worry for his ability to defend against this. The Banshees will help for sure. As Rogue is going to Roach Hydra. Okay. Roach Hydra on the horizon. Roaches, they do sneak out across the map. They hit the third. Mining's going to be denied. They're trying to break through, trying to break down the front door. Ooh, he does break through. Yeah, the cooldown supply was a little bit too late. Boys are being pulled. And SCVs are going down, and this is critical damage. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, so many SCV kills. And again, Rogue just reading Gabe like a book. Going into the fast lair, going into Roaches, well ahead of time. Assuming, anticipating mech, and here he just punishes. He punishes so hard. 34 SCV kills. Again, Gabe just a little bit too predictable with his play, at least here on Leyline specifically. He had some quirky builds. Like, again, I still really appreciate what he did on Torches. I loved the 4x, but in the end, wasn't quite able to pull it off. And that is 37 SCVs. That is critical damage. And sure, the Banshees will eventually clean all of this up, but that's what the Hydras are for. Remember, it's Roach Hydra out of Rogue. Building up those Hydra upgrades, getting to Burrow, getting to Tunneling Claws to harass across the map. These Banshees have got a lot of work to do. They have a lot to catch up on. As how many Hydras are out? That's the question. There's a couple of queens. There we go. The Hydras have arrived. Oof. They take down one of the Banshees. They take down one. And it's going to be a rough road to recovery here for Gabe. I think the best that Gabe can hope for is just a turtle up. Just a turtle to switch from battle mech into a more traditional form of mech, into just mass tank. But again, even then, it would not be an easy hold. Just because Rogue is going to be the first to max. And even if he did go into that more defensive style, that's why Rogue is going into Tunneling Claw Roaches. So he can harass, so he can poke in, and still find more damage. As Tunneling Claws is complete, the Roaches, I think they're burrowed. Yeah, they are burrowed. Are there turrets in position? I think there is a turret at the third. So yeah, the Roaches, they slip in. Oof, the Roaches, they slip into the bases. You can see the shade. You can see the shimmer as they head into the main and into the natural. At the same time, here comes the main army, so try prompt attack out of Rogue. As Roaches, they do on Burrow. SCV's going down. Rogue pushing between the bases. Catching the army rotating. Does get a tank. Yeah, one tank goes down, second tank as well. They're going for the final tank. And the Hydras, they deal with the Banshees. And with that, Gabe, he's completely torn apart. Once again, losing 18 more SCVs. And he was switching into mass tank, which I think was the correct call to go for, but unfortunately, just, was still torn apart. There were no turrets in position, no turrets at the natural at least. And with that, even though Gabe, he's barely holding on here, once again, it's at a cost. It's at a cost of his mineral line. As that is another 30 SCV kills. As Rogue, he is overextending a little bit. He's rallying into tanks. You gotta calm down. Calm down. Does pull away. Building up more Roach Ravager. Even getting contaminations off. And the Tunneling Claws, they continue. Yeah, getting into more bases. Yeah, with that GG, well played. He just gets pulled apart there. It was just a really rough position for Gabe, as again he was kind of read quite well in that final game. He was going into mech. We saw that Rogue, he went into fast lair, into fast roaches, into a fast roach push. Once he scattered the mech, he just went for his timing, and he had won the game then and there, or he had just crippled Gabe. It was just a really rough road to recovery there, and it was just so difficult. I don't know if anyone could try to recover from that position of losing so many SCVs. And Rogue, he will take the series. He will take the series. He will eliminate herO Marine from the Esports World Cup. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations, Rogue. He will claim the series. And again, it was a very interesting, very dynamic series as well, right? We had some unique builds in all 3 games. We had Last Fantasy being showcased, of course, with Rogue being hyper greedy with the Ninja third into a fast fourth as well. So we had a hyper greed out of Rogue in game 1. We did have game 2, Gabe going for a 2-base all-in. He went for a 4-rax 2-base all-in, pulling the boys. And game 3, we had attempted mech out of Gabe as well. But Rogue was able to shut him down. And with that, congratulations, Rogue will advance on.
Thank you very much, boys and girls. I am here with Rogue and Maddox. Rogue after a clean sweep 3-0 against herO Marine. Rogue, first of all, congratulations. I want to jump into that first game, Last Fantasy, Lost Fantasy rather. Last Fantasy, that's the one. I just want to make sure, it's not really a Zerg favored map. So what was your approach going into that first game in the series?
이제 이병현 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 첫 번째 질문은 이제 라스트 판타지라는 첫 번째 맵이 사실은 저거한테 그렇게 좋지는 않은 맵이었는데 첫 번째 세트 좀 어떤 경기를 좀 준비하셨는지 궁금해요.
I think a better question would have been what led you to allowing Last Fantasy through the veto process? I think that would have been a better question, but sure.
되게 어려운데
Just because it's so rarely seen.
저가 괜찮아서 처음만 이제 빌드로 괜찮게 넘기면은 좋은 상황이 될 거라고 생각하고 했던 것 같습니다.
Yeah, it is definitely the map that Zerg struggles against the Terran, but that being said, if I go to the late game, it's actually quite doable. So my mindset was just leave the openings as favored as much as possible, and then go to the late game.
I mean, you managed to get to the late game, and you managed to get the win in that first game. Now, when it comes to the second one, what inspired you to play roaches early on?
이제 두 번째 세트에서는 또 빠르게 이제 바퀴를 가셨는데.
I mean, the answer to that is roach based openers are more viable on torches.
일단 herO Marine 선수의 메카닉이랑 이제 올인이 좀 무서워서.
We spoke about it during the game.
안전하게 하면서.
Just because you can go gasless on torches.
했던 것 같습니다.
Yeah, I was familiar with both herO Marine's mech and also earlier all-ins, so I think roaches were a solid start because it is actually a very safe build, so I try to counter as much as possible.
Okay, and you doubled down again on the roaches in the third game, and your opponent had a lot of banshees to handle that, so you didn't really have a lot of anti-air to use against them. So what was the thought process there in the third game?
이제 3세트에서도 마찬가지로 이제 바퀴를 선택을 하셨는데 마침 또 이제 herO Marine 선수가 이제는 또 염사밴을 하면서 사실 벤시 위주 좀 픽을 했잖아요. 그래서 대공이 좀 많이 부실했던 상황에서 이제 벤시 픽이 좀 까다로웠을 것 같은데 좀 어떠셨는지.
일단 바퀴가 발업되는 타이밍에 한번 찌르려고 생각을 했고.
Yeah, I think his answer is just going to be that he hit a timing before the Banshees were really influential. Very cool. Well, he crippled Gabe before Banshees were really a factor.
I was trying to rush the enemy base as soon as the roach speed is complete. So I think that being said, although Banshee is very formidable, but I thought I had timing there for a push, so I think that went well.
It definitely went well for you, a clean sweep. And now you have the chance to crush I want to say like crush your first key here at the competition. Are you excited?
이제 또 처음으로 이번 대회에서 이제 키를 또 부술 수 있게 됐는데 좀 기대되시나요?
그 바깥에서 들었는데 소리를 너무 커가지고 지금 좀 많이 두렵습니다.
It's like, yes, I will crush everyone.
The key crushing, and it was so loud, so I'm kind of afraid.
Don't worry, it's I want to say like it's covered with it's covered. You're safe. Don't worry about it. We're gonna make sure that nothing harms you or anyone else. So, and also it looks pretty cool, and the sound is exceptionally loud. But boys and girls, that is a wrap on our second series of the day. Let's head on over to the studio and prepare to crush herO Marine's key.
Let's go. But yeah, solid responses. I do appreciate that Rogue was able to give a little bit more when it came to his answers. Specifically, if you recall, he at least did briefly say that he was very familiar with Gabe's all-ins and with his mech. We mentioned earlier that, again, Rogue had the benefit of watching Gabe versus Lambo in yesterday's broadcast, so that was kind of a factor coming into this, is that he was well prepared for that, so was very comfortable getting into ley lines, for example, which, again, he did it did feel like he was like hard countering mech at that point, and once he confirmed it, he was able to punish. So yeah, just really solid preparation there out of Rogue. And again, unfortunately, did read Gabe quite well. I would have liked to have heard a little bit more from Rogue in regards to game 2, in regards to what he thought about the build and whether or not he got caught off guard when he saw the boys being pulled, because it was a late scout out of Rogue. Like that was why I was favoring, or I was praising Gabe in game 2, because he did a great job at hiding the build and popping off across the map. But it did feel like the execution was a little bit lacking, just because he did spend a lot of time at the third base instead of pushing right into the natural. So it would have been nice to have heard a little bit from Rogue regarding the builds in game 2. But regardless, GG well played, and we will soon hear from the rest of the boys on the casting couch. Let's go. Let us go. Huh. Hold on, I'll set up.
It's very but yeah, I really do think that realistically, just Rogue looks really good. I'm super excited to see who he gets to play next, because I honestly think there's a good shot he makes top 8.
Yeah, considering how he's looking there as well. I mean, we know that if Rogue is on form, and of course it's been about a year or so since he actually came back or whatever, there was a slow build up, but it really does feel like Rogue may be peaking here on his second run, let's call it.
Yeah, okay, yes, yeah.
Yeah,
I,
sure.
I think that, obviously perfect time, right? It actually feels like Rogue came back so much longer ago. Am I the only one who feels that way?
Is it a year and a few months or something like that?
Year and 8 months?
I'm estimating.
Yeah, like, because he played like, I want to say he played in Dallas, and that was a few months after he came back from military, and that was Dallas last year.
Right, yeah.
So yeah, like a year and a few months ago.
It feels like it's so much longer, because I guess we've
it's been a year and a couple months.
Expecting him to come back and excited for him to come back, I guess, is also what I'm thinking of.
All right, well, let's take a look at the bracket. And
When, in my mind, like the big breakout performance for Rogue was last year around October. It was last year October, which was Stars Agora, if you remember. That was the Stars Agora where Rogue was able to beat Clem. Remember, sorry, it wasn't October. It was like September, August, when he beat Clem with the Mass Overseer style, right? Like that was like his big kind of like breakout moment after returning from the military.
For the tournament here.
Yeah, and in terms of players we're kind of meant to see kind of go out round 1, Cyan was kind of in that list where a lot of people expected it. I think
Showtime takes down
PvP, maybe that was
Cyan.
going to be the opportunity, but it was not meant to be.
All right, well, let's head over to the B stream now and hear from what was going on over there with Mr. Cyan.
Here once again from the B stage for an update. Cyan has been eliminated. There was a lot of support from the Chinese audience here and fans. It's very heartwarming.
Yo,
to see,
Rody shall say rematch. Let's go.
And also about the support that you got from them.
首先就是
很
遗憾在这次电竞世界杯中失利，但是呢，你在现场有很多粉丝在这边支持你，你有什么话想跟这些粉丝们说的吗？
感谢他们不远万里来过来参加看比赛。很遗憾这次没有打出我自己最擅长的对抗和发挥。这2场 PVP 对我来说其实挺头疼的，所以说。
It is really cool to see like so many Chinese fans there to support.
希望他们在这里能玩得开心。
A huge thanks to all my fans out here who have traveled all this way.
So I'm loving the F91
across oceans to come
image in the
play.
background.
It's unfortunate that I have not played my best at this tournament. I felt that a lot of times I didn't really do my best in terms of and in terms of just economy and just how the game developed.
One base all in.
Unfortunately, PvP is a matchup that I am probably not very good at. So, and it's been a big headache for me. But I've also learned a lot from these games, and I'm going to go back and improve. And again, thank you all to all the fans out here.
I think you didn't have as much time to prepare as many of the other players here due to entering, later into the competition. And despite that, and despite you saying that Protoss versus Protoss wasn't your strongest matchup, I think that the casters and the audience were very aware that he put great fights both against herO and Showtime, and the result perhaps is not a good representative of how good he played. So I think you can be proud, but it's good to know that you plan on improving and what is kind of your mindset moving forward and your plan to improve in the future.
就这边呢，因为我们也知道你这边，因为作为B 组，你可能这边准备的时间比较少一点，相对比起其他的一些选手，而且你前面
I would agree with the statements as well. Where we've seen Cyan take down like Maru, we've seen him take down some big Terrans.
对战 herO， 对战 Showtime， 因为
I think I would say his PVT is the strongest matchup.
这个神族选手，就是也看得出你其实也有这个就是也发挥的也不错，就是也是有就是竞争能力的。就想问你，你后面准备怎么个去进步，怎么个去针对性的去加强你自己哪方面的一些战术呢？
事实上的话，因为很久没有打这种线下比赛了，尤其是像这么大的赛事还第一次来，我感觉在舞台上发挥的话，我就包括第2盘中那个陷阱，我其实想到他后面有陷阱，但是就一个冲头跳上去了，然后我就感觉啊完蛋了，我怎么又犯这种错误了？就感觉还是，线下的这种紧张让我感觉没那么平时那么冷静，容易发挥失常一些。因为我现在觉得可能是要调整好心态吧。也在实力方面的话，我觉得，更重要的是发挥。我如果能发挥出来的话，我觉得是没啥问题的。
I think honestly a big part of it is just the nerves of being on a big stage because I haven't really played a lot of LANs since for quite some time. So being here at pretty much the biggest stage I've ever been to is definitely brought on quite a bit of stress and pressure and has led me to make a few errors. For example, in game 2 just now, there was one wave where I pretty much ran into a stasis trap. And it was a mistake that I normally would have made, and I was pretty angry at myself for that as well. So I think just in terms of the mental pressure, being able to adjust mentally towards playing on the LAN and on a big stage is one of the areas that you work on. And just in terms of game itself, I mean, there are a lot of this. We've all clearly seen that there's a lot of areas that I do need to improve on. So I will definitely be putting in a lot more work when I get back.
Thank you very much, Cyan, and thank you, everyone.
Let's go.
All right, well.
Oh, it's key crushing time, but much love to Cyan. Much love.
Rogue will take
the Bappy Cyan.
herO was able to crush 2.
For those who don't know Cyan, he's also a Bappy. Also.
They've all been exploded.
Also has a family.
Okay, I'm going to stop asking the question.
Yeah,
it's all explode.
From me.
Yeah, snap
the
it.
moment you stop asking, it's just bend.
I know. Rogue's like, yeah, I'm done now. Oh. No, yeah, you're right. Yeah,
I like that they put the audio in a bit popping.
Yeah.
All right, well, there it is. And who is the key man remains to be unanswered here at the Esports World Cup.
But we got Clem and Solar
coming on up here.
And Shin in the background.
Time Clem going up against Solar Wardinio. Oh, yummy, yummy.
What a matchup. As the official talent rotation organizer, I put myself in for this one at the first opportunity yesterday.
Nice.
So very excited to cast it.
Well, nobody else wants to do it.
What? I
mean the rotation, not the game.
Oh, let's not start talking about the rotation document because we are going to start fires in the green room.
What do you mean? What do you mean? It's
well, you're very good, James. You're written down as desk host straight away.
I know. I don't cause any problems.
I did it last year and I said never again.
loving Solar waving to us.
We have got ourselves a fantastic match coming up on the other side of this break.
All right, we're going to be cutting to a break. We'll see you soon. We'll see you soon after said break. See you soon. See you soon. Once we come back, we'll have a next series. It is going to be Clem versus Solar. So we just showed them off. See you soon after the break. Let's go.
일단 변현 선수 첫 번째 질문으로 좀 2대0 상황에서 그래도 5경기까지 오시면서 거의 이제 리버스 스윕을 만들어내실 뻔했는데 아쉽게 좀 5세트에서 좀 놓치게 됐어요. 좀 이번 경기에 대해서 어떻게 평가하시는지 궁금합니다.
일단 경기 자체는 자신 있었는데 1경기랑 2경기를 너무 쉽게 내줘가지고 그게 패배의 요인이 됐던 것 같고 3, 4경기 해보니까 후반 플레이 해보니까 생각보다 할만하더라고요. 그래서 5경기도 그 기세를 몰아서 후반 플레이를 했어야 되는데 아무래도 압박감이 더 심하다 보니까 더 그러니까 초반 위주 빌드를 써가지고 그게 좀 잘 안 맞물리면서 그게 패배의 요인이 됐던 것 같아요.
I was overall confident before the matchup, but losing two matches in a row actually led me to a kind of a pressure of much of all. And that being said, I brought it back in game 3 and 4 with a lot of macro plays, and that part I kind of learned that it's gonna get good if you just bring into the late game. So I should have tried it to bring to the late game in game 5 as well, but I was heavily pressured in that moment, so I tried to end the game early, and that backfired.
That makes a lot of sense. And of course, it's been a while. It's been, I believe, since 2016 from your World Championship. Since you haven't won the World Championship, but you've always remained very competitive, and it's very impressive and very inspiring to watch a player be so consistently good and make it to the World Championship and put up a fight against all of the other best players in the world. So I just want to say thank you for being an inspiration, and also what is next for you, and what was kind of your goal coming into this tournament, and what's to follow.
이제 2016년 이후로 월드 챔피언십 우승은 없지만 항상 계속 꾸준히 월드 챔피언십 참가하시면서 좀 여러모로 되게 인상 깊은 또 활약을 하셨던 변현 선수인 만큼 좀 이번 대회에 좀 남다른 목표가 있으셨을 것 같은데 좀 그 목표가 무엇이었는지도 궁금하고, 그리고 앞으로 좀 어떤 변현 선수에게서 어떤 행보가 좀 기대가 될지도 궁금합니다.
일단 뭐 진행되는 월드 챔피언십은 거의 다 진출을 했어요. 그래서 저도 뭐 16년 말고는 뭐 인상적인 성적을 내지는 못했지만 그래도 꾸준히 진출했다는 거에 의의를 두고 있었는데, 그래도 계속 성적이 좀 나아지고 있었거든요. 근데 이렇게 떨어지게 돼서 너무 아쉽긴 한데, 아무래도 제가 이번 월챔은, 그러니까 월드컵은 플레이인으로 올라왔잖아요. 그래서 최소 목표는 이미 달성을 하긴 했어요. 아무래도 플레이인이 정말 뒤가 없는 그런 매치이다 보니까 그 플레이인만 뚫자라는 마인드로 오긴 했는데, 또 이 사람이 마음이라는 게 한번 뜨니까 여기서 끝내기 싫더라고요. 그래서 좀 더 한 경기 한 경기 올라가다 보면 어느새 우승까지 와 있을 거라 생각하고 준비를 열심히 했는데 그게 좀 잘 안 됐던 것 같고, 뭐 저는 이번 월드 챔피언, 그러니까 e스포츠 월드컵이 마지막이 아니라 이렇게 쉽게 그러니까 빨리 탈락했어도 저는 뭐 스타트에 흥미를 잃거나 그러진 않고 집에 가서도 뭐 다음날에 바로 와디 뭐 온라인 리그 같은 것도 해야 되거든요. 스케줄이 잡혀 있어요. 그런 것도 하면서 감 잃지 않고, 뭐 내년 어떻게 계획은 잘 모르겠지만 그래도 기다리면서 연습 꾸준히 하면서 기다리면은 내년엔 더 좋은 결과 있을 것 같아요.
Yeah, I've been almost every World Championship. Besides 2016, I didn't make any impressions much, but I was very proud of myself that I got into the World Championship almost every year. So that being said, being in the play-ins, there's no another chance. I kind of led to believe myself that this is going to be a last chance for me. So getting into the groups, that was my goal. And that being said, actually I got into the groups. So now maybe I can do better. Maybe I can go further, but that didn't really pan out. So that's a bummer. But still, that being said, I mean, yeah, this is not the end for me, of course. I mean, my passion to SC2 didn't really dial down. Actually, I still love playing SC2, and even though there's not going to be a tournament anymore, there's still a lot of online tournaments, and I still have lots of online tournaments to do, even for tomorrow, maybe. So, yeah, I'll try to play it as much as possible, and then thank you for supporting.
Yeah, thank you. And yeah, I heard you've been going to the gym as well. You got some biceps?
Yo, let's go, Estebianjua. Showing off his guns, baby. Ay, ay, ay. Calm down, baby, calm down. Let's go.
All right, time for another key crush here at the Esports World Cup.
You can't just gloss over Bjorn's gains, Kalaris.
Joining me, we have
What do you mean?
Unfortunate Roddy here for Siam.
Yeah, I was a little bit of it. It was obviously on the B stream, and we were watching herO Marine against Rogue as well. Showtime looked good, man. I've been hyping up his PvP. I'm a strong believer in it. Will it shatter, James? Explosion? All right.
A little bit of a jump scare there. Yeah, we've had a couple of these that have bent, but a lot
no
of
one
them
expects
kind of
the snapping
with
key.
a little pointy shard coming out there. Now let's get on to the main game that's going to be focused on here for now. It is our world champion.
Seriously though, like what? They're just not talking about it.
Playing his proper race here against the Zerg. So Roddy, what do you make of this TVZ?
In before it's ZVZ and he's 12 full.
We're just we're just moving on. We're just moving on. But yeah, it was a nice interview. I wanted to say this earlier, but I do really appreciate Cats more so this year than last year. Because last year, let's wind it back a little bit here. Because last year it was the first time that we were having these losers interviews. It was very awkward and it was very unexpected, even from Cats. Like even Cats, he was saying, he was apologizing. He was very apologetic to the players, being like, you know, sorry, they want me to interview you. I know now is not the best time. And like it was very much so a different kind of tone, and it felt like Cats himself wasn't really prepared to do those kind of interviews. It looked like he himself was caught off guard by having to approach the players in such like a vulnerable state. But now that it's the second year that this is happening, and now that Cats is there for the second year in a row, it does feel like he's a lot more prepared to ask certain questions and to try to, kind of lead the conversation in kind of a different direction. You know, he did it with Cyan earlier, talking about like, oh, you know, how does it feel like playing with all these fans cheering for you and having all the support coming from China, of course, and how are you going to move on, how are things going to happen moving forward. Here, same with Bjorn. We saw he wasn't really focusing too much on Bjorn's failings here in this tournaments, but you know, he ended it and he was kind of leading into like, oh, you know, we have a lot of respect for you for like making through to all these world finals year after year after year after year. So again, I do feel like Cats is doing a much better job this time. Like last year was very awkward. Last year you could feel the awkwardness from Cats as well. Here, like again, he's a lot more prepared coming into the interviews, which I appreciate for sure. I noticed, Paolo. I noticed. So much better this year, much better.
You know, Clem was one of these players that was so young in the early days. Obviously, StarCraft 2. One of the
and he even got a smile out of Bjorn at the end with the flex. With it. I personally, if I was doing those interviews, I probably would have led with that. I probably would have asked him a little bit more about that as well, just so you can start off the interview with more of a smile, with a lighter tone as well, before getting into the serious stuff. But I appreciate that we got there at the end, letting Bjorn flex. I appreciate it.
Rien n'est acquis, tout se mérite. Nothing is granted, everything is earned, and it's time for them to earn their spot in the top 8.
I didn't know you spoke French.
Je ne sais pas, je suis en poisson.
You definitely. Anyway, we're heading into the round of 8. We've got our players here ready to fight it out. No eliminations, no keys on the line, but these spots are highly coveted. So let's bring them on out. From Team Liquid, Clem, and from Falcons, Solar. Solar shared a pre-match interview request that Clem fear him a little bit, please. But he'll need to strike terror into this Terran's heart all on his own.
Terran by legacy, Protoss by evolution. Clem brings double the threat, double the depth.
Let's send it on over to the casters and get our first qualification match on stage started.
I am so excited for this
Let's
one.
go.
Marty.
Oh, true,
This
qualifying
TVZ
matches.
has actually been developing
True.
across the last few months.
Sorry, just catching up with the chat. I think Katz realizes he's a retired pro now and is more of an interview now. No, I don't think that's the case. As I was trying to emphasize, it was more so, as I mentioned, that that Katz he was always there as an interviewer. He was already going to be there. He had already done interviewing stuff and casting stuff in the past. It was more so, as I was trying to emphasize, that he did know that he was going to be giving losers interviews. I should have emphasized that if I didn't make that clear. But it was not clear that he was going to be conducting losers interviews. So in that respect, like, he was the interviews were a little more awkward. He himself was a little more apologetic, and it was a very much so a different kind of tone, and it was more of a different kind of line of questioning last year, just because that did like catch him and catch everyone off guard. But now, because he's had time to like prepare for that, he's a little more prepared for that kind of scenario, for those questions, and for that kind of line of questioning as well, which is much so improved compared to last year. But we are getting into our next game. Getting into our next game, getting into our next series, into Solar versus Clem. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh. Is it just me, or does it look like they ambushed him when he dragged him off the bus to the airport to do an interview? I mean, no one wants to do a loser's interview, so I would not take it that far. Not at all. No one wants to be interviewed after they lose the series. That's just normal. But here we go. We're jumping into our fresh best of 5. We're jumping into our first qualifying match of the day. Again, there are 4 series left, 4 best of 5s remaining. Jumping into our TVZ between Clem and Solar. And game 1 is going to be here on Tokamak. Oh boy, there's a lot to get into. And hold on to your seats, Pappy. If you're in the chat, get ready with your Gambas. Spawning in the bottom hand corner of Tokamak, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the French Terran player. We have the Blue Terran. It is Clem for Team Liquid, the reigning world champion. Let's go. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Let's jump into our best of 5. Here we go. As we are jumping in. Now, when it comes to our setup here, when it comes to our openers, oh, interesting. We are going for a hatch pool opener, delayed gases. Are we going gasless? Are we going into a roach-based opener here? We just saw this earlier between the series of between Rogue and Gabe. It looks like we're seeing it here from Solar as well. Again, Solar, he is a roach boy. He is one to open up roaches more often than not. It's a very safe way to open up, and the meta has been shifting for the past couple of years more heavily into roach-based openers in this matchup. Now, something that has been plaguing the meta for quite some time has been 8-Raxes. We saw Clem embrace plenty of 8-Raxes at DreamHack Dallas, and we saw him attempt that against Shin, and Shin, he had a really strong answer to that. That was roach-based openers into Roach Infestor into Ultra, and just snowball control with Ultras in the mid to late game. That's how Shin was able to knock Clem out of DreamHack Dallas. Meanwhile, similarly, Solar also had a really strong series against Maru. If you remember, again, we casted all of GSL here. We even casted DreamHack Dallas as well. We casted it live. We had Solar versus Maru at GSL Season 2, where Maru was doing non-stop 8-Raxes, and Solar, he hard countered Maru so well. I was so impressed by Solar when it came to his preparation for Maru, because Maru has been very predictable. He's been very predictable as of late, and he got shut down so hard by Solar. So we'll see if Clem embraces 8-Raxes. I think it will be wise not to. I think it'll be wise not to 8-Rax against Solar, especially after Clem's series against Shin and DreamHack Dallas, after Solo series against Maru at GSL. I feel like at this point, a lot of the Korean Zerg players have gotten better at identifying, at shutting it down. So far, third Z before Starport, we have a standard economic opener at a Clem, and we'll see where this leads us. Again, of course, when it comes to Clem's play, he spent a lot of time in South Korea in the lead up to this tournament for the past 1-2 months. He's been in Korea practicing, training, improving, and I'm sure working on play outside of just 8-Raxes as well. So I know that 8-Raxes were plaguing the meta a couple of months ago, but the meta does shift, and the meta does change alongside the players and their play styles, so we're expecting something different here. Here we go. All my family savings to Solar. Let's go, man. Let's go. I think game one is going to be a good indication of how the series is going to unfold. I do lean towards Clem, but as I mentioned, I'm not going to favor Clem if he 8-raxes. But we'll see. For now, again, Roach base opener. We do have the Evo Chamber follow-up here. Again, getting to Roaches, skipping Link speed. Meanwhile, we have Clem going for a 3cc into Banshee opener here. Hellion Banshee out of Clem. Shouldn't find too much damage, but so far just a secure way to gain map control to try to threaten his opponent. Shouldn't really get much damage done, but we should be headed towards a longer game state. Here we go. Meanwhile, Solo does come in with the Overlord Scout. He does confirm the extra Raxes. He does confirm the upgrades on the way. Ooh. As well as a bit of a cancellation here. Reactor on that factory. Solo, of course, he saw the researching tech lab. He's aware of Cloak Banshee. Clem does pull away. From here he pulls away, building up extra Raxes. So far everything's still looking standard. Getting to his own double E-base. At the same time, Solar getting to his own lair. So far it does seem like we're still on the road here to Roaches, into Infestors, into Ultras. They're kind of splitting on the way. Again, that will benefit Ultras. And we'll see how Clem has evolved, how he's learned from DreamHack Dallas. Oh, he gets in! Oh, that should not have happened. Yeah, Hellions, they bust into the natural, they bust into the main base. The wall was wide open and drones are going to be getting roasted. And again, this should not have happened. 7 drone kills. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, Solar out of position. Solar doing his best herO impression. herO! Yo, you know that herO, he's watching this game and he's like, yeah, it's not easy, is it? Este Solar. As that's going to be 10 drone kills. Banshees, they do hit the third base. Queens, they're going to be able to zone away. Take down one of the Banshees. Again, better Banshee defense here by Solar, but still lost a lot of workers. Behind this infestation bit, as we did mention, again, it's going to be Roaches into Pit, into Hive, into Ultras. We did call this at the start of the game, and that is what we're expecting out of Solar. Remember, this is the style that did defeat Clem at DreamHack Dallas. Assuming that Clem 8-raxes. For now, though, there's no indication of him committing that hard, not yet. He is saturating. He did go for a double E-base, double upgrades, but he's still only on 5 Raxes. We're waiting for either extra Raxes or extra gases. So our eyes are on Clem. Does he throw down extra Raxes or does he commit to gases into another expansion? Oh, meanwhile, Solar, he's not going for Ultras, he's going for the Hydra Den. As Banshee does go down. But it's going to be the Hydra Den here out of Solar. So I had assumed that it was going to be into Ultra Tech, but no, with Hydras on the way, this shows us most likely it's going to be Roach into Hydra into Lurker Tech. Otherwise, there'd be no reason for a Hydra Den. And there it is, +1 range on the way, not +1 melee. So Roach into Hydra Lurker. There it is, there's that Lurker Den. I believe Clem hasn't seen the tech yet. Meanwhile, there it is, 4 CCs on the way. Clem is playing Macro. So Clem is not A-Raxing, he is playing Macro. I do like this out of Clem. I do like this a lot more. As Clem, he is going to be rotating. Picking up a couple of Roaches. So far, Solar, he is keeping up with the rotations. He's keeping up. We have Link Speed on the way to catch up with Link Reinforcements. Solar is drawn up to 4 base saturation. Just look at the worker count. Yes, for those that are unaware, it is standard for Zerg players to be up on bases and up on workers. That is required to be even with the Terran, bearing in mind that Clem, he has a low worker count, but he has mules. Like mules, they make up for that disparity. They make up for that worker disparity at least. So Clem, he's keeping up. He is keeping up with Solar. Pokes in, pulls away. And bearing in mind as well that Solar has inflated supply with those Roaches. Like slowly over time, Solar has to bleed out those Roaches and replace them with Lings, with Hydras, and with Lurkers instead. Ooh, as Solar, he is supply blocked. But so far as keeping up with the drops. And again, remember, Clem, he's expanding. He's not going for any kind of big timing attack. He's only going for drop play. So we're headed into a longer game. Solar, he should get away with these Lurkers. Like, you should be able to tech up. You should be able to max out. Nice fungal grazing the army. Picking up a good amount of Marines. And strap yourselves in because it's going to be a longer one. It's going to be a longer game. Clem going for a split push. Moving out with a good part of his army, actually. Gonna chunk a bio. Does force a cancel. Catching out all these roaches. I mean, these roaches, we do want to get rid of them, but not like this. Yeah, Solo bleeding out a lot of roaches here as the army stims in. Hey, stims in, he trades. Oh, here comes a fungal. Ooh, the fungal does connect. Yeah, a lot of bios going down. A rough trade here for Clem. Yeah, rough trade. Gonna be forced back. And Solar, so far, he's holding. Again, the win condition for Solar is just defend. Like, that is Solar's win condition. Just defend on his 4 and 5 bases. Secure himself and get into lurkers. He's almost there. He's built up a couple of lurkers. We have lurker upgrades on the way. Nidus Worm is on the way as well. Solar, he still needs a little bit more time. Ooh, brutal snipe. Does catch the Infestor. Clem pushing on the right-hand side and catching out these lurkers. The lurkers are exposed. He gets 1, 2, 3 lurkers going to be going down. Nice snipe on the lurkers. Behind this, ghost production has begun. And we have a 5th CC on the way for Clem. So he's working on a 5th base, building on more bio, building on more ghosts. Solar is still working on those lurkers. And remember, Solar's win condition is if he can get a Nidus up in the main base, he can look to end the game. But now, Ling run by his Ling counterattacks. There are reinforcements. At the same time, still trying to secure his bases. Getting on top of the Ghost. Doesn't quite get one, though. Ghost a pull out in time. Ghost pull out. It does catch one of those ghosts. He gets 1. He gets 2. Takes down 2 ghosts. Nidus Storm into the main. At the same time, Ling Rhyme on the left hand side. And the Nidus Storm is spotted, but not enough DPS. Yeah, the Nidus does complete. Lurkers a bust into the bases. And we spoke about it. This is a win condition here for Solar as he gets into the main. 14 SCVs do go down. Nice damage so far. And Clem is being torn apart. Production is under fire. From here, he can go for the factories. He can go for the Ghost Academy as well. Nice snipe on the Academy. And Solar, he's pulling Clem apart. Bust into the mineral line. Again, Clem, he was keeping up. He was holding his own until the Nidus. Till that Nidus Worm. That's going to be a full mineral line falling. 17 SCV kills. And Solar, he's in the driver's seat. He's in the driver's seat. He's looking to overwhelm. Looking to end the game here and now. He's getting on top of the CC. And chasing down the Marines. CC, that's a kill. That's a kill in the command center. And Clem, he's trying to keep up. He does survive, does zone the Solar back. Bearing in mind the supply is deceptive. The soup does lie. Solar, he has a greater economy. And Solar, given time, he will be the first to remax. So it's going to be on Solar to remax, rebuild, and then to move out once again. There's a lot of pressure on Clem. As he's stuck on a 1-base economy. He's not even mining from his 3rd. Yeah, still just trying to resaturate. So moving in. Yeah, Widow Mine doesn't quite connect. Not the way that Clem was hoping for. And Solar, he should be able to shut down this army. Gets on top of the tank. I said that Clem's still trading well. Does get the expansion. Okay. Takes down the hatchery. Nice EMP here on the Infestor. Oh, as these are some expensive losses for Clem. Bleeding out more ghosts. Yeah, it's a lot of ghosts going down. That's 4 or 5 ghost kills. We're getting messy. But as we mentioned, remember, Solar has a bank. Like, Solar has an economy. That's what matters here. And that's why the supply disparity is getting larger and larger. As we mentioned a couple of minutes ago, like this would be the outcome. Like Solar has that economy, he has the bases, he has the mining. So Solar, he can afford to even trade inefficiently. He can afford these inefficient trades. Clem did snipe some expansions, which is impressive, true. He did snipe some bases, but he needs more than that. That's still not good enough. He needs to somehow get more. If he can get into a mineral line, into 2 mineral lines, then sure. Slings a poke in once again. So like Clem, he does defend. Once again, Clem, he does punish this center expansion. Solar keeps trying to take this base. It's not gonna happen. But Lings, they get into the 3rd base mineral line. Oof, brutal mind connection. But does take down 10 SCVs. The Lunkers are moving in. Ooh, as the base does catch fire. And Solar's maxed. Solar, he's gotten there, he's maxed out. The Lurkers are on their own, and it looks like they're going to be cleaned up, but they still trade. Oh my god, as some of them barely get away. Oh no, they're surround. No better max. Goes in and called out. GG gets called, and Solar, he will overwhelm. He will take game number 1. GG. Solar, he does take the first game here. He does take a lead in the series. But again, this is Solar at his strongest. Winding it back here, Tokamak, right? Tokamak, this is maybe, I would say, probably the most comfortable map for Solar. This is one of the maps where your base count is very secure, very safe. I'm referring to your 4 and 5 base setup. Solar, he did play very defensive this game. Remember, it was a Roach base opener into Hive Tech, into Lurkers. And this is how Shin was able to knock Clem down at Dream Dallas as well. Shin, his style was going Roaches into Infestor into Lurker Tech. Here it was very similar, but straight into Ultras is what Shin went for. Here it was very similar, but instead of Ultras, it went into Lurkers instead. But a very similar setup, a very similar goal, very similar style between Shin and Solar. And again, this has been the, I would say, kryptonite of Clem. Of course, despite the opener, despite the economy, the real kind of nail in the coffin was the Nidus in the main. Unfortunately, Clem was distracted. He was distracted. He was busy dealing with a push at his 4th base. He was not ready in the main, and the Nidus got up. GG. GG, well played. And now we're getting into game number 2. Now we're going to be loading into a much smaller map. We're going to be loading into Ultra Love. Let's go. We're loading into Ultra Love here. And again, like, Tokamak was the map for Solar. Like, that's the best that we're going to see from Solar. From here on forward, the maps are going to be a little bit more quirky, and they lend towards different styles. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. And spawning in the bottom-hand corner, we have the Blue Terran player. We have the Blue Terran for Team Liquid. It is Clem. Go. Here we go. So we're getting into game number 2 as we're loading into Ultra Love. Now Clem is a little scary coming from behind. I would say the map is going to be favoring Clem here. Like, once again, when it comes to the map pool and the maps in the current modern rendition of StarCraft, they're very impactful. The maps do often dictate the play style, the builds, and the openers of the players. We've seen that time and time again, every single series, every single game. Once again, welcome to Ultra Love. Ultra Love is a smaller map of the map pool, shorter rush distance by ground, more exposed bases as well, so aggression is favored. This is a map where I do think that 8 Raxes are even stronger. 8 Raxes, they hit different. They hit different on Ultra Love. They hit different on Pylon as well. So now that we move from Tokamak into Ultra Love, there's a reason why I said that game 1 was the best we're going to see from Solar, because the map lends towards that style. Like, very defensive map. The most defensive map in the map pool is Tokamak. So that was Solar at his most comfortable. We'll see how Solar can handle Clem on a map like Ultra Love. Oh boy. Now, we do expect to see another Roach opener, for sure. We expect to see Roaches here on Ultra Love. We expect to see them on these smaller maps. But we'll see if Solar, despite the Roach opener, can keep up with the aggression of Clem. Because we're expecting Clem to be more aggressive here. Here we go. As so far, we have our initial openers. Hatch Gas Pool. Ling's speed is on the way. Okay, so already Solar, he does change gears. Does mix things up. Remember, last game, Solar, he went for a gasless opener. He went gasless into Roaches. Here, he's going for a standard opener into Ling speed, into, I would assume, Ling Bane as an opener. But we'll see. As Reaper does poke in. Gets a Zergling. Meanwhile, behind this third CC for Starport out of Clem, economic opener into a Starport. So far, everything's looking normal. The big signs that we're looking for from Clem is we're looking. Hello. That's a second factory. If you notice that. I was about to say we're looking for certain signs like double evays. We're looking to see if he goes Viking first. Like, we're looking for certain signs here for something different. We are seeing something different, something that I wasn't expecting. I was leaning towards an 8-Rax. No, we're going into mech. So we're going double factory. We are meching it up. Again, this is not the first time we've seen mech out of Clem. He does whip out mech from time to time in this matchup. We've seen Maru play mech. We've seen Bjorn play mech. We've seen Clem play mech as well. Mech has, I wouldn't say it is like standard by any means, but our players have been mixing it into their series. So here we go. As we should be seeing battle mech here from Clem. There we go, third factory here. So we're going into a Hellion Cyclone. Now, if you recall, we did mention something at the start of this game, and we stand by it here. Ultralove lends towards aggressive builds and aggressive play. That's why I was leaning towards an 8-Rax, but here it's on 8-Rax, we're going into Battle Mech, and I do believe that Clem, he's not going into this slower, more turtly style of mech. He does plan on being in the face of Solar. He does plan on gaining momentum and snowballing out of control. And so far, Solar's in the dark. So far, Solar, he has not seen this. He has not seen this. He's not aware. Magfield accelerators on the way. And Solar, he needs to scout soon. I'm going to be concerned here if he doesn't go into Roaches. He's going Lair first. There we go. Roach Horn's now on the way. It's a later Roach Horn here out of Solar. But at least it's coming. That will help. That will help. As there we go. Solar confirms. He sees the second factory. He does see Magfield accelerators. And I'm sure he is getting some GSL flashbacks. Ah, no. If you remember GSL Season 2, ooh, as Hellion Shots do go up. But we saw a lot of mech in GSL. Against Solar and against Rogue. And Solar, he did get meched out of the group. that did happen. Meanwhile, shout out to Psychons in the chat. God, I mean, thank you so much. Thank you so much for subscribing for 8 months. For 8 months. Thank you. Thank you. Do appreciate the support. As Clem, he's rotating in between the bases. So far, picking off Overlords. Nice transfuse. Clem has to be very careful with his movements. He cannot afford to get surrounded. As he's dancing with the Queens. Ling's going for a counterattack. They head towards the third. Back at home, there are reinforcements, though. Nice kiting. Ling's to get on top of the Cyclone. Up, and he gets it. Does get the Cyclone. Nice pickoff. Very nice pickoff. Again, every Cyclone does count. They're so valuable here for Clem. So nice snipe. More Roaches are building up. More Roaches on the way. And Locons here do punish. As Clem, he does split off, actually. Bold move. Bold move out of Clem. Splits off the Hellions. Does go for a dive into the mineral line. He gets in. Yeah, he does get in. Draw down. They're lining up. Oh my god, they do line up. 6 runs going to be going down. And he gets into the main. The Hellions are so low. Ooh, bit of an A move. Yeah, a little bit of an A move there from Clem. So far, though, he does get 14 drones. Well worth it. Gets a mineral line. Does get a mineral line here. At the same time, he does catch out the counter-attacking Roaches. Does zone Solar away. And Clem takes a massive economic lead. Solar's all in. At this point, Solar is completely all in. Now, remember, we did speak earlier about Ultra Love. What did we say? It does favor aggression. This goes both ways here. For Soul to go for the all-in, I do like this choice. He does bust into the middle line. Yes, if he's going to be going down. Clem without tanks, it's going to be a tough hold. Can he hold? Can he survive? Because there are so many roaches and lings are coming out to reinforce. Boys are being pulled. And Solar, he can pull this off. He can pull this off. Star steps in, takes down more Cyclones. Massive catch, and Solar, he's done it. Solar, he has done it. He will overwhelm. Yeah, you can see Clem, he knows. He's got it called out. Clem did amazing damage across the map, but he did not have a defensive setup here. He was not ready for the all-in. And Solar, he breaks into the natural. The writing is on the wall at this point. Boys are being pulled. And Solar, this time he gets his revenge from GSL. He will not go down to the mech. As boys are pulled, more SCV's going to be falling. I say that he needs to get more damage done. Okay, there we go. Here come the reinforcements. Reinforcements are coming in. Again, it's still quite close, considering that Clem had a massive worker lead. So he lost 18 SCVs. He's still ahead economically. Like, that's how ahead Clem was. Uh-oh. Clem, he's trading well. Clem, he trades well. He's holding. No shot. Clem, he's holding on. And remember, the longer this game goes on, the better it is for Clem. Like Solar, he is not set up for a longer game. He has no economy. He has nothing behind this. Yeah, he's running out. He's running out of steam here. Clem, he's so... Wow, Clem, he holds. He does hold on. The all-in fails. And Clem, he will survive. He will tie up the series. Whew, GG, well played. A very clutch hold here at a Clem, as Solar, he did break the third base. He broke into the natural. I thought that was game. I thought that was game then and there. I thought Solar had enough, but Clem did a great job pulling the boys. As we were pointing out, even though Clem lost 18 SCVs, it didn't matter. He was still ahead. Like, that's how all-in Solar was. That's how committed he was. Solar had no economy behind it. He had no sustain at all. And he ran out of steam. Again, the choke point was really brutal. It was before this moment. But the choke point was really helping Clem because Solar's army was funneled into a choke point. Hellion volleys were popping off, lings were going down, and Solar could not get on top of those Cyclones. Very clutch, very close game. Clem ties it up. Whew, GG. GG, well played. So tight. A few more units than Solar had it, 100%. A few more units, or again, the SimCity as well was brutal. Yes, as MJG has pointed out, as we pointed out as well, like that CC created such a brutal choke point that allowed for the Hellions to just trade so efficiently against Solar's army. It was a crazy hold, crazy defense. And with that, we're getting into our next game. Did expect to see Clem going battle mech. If you have seen Clem as of late, he has been playing mech. Like Clem, he has, like, this is not the first time we've seen mech out of Clem. He has played and succeeded with mech as well. We've covered it before. I do recommend the VODs. As in the bottom left hand corner, we do have our South Korean Zerg player. We have the red Zerg. For Team Falcons, it is Solar. And in the top right hand corner, we have the French Terran player. We have the blue Terran. It is Clem. Mech is super meta for TVZ currently. I would not say that it's... it depends what your definition of meta is. What I will say is that every Terran player has played mech as of late. So Clem, Bjorn, Maru, they've all played mech against Zerg with success. Like, that is true. But I wouldn't say that it's standard. I wouldn't say that we expect to see mech every game. I would have expected to see it like once in this series from Clem. Like, you see it like once or twice, like in a best of 5. But it's not like Terran players are relying upon it by any means. It is an option though. It is an option that they can delve into. So in that sense, it's meta, in the sense that like it's seen, I guess, relatively often. But here we go. So far we have our standard opener here out of Clem going Rax Expand. Likewise, Solo going Hatch Gas. ooh, my apologies, scoring hatch pool. This is the same opener that Solo went for in game 1, and I do like this. So winding it back here, if you recall, we were talking about how Ultra Love favors aggression, and we saw Clem make use of that going into Battle Mech. We saw Solo also making use of that and responding with an all-in on Ultra Love as well. Here, welcome to Leylines. Leylines is a larger map. Leylines does favor more standard play instead, more macro play, and what does that mean? That means Solo goes gasless into roaches. This is the same build that we saw in game 1. So we're expecting to see faster lair, roaches into roach base opener into roach infester. This can lead, just like game 1, into roach into lurker tech, or this could be roach into ultras. Both are viable, both are options. We'll try to keep our eye on this, but yeah, big mistake from Solar. That should not have happened. One drone goes down. Oof. Yeah, he will lose one worker at the start of the game. More damage than what should have happened so far. Not the end of the world, but a nice little win here for Clem early on. Like, what can I do as a diamond player to counter that mech style? It depends. I guess what you prefer, what your preferred style is. Going Ling Roach, I mean, hey, like similar to what Solo went for, right? Even though he lost the game, that doesn't mean that he played poorly necessarily. Solo, unfortunately, he was torn apart by, the Hellion run by, right? His economy was crippled. He was forced into the all-in because of the Hellion run by. But going into like a Ling Roach Ravager style and composition is a very common response to mech, and it can excel quite well. The hardest thing about playing against mech is just making sure that you have an economy, that you maintain your economy, and you're able to have a greater economy than your opponent to be able to afford to have inefficient fights, because the mech army is much more efficient, right? Against Lings, against all things Zerg, it is much more efficient. So the biggest thing is just maintaining that greater economy to be able to afford those worst fights. As Hellions, they bust into the middle line, 5 drones going down. Oh, once again, that was only the first 2 Hellions, by the way. 7 drones. Oof. Yes, 7 drones going down. Sola, he's getting punished for his greed here. I mean, this is the hardest thing about going gasless. So for those that are curious, for those that are wondering what's happening here, remember, this was a gases opener. That's why we're 4 minutes in and there's no link speed. The reason why there's no link speed is because gases were delayed. Intentionally so. And to be able to get away with this, you have to wall off. You have to wall off that natural, but we see that because there's no wall, because the wall is open, Sola's being abused. Sola, he's being abused, he's being torn apart. He's being punished for that lack of SimCity. And now that we see link speed on the way, Sola, he may just go for the all-in. As Hellions, they get in once again. Once again, the wall is open. Drone's going to be going... He has to go all in. Yeah, this is all the way. So Sola, he's going to be knocked down to 31 drones, 31 workers, and that's it. So it's going to be 2 base saturation, if that. 2 base saturation, 2 base all in, with a 3rd base just for Larva. Sola is rallying everything across the map. He has to all in because at this point, he's taken too much damage. So it's all or nothing for Solar. And this time Clem is in a much better position, but we'll see. How many bunkers do we have? I would love to see a pan of the natural right now. We need to see the natural. We need to see the defensive setup. Bunkers are on the way. Marines are amassing. Banshees are on the way as well. But how many bunkers? What is the defensive setup looking like? Okay, the bunker's a little bit further back, but it's still only halfway done. The all-in has arrived. Nice target firing. Does target down one of the Ravagers. Clem does evacuate. Oh no! The SCVs are getting trapped. They're getting stuck. But the Marines, they do hold the line here. Nice defense so far. Does target down every single Ravager. GG gets called. And Solar, the all-in fails. And Clem takes a 2-1 lead. Whew. GG. Well played. Just a really rough early game there from Solar. From the beginning, losing that first drone was indicative of what was going on. And again, winding it back, Solar, he did not go for a standard opener, he went for a gasless opener, and the biggest weakness of a gasless opener is no link speed, is your lack of link speed, is your lack of mobility, which is why you do need that SimCity, you do need to wall up and wall off. If you remember, that's what he did on Tokamak. On Tokamak, he had a Roach double Evo Chamber Queen wall, like he fully walled off basically on Tokamak. That's how he was able to get away with his early game. Here, we didn't see that. Here, we saw that it was wide open, and Clem abused that vulnerability so well. He saw the opening, he went for it with his first 2 Hellions. He got 7 drone kills with the first 2 Hellions and with the Reaper, and the damage just continued. It just continued. Solar, he was forced into the all-in. He lost too many workers, and Clem shut it down. He shut it down very nicely. GG. GG, well played. I mean, if you remember, the wall was open that one time on Tokamak as well. That's true, but there was a proper wall. Here, there was no wall. Here, it was a roach warren and nothing else. Like, it was just the roach warren and just wide open space at the natural. So there was no attempted wall there for Solar. So really rough setup there. And a player's asking for a break, which is understandable. So the players are asking for a break, they're asking for a moment. We're going to be going on a short break here, and when we come back, we will have the remainder of the series. Clem is one game away from claiming this series and from knocking Solar down to the lower brackets. See you soon.
After a loss, you always feel bad for the first moment.
Fair enough. Do you feel like you played your best, for example? Is there something that you would change in retrospect, or looking back, going into the matchup, is there something that you feel like you should have expected from Rogue that just didn't come to mind?
I think my condition in all of the games was pretty good. I don't think that's really an issue anymore. I usually focus on the best, or the most is that I can always play my best. But well, to summarize like the games, he did what I sort of expected. But yeah, basically first map is like a weird 3-player map that actually has some spawning imbalance, and I got the one spawn that is not good for turn. So that was that was a little rough. He also did a clever trick there. Second game, and that was the main issue, I didn't prepare very well against the road builds. So I have a few things in mind that I just tested, but I actually did a lot of these things for the first time, freestyle. And yeah, well, they didn't turn out as good. It seems like, especially in the third game, you can see some of the players, including also Lambo, they came in very well prepared against the max style.
Yeah, absolutely. And talking about your preparation a little bit, I mean, unlike most of the players here, I think that you focus a lot more on streaming, for example, and such. So were you able to find enough custom games to where you came in here feeling prepared, and kind of what were your expectations coming into the tournament? You qualified through the wild card, the last chance qualifier. So how far were you expecting to go, and is this a satisfactory result for you?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really focus on the results. If you ask me what I expected from the tournament, I mean, in the past, you know, I'm a very honest guy. I always say like stuff like, yeah, I think I'm like not the favorite. I might win a couple, and then people say like, oh, this guy is not confident. So from now on, the only thing you're gonna hear me say is I expected to win this tournament. Okay, I can already see people saying that I'm overconfident now. But either way, to give you a proper answer, I didn't play any custom games. Well, I just streamed and had fun, and I gave it my best here. And yeah, I mean, I'm happy to be here either way. Yeah, since I expected to win the tournament, I guess I'm not happy.
That's fair enough. Thank you, Gabe.
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Whew, we have returned here, and we are mid-series between the specified between Clem and Solar. Bearing in mind, this is not an elimination match, right? Keys are not being crushed here. The winner of this series will advance on to the playoffs. The loser will be knocked down to the lower bracket. So they do have an extra life here. You know, there's not as much on the line, but you know, both these players, of course, want to win this series. They want to make it through into the playoffs here and now, and we'll see if the series will continue. Clem is up in the series so far 2-1 as we are loading into torches? No shot. We're loading into torches for game number 4. Okay, we've been seeing torches quite a lot in these best of 5s. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the red Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the French Terran player. We have the blue Terran for Team Liquid. It is Clem. Oh boy, here we go. The pressure is on, and welcome on to Torches. Torches is one of the more quirky maps in the map pool, one of the more aggressive maps as well. If you remember, we did speak on Solar's more defensive style, how his best was going to be on Torches. I do still stand by that. Sorry, on Tokamak, I meant to say, that we saw in game 1. Coming into Torches here, aggression is more favored, more quirky builds are more favored as well. Do you see what I see? Gasless. Gasless opener out of Solar, just like the last couple of games, just like last game, just like game number 1 as well. So Solar, he's going for a gasless opener. Once again, he is going for roaches. Once again, he's going for late link speed. And once again, we need a wall. We need a wall because this is the big vulnerability of going gasless. We've seen players like Serral also struggle to defend going gasless against Clem if we do not wall off. We've seen Serral just get torn apart by Clem when he sees an opening, when he sees that you are cutting corners, and when he sees that you're skipping link speed, he will punish with Hellion aggression. Hello Solar. What's going on? Okay. As Solar, are we going for a ninja expansion? Bold move. Bold build here by Solar, as again he does hide his drone on the left hand side. Actually, he's hiding both drones. He has the drone on the left and drone on the right. What's the plan here? What's the goal? It looks like maybe if he was going to be blocked, his plan was to go for a base on the left instead, but it looks like he will be expanding on the right. We'll keep an eye on him. When you see Clem poking in, scouting, checking. Oh, there we go. Does poke in, dancing with the army. Yeah, he's going for the ninja base. Let's go. He's going for bottom left. Ninja expansion here by Solar. Let's go. A very cheeky build here from our Zerg player. Very cheeky. And that's why he mined that gold patch to make it look like he's expanding on the right hand side. Okay. So some deception out from our Zerg player. Behind this 3cc before starport out of Clem. Economic build. And we'll see if Solar can get away with this. And again, once again, Solar, he should be working towards roaches. Solar, he should be walling up. And we'll see if he can defend. Here we go. As Clem does poke in. Ooh, and the scout is going to be denied. Yeah, it is going to be denied. First blood here for Solar. Clem, he's unaware as to what's going on. He's unaware of the build of choice. So far, I love how Solar has played the South. Again, doing such a great job at hiding the build. At keeping Clem guessing. Do you see what I see? Reacted Marine? Wait a second. What? No add-on assault, reacted Marine, no reacted Hellion, no harass, no punish. And with that, Solar, he's gonna get away with this. Okay. Solar, he does get away with his build. Behind this, we can see a 2-1-1, or getting ready for eventually a 3-1-1 setup. But 0 Hellion production, purely Marines into eventual bio play. But that means there's no harass, that means there's no punish, that means that Solar, he will get away without losing a single drone. So this is a pretty strong start for the Zerg. Very strong start. Okay. Yeah, my attention. Have my attention. Lair is halfway done. Of course, there's still going to be Banshee harass from the side of Clem, but without any Hellions, there's only so much the Banshees can do on their own. Yo, we got the spinning cam. Love it. I love the idea of there being like, you know, camera people, like cameramen like set up here and they're like spinning and twirling, but like half the time we're not looking at this camera. So every now and then the director, the producer of the show like throws them a bone and is like, you know what? We'll cut to them. We'll cut to the cameras. Like they're spinning, they're twirling the entire time. We'll give them some love. We'll cut to them. So shout out to the producer. We'll give him some love. As Banshee does move in, gets 4 or 5 drone kills. Nice damage so far. 5 drones going down. We do get a scout of the Nash. We get eyes on the Roaches. Clem sees it would be third base, but he's not fully aware what's going on. Roach is now moving out. Bearing in mind that Solus, he's droning behind this. He's droning up, so this is not a committed move out. He's poking, but he's not committed. Not by any means. That's a really high Marine count for Clem. Again, because Clem was going for reactive Marine early on, the Marine count is higher than normal. It's higher than usual. They're wide up cameras. They are. They are. That doesn't change what I said. Like there's people operating those cameras regardless. Cut to our player cam. Again, Clem claiming his third. Going for drop play. Again, Clem, he doesn't know about the timing of the actual real third base of Solar. So Solar, he's in a very comfortable economic position just because of Solar's cheeky start. And again, Solar looking good. We see Clem, he does confirm there's no triangular third. And it looks like he will finally realize what's been going on with that Banshee, at least, as he's skirting around the edge of the map. Oh, getting healed up. Let's go. Does get topped up. Banshee moves in. Yeah, he sees the attempted 5th base. He sees a full saturation at the 4th. Again, it's on Clem to punish this economy in some way. But it's so late here. We're getting up to 8 minutes. The Hive is already done? Was that the Hive? Yeah, the Hive is already done. There's the Ultras. So Roach into Infestor, into Lingbane Ultra. Solar, he's getting into his final form. He's gone away with so much greed. Yeah, massive fungal. Ay, ay, ay. The chain fungal even. Oh, does catch everything else. 1 Marine, 1 Marauder survives. Barely anything. And from here, Solar can max out. Solar, he can max out. He's almost at his final form. He's almost at his Ultras. It's more fun to imagine people behind those cameras behaving like ballerinas in the air, though. Yes, like in my mind, the ideal is that's the cameras that are in the air with the top-down view. There's a guy behind it, like locked in, like he's like strapped into the camera, spinning in the ceiling. Let's go, let's go. The dedication, baby, the dedication. I love it. Solar, he's maxed. Solar, he's maxed out. Now, he has stacked up into Ultras, but he has no Ultras yet. Never mind. 3 Ultras now popping out. Nice shot by Clem. Doesn't counter the Ultras. Ghost Academy is still on the way. And can Clem survive until Ghost? Can he survive? Can he hold his own? Can he buy time? Going for the triple drop. I mean, drop play is his best option. As the planetary is done. Okay. Planetary is complete. And drops at the 5th base. As Clem does get the 5th now, going for the 4th. Can he get it? Up, he can! No transfused. Yeah, no queens, no transfused. The hatchery barely goes down. Queens 1 second too late. Yeah, nice snipes here by Clem, keeping Solar busy. We spoke about Clem buying time. So far, he's quite successful. So far, he's buying time. He's walling up. He's walling up. We'll bleed out a tank for free. But the ghost cabinet is complete. He needs those ghosts, though. Where are the ghosts? Libido production has begun. Clem, Solar, he has not been able to push into the 4 bases. I mean, you can see the 4 base setup is very secure here on Torches. The 5th base is more out in the open. As Clem is expanding towards Solar, taking his northern base. Uh-oh. Yeah, you can see the CC floating over on the right-hand side. But again, what is the ghost count looking like? Dancing with the army. There we go, we have 3 ghosts in production. 0 ghosts right now. Which is risky. Solar coming in from behind. 1, 2 ultras go down. Nice snipes. Nice connections with those Widow Mines. Fungal does graze the army. Once again, good target fire and gets another ultra. Down to gets the final ultra. Takes down all 4. All 4 ultras go down at the same time. Solar he attempts a run by. He does not break through. Nice defense, better defense here by Clem. And Clem is tearing Solar apart. He defends back at home. He attacks across the map. Takes down all the ultras. 0 ultras remaining. There's no ultras left. Takes down the center base. And again, Solar, he just couldn't push into any of these expansions. The 5th base is more exposed for sure, but God, Clem double expanding. And again, expanding towards Solar, pushing into his bases. Planetary setting up. Again, this is going to be a brutal choke point. Tanks late to siege though. Uh-oh. Yeah, Tanks getting called out. Clem has to get the hell out of here. He has to kite back. Bailings, they crash into the mineral line. And this base is going to fall. Yeah, massive snipe here from Solar. Takes down 23 SCVs. And Clem, he was just a little bit too ambitious here. And Solar, has he finally done it? Has he done it? Yeah, he's going for the throat. Taking down 1 planetary, now going for the other. Yeah, the ghosts, they came out so late. And they're finally out, but yeah, Solar, he's done it. He has broken the back of Clem. 43 SCVs. Again, the moment that Clem double expanded, he left himself vulnerable. Just a little bit too greedy. And again, it just took him too long to take up into Ghost as well. Going at 13 minutes. Jesus. And Solar from here, he can back off, he can max out. And again, I was really impressed by how Clem was playing this out. It's like, we were giving him praise just before he took his 5th. Before he took his 5th base, he was playing very, very well. 1 bad fight, and that can cost you the game. As Clem, he has no economy. Like, there's just no economy here. There's no sustain. The ultras are back. GG gets called, and we are going to the ace match. Whew. We're going all the way to game number 5. And again, a really, really fun build here from Solar. Winding it back, for those of you that weren't here for the start of the game, for those of you that don't recall, remember, Solar got a ninja base. I remember Solar, he got away with such a greedy start. He took a ninja base. He took his 4th base as his 3rd. He got his 4th base up running as well. Solar had a boosted economy, and Solar, he was able to rush into ultras so quickly because that fast hive, fast ultras. Clem, he was not able to slow down Solar, and Solar was able to max out. Now, what I will say is that Clem, if you remember, he did snipe 2 bases in the aftermath. He was able to snipe 2 hatcheries and slow Solar down and max out. But Clem, he was not able to get into Ghost production. He almost got there, but he was not able to get into Ghost in time, not able to get into Liberators either. And again, he did overextend himself with his expansions as he was building up into that kind of later game state. That's when he was spread thin, that's when he was caught off guard. And you can see, like, again, like the Solar, he was in a good position up until that point. Like, despite the economy of Solar. But one bad fight can cost you the game, and now we're loading into the ace match, and where are we dropping? Where are we dropping? Hold on, just refreshing. Where are we at? Clem versus Solar. Game 5 is going to be on Maganatha. Ooh, okay. Interesting. So we're loading into Game 5. Game 5 is going to be on Maganatha, the largest map in the map pool. And we'll see how Clem will approach this. If you remember, this was the game where Clem was able to get a fast one over, was able to actually begin his comeback or even take a game against Shin. We'll get into it. Oh boy. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Maganatha, we have the South Korean Zerg player, we have the Red Zerg. It is Solar. Tying up the series and forcing the ace match. And spawning in the top side of Maganatha, we have the French Terran player. It is Clem for Team Liquid. Here we go. We go from one of the more aggressive maps to one of the more macro maps. Oh, Clem opening up 2-Rax Reaper. Let's go. It's been a while. Has been a while since we've seen this. But again, welcome to Maganatha. Maganatha is the largest map of the map pool. That is true, but this is not the most defensive map. That's Tokamak. Tokamak, that's the most defensive map. That's where you can be more comfortable, more defensive. That's where you can build up on 3, 4, 5 bases. Here, the biggest issue with Maganatha is how spread out the bases are. The 3rd, 4th, 5th expansions are very spread out here on Maganatha, so it can be very difficult to defend. And we saw, if you remember, Clem versus Shin on this map, with Shin going Roach Infestor into Ultra, Shin was torn apart by drop play. The drop play did tear him apart. He could not defend his fringe bases, he could not maintain a solid economy. He was torn apart by Clem on this map, and this is the one map I think that Clem was able to take from Shin. I think it was the one map. And was able to at least make Shin work for it. So we'll see how Solo will change his approach. As you can see, for the first time in a long time, this is not a gasless opener. Solo is going hatch gas pool. So standard opener out of Solar. That means he's opening up with Lings, with Ling Bane, not rushing into Roach Tech. And we can see that Solar scouts, and he does confirm the 2-Rax Reaper. Ooh, okay, so already we're popping off. Already we are popping up. As we are getting here into game number 5, the Reaper does poke in, does poke, does prod. Now thankfully no gases opener by Solar, thankfully Link Speed will eventually kick in. Until then he should be contained on 2 bases. Clem is poking in. So far, Lings are in position. Nice punish. But the Reapers, they do break through. Okay, just buying enough time for the Queens. Solar comes in from behind and he will claim his 3rd. Nice moves. Nice moves out of Solar. Claims his 3rd base. And behind us, we have a 3cc 2-on-1 setup out of Clem, going to drop play. At least what should be drop play. Interesting. We have a tech lab in production. Okay, sorry, there was a tech lab on the racks. So this should lead into reactor medevac production. Should lead into it. And my eyes are really going to be on Solar here, because again, for the first time in a long time, Solar he is going into Ling speed, is going into a Ling-based opener, not into Roaches. I spoke too soon, because here we go, we still have a Roach follow-up. He's not rushing into Roaches as quickly as he did previously, but he's still playing Roach. I was curious if he would or wouldn't, but again, still playing safe, still playing into Roaches. Meanwhile, he does not go for the add-on swap. That's going to be a Liberator first, not a Medevac. Oh. Okay. Are we keeping the reactor on the factory? If we're not going for the swap, yeah, this might be Hellbats. Do we go for an armory here? And like again, we are continuing Hellion production. The Hellion army does poke in. Stim is almost done. Like what makes the most sense here would be Hellbats. Now Clem getting another axe. Again, Stim is almost complete. Heavily delayed medevac production. Liberator is moving out. Okay, he's going for a split push. He's not bringing everything together. He's going for a split push. There's the add-on swap. We have reactor medevac production on the way. So we're done with Hellions. We're done with Hellions. We're not making any more. We're not going for Hellbats. But this is pretty dedicated from Clem. And we'll see if it's worth it. Yeah, Liberator going to be zoned away. So it's away the Liberator. So far, Solar is keeping up. So far, is keeping up back at home. So hitting Clem away. As Clem does reinforce with his Marines. Remember, Stim is complete. Actually, rotates the Hellions around. Okay. So he does have an army rotation. Does scan, spots the Roaches. Plus one Carapace on the way. And I'm curious to see if Solar goes into Lingbane Roach Ravager if he takes up. Drones are going to be going down. 5 drone kills, not bad. Solar out of position. Gets up to 6. Oh, going for the expansion, does force a cancel. Nice pick straight by Clem. And Solar, he's going for the pits, he's going for the infestors into eventual Hive. So once again, he's rushing into Hive tech. Now, it's still a little bit uncertain if he's going into Ultras or Lurkers. Like, we have seen Solar go for both and mix it up this series. And both are viable in their own way. As Hellions denied entry into the natural. Nice cleanup here by Solar. Yeah, very nice cleanup. Solar, he defends well. Still joining up. The infestation bit is now done. And again, we're still waiting to see. There it is, going into the Hive. No Hydrogen yet. If we go any further here without a Hydrogen, then this should be for Ultras. Otherwise, if he throws down the Den, then it should be for Lurkers. So we'll keep an eye on the production tab. Ooh, as the Liberator does get a Queen. Does catch a Queen. Clem still being more active. Yo, the guy's up there spinning. Let's go. Yeah, nice trades out of Clem. Catching out the Lings. Still no Hydrogen, so we're leaning towards Ultras. Yep, melee's on the way, so we should be taking up into Ultra Tech. As Clem does unload. Takes down the Queen. Queen goes down, takes out all the Zerglings, Solar out of position, being pulled apart to drop here towards the fourth base as well. Over the Fungal does lock him down. Nice rotation out of Clem. Yes, again, this isn't critical damage yet, but I mean, it's stacking up. Getting more workers, sniping more Roaches, keeping Solar busy. And even going for the hatchery getting quite low here. Referring to the fourth base. Yeah, the fourth base getting very low. Now he's pushing forward. Ooh, medevac goes down. Clem going for a tri-pronged attack as he has to drop at the natural, the main base, and the main army push towards the third. He's moving in. He's trying to push forward, trying to break through. Has to respect those fungals. Does kite away. Kites back. First tank does go down. Job is popping off. Can he get the base? It's close. He gets it. Takes down the expansion. Hatchery goes down. Again, Solo cannot keep up, and we spoke about it. This is the big strength, and this is the big factor of Maganatha. We saw that Shin also had a really hard time defending against drops here on Maganatha because of how spread out these bases are, and you can see the same thing happening to Solar. As I mentioned, I mean, that's the map coming into play. That's what Maganatha does favor, and Clem just taking full advantage of it. Full advantage of that drop play. Solo trying to keep up, but momentum too heavily in favor of Clem, and Clem, he's pulling through. Yeah, massive tank shots going off. Nice miles. But Clem, he's done it. Clem, at this point, he has done it. He has broken the back of Solar. GG gets called, and Clem, he will take the series 3-2, taking down Solar and advancing on to the playoffs. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, a very clutch, very close back and forth here. As we mentioned, this was our big concern coming into Maganatha was, can Solar handle with the drops on Maganatha? Again, this map is just, it's so brutal. The bases are so spread out, so the drops are heavily favored on Maganatha. We saw it against Shin at DreamHack Dallas. We saw it here against Solar as well. GG. GG, well played. But again, a very close series when the distance went all the way to the ace match here. We had some very fun, very quirky builds out of Solar as well. Like, I'm still thinking about Torches. Torches was crazy. And I mean, to be fair, the series could have ended at Torches as well, to be honest. Like, Clem, he had his own commanding position on that map. But in the end, Solar was able to bring us at least to the ace match. He was able to make a series out of that. Really well done. I think a lot of people were expecting a more one-sided series in favor of Clem. So really cool to see Solar popping up.
Champion of last year's EWC. Clem, a lot on your shoulders coming into this match, and a very tough match to get through there. We saw a lot of emotions on display, but right now I think I see happiness on your face. What was that match like for you?
Honestly, that was very stressful and very close. Honestly, like, Solar always knows how to kind of like abuse my playstyle a little bit. Like, he loves doing like Niduses and like fast ultra and all the kind of stuff that I don't really like playing against. So it makes for very tough matches always, and it's usually very close, like 3-2, and that match showed it as well.
Yeah, this seems to be a pattern for you guys here, but speaking of knowing your pace, being able to capitalize on that, you threw him a bit off his pace in game 2. He was coming on into your base, but you had an interesting setup that kind of stopped him there. What was that like from your perspective?
Ultra love, game 2.
I had a bit of a lucky choke point for my cycles. Honestly, I thought I was dead that game after I lost my cycles on the right.
I thought he was dead.
Cornered and flanked. I was like, oh, okay, this one is probably done. But then he kind of, I feel like he was just more all in than I thought he was, because I killed a lot of drones with my Hellions right before that, so I didn't realize exactly how all in he was, and defending my natural in the end was enough, and yeah, that was a very close one.
Well, it's very clear that you respect him as an opponent, but in a pre-match interview he asked, Clem, could you fear him a little bit, please? Do you fear Solar at all as an opponent?
Yeah, I do, of course. I do. It's very scary to play against him.
Well, I'm glad he got his wish, and I'm glad you got your victory. We'll see you moving on to the round of 8. We'll send it back to the desk, take another look at those games.
I appreciated those words out of Clem. That's what I was curious about as well when it comes to Ultra Love. He himself, he was like, yo, Ultra Love, that was crazy. He was like, I got a little bit lucky, you know. Thankfully, we had a really nice choke point, and of course, Solo was all in, so he was able to barely pull off that defense. He also did emphasize something that I was curious about. If you recall, he spoke about how, like, oh, like Solo, he plays certain styles that I struggle against, referring to Nidus play with lurkers and of course with the fast ultras, which Solar, we expected he was going to make use of this to full effect. What I was most curious by coming into the series was this style that Solar went for. We've already seen it before. By Shin at DreamHack Dallas. That was what, like 2 months ago, almost 2 months ago at this point. So my curiosity about this series, what I was personally looking for, as a fan, as a player, as a caster, was whether or not Clem has been able to refine his play against that, and whether he's gotten better against it. And I want to say for the most part the answer is yes, but I was curious if he had maybe cooked up like a bit of a different response, a bit of different builds against this kind of roach heavy opener, roach heavy style into fast tech. And the answer to that, I feel like, was no. Like, we didn't really see too much to try to counter that style. Outside of game, I guess outside of like Hellion aggression, right? Especially when it comes to these gaseous openers, that's where Clem can try to punish and bully a player being too greedy, which we saw a couple of times, true. Like, that's where like he can try to punish early on. But outside of that, like we do see that it can be quite difficult to play against this more defensive style of rushing into hive tech and rushing into ultras. We saw that at times Clem sometimes does tunnel vision. We saw that on torches, right? We were waiting for Ghost for so long. Ghost production didn't begin until like 13 minutes. It was so delayed. So that is definitely it seems like that's still a weak point for Clem, and that is where players like Shin, players like Serral as well can punish. I point out, and I point out Shin and Serral specifically because we've seen them play that style. Reynor has his own style that we can get into for his TVC. Like, again, we have so much to discuss and talk about when it comes to Reynor versus Maru later on in the evening, because Reynor, he has been cooking and he has been adjusting his own Zerg versus Terran matchup with some unique styles, and we've been covering that over the course of the weeklies, and we have even seen that in a lot of these big major events as well. We'll get there when it comes to Reynor versus Maru. Otherwise, we are getting ready for our next matchup here. Up next is going to be, speaking of, that's up next. Okay, Reynor versus Maru is right around the corner. After the break, after our casters do discuss. So let's hear from the boys on the casting couch. Let's hear from them.
Ley lines and like losing 8 drones to 2 Hellions and a Reaper. When you play against Clem, that's just over. Obviously, you're not going to leave a game early here at EWC 2025, but Solar knows at that point that that is just over. So it's such a shame that he couldn't even truly execute what he had in mind.
Yeah, they're talking about ley lines.
Does mean Solar will go up against Shin in a Zerg versus Zerg. Both of them absolute rapscallions in ZVZ. That could be. Ooh.
That's gonna be a banger.
Tell that to the European Zergs. They're all gonna lean back on the couch, grab the popcorn, and be like, "All right, we're so happy we're not on the receiving end of this ZVZ Clown Fiesta." Now that's actually gonna be mega fun for all of us. Shame to see one of them go, but I'm looking forward to that.
I'm looking forward to it
well,
as well.
Before we move on to our next match, though, we can check in because there's lots going on here at the bonanza that is the Esports World Cup. So let's check in over on the Boulevard.
I am here with Eric, otherwise known as Eruption.
How you doing, Paolo?
Doing good.
Paolo?
And yeah, Paolo.
Looking good. Sharp.
Yeah, so are you. And yeah, Honor of Kings. Why don't you tell me a little bit about the game?
Well, it hit the global scene about over a year ago, and it's been doing great, especially in Southeast Asia. In the Philippines, is where I reside right now.
Is he also wearing 2 watches? Wait, is everyone just wearing 2 watches? Look. I'm talking about Eruption. He's got 2 watches. What's happening?
Downloads, especially recently, and it's been.
It's like, mate, this guy just wants to make sure he's on time.
All these
that is not a bracelet on his right hand. That's another watch.
Southeast Asia, even in Europe.
Okay.
So, Honor of Kings.
One is a bracelet. No, they're both. I'm pretty sure they're both watches, right?
But it's been in a game.
On the one on his right hand wrist as well. That's a watch.
So only hit the global market in
it's 2 watches.
So it's pretty well.
It's the style.
It's a MOBA game for mobile.
Mate, we just want to make sure we're not late, man. We're not late.
Cool. And is that what separates Honor of Kings from other MOBA games?
You know what? Honestly, MOBA games in general has the same goal: destroy the enemy base.
Clearly late to the multi-watch. Mate, who wears watches? We have phones.
I come from Warcraft.
I'm going full Diablo Immortal. Do you not have phones?
Challenge each other, LAN gaming, and all that sort of stuff. So. In terms of MOBA, it's the same goal.
See, I'm more of a Paolo. You can see Paolo. He has accessories on his wrists, but they're just beads. They're just wristbands on both wrists.
You just gotta know how to.
That's more of my style. Man. I got a phone to tell the time. I don't need a watch.
You'll test all these MOBA games, including from Dota, the mother of all MOBAs, to Honor of Kings, Heroes of New Earth. We're going all way back, and then League of Legends. Then you have Mobile Legends, you have Honor of Kings, and all these other games. And
smartwatch. Yes, it's
I'm just thankful that.
No, that's not even a smartwatch.
That way into MOBA, into the MOBA scene.
The other guy, Sandstorm. Sandstorm had a smartwatch and a regular watch. This is like.
So let me ask you, like,
analog and analog.
StarCraft unit to become a hero in Honor of Kings, what would it be?
That's a good question, huh? I'm a Zerg user, but I would say I'm more of a Protoss guy. So I would go for a Zealot or Zealot. And the saying, you know, you can never ever tire from listening to the words of "My life for hire." You know what I mean? That is awesome. Right?
Let's go.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Eric. Really
Appreciate the time, man.
Yeah.
Thank you, pal.
Damn, who let a young Dwayne Johnson into the studio? What
Yeah,
was
we got
that?
Maru and Reynor.
The moment he
Let's
reached for
go.
that handshake, I was like, damn. This
I really like Katz's older, cooler brother. That was awesome. All right, well, we are getting ready for our next match here on the StarCraft
We were having
stage.
fun with the watches, but yes, that guy was jacked.
Versus Maru. It is a banger of
It's
a
crazy.
matchup. You don't want to miss this on the other side of this break.
6-watch fashion new meta. Yes, yes. I saw in the chat we need the we need the stopwatch hanging off the neck. True, true. We need the ankle watch. That's what we really need. We need where you put your legs on the table and then you like lift up your pants and then bam, you can tell the time. You just never know when you have to tell the time. You got to be prepared. Look left, right, up, down, bam. You know what time it is. What's the time? It's time for some TVZ. It's time for some Reynor versus Maru. We're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we'll have our next matchup. See you soon after the break. See you soon, Pappy. See you soon.
So first off, what sort of hotkey profile do you use? Do you use grid? Do you use standard?
I use standard.
Yeah?
Yeah. And I changed some customs for myself.
Okay. Which one did you change?
I changed like control first. I control group is the 0. This is most important point. I changed it to the W.
Oh, you have a hotkey for control W?
Yeah. It's
Okay.
like I make the because my hand is not enough go to the number 0. So I changed my create control group 10 to W, and which is make it easier. Also, I also set my cameras to like F2, F3, F4.
Okay.
F5. I usually set up to F8, but
That's a little difficult. Yeah.
It's a bit far.
Yeah. Okay, interesting. So what do you usually bind to hotkey W then?
Queens.
Queens.
Yeah.
Okay. So what is the hotkey for injecting then? So it's like a quick.
Injecting about it. There's a unit management. There's the choose ability or AI target. Click this, and there's a add arsenate, and I add it like to C.
Okay, so could you maybe like show a game how you usually start it off, like maybe the first couple minutes? Okay.
You just start it. First one, I just like basic, like make drones and sending overload to the opponent side. And I just kept making drones, and I setting the camera keys first, like each basis. Like if I set up now, it's like very easy to.
Ooh, you use your thumb for the 8.
Yeah. It's very easy to like switch the cameras, and I just make second overlay and I put it on my natural.
Okay. So what did you bind to hotkey 9?
9?
Yeah.
Is
tilde.
Yeah.
Okay.
This one is like for the niders in the late games.
Ah, okay, I see.
Yes.
So what do you use F1 for? Because you don't.
F1 is for the drones.
So you immediately start off all hatcheries on 4, I think.
Yeah.
So 1, 2, 3 is army.
1, 2, 3 army, and 5 later. 5 going to the army as well.
Okay.
Just for the natural hedge for now. But later it moves to the army. So I use 4 army hackies.
Okay. So that's like spellcasters, or?
Yes. Like for the late games, spellcast. And my queens are all OW.
Ah, okay. So 1, 2, 3 is army.
Yeah.
5 is like special spellcaster, and W is queen.
Right, correctly.
Okay, cool. So the repeat rates and the repeat delays that you adjust in the settings, they basically just allow you to produce everything quicker here, right?
Yes.
So you don't have to hold down the button as much.
Yes.
correctly.
It seems like most people do use either grid or standard. I think most people use standard. Do you know anybody that like uses a crazy hotkey setup like the core that used to be popular back in the day? But
Maybe Showtime.
Showtime still does, you think?
Yeah, because he only used like half of the keyboard, so
Yeah.
he only used like the right side of the keyboard, so maybe Showtime.
Yeah, I know some of the players have split up their keyboards.
Yeah,
They have
that's
like a
very
keyboard.
They like Lambo and Showtime, I guess.
Yeah, hard
Very
to
real. Yeah, very real for me.
You don't deal with that?
I don't like it.
No. Why not?
I'm just old boy. I'm classic boy here.
Is there like a setting you think you maybe should adjust, but you just haven't? Because for example, personally, I play grid and I would be very stubborn to change my baneling hotkey. So I would have like the same hotkey for morphing the baneling and then the same hotkey for exploding the baneling. And sometimes I would blow up my own banelings because of it. And it took me like 5 years of being stupid before I adjusted it. Do you have anything similar?
Actually, there's art. I didn't like art control group like this. But I didn't use it for a while because I didn't know it. After after the Serral becomes very good, I figured out when I watch his streaming, like he's always split army like very smart like this. So I was very curious how he does it. And so I asked Lambo about it. He teach me there's art can split the army. I finally figured it out and I started to use it. I think if I use it earlier, I think it's...
Yeah, they introduced it with Legacy of the Void.
Yeah.
Which
I didn't know
10 years ago now, but...
yeah, but like...
I see.
At least I use it now, so it's fine.
Yeah, okay, I see. All right, well, thank you very much, and good luck in the tournament.
Thank you.
Day number 2 of the Esports World Cup here for StarCraft 2, and it's a big fight field because we have got ourselves Reynor going up against Maru. It's a best of 5 from 2 of the people that are best to ever do it here. Zerg versus Terran will collide in our next matchup. Joining me are Toasters as well as State to get this rolling. This is a big one, Tasteless. I mean,
let's go.
Okay. It was almost perfect.
That's fine. They're all the same colors. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. But here we go as we are getting into our next game. Sorry, I just pressed the back button. There we go.
State? I feel the exact same way. I mean, the
Beautiful.
moment that the schedule
But we
came
are
out,
getting ready
the
here
day
for our
two,
next
I was
series
like, okay,
for
this is
our
the match
third
to look forward
match?
to. It is the greatest
Fourth. Our fourth series of the broadcast. And Reynor versus Maru is going to be an interesting one. I'm curious what they're going to say in regards to talking about the players. We'll see what they bring up.
Well, of course, this is a hot match, but before we get to that, we've got Dr. Zulaman Al Habib with some hot takes. So let's hear from...
Excuse me? What?
We are here outside the Saudi National Bank Esports Arena. I am with Daruti Sandstorm, and we're under the scorching Arabian sun to give you some hot takes. My hot take of the day is going to be that Reynor will 3-0 Maru.
Fair enough. Well, you know what? My hot take is, we're all thinking it. I'm just going to say it. Protoss, perfectly balanced. I don't care what anyone says.
Oh, God. Where me? Let's go.
Wait a minute, he just ran away. Sandstorm, come back, we still need you. What is this? All right, so let's...
Lovely.
What are your guys' hot takes? I guess I'll start with you, State.
I'm actually right there with Sandstorm. That's what I came here ready to say.
Oh,
My
no.
hot take is, you know what? We've had so many people complaining
The
about Protoss heading into
propaganda.
this tournament, especially the players. A lot of players for Protoss already knocked out. I think 3 in total.
Yeah.
I would be surprised if we had 2 make the playoffs, and I do not think a Protoss is going to win.
Okay. What, 2? If
No
2
faith?
in the round of 8.
I'm expecting 2 at most in the round of 8.
Artosis?
How many hot takes do you want?
Just the one. just the one.
All right.
Jeez Louise.
Oh, man, there's so many. Okay, so I'm going to have it kind of be about this match, right? I mean, people have already heard me talk about Rogue enough, and it shouldn't be a hot take. It's just fact. But
Oh, God.
I would say that my hot take is Maru is actually the most skilled player in the history of StarCraft 2. If you look at the length of how long he's been a pro gamer, you look at his base skills, his micro, his macro, his decision-making, his coolness under pressure. You know, you look at all these different things he does, he is the actual most skilled player in the history of the game.
All right. Okay. Well, there you go. Let's hear from Reynor coming into this match.
I like how there's no engagement.
Here
I
with
like
my
it. I
friend
like it.
Ricardo Romiti, Reynor, as most know him. And you're over to face Maru. I mean, it's one of the most hype matchups, probably the best matchup that we've had up until this point of the tournament. Very exciting. I predicted in my hot takes a 3-0. How are you feeling going into it?
Feeling pretty good. I think I'm gonna take it. I think I've done very good preparation. I got a lot of help from Serral and Lambo as well. So the Zerg Cabal is coming hot for this one, that's for sure.
Let's go.
That's good. Are you feeling locked in for this tournament? How did your practice go kind of coming into this? Like, do you feel like you're prepared? In previous years, you know, you've been the favorite. Whenever you prepare, I feel like you show up at a different level.
Yeah, for sure. I kind of changed it around a little bit this year. I felt like I maybe played too much and didn't quite live my life for the previous year. And I tried to switch it up a bit and played a little bit less, focused a lot more on strategies and preparation. Also, I feel like a different motivation for this year. And yeah, I'm feeling pretty locked in.
Last but not least, Ricardo, are you ready for the Cyclone?
I'm ready for the Cyclone.
Oh, he's ready.
Bring it on.
Oh, let's go.
Well. Reynor feeling confident going up against.
He's ready for the Cyclones,
Pappy. So I didn't get to ask you much about this game, but we are almost ready to head on into Maru versus Reynor. Reynor, a previous world champion, going up against a man, Maru, who should be a world champion.
Are we going to talk about the players?
Get to it. Best of 5.
No, okay.
Give me the Q2 start running.
Good. Welcome back.
Thank you. Next game, they have faced off.
We heard
on
the production,
stages
by the way.
around the world, and every time sparks fly, two giants of StarCraft will take to the stage. On one side, the Iron Fortress of Terran Control, and the other, the lightning-fast Zerg Prodigy with the heart of a champion.
Let's bring them on out. From Team Basilisk, it's Reynor, and from Team Vitality, it's Maru.
Let's go.
He has beaten legends, lifted trophies, and defied expectations. Now, Reynor looks to take down one of the best to ever do it.
Best is right. Maru, considered the greatest Terran in GSL history. He holds the winning record in this matchup, but just barely.
Swarm meets Steel. Chaos meets Control. It's Reynor versus Maru. Casters, the floor is yours.
Jesus. All right, we're jumping in. We're jumping into our next series here. So I was a little bit surprised we actually didn't get to hear them talk. Hopefully, do we reconnect? Okay. So I do apologize, but looks like the stream did go down for a moment. OBS did die. Just quickly double checking to make sure we're fully connected. I hope the stream's still okay. We're fine on OBS. Are we good on... Okay. We're back on Twitch. Are we back on YouTube? I think we are. Okay, I think we're back on YouTube as well. Yeah. We're back. Okay, we're good here. We're good to go. Now, something that I was a little bit that I was surprised by was that again they didn't even discuss the players too much when it came to the casting couch setup. I feel like a lot of what they said were like cold takes, to be honest. What did Stay say? Stay said that he expects like 2 Protoss in the playoffs. I mean, I think everyone expects 2 Protoss. Like we're looking at herO and Classic to be the 2 to make it through. So I feel like we had some cold takes, Pappy. Yeah. When it comes to Reynor versus Maru, I do favor Reynor coming into the series. In general, I feel like, I mean, I've been very vocal about this, about how Maru, his play has been a little bit shaky this year for reasons, of course. We spoke about how Maru, he was getting ready for military service at the start of the year, so he was playing a lot less StarCraft. That's why he was less in form at the start in GSL Season 1. Coming into GSL Season 2 in DreamHack Dallas, Maru, he was very cheesy. He was very cheesy, very all-in. He did nothing but 2-base all-in against Protoss. He did nothing but 8 racks against Zerg. That's what led him to his win at DreamHack Dallas. And that is where Solar Hard countered him at GSL Season 2. So Maru has been very predictable in his play. Now, my big question coming into this tournament, coming into EWC, is that trend going to continue? Is Maru still predictable? Is he still going for the same styles? Or has he evolved? Has he grown? Has he adjusted in the months from DreamHack Dallas, from GSL Season 2 into EWC? That's what I'm here for. That's what I want to see. That's what I'm curious about. Because if he's playing the same, Reynor wins. I'm heavily leaning towards Reynor in this series if Maru is still playing the same way. But I would hope that that isn't the case. I would hope that Maru has been actually, devoting his time, practicing, improving, and we'll see some different play out of Maru coming into this. They were joking about Cyclones earlier and Mech. I would not be surprised to see Mech at one point in the series. We have already seen Maru play Mech before in the events leading into this tournament, so he has mech'd it up in the past. We've seen Maru play Mech, Beyond play Mech, a lot of the other Terran players play Mech as well, so we expect it at some point in this series, not in every game, but at some point in this series nonetheless. Let's go. Here we go. But again, I do apologize for the stream going down. Do apologize. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. But yeah, I don't know why, but the stream did suddenly die earlier. But yes, we are getting ready. They were showing off the videos earlier. Unfortunately, I didn't get to see the videos just because of the technical issues. But it should be on Wikipedia. Exclamation mark B in the chat to have a look at the back yourselves. And looks like we have the vetoes. We have Last Fantasy, Incorporeal, Pylon, and Torches. So some relatively standard vetoes. Game 1 is going to be on Persephone, followed by Ultralove, Maganatha, Tokamak, and Leylines. Okay, so I would say this is a much more standard veto process. We're not getting Torches, we're not getting Last Fantasy or anything too crazy. We're not getting Pylon, we're not getting Incorporeal either. So these are the more standard maps we expect. When it comes to the smaller maps, that is where we expect something like Araxes out of Maru. When it comes to the larger ones, that's where we are hoping for something different. That's where we might see Mech out of Maru as well. Persephone is going to be an interesting one. I do think that's kind of like a little bit more middle of the road. But here we go. Persephone is coming up first, and we are getting into game number 1. Let's go. Predictions up after the series starts. As always, predictions after the series starts. So we're enjoying the map. Let's go. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the Italian Zerg player. We have the red Zerg representing Basilisk. It is Reynor. And in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have for Team Vitality. It is Maru. Let's go. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chats as we get into our TVZ. Back-to-back Terran versus Zerg, and again, a lot of people have been looking forward to this series, to this match, and likewise, my eyes are mainly on Maru. When it comes to his play style, again, Maru has been very predictable in his play in almost every matchup. I would say his TVT has been more diverse, has been more impressive, but his TVP and TVZ has been very one-note. Has been very one-note as of late, over the past couple of months in this year of play. That is why a lot of people's expectations of Maru were a little bit lower coming into EWC, but we'll see how his preparation comes into play, comes into form. We shall see. As we have our initial openers, so far Arax Expand, standard opener out of Maru. Likewise, Reynor going Hatch, Gas Pool. Now, when it comes to Reynor's play, something that we have been seeing more of as of late is his TVZ, specifically during KSL and during the during the Woody TV Monday as well last week. We saw a unique style of Ling into Ultra, even greedier than what we've been seeing out of Solar. Remember, Solar, he was going for a lot of Roach heavy openers. Roach heavy style into Hive, into either Lurker or Ultra Tech. We've seen something similar out of Reynor, but more greedy and more abusable, I will say, is going pure Ling into Ultra, pure Ling. And when I say pure Ling, I mean no banelings either. Like such greedy play out of Reynor. And we saw that he was able to make full use of it and actually catch players like Beyond off guard with it. But after players got used to his style, after players got a little bit more comfortable and more practiced against Reynor, that is when they could find holes where they could abuse Reynor and shut him down. So I'm not too convinced by it, to be honest. Ooh, third CC before starport. So economic opener here out of Maru. Does go for a standard economic start. CC is going to be on the low ground. And we'll see how he does follow this up. Coming into Persephone, Persephone is one of the more interesting maps in the map pool as well. Is a little bit more extreme. Like, we have seen a lot of shorter games, we've seen a lot of longer games as well, just because it's a little bit easier to cut the map in half. I do feel like Maru is typically one to go for shorter games. Typically. But for now, there it is, second factory. So we knew that Maru was going to play mech at some point in this series. I was expecting it on Tokamak. I was expecting it on Maganatha. I was expecting it on some of these larger maps. Here, we're kicking things off on Persephone with mech, with battle mech. Let's go. So second and third factory on the way, getting to Hellion, getting to Cyclone production. Now remember, Reynor, he said it himself, he called Maru out. What did he say? He said, yo, I'm ready for the Cyclones. Let's go. Right, like, give it to me, papi. Give it to, okay, give him the Cyclones. We'll see if that was all hot air or if there's actually some weight behind Reynor's words. We'll see if he's ready for the mech. As Reynor does spoken with the Overlord, ooh, he has limited information. He does not scout the second factory. Likewise, Hellions are kept hidden here from Reynor's eyes. So Reynor, he does not confirm the mech, not yet. Does go for the safety Roach Warren, thankfully. Does go for the Roach Warren. And again, mech should be in the back of his mind. If you didn't watch GSL, if you didn't watch GSL Season 2, then you might not be aware of this. But Maru, he has been playing mech. He did play mech in GSL as well. He played mech against Solar and he got punished for it. He got shut down, if you recall. So we'll see if he goes for it, or we'll see if Reynor can shut it down. I mean, Roaches already is going to be a strong start for Reynor. We can see that Maru, he's rushing into not Macfield Accelerator, he's rushing into Blue Flame. Yeah, Hellions are going for a dive, the wall is open. And Hellions are trying to force their way through the Lings. Yeah, they're getting into the mineral lines, working towards a natural. Eva Chamber wall is thrown down, but Hellions, they're pushing their way through. Going into the main. Yeah, they dive into the main base. Drones are going to be going down. And Reynor, his link production was delayed. He had no wall at the natural. And so far, 5 drone kills, nothing major. Nice reaction so far. Nice reaction, nice response. Yeah, Reynor, he's droning, and he cleans this up. Wow, he will clean this up. This was a big commitment here by Maru. How many drones did he get? 5. Only 5 workers. That is not good enough. Again, that was a big investment. So many Hellions were thrown away, and Reynor holds. So you can see here, 12 Hellions for only 5 workers. Ay, ay, ay. Sure, he trades with Zerglings, but Reynor, that's what he wanted. He got away with greed, got away with cutting worker or cutting army production. From here, Reynor in a strong position. Now we have Macfield on the way. Reynor starting Roach production. If he didn't know before, now he knows for sure. It is mech. Is fully aware. So far, Maru, he does rotate, trying to gain that map control. Getting into a Cyclones. At least Maru, he's maintained his own economy. True. His economy has been secure. Now reinforcing with Cyclones. Meanwhile, Reynor, he hasn't been able to drone up too much. Getting into his Roach production. Going for a delayed 4th base. As we can see Maru rotating. Does rotate over towards the 4th. Reynor, he's ready for a surround. Uh-oh. Yeah, he is ready for it. Yeah, you can see the Lings being activated. Oh, Maru, he doesn't stick around though. Okay. Good move out of Maru, he pulls out. If he committed there, he would have lost everything. 100%. He would have lost the entire army. As Reynor, he had delayed the trap. Maru does not take the bait. Instead, he backs off, he rotates. At the same time, Reynor going for the roach drop. Dropping into the main. At the same time, Reynor ready for the run by. Is ready for it. About to pull the trigger, dropping into the main base. Yo, the slow drop lord. Ooh, the Lings are premature. They run into the army. Stronger defense out of Maru. And Reynor in a bit of trouble here. But he does unload. Gets into the mineral line. Denies SCVs. Catching out some of the cyclones. Nice catch here by Reynor. Gets 1, 2, 3. Oh, almost up to 4. 3 cyclones. Takes on 3 cyclones. Tunneling into the natural. Getting a couple more SCVs. Tunneling into the 3rd as well. And so far, yeah, I mean, he is pulling Maru apart. Does pull him apart. Gets more SCV kills. Jump going to be forced out. And Reynor, he's maxing. He's maxing out at this point now with Viper Tech, with Hydra production as well. Again, the Tunneling Claw Roach is doing an amazing job here, just keeping Maru busy. Again, with Battle Mech, you want to be active. You want to be active. You want to be fighting for creep. You want to be pushing towards the bases. But Maru has been stuck at home. The creep is still a little bit lackluster, is what I will say for Reynor. Has been lackluster. But the Vipers are soon to arrive. And then we can abduct. Nice Locons. Now Locons on the Queens. Hatcheries under fire. And what are we going for? Again, there's a handful of tanks going for the abductions on the Cyclones. But that's still such a brutal tank line. And here we go, Maru. He's going for the kill. Pushing in between the bases. Here come the Blinding Clouds. He does cover 3, 4 tanks. He covers all the tanks. Oh no! The Vipers get caught out. Oh, and Reynor, he may not have enough here. It's still quite close, but yeah, he doesn't have enough. Tanks, they overwhelm. And Maru, he will break through. Reynor, he just did not have enough on the ground. Even without the tanks, the Cyclones. He said he was ready. No, you're never ready. No for the Cyclones back. As Maru, he wedges himself in between the bases. He overwhelms the Roach army, forcing his way further in. And again, Reynor, he barely didn't have enough. It was close. It was close. Was a decent surround. Was lacking Zerglings, lacking a way to close the distance. Yo, let's go. The Tunneling Claw Roaches. Just trying to sneak past the army. They cannot unburrow. They cannot break through. And GG gets called. Maru, he will start things off with a win. He will take game number 1. Whew. GG, well played. Maru, he does take a lead in the series. Again, Reynor, he did have a decent start. He was able to shut down the Hellion dives. He was able to maintain himself. It did take him a long time to drone though. I will say that. His fourth base was late. It took him a long time to drone up. I did really like the Roach harass. And hey, the Vipers did come out in time, but the surrounding engage was a little bit lackluster. We saw him, he was able to blind and cloud the tanks, but the Cyclones, they were the real problem, the real issue. And unfortunately, Reynor, he was going Roach Hydra, he was not going Roach Ling. The Roach Hydra made it look like he was expecting a Battle Mech. It made it look like he was expecting Battle Mech with Banshee support. That's the only reason to get Hydras there, but it wasn't Battle Mech into Banshee, it was Battle Mech with tanks instead. That's where Lings would have been more useful, that's where Roach Ravager would have been more useful. That was a bit of a misread here from Reynor going into Hydras the way that he did, as the Hydras didn't really add much support to the army, they didn't really add much to the force he was going for. GG. GG, well played. With that, Maru takes a lead, and now we're getting ready for game number 2. Now, game 2, we're going to be loading into Ultra Love, a much smaller map of the map pool. This is where something like an ARAX can hit harder. This is where I don't expect mech. As I mentioned before, like in my mind, mech is more map based. Maps like Persephone, maps like Maganatha, Tokamak, Leylines, those are maps where I can see mech be a little bit more useful. Meanwhile, on these smaller maps, I can see a more aggressive bio setup thriving a lot more. So my eyes are on Maru here. I'm expecting something like an ARAX 3 base all in, but we'll see. We'll see as we load into Ultra Love. Here we go. As we are getting into that next game, and spawning in the bottom hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the Italian Zerg player. We have the red Zerg representing Basilisk. It is Reynor. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran. It is Maru. Ooh, and Maru opening up 2x Reaper. Let's go. So 2x Reaper open out of Maru. Reynor opening up pool first. Oh, interesting. Now, pool first opener here is going to be interesting. Oh, okay. It's pool into gas into a delayed hatchery. With this early gas income, we can go into earlier link speed for an earlier link flood, or this can lead into earlier roach production. Really curious to see what this gas is going to be spent on outside of just link speed. So late hatchery out of Reynor. This will be an interesting dynamic. It's going to be interesting, as Reapers are going to be amassing. Technically, Maru has the option to go for a 3-rack setup and go 3-racks mass Reaper, but here just 2. Only 2 axes. And we have the answer. I was curious, what is the gas going to be spent on? We can see roaches, not link speed. So no link speed, not a Bane Bust. He's going for an early roach rush. I'll be honest, I haven't really seen this dynamic too often here. So we have the early roach rush against mass Reaper. Okay, I mean, the Reapers, they should be able to scout and confirm what's going on at least. And from there, Maru, he can react with a bunker. Assuming he scouts. As the Reapers, they poke forward. They confirm the late expansion. He knows something is wrong, something is amiss. And we'll see how he reacts. Like, if you've been watching Bjorn, especially 2 years ago, like Bjorn, he would have really strong responses to this. Typically, you would go for early tech lab into Marauder production with bunkers on the low ground to hold. But Maru, now he confirms. Yeah, now he sees, now he knows. He does spot the roaches, he does pull back. And back at him, there it is, bunkers are on the way. No add-ons. So he's going for his bunkers, going for his marines. We can see that Reynor, he is droning, he's not all in. He's only moving out with a handful of roaches, and he's droning up. So very light commitment here from Reynor. Very light. I think it's only one Roach, one Ravager as well. Jesus. Yeah, so he doesn't move out across the map. He doesn't poke in. Okay, there's one more Roach back at home. One Roach at home to defend. Reapers are getting to the middle line. They got one drone. One drone goes down. Reynor, he does keep up. He does focus on 2 Reapers, not bad. And again, from here, the game will continue. Now, because of the 2-racks opener, this should lead into bioplay. This should lead into a strong stim timing initially. Oh, never mind. That is mech. Are we just going to see mech? Are we just going to see mech every game? Like, if we're going for mech on Ultra Love, then there's no reason not to play mech in every single game at this point. I'll be honest. Yeah, there we go. Second factory. So just these racks is only being used for add-ons, from my understanding. Wow. Okay. I mean, this is a really unique opener because of the initial 2 racks Reaper. Right now, mech is not in Reynor's mind. It wasn't in my mind, right? It wasn't in my mind because it doesn't make any sense, right? Like, if you already have a bio setup, it makes sense to make use of that and get into that bio follow-up. So right now, Reynor's in the dark. He doesn't really know what's going on. He's going to fast +1 carapace. Fast +1 carapace, this reads that he's getting ready for 2-1-1. He's getting ready for bio when it isn't bio at all. So he has to figure out what's happening. For now, he's still droning. There's still no link speed, bear that in mind. We spoke earlier how in game 1 it does feel like Reynor misread the composition of Maru and was getting ready for Banshees when really it was just battle mech into tank. And now he knows. Yeah, he sees the floating racks, now he knows. I mean, he sees the cyclones as well. So he's aware what's going on. You can see the cancel. Yeah, he cancels Carapace, starts +1. This is late +1 out of Reynor. As we were trying to emphasize, Carapace screams bio, a defense against a bio army, but it wasn't. So late upgrades here from Reynor, late realization. Let Cyclones do punish. And Reynor, he's trying to pivot here to help deal with this mech. There's a lot of roaches going down. And again, there's no links to threaten this. Like, there's nothing to threaten Maru. Just free damage, free roach kills. Oof. I mean, roach speed is almost done, but so many roaches are going down. As Maru does kite back. Picks off 3 more rats. Oh, God. And this is snowballing out of control. As Maru, he's just gotten so much value out of these cyclones. As from here, he backs off, he rotates. We can see Reynor trying to go for a counterattack. He does break out. He does break free. Ah, nice around. Very nice. Okay. Surrounds the army, cleans up the Hellions. Does that position Maru. Yeah, clutch burrow. And Reynor, he finally gets some breathing room. Whew, he can finally breathe. Now we have Ling speed on the way. Remember, Lings were something that was missing in game 1. But now we're finally getting into Ling Roach Ravager, a much more solid standard composition to help deal with mech. The game is slowing down. I do feel like Maru's in a better position. I mean, Maru has the greater economy. He's building up the larger army. Once again, he's switching into tank production, not into Banshee, which is where Ling's going to fare better for Reynor now. Getting into Ling Roach Ravager. So I do think that Reynor, he has a better response this time. But I don't know if he can break Maru yet. We'll see if he can catch out these cyclones. As he does get one. Once again, nice burrow. Doesn't save all his roaches, but It's a good way, it's a good alternate way to kind of break these lock-ons. Is to borrow. Behind the safety infestors, Hive is in production. As we have more borrowed roaches fanned out. Vipers are going to be a must here, especially against the eventual tank push. It's Reynor going Ling Bane Roach Ravager. There's Baneling Nest on the way. And Maru, he will soon... I mean, the goal for Maru is just turtle. Just turtle up and then max out. Turtle and max. Or an ultra love, so the rush distance by gun is shorter, so it's not going to take long at all for the army to start pushing once Maru does decide. See, he does see the Hive is on the way. As Cyclones move out, Lings, they attempt to move in, but there are tanks in position. That's Maru setting up. Setting up, he's rotating over towards the right-hand side. Oh, never mind, here comes the main push. And remember, he scanned earlier. He saw the Hive was just now finishing. So he knows the Vipers are not ready. Now is his time. Pushing pre-Viper tech. And moving through this choke point is not easy. Still looking for a way across. And that's spot the army. Keeping up with the Zerglings. Vipers, they're just now popping out. Now, did Reynor buy enough time? As Vipers are still gathering energy, going for the neural. Not quite able to slow this down. Neuraling whatever he can. Okay. A bit of a messy fight. Meanwhile, nice thing run by. Yeah, Lings, they slip into the natural, they slip into the main. Catching reinforcements, mineral line is falling. Nice fungal here on the Cyclones. As you can see how better this Ling army is trading. Catching out more Cyclones, catching out more tanks. And that's going to be 29 SCV kills. Maru's economy is crippled. Reynor, he can remax, he can keep going. Can't keep going, the tanks are exposed, and Reynor, he will hold. Ooh, he will hold on. And again, you can see that just the disparity here in army composition, how well this is working for Reynor compared to game one. Not wasting any money on Hydras. Just Ling Roach Ravager. As he backs off, he rebuilds. Maru is forced all the way back home, and this is giving more time for Reynor to remax. Remember, he was on 84 workers. He has a booming economy already. Time is on his side. So Reynor just getting more and more comfortable here. Again, it was still a very intense early to mid game. Like that was the scariest moments with Maru almost breaking through, pushing pre Viper tech. It was a very messy defense from Reynor, but he defended. He defended. Got into his Zerglings. Yeah, Lings coming from behind. They force a bit of friendly fire. Oh. Reynor though, he needs more Zerglings. Yeah, he's under a lot of pressure here. The base is going to be broken. He has to back off. And he did so well harassing across the map, but yeah, he will give up the base. Gives up the expansion. The tanks are exposed. Okay, free damage. Gets 3 tanks for free. Takes down all the tanks, but the big issue here is the Cyclones. Once again, it's where the Cyclones, they hold their own, they stay on the ground, they take down 2 expansions. As he catches out more roaches. Oof. That's 4 more roaches going down. You see Reynor sharking around with those infestors. Looking for the fungals. Oh. And here, barely catching out the army. Nicely done. You can see once Reynor has those Zergling reinforcements and nice neurals as well. Reynor, he defends on the right, but ooh, bases are going down on the left. Reynor, he just cannot expand. He needs a base, Pappy. He needs a base. He needs a hatchery. Yeah, and he won't be able to. He won't be able to expand. Maru, he did lose a bunch of workers early, but he's rebuilt. He's rebuilt at workers. He has the booming economy now. He's on 85 SCVs plus mules. Yeah, Maru, he got himself back into this. Going for a split push. Reynor, he defends on the left and on the right. Reynor, he's holding on. Oof. Oh, God, God. Yeah, those lock-ons are brutal. The lock-ons are brutal. Does catch out some of these cyclones on the right-hand side. Gets 3. Takes down 3 cyclones, but oh god, the punish is just the punish is brutal. Ay ay ay. Here come the infestors. We need those fungal growths. We need to lock down the army somehow, some way. Oh. Tanks are exposed once again. Tanks are exposed. Takes down all 3 tanks. Nice skin here out of Maru. Does spot the infestors. Ooh. Oh, it kills 1. Does squish an infestor. With the Rux. Now there's no fungal support. He needs those fungals. Oh, that's a lot of roaches going down. Again, just a very messy fight. Fungals popping up. And they lock down the army. That's what Reynor needs. Likewise lands a couple of neurals, takes over the tanks. A better setup here from Reynor. Pushing on the left, catching up more tanks. More tanks going down. A neural from across the screen. Let's go. Jesus. Oh, nobody ever extends. That's a lot of infestors going down to 2. Yeah, a bit of miscontrol from Reynor. Bleeding out a lot of infestors. From here, he has to pull away. Now, my big concern here, like, yes, Reynor, he's been trading with the army, but the economy here is still untouched. Like, Maru, he's still on 88 SCVs. Reynor, he has to keep going. He has to keep going. He can't stop. That's Reynor, who's at least barred denying some of these expansions. Getting his own economy back up and running. Maru up to 92 SCVs. Maru overmaking SCVs at this point. A little bit concerning. The game is slowing down. Both armies are maxed. We have a spiral on the way for Reynor. They should be working towards Broodlords. It is a little bit late, but again, it's just been a really intense game. Very intense. And very back and forth. There's been strong moments for both players. Maru now going back into heavy tank production. gonna be a lot of tanks. The lack of Vipers is concerning. No, as oh, is the stream okay? No, the stream. Okay, we're back. As we have the picture-in-picture. Maru, he's maxed out. He has a heavy tank count. Remember, no Vipers. Does go for the mass neural. Does mass neural. Target firing here for the tanks. Cyclones are going down, but he cannot push into that tank line. Oh my god, the tank line is brutal, and that was a rough fight for Reynor, pushing into a massive wall of tanks. 20 infestors going down. Jesus. And Maru, he's pushing through. He's pushing through. Does break through here. Lings are coming from behind. Let's go. Lings are coming for the surround. Where are the Cyclones? Yeah, the Cyclones are not there. Nice reinforcing Lings. Reynor, he shuts down the tanks. The power of the Zergling. Let's go. As he cleans up every single tank. Whew. Yeah, takes down the tank line. Gets into the economy. SCVs are finally going down as well. Takes down 20 SCVs. And despite the shaky fight, despite the rough fight there from Reynor, with the Remax, who was able to deal with that tank army. Reynor back in the driver's seat. Again, it's been a roller coaster ride of a game. Very intense, very back and forth. And I want to favor Reynor here just because of that economic damage, but Maru, he's going into the ideal into mech alongside Ghost support. So Ghost mech is like the ideal late game Terran army that you want in TBZ, and Maru, he's almost there. He's almost there. Again, the big issue for Maru this game so far has been the spellcasters, whether it's Vipers, whether it's Infestors. But that's what the Ghosts are for the EMPs. For EMPs and snipes. Once again, Ling run by, catching out 2 tanks. Does scout the Ghost. At the same time, pushing on the right hand side as well. Going for the CC. That's a kill. Killing the CC. Mass neural on the Cyclones. And again, this is just a really unique way that we've seen from Reynor to just deal with these Cyclones. Just mass neural. And it's been working well. It's been working well here. Better than Fungals. Like, Fungals, they lock down the army, but to be honest, Cyclones more often than not, they can just stand and fight anyway. They just stand and fight regardless. So why not just turn the Cyclones against the Terran? You can see Maru, he's running out of resources. So despite the lower SCV count, it's still mining pretty efficiently. Lings, they catch out more of these tanks. Another couple of tanks going down. As Reynor does catch another tank on the right hand side. Broodlords are amassing, getting ready for, Corruptors are amassing, getting ready for Broodlords. The Broodlords are getting ready. He's getting there. This is where the Ghosts are going to become a really big problem though for Reynor. This is where Infestors are crucial. Infestors, they are going to be crucial here as Broodlord production has begun. Maru is still defending here on 5 bases, on 6 even. Hellbats are trading well for themselves. As Maru, he's pushing once again. Pushing on the left-hand side. Broodlords are revealed. Yeah, the Broodlords are revealed. Workers, they try to evacuate. Reynor out of position. Uh-oh. Catching out some units though. Who's really out of position at this point? Catching out a handful of tanks. Reynor, he bleeds out 16 drones, but he remaxes with more Zerglings. As hatcheries are going down, these are the most crucial mining bases here for Reynor. Oh, the EMPs! No! Oh god, massive EMPs! Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, Reynor, he was stacked. Not like this. No fungals remaining. No fungals, no neurals. At the same time, nice thing run by, but he's attacking the factory. Okay, he's A moved on the factory instead. There we go. Does take down the Thor. Takes down the Thor, but a rough couple of moments here for Reynor. There's a scan for the Zerglings. Reynor losing 2 expansions and a mineral line. Just trying to get his bases back up and running. Taking top left. And he needs that expansion. More Vipers are on the way. Has to regather that energy. Oh, that's that's Rex at the start of the game. Finally gonna go down. But again, Maru, he's been refining his army quite well. He's got a Hellbat, Tank, Thor, Ghost. Jesus. I think most of the Ghosts survived. As the army rotates over. Yeah, Reynor, he cannot save this expansion. Another base going down. Yeah, there are 8 ghosts. There's still 8 ghosts remaining. Oh. Nice catch. Takes out one of the Thors. Catching out the Medivacs. Nothing major here, but he gets a Thor. Gets a Medivac. Nice little pickups here for Reynor. And this is what he needs. He needs to just catch Maru off guard every now and then. Peeking for a couple units at a time. Because that main army is terrifying. Maru, he rotates. It's so difficult to catch this army out on Ultra Love just because the center of the map is there's just so many choke points. So many choke points. So difficult for Reynor to engage. He cannot push in, not like this. Maru likewise looking for a way through as well. Maru does push through. Fungal grazing the army. Yeah, decent fungals here on that. I mean, the fungals, they don't matter if there's no follow-up. Yeah, Ghost up, popping off massive snipes here on the Broodlords. Down to 2 Broodlords remaining, and you can see the tanks, they just annihilate the ground army. Pulling back. Does land a couple of snipes. I believe that's the final Broodlord. Infest is out of energy. We have some blinding clouds. It's going to be close here. Lings are coming in to reinforce. And the Lings, the reinforcing Lings, barely enough. Once again, Reynor, he will clean up the army. Not with his main army, but with those Ling reinforcements. Whew. Again, so crucial to clean up all the Hellbats. Reynor, he takes the fight. He holds. And here come the mass swarm of Lings. Heads into the mineral line. No planetary. And no planetary. Mineral line is going to go down. At the same time, I'm loving the changelings looking down those Thors. And again, things were looking rough there for Reynor. And again, Reynor, he could not take the head-on fight, and he couldn't. But with the reinforcements, though, with the Remax, does catch Maru out. He traded well enough. As the army size is still quite comparable. Maru is still in this. He has no economy, and Reynor should be able to like out macro and or just remax that much faster. Before that happens, so Maru does push. Get a couple of abductions. It does abduct the ghost. Nice fungal. The ghost. 5 ghosts going down. Massive pickups. And no ghosts remaining. Just purely a mech army at this point. Just a couple of cyclones, a couple of hellbats. Reynor has to respect it though. He has to back off. And Maru's all in. Maru, he's down to 4 SCVs. 4 SCVs remaining. Oof. Still a terrifying army. It takes down the Viper. It takes down a couple of infestors as well. Uh-oh. Reynor, we have to calm down. He has to back off. He has to calm down. Cyclones, they still trade well, but remember, this is the final army for Maru. He's running out of steam, running out of army. Here come the Ling reinforcements. And Reynor, he holds, he survives. And he'll make a series out of this. It was a very intense game number 2, very back and forth. Remember, this started with 2x Reaper, and GG gets called. Reynor, he ties things up 1-1. Whew, what a game 2. What a game 2. Crazy. GG, well played. Very intense, very back and forth. Honestly, there were a lot of really rough moments for Reynor. There's a reason why they kept zooming in on his face. Like, there were a lot of really rough fights and really rough moments where he was losing momentum, where he was losing a lot of steam, where Maru was taking better fights, where Maru had the better economy of Reynor. He hung in there. He was able to hang in there, able to bounce back. He had a really impressive and really unique kind of style against the battle mech as well, relying heavily not on fungals but on neurals instead. Relying quite heavily on neurals to neural the cyclones, neural the jets, just really mainly the cyclones. And whenever he could reset that cyclone count, whenever he could reset the hellbat count, that's when Lings could clean everything else up. But again, really intense game 2. And now we're getting into game number 3. Oh boy. That was wild. What a game. Now, something that, if you remember, I did mention in game 2 that I stand by now is that if Maru opens 2x Reaper, and if he goes mech on Ultra Love, it's possible that we might see mech every game. It's very possible at this point that he might not stop. We'll see if that's the case as we're loading into Maganatha. Here we go. We're loading into Maganatha and spawning in the bottom right hand corner. We have our Italian Zerg player. We have the red Zerg. It is Reynor for Basilisk. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have Maru for Team Vitality. Here we go. Whew. Here we go. So we have Maru opening up CC first. So economic opener here out of Maru. Meanwhile, hatch gas pool. Sorry, my apologies. Going pool gas into delayed hatchery here for Reynor. Okay. Is going for a bit of a cheekier build here. Just like last game, if you recall, Reynor, he rushed into early roaches. In game number 2, we saw that because he got scouted, he only opened up with 3 roaches, or 3 roaches, 1 Ravager. Very light commitment out of Reynor, if you remember. Again, it was a crazy start to the game. It was 2x Reaper against 1 base roach from Reynor. This time, though, it is a greedy start out of Maru, which means Reynor, this build, he can excel. He can achieve a lot more damage, assuming he will go for another Roach Warren as well. As Maru is being greedy. There we go. Link speed is all the way. He stays in gas. He does stay in gas. So this looks like an all-in. From here, Reynor, he can go into either an earlier Bailey Nest or an earlier Roach Warren. But again, you do not expect gas this early on. And to stay in gas as well. So very aggressive by Reynor. Very aggressive. As Maru's going for his factory. Getting into its Hellion follow-up. Again, gas is still being mined. And what's it for? Again, is it for the bailiness? Is it for the roach horn? Is it for the lair? Oh, meanwhile, double factory. Yep. As we mentioned, I mean, there's a reason why I brought it up. If Maru were to go double Reaper into mech on Ultra Love, I expect mech every game. At this point, every game. And here we go, mech once again. Ooh, meanwhile, it is not a roach horn, it's not a Bane Nest. We have the answer, it's going to be a lair. So fast lair out of Reynor. This I'm a little bit concerned by. This could be, if we take more gases, this could be Ling into Muta, right? This could be Muta. Otherwise, something that I would like is this could be a Ling Queen Nidus all in. True, we could just go full dark. Not quite Ling Queen Nidus all in. It's going to be a Ling Queen Drop a Lord all in instead. Okay. I miss dark. But here we go. He's going for the Drop a Lords. He's going for the all in. Now, how well does this perform against Mass Hellion Cyclone? That is the question. I mean, Hellions, they trade well against Zerglings. It comes down to how many Hellions are going to be exactly. Without Roaches, it's going to be a shaky all-in by Reynor. It is possible if he can get us around. Drop Lords are coming. More Queens are building up. And here come the Drop Lords. Yeah, they're about to load up. They're getting in position. Now, ideally, Reynor, he wants these Hellions to be out on the map, right? He wants them to be out on the map. Maru, he did see Overlord speed. That was a tell ya. Bunkers are on the way. Solid read out of Maru. Very solid. And here we go. The Hellions are in position. These Lings, they're going to get roasted. They try to dive in. The Hellions, they just annihilate the Lings. And there's a wall. There's a full wall here at the natural. Queens, they drop off. Oh god, Drop Lords are going down. And Maru, he's shutting this down completely. He shuts this down. The Lings, they achieve nothing. They get 5 SCV kills. Oh god. I wasn't too convinced by an all-in without Roaches, to be honest. He's getting some SCVs, okay. Shout out to these 3 MVP Zerglings. And he takes down the depots. He's getting some damage. He won't end the game, but he's getting some value here at least. As Reynor, he has to get the hell out of here. Does pull away. Hey, he denies the natural base with a creep. And Reynor's droning. Oh boy, and he has quite a lot of droning to do. He's droning, he's saturating. Oh, Queen's dropping into the main. Okay. Picking up some more SCVs. Lings, they go back into the natural. They're going for the mules. Last round, none. Not yet. A little bit too soon. And Reynor for now going into Ling Bane. He's still droning, he's still saturating, he still can't quite afford Roaches. I'm sure he'll want to get there. And this is going to be a tight hold here for Reynor. Oh boy. As Lings, they come in for the surround. It takes down 6 SCVs. Forces back the army, not bad. I was worried about the counterattack, but no, Maru, he comes back home. Okay. Does race back home. This has not worked as anticipated. I mean, I thought that this was going to be a cleaner defense out of Maru, so I would say this is working better than anticipated for Reynor. Like, I thought that was going to be shut down much harder, but... You know, Reynor, he's found some damage here and there. Not the damage he was hoping for, but found some damage. As here comes Maru's push. And this is the real test for Reynor. Can he hold? As he has no expand. Oof. Again, Reynor is still stuck on Ling Main. It's not ideal against Battle Mech. Like Reynor, he cannot win a head-on fight. So he's avoiding it as much as he can. He's trying to expand, trying to take a third. Smart does force a cancel. Now, if Reynor can somehow surround the army, you can see the Lings are getting ready, but against Blue Flame Hellions, like he just cannot. He cannot surround. He cannot engage. He's gonna try it, but the Lings, they get roasted. GG gets called, and Maru, he'll take a 2-1 lead in the series. GG. GG, well played. Again, it was a very quirky build out of Reynor, going for a Ling Queen Dropper-Lord all-in instead of going for the Nidus all-in. Interesting against mech, against battle mech, as we saw against Mass Hellion. Like, he just could not engage. He could not get the damage he was hoping for, could not surround, could not wreak havoc. The all-in kind of fell on its face. Now, I was impressed that he was still able to get some SCV kills and still deny mining at the natural. So it did more damage than we thought that it would, but still not enough to really gain the momentum that Reynor really wanted out of it. Reynor maybe getting a little bit caught off guard by the mech that Maru was going back into. Maybe Reynor was hoping it was going to be more standard 1-1-1 instead, which this is designed to shut down. Like, again, if Maru was going for a 1-1-1, if we're going into Banshee, into a bio composition with some Hellion support, then this could have excelled, but it was more mech, right? It was more mech instead, and it looks like our players are going on a break. They're going to be going on a break here. Again, Maru, he is one game away from claiming the series. Reynor, he has to fight back here and now to bring it back, and what is going to be the next map? Ooh. Tokamak. Okay, so Tokamak is going to be coming up next. I do favor Reynor there, so I do actually like how the series will progress, as the next game should be Tokamak and then Ley Lines. I do think those are better maps for Reynor, but I also think that at this point we're probably just going to see pure mech out of Maru. It's really just going to keep on happening. So we'll see how Reynor can handle himself, as he will take a moment to take a breath and to, I'm sure, convene with Lambo. But now that we're going to be going on a break, and we'll see you guys soon after the break. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup at day number 3, 2025, StarCraft 2. We are mid-series here between Reynor and Maru, and we are jumping in. Maru, he's up 2-1. One more game, and he will make it through into the playoffs. Reynor, he has to fight back here and now to force the ace match. The pressure is on as we load into Tokamak. Oh boy, one of the larger maps, one of the more macro maps of the map. Well, here we go. Spawning in the left-hand corner, we have the Italian Zurich player. We have representing Basilisk. It is Reynor. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran. It is Maru. Here we go. Whew. And again, it's been an intense back and forth series so far. Some crazy games. Game 2 was a banger on Ultra Love, of course. But then we had Game 3, which had it was a bit of a shaky all-in out of Reynor going for a Link Queen drop load all-in. I don't think he was really expecting mech again, and I wasn't either. I mean, kind of. I did mention that, you know, hey, if we see it on Ultra Love, we might just see it every game, and now I still stand by that. So we'll see if Maru does embrace mech again here coming into Tokamak. It's what we're expecting at this point. We'll see if he does meet those expectations. Meanwhile, Hatchcat's pool standard opener out of Reynor. Now Reynor, he did ask for a break, of course, did need a moment. We did hear that Lambo, he has now taken the role as coach for Reynor, so he has been trying to support him as best he can, and we'll see if he had any wise imparting words for Reynor for that break, and we'll see if Reynor can kind of centralize himself a little bit here. Calm down, take a breath, take a moment, and try to force that ace match. We'll see how he will adjust. I do like the idea of just going for a standard opener, getting into the mid game, and getting into a more comfortable position. Again, we're on Tokamak. Like, this is the map. This is Reynor's map. This is his map that we expect him to thrive on, to build up on, get into a sort of economy, and have a bit of a more comfortable mid game. Here we go. For now, we have our initial racks into factory. We're expecting a third CC. We'll see if he throw down earlier factories before the third, as the Reaper does poke in. So far, Reynor is keeping up. So far, so good. There it is, third CC before Starport. Economic opener here out of Maru. And we are waiting for that second factory. We're waiting for the second factory at this point. And there it is. No surprises anymore. Second factory, we're going into mech. Again, if you recall, this is something that we did say about Maru at the start of the series, is that Maru is a little more predictable as of late. That's I would say one of his biggest hindrances in StarCraft 2 this year has been the predictability of Maru, but at times it may not matter. Meanwhile, over time, Reynor, of course, has been adjusting, is going for a Roach opener. So it's going into Roaches. A lot more aware of what his opponent is most likely going to embrace. He's a little more aware. As it is going to be faster, not Blue Flame, but faster macro accelerators. Overlord does go in for the scout, does confirm the second factory. Now he's aware. And so this time it's going to be an earlier scout out of Maru, an earlier realization of what's going on. Back at home, he's already getting his third up and running. He's got his Evo Chamber, he's walling up his natural. So he's got the Roach Horn, his Evo Chamber, he does have that wall, he's set up. And again, Reynor is looking a lot more comfortable here. He even has a drone in position to fully wall off that natural base. Maru, he is rotating so far, is going to be zoned back. Reynor is keeping up. Maru does come across the fourth. But again, mainly a Hellion army. Gets on top of the expansion, getting a lot of damage. Can he force a cancel? Uh-oh. Yeah, Reynor is a little bit late to react, and the base is going to be denied. Massive pickoff. Ay. Maru, he already has momentum. I mentioned earlier that this game, this map should be where Reynor gets comfortable, but so far that is not the case. I do like Burrow. Burrow's on the way. With this, he has pseudo blink, so he can micro against the lock-ons and break the lock-ons with Burrow instead. Burrowing individual roaches one at a time, or one at a time. Smart, he does head over towards the triangular third. Jesus. Flashing lights. Nice pick up though. Yeah, Reynor shuts down one of the cyclones. Maintaining his creep. Once again, pulling away, taking his gases. Still building up his upgrades. Trying to maintain that creep as best he can. He has to save that fourth base. He was already forced to cancel it once. He cannot lose it again. As your load falls, that does supply block Reynor. Yeah, brutal supply block. Reynor moving in. Meanwhile, a big shout out to Zinger Burger in the chat. Oh my god. That's a Zinger Burger in the chat. Gah, papi gah. Hope you have been enjoying the broadcast. Hope you enjoy your night. Hope you've been enjoying your KFC. Maybe. But thank you. Thanks so much for subscribing for the first time with your Prime. Thank you. Do appreciate it. God, now you're making me hungry, papi. From here and just not getting to our second Evo Chamber. The fourth base is getting up and running. Reynor, his economy, it's getting there. But again, he was contained on 3 bases for so long. But now he's showing up to 80. Hellion dive into the mineral line. Oh, doesn't go for it. Doesn't commit to the dive. Reynor instead, he sneaks out, going for his own Roach counterattack. Tank production has begun, and tanks together in position. They're in position. The third base is safe and sound. Maru, he's turtling up. Yo, I'm loving these borrowed Roaches, though. He has laid a trap. Yeah, you can see him moving into intercept. Trying to surround, but not quite able to. He's rotating over. Oh, can he catch him out? Oh, doesn't borrow in time. Oh, he misses it. He wasn't quite paying attention. Does miss the unborrow. That was so close. Casito, baby, casito. Now Reynor getting into Link Speed. Getting into Link Bane Roach Ravager. more standard kind of setup. We can see that Maru's actually taking up faster into Ghost production. This tells us he's just going to turtle. Yeah, he's just going to turtle up. He's just going to build up a mech army. He's going to max out. Reynor, he's the first to max, and it's now the pressure's on Reynor to trade. Like Reynor, yes, he's maxed, but what does he do with a maxed out army? He has to trade. He has to try to break some of these bases, get into a mineral line, and make use of this army. Otherwise, it's dead supply. From here again, Reynor, he's still stuck with a maxed out army. He's building up a bank. This is concerning to me. I mean, it's not easy to break a 4-basing player on Tokamak, but he has to do something about the 5th. The 5th is on the way. And it's getting up and running. I don't feel like Reynor can let that happen. Yeah, the 5th base is getting up. The tank line is spreading out. Reynor is now taking up into the Spire. And towards Broodlords. And even though Reynor, he's been up 50 supply, Maru's catching up. He's slowly catching up, slowly maxing out. Nice catch on the Hellions at least. Does catch him out. But yeah, Maru, he's just building up his ideal. We have nukes on the way, Thors, more ghosts. Like again, Maru, he's so willing to just slow the game down and just get into this kind of late game. A nice move here from Reynor. Gets a couple of tanks. I mean, this is what we wanted a couple of minutes ago. Does get into the mineral line. SCV's going to be going down. Not bad. Here come the Bailings. But he runs into the tank line. Has 3 tanks going to be going down. Not bad. Takes down 3 tanks. Takes down 22 SCVs. Very nice push here by Reynor. And again, this is very necessary. Very necessary damage. As Reynor, he backs out, he remaxes, and he has to do that again. Like Reynor, he has to keep doing that. He has to keep pushing in, trading, and taking down base after base. As roaches are burrowing in. You can see them on the minimap. Yeah, they're getting on top of the tanks. And he's hoping for 3. He gets at least 2. Gets all 3. Okay. Takes down all 3 tanks. Bailey's going to roll into the mineral line. SCV's going to be going down. The planetary as well. Yeah, and Reynor, he's in the driver's seat. Let's go. Again, this is what he needed. To start knocking down bases. Here he denies some of these mineral patches. Rotating back around. This time rotating over towards the right hand side. And again, Maru, his armor supply still is just not quite there. He still needs more time. You know what, the space is very exposed. Getting on top of the tanks. Once again, he wants at least 2 tanks, and he gets both of them. Takes down 2 tanks, takes down a couple of SCVs. Maru, he's now finally maxing out. Okay, now it's go time. Now the main armies are soon to clash. Reynor, he has the Spire, but he has yet to get into any Spire upgrades. So some of those upgrades are a little bit lacking. He at least has 3-3. So far, Reynor rotating once again. Once again, this base is completely exposed. Yeah, getting 1, 2, 3 tanks. Going for the planetary. Chasing down some of those ghosts, but the ghosts, they should get away. Despite that, the base does fall. Nice snipe. Takes in the planetary, pulls away. Reynor, he can't just keep remaxing, rebuilding, and do that again. What Maru's hoping for is for one of these fights to go his way. Again, time and time again, Maru, he has just not been in position. Reynor's been doing a great job rotating, just rotating back and forth. Finding those weak points. Speaking of, even here, punishes the Cyclones. This time, though, he cannot push into this area. I mean, there's a lot of Thors, a lot of tanks. We'll see if Reynor can find another way in. Let's take on the Vipers. Decent blinding clouds. Oh! Decent blinding clouds. But it looks like Maru, he was able to take said fight. Going for his own nukes. Yeah, nukes across the map. Vipers are being rebuilt. Looks like we skipped ahead like a minute or so. Maybe 30 seconds. Things that just with the mineral line. Again, Maru did take that fight. And Maru, he can start working his own bank. He's getting there. Still needs more time. Collapsing in the army, catching up these unsieged tanks. Uh-oh. Yeah, tanks are on siege. Where are the ghosts, by the way? Where's the rest of the supports? Yeah, tanks are going down. Ghosts now coming in. More tanks could be falling. Maru just not in position. As now the ghosts arrive. Arrive. Takes on the hatchery. And as long as Reynor keeps trading, he should be in a decent position. Just has to keep trading. Keep pushing in. As Maru, he has his gold. As we mentioned, like his own bank is slowly accumulating on the side of Maru. Ooh, I see he's secure. See secure on the right. Tanks are exposed on the left. Takes down 2 tanks. Maru takes over the center. Yeah, Reynor sees an opening. Moves in once again, takes over the top side. Ooh, so he even piles down one of the CCs. And Maru, he just sends it. He just sends it across the map. Takes out 1 hatchery, going for 2 more, going for 3 bases. Bold move here by Maru. And we're going for a pseudo base trade. And remember, Reynor, he can afford these losses. Maru cannot. Yeah, production's under fire. Ooh, Bile's connecting with the SCVs. And Maru's just being torn apart. He's racing back home. Exactly what Reynor wanted. Bile's connecting with the Liberator. And from here, Reynor now can back off. He can pull away, he can defend, he can re-expand. He saved most of his drones. Save most of them. As another hatchery is going to go down. the one Hellbat drop is being so annoying. And Maru, he does have another base up and running. That's the base on the right. Reynor, the lack of production here is actually a little bit concerning. Specifically, the lack of larva. Takes down another expansion. Like again, Reynor, he has a bank, but he cannot spend his money. He needs more bases. Uh-oh. So this is actually still quite close. Still very close. Things, they move in, they catch out more free tanks. That's another 2 tanks going down. Jesus, that is a terrifying army. And Reynor, he cannot fight that army. Yeah, instead going for the base trade. He will lose one hatchery, instead he's going for the other. It's a nice mining at the CC. Gets into a mineral line. Jeez. Getting 4 more CV kills. But yeah, Reynor, he is in a concerning position. He needs these bases. Yeah, larva is still just a big issue here for Reynor. He has to spend his money. He needs the larva. There we go. We have 10 Broodlords on the way. 5 Infestors. It's going to take a long time, though. And here comes Maru. Nice Tonic Claw Roaches. He denies center expansion. Broodlords are morphing in. Does connect. That's Reynor, he'll lose another base. Maru, at this one, he's pretty all in. The reason why I say that is just his economy, his worker count. His worker count is non-existent. And the ghosts are just not quite there. As it's down to a handful of ghosts. The Viking production has begun, but the Broodlords, they can be the nail in the coffin. Little piles down the CC. And Maru, he just cannot keep this up. He cannot maintain himself. Not anymore. Still very intense, despite the fact that Maru, he's been on the back foot for most of this game. There's still been some very intense moments, regardless. Gets into the middle line once again. Gets more CV kills. Not even getting supply blocked. Oh, I'll pick up. As things, they just keep counterattacking. They just keep going across the map. Gets into more mineral lines, gets into more bases. And Roach is not moving in. Mass Hellbat's not going to be enough. And Reynor, he should be okay here. It's still going to be quite dicey just because of the Ghost Army. But with good enough control, Reynor, he should be okay. Comes down to the Fungals. As Maru knocks down 2 more expansions, 3 more expansions. Jesus. 3 more hatcheries going down. Maru, he's down to 16 SCVs. Again, there's no economy. There's nothing back home. Maru does turn around though. Turns back around. Looks like Reynor's doing. I mean, Reynor, he's been ahead for most of this game. As I mentioned, like Maru, he's been behind since almost the beginning. With Reynor maintaining lead. Like, there have been some really shaky moments. Like, Maru, his rotations have been impressive. He's been knocking down bases, but he's never been able to really end the game. The biggest concern for Reynor has been his larva, for sure. Like because so many hatches have been going down, the larva has been the biggest concern for Reynor. But here we go, Bailey's they crash in, Fungals do connect. We got a couple snipes popping up, but there it is, the Fungal that goes. Does end the Fungals. Yeah, Fungals, they keep connecting. Broodlords are moving in, and the Broodlords, they will reign supreme. Without snipes, there's no answer. GG gets called, and Reynor, he will tie things up. We are going to the ace match. Whew. GG, well played. We are going to the ace match. We are going all the way to game number 5. Again, some really impressive rotations out of Maru, as we were emphasizing. Even though Maru, he was playing from behind for almost the entire game, he was doing a great job at knocking down hatcheries and limiting the larva and limiting the economy of Reynor. Reynor, his bank was being whittled away at. His bank was getting smaller over time, and likewise had limited larva, so his army he was having a hard time remaxing and rebuilding. But in the end, Reynor, he was just on point with his counterattacks. He was so impressive when it came to his run buys, his counterattacks. He was able to punish Maru time and time again. Even though Reynor would be losing bases, even though he'd be losing hatcheries, so would Maru. Maru would also be losing mineral lines and CCs as well, and it was hurting Maru more than Reynor, because Reynor had more map control. Reynor, he had more bases, he had more drones, he had a greater economy despite losing all those expansions. GG. GG, well played. And with that, we're going to the ace match. And again, as you mentioned, this was meant to be Reynor's map. Like, this was like Tokamak, that is Reynor's map. That is where he is going to be able to thrive the best. That's where he's going to have the most breathing room. I should mention as well that again, the maps, they do play a big part into the momentum of a lot of these players, into the aggression of Maru as well. And this is also where I do favor Reynor, as the final game, the ace match, is going to be on ley lines. Let's go. Once again, ley lines is one of these more standard maps. At least I do expect a similar style to what we just saw in Tokamak, at least from Reynor. We'll see how Maru does adjust. Let's go. As this map is more standard, but it's not as defensive as Tokamak, of course. No other map is. So we'll see how our players do adjust, as spawning in the bottom hand corner of ley lines, we have our Italian Zerg player. We have the red Zerg representing Basilisk. It is Reynor. And spawning in the top right hand corner of ley lines, we have his opponent. We have Maru for Team Vitality. Here we go. Now again, when it comes to gaining map control, when it comes to gaining momentum, when it comes to forcing your opponent to stay at home and to be contained back at home, like that is Tokamak. That is Tokamak in a nutshell. That is why Reynor was favored coming into Tokamak. Here, coming into ley lines, this is not as extreme. This map is not as extreme as Tokamak. So here, the bases are a little bit more vulnerable to each other, a bit of a shorter rush distance by ground. We do know that a lot of these center bases are quite exposed, especially in longer and later games. I guess similar to Tokamak in that sense. But this time, Maru does open up 2-rank Reaper. Okay, now remember, the last time we saw Maru go 2-rank Reaper, what did he do? He went 2-rank Reaper into mech. That was on Ultra Love, if you remember. That was on Ultra Love, that was game 2. So we're leaning towards that again. If this was any other player, I'd be like, oh, 2-rank Reaper into 2-1-1. That'd make the most sense in my mind. But that's not what we saw on Ultra Love. And just because of how Maru's been playing so far, we expect mech as a follow-up from here as well. For now, though, the Reapers are going to be massing. Thankfully, Reynor, he does not skip his gases, so he does go hatch gas pool. That means he'll have access to gas, he'll have access to link speed, and he'll be able to shut down the Reapers eventually. As a reminder, this is also not 3-rank Reaper. 3-rank Reaper is an option, is viable, but here we have Maru looking to expand. We go. There it is as the expansion for Maru again, so just 2-rank Reaper out of our Terran. As Maru, he will delay the third, not bad. A pretty good start actually. He delays the third base, he contains Reynor on 2 bases, which is the ideal, which is the purpose of 2-rank Reaper, is to contain. Oh, as the hatchery does complete. Yeah, rough moment there for Reynor as the hatchery does finish. Sorry, I keep saying hatchery. The extractor. The extractor does finish. Reapers into the natural. Reynor, he was attempting a run by actually with his lings, but he doesn't achieve too much. As Maru, he dives on that third base. He wants to force a cancel. Behind this is that factory. We have the add-ons, and are we going into an add-on slot from here? Are we going for a second factory? Are we going into bio for the first time this series? Do we start Sim? Oh, Tech Lab is done. Tech Lab is done. Meanwhile, this base is getting very low. Jesus. Yeah, late link speed here for Reynor. Hatchery is cancelled. Massive pick off double eBay. He's playing bio for the first time this series. Double eBay, double upgrades. He is going into a 2-1-1. Okay. Maru. He can play. He can make Marines. He's lost his mind. Now a couple of things here. I should emphasize this double eBay is really fast. This is really fast double eBay. That's double eBay before Starport. Do you know what that means? That means 8 racks. This build from Maru screams 8 racks. For those who don't know what an 8 racks is a 3 base all in. You go up to 3 bases, you go up to 8 racks, you don't take your gases at the 3rd base, you don't get a 4th TC, and you rally mass marine across the map. Mass marine with a handful of tank production as well behind it to support. But it's hyper aggressive, hyper all in. That's what we're expecting here at Maru just because of the fast E-base. This leads into a 2-2 timing. It's not about 1-1, it's about 2-2. So again, as the observer is pointing out, late starport out of Maru, fast double upgrades. Oh boy. So this is what Maru was very much so known for at DreamHack Dallas. It is what he flexed at DreamHack Dallas. It is what he also continued to do in GSL Season 2 as well, which Solo did hard counter. And a good read here by Reynor, +1 Carapace. +1 Carapace is on the way. So far, so good. But now, the biggest concern in my mind here, I believe Reynor can shut this down, for sure. But because of how draining and how fatiguing this series has been, and because of the non-stop mech, like, I don't know, like, where he is mentally right now when it comes to playing against bio instead of mech, right? Like, it's very much so a very stark contrast to how the series has been playing so far. It's a very, very different kind of setup, very different kind of game state. But again, so far with +1 Carapace, this tells us that he knows. Yeah, he sees all the Marines, he knows. So Reynor, he's locked in, and hopefully he can approach this with a fresh mind. Because it's not easy to defend against A-Raxes. Right now we're getting up to 5. We have a 5-rack setup. We're still saturating the 3rd. 1-1 upgrades are done. And Maru, he is hitting that 1-1 timing with Hellbats, actually. Okay. Do we have any? No Banelings. Ooh, no Banelings to defend. No shot. Is this it? The Queens are moving in. Banelings are on the way. He needs to buy a little bit more time. So far, so good. Yeah, drones, they pull away. The hatchery taking a lot of damage. Banelings just now about to morph in. Oh, but the hatchery is going to go down. Yeah, brutal pick off. Ay, ay, ay. That should not have happened. The base falls. Yes, Reynor, he deals with the army, but Maru, he got what he wanted. He got what he wanted. We can see Reynor is double expanding to try to catch up. He is double expanding. But this is going to slow Reynor down. And more importantly, this means less larva, less economy, less setup for the 8 racks. And here it comes. Do you see what I see? 3 more racks. That is the 8 racks coming into full force for Maru. Oh boy. So this is going to hit quite hard. As we mentioned, this is going to be a 2-2 timing. 2-2 is halfway done. And this is going to hit like a truck. And again, Maru, he needs as much Link Bane as possible to survive that. But he needs to set up first. So right now he's still droning. Getting up to 3.5 base saturation. See Maru making 9 Marines at a time. Now so just going for drop play. Targets down 1, 2, 3 Marines. There is 12 Marines at a time. And soon it's go time. And again, it's pure Marine tank. Like, this is a 3-base all-in. There's no further tech from here. There's no gases, no 4th TC. This is designed to end the game. And it's going to be a tough hold for Reynor. Now, ideally, if Reynor can counterattack, if he can catch reinforcements, like, that would be a way to shut this down. Oh, or borrowed banelings. Okay, okay. Cheeky moves out of Reynor. I do like the borrowed banelings. There's a lot of potential with this. And you can see that Reynor is getting ready for a flank. Does spot the army. Can he catch the tanks unsieged? Oh, not quite. A little bit too late. Yeah, a little bit too late. Scan reveals the borrowed banelings as well. That was potentially his moment. He does miss it. And Maru, he's going in for the kill. Yeah, Reynor, he cannot save the base. The base is going to go down. 2-2, of course, kicks in for Maru. Reynor, he has to back off. He has to back off. He's at least up to 80 drones. Drone up quite heavily. Ah, no. Scan reveals the borrowed banelings once again. Yeah, he just keeps on scanning. Tanks are pushing in. And Maru, he's almost maxed. He's almost maxed out. Catching out more banelings. We can see Reynor going for the counterattack, but this feels a little bit late. He will get a lot of SCVs, that is true, but can he stop the main army? As the wave of Marines are pushing forward. Takes down another expansion, and another, and another. And sure, Maru, he will lose his third, but it doesn't matter. does not matter. Takes out more hatcheries. These hatcheries are much more impactful just because this is the production of Reynor. So Reynor, he's supply blocked. He loses all of his production. Gonna try to engage with the tanks are sieged up. Yeah, and Maru, he's doing it. Maru, he's snowballing out of control. The ARAX does hit full force. Back at home, he will lose 20 SCVs. We can see Reynor trying to come back home. He gets some okay baneling connections, but they're only okay. It's catching reinforcements. Does get a couple of Marines. Just a couple. And Maru, his army is terrifying. He has double the army supply. Oh! The borrowed banelings. Can he bait him in? I mean, even if he does, I don't think it matters. Oh! Nice connection. Lings, they get into the main. They're forcing back some of the reinforcements. Okay. This is causing a bit of a nuisance here for Maru, but he can aim move at this point. He can stim, he can win. As again, it was just a really rough start for Reynor. We spoke about it. Losing his third base was brutal, like, especially against an 8-Rax. Like, that many losses that early on, it's so difficult to recover from that. I don't want to say that was game then and there, but it was just an uphill battle for Reynor. From here, the queens are going to be falling. Maru pushing in. Yeah, and with that, you can see Reynor just accepting the game state. It was a very close series, very back and forth, very intense, but GG gets called, and Maru, he will take the series at 3-2, advancing on to the playoffs. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, a very intense back and forth between Maru and Reynor. Maru embracing mech every game until the final game. And once we saw the early double eBay, we did call that it was going to be an 8-Rax. Again, this is a build that Maru is known for. Reynor, he was aware he was trying to set up, but the first 1-1 timing did catch Reynor off guard. It caught me off guard as well. I'm referring to the Hellbat push. Winding it back, the moment here for this game was the 1-1 timing with Hellbats. If you remember, he caught Reynor with his pants down. Reynor, he had 0 banelings ready, and it was that push which killed the third. He killed the third base, he crippled the production, he crippled the economy early on for Reynor, which meant that Reynor had a shaky follow-up to get into the mid-game, to get ready for the eventual 2-2 timing, which was the real heavy hitter. So again, like, it was a shaky start for Reynor, very shaky. And GG. GG well played. Maru, he will claim the series. He makes it through. Congratulations from Maru. And when it comes to his play here, if you remember at the start of the series, I was curious if he had evolved, if he had changed his style. The answer is no.
Thank you very much, boys and girls. That was one heck of a series. Congratulations, Maru. Sensational finish all the way to 5 games. But generally, I want to ask you regarding your playstyle. You played lots of mechs throughout this series. Do you think that mechs are better than bio at the moment, or do you think it's specific to maps or specific to your opponents?
일단 조성수 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 첫 번째 질문은 일단 굉장히 또 치열한 접전이었는데 이번 시리즈 내내 이제 메카닉을 좀 많이 쓰셨더라고요. 그래서 이게 맵 때문에 그런 건지 상대에 맞춘 전략인 건지 좀 궁금합니다.
일단 제가 바이오닉을 하면 좀 뻔한 것 같아서 메카닉을 준비했는데 1세트 해보고 잘 통하길래 오늘 괜찮겠구나 했는데 2세트 유리한 걸 져가지고 그때부터 조금 말렸지만 마지막 바이오닉으로 이겨서 좋은 것 같습니다.
Yeah, I mean, it was obvious if I do bio, so I try to turn the tide of that. But actually, it actually really worked really well. So maybe I'm getting lucky this time. But that being said, I lost the game. I threw the game 2 so hard that it's like I need to shift the bio in the last game, so it went well.
Regarding that game 2, how did you manage to recover from game 2 going into game 3? Were you also expecting an all-in so early in game 3?
이제 그 2세트에서 또 유리한 상황.
So Ultralove was the crazy back and forth.
마침 또 올인 전략.
Magnatha was the Ling Queen all-in.
올인 전략을 좀 어떻게 좀 대처하셨는지 궁금합니다.
솔직히 할 줄 몰라가지고 그 대군주 속옷 보고 눈치를 차렸는데 제가 애초에 빌드 싸움을 이긴 상태라서 그냥 침착하게 했던 것 같습니다.
Yeah, that was unexpected to me. I was really rattled that I barely saw it of the OV speed.
Yeah, he saw the OV speed on the right hand side.
That's the moment I saw the all-ins coming. But that being said, I was already ahead of the build, so I just, I can just defend it and I can win.
And you did manage to get the win at the end of the day. One final question for you. You were playing mechs throughout the entire series, and when it came to that final game, you switched to bio. Was that the plan all along?
이제 마지막으로 다시 돌아가서 이제 마지막 게임 때 결국에는 다시 바이오닉을 쓰셨잖아요. 그러면 이제 이 마지막 바이오닉은 상대방이 예상 못할 거다 이렇게 좀 생각을 하고 일부러 좀 쓰신 건지.
그런 생각은 안 했고 4세트 끝나고 생각을 좀 해봤는데 원래 쓰려던 전략이 이거였어가지고 그냥 자신 있어서 꺼냈습니다.
Well, that particularly didn't came to my mind, obviously. I mean, to be exact, but well, actually, I prepared this particular build in this series, so I just used it, and yeah, I think it went well.
I mean, definitely it went well. You managed to make it to the next stage. Top 8 for you now. Congratulations again, Maru. Thank you very much, Maddox, for joining us. Head on over to the studio. That was an insane series. And guess what? We still have more. And that wasn't even the match of the day. Yes, I know. It's crazy. So, studio, break down. What happened?
Calm down, Sal. Oh my god. It's crazy. GG, well played. But again, as I see 11 the Wild asking in the chats, a lot of questions coming into the series. Yes, I had a lot of questions. I was curious if Maru was going to be adjusting or changing his style from what we saw in GSL. The answer is no. Still the same. Still purely 8 Raxes and mech is what we saw here out of Maru. So he's been refining said play, and we saw an intense back and forth here. Of course, the one difference is that he relied a lot more on mech, more so than on the 8 Raxes in this series. That was definitely a little bit more unexpected. If you were watching him in GSL, he was doing this as well, but I guess we had less games from him in GSL against Solar. And yeah, he was able to make full use of that mech. Again, that game on Ultralove was still probably the game of the series. It was a crazy comeback from Reynor. Insane game on Ultralove, for sure. But GG, well played. It was good that we were able to hear from him, of course. He did, of course, mention as well when it comes to Magnatha. We pointed out when he saw the Overlord speed, and that's when he was able to react in time to defend against said all-in. He said himself that, yeah, he was already in a better position regardless, just because of his Hellion commitment that he had been going for. And yeah, he was able to just snowball out of control there in that final game. GG. GG, well played. Now the question becomes, as we've seen him against Zerg, and again, he's still going for more or less the same kind of builds that he's been embracing as of late. Against Protoss, I'm curious as well. Against Protoss, he, at least leading into EWC when it comes to GSL, when it comes to DreamHack, he's been going for purely all-ins, pure 2-base all-ins out of Maru. So we'll be keeping an eye on Maru for that as well. Ay. Not like this. Not like this. But otherwise, we are getting ready for our next series. Our next matchup. Again, congratulations to Maru. My condolences to Reynor. He's still in the tournament, of course, but we'll see if he can recover. Up next, we have herO versus Cure in a PVT. Oh boy, this is gonna be a spicy one. This is gonna be rematch. Actually, now would be a time to actually hear from the casting couch. Oh, hold on. I'll get him on for you. I'll get him on. What are they discussing?
Price to anyone, and that means now Reynor will be playing against Zound down towards the bottom. I think again Reynor should be favored down there.
Yeah, there's no question about that. Like, look, Zound is good. He's here. He deserves it. But Reynor does seem like he's another level. You know, watching Zound's games earlier, I think his run through the tournament's almost over at this point, and it would be hard for me to imagine Zound actually moving through here instead of Reynor.
Well,
they're discussing the lower
so
matches.
Far, so is Team Liquid and Vitality, with Clem and Maru going through as our first names to the round of A. What do you make of the bracket overall, State?
I mean, I feel like the favorites have mostly emerged victorious here. Clem and Maru obviously have been playing spectacularly. Clem even bringing out the Protoss versus Bjorn has been really thrilling to see. I'm looking forward to seeing Clem on a big stage, like a best of 7, try and deliver that PVT if it comes to it. But I set on Reynor versus Zound and Solar versus Shin. I totally agree with both of you that Reynor probably favored there. I do like Zound's play a lot.
Oh, that's Cure.
He looked very good against Bjorn, but I just think that Reynor, if he plays the way that he did versus Maru against everybody else in this tournament, I'm not sure who else can stop him.
And there's
what's
herO.
better than having one GSL Finals rematch from yesterday, it's having a second GSL Finals rematch, as we are going to have herO and Cure coming up next on the main stage. You can see them both arriving. I do love herO's glasses. He looks cuter than ever before. How is that possible?
No, he's not just cute, he's cool as can be as well. I'll never forget when he rode his skateboard to the GSL studio and won the tournament. Like this.
Let's go.
He's just the coolest guy that there is, man, and he's so happy to.
All right, it's time for a break. When we return,
amazing.
Here, herO versus Cure, Twisted Minds versus Team Liquid.
But yes, when it comes to herO versus Cure, it's going to be an interesting one to keep an eye on, just because we've seen so little from herO as of late. So that's going to be another one where I know that herO has been preparing a lot of builds. Meanwhile, Cure, if we recall, yesterday in the broadcast, he was hyper aggressive against Showtime. Cure went for 2 base all-ins and 1 base all-ins. It almost felt like, hey, it was like 3 months ago again in GSL Season 1. If you remember, we had non-stop all-ins there as well. So I'll be honest, I think this is going to be a short series. I can see both Cure and herO being hyper aggressive in this upcoming match, so I'm really curious to see if they meet those expectations, if that trend does continue here as well. When it comes to the rest of the brackets, I'll probably lean towards what they were saying, where I do favor Reynor coming in against Zound. Solar versus Shin is going to be chaotic. It's going to be crazy. I don't know who to favor there at all. And when it comes to what they said about, like, oh, for the most part, like, favorite players that made it through, I mostly agree. Like, I was favoring Clem and Reynor, to be honest. I think winding it back to Reynor versus Maru, I was not expecting Maru to rely as heavily as he did with Mech, as much as he did. I don't think Reynor was either. So it was especially game 2. Remember, I'm still thinking about Ultra Love. It was 2x Reaper into Mech. Like, it was crazy, which we have been seeing a little bit more as of late. I think Gumiho, he was recently doing that as well. But, like, that was just a wild setup there from Maru. So yeah, has been embracing a lot more Mech as well, and we'll see if we get to experience more of Maru's TVZ moving forward. Outside of Reynor, like, the next big challenge would be Serral if they ever do face, but I'm getting ahead of myself. For now, we're going to be going on a break, and when we come back, we'll have a next series. We will have herO versus Cure. See you soon after the break. I'm going to go make some tea. Pappy. Make some tea.
on to that round of 8 straight away. Twisted Minds versus Team Liquid. 2 teams vying for big points in that club championships as well. And both of these two stone cold killers. Joining me, we have Loco as well as State to talk about this one. herO, he is the Protoss to try and topple a very strong TVPer.
No, you're absolutely right. I just had a look at the stats. I mean, it's
let's
just
go.
not...
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to EWC, to the Esports World Cup 2025, day number 2 for StarCraft 2. Ooh, we're nearing the end of the broadcast. We have 2 matches left, 2 best of 5s remaining here, and up next we have herO versus Cure. Let's hear from the boys.
When I think of like both Cure and herO, in my mind they're like right around the same level, right? Like it's maybe like a slight advantage for herO, but apparently, well, we'll see. Can he do it a 14th time in a row as well?
That's a good question. Not just good in the matchup, but also some of the most entertaining TVP on the side of Cure. So Protoss is a little bit of a tough nut to crack lately, but Cure has had the lineage and prestige of being able to be so good in the matchup in prior matches.
I mean, the GSL Finals, he brought it all the way to Game 7 versus herO, and he did that with some pretty crazy all-ins as Terran were trying to find their way around the new meta with the Hallucinated Phoenix, the extra information the Protoss gets in the early game. That led to a lot of SCV pulls, but already here at the EWC, we've seen
more of
a
that.
lot more kind of crazy builds. Like I'm thinking back to that game, I can't remember the map, but at the 12 o'clock position, we had a barracks, a factory, and a starport, all proxy to see
Showtime
into the main base. Yeah, exactly. And you know, herO is a very good Protoss at matching that level of chaotic energy. I feel like he rolls the ball with that kind of game very well, but Cure, yeah, he's a dangerous beast. He might break that.
I was curious where State was going to take that talking point, because he was like, yeah, Cure, he was hyper aggressive when Terrans were like trying to find their way in the meta with non-stop all-ins, and today or yesterday, it's more of the same. So yes, Cure, he was hyper aggressive last night against Showtime with 1 base all-ins, with 2 base all-ins. Because of that, we kind of expect that coming into this next series as well. But the upside for herO is that he saw that, right? He saw those matches, he saw that Showtime series. If you remember, that was Rogue's big advantage as well coming into his series, is seeing how his opponent was playing and how he was performing against herO Marine. So we'll see if Cure has something different up his sleeve for this best of 5.
Really aggressive off the idea of these proxies, then maybe you could get in the head of herO a little bit here.
Yeah, it's the same idea from the GSL Finals too, right? Like just do an SCV pull, and sometimes we'll even see them do them at timings that don't necessarily make sense, just so the Protoss player extra doesn't expect it, which is a fun mind game in and of itself.
Yeah, we saw it on Pylon.
Yeah, this is going to be, I think, a crazy PVT to watch, because herO, he's like chaos in a bottle. You know, it's on both sides of this with Cure and herO. You don't know what to expect.
We have Persephone to start things off. Ultralove will be coming up next, then Top Mac. And after that, if we need them, Maganatha and Leylines to finish things off. Any thoughts, Loco, before we get in?
No, nothing all too crazy here, right? Like, these are the pretty standard maps that we see most of the time. And
these are the pretty standard maps.
We've not been seeing Last Fantasy much. I'm hoping secretly we're going to see it a little bit more throughout the tournament, but probably not with a Protoss player here. I don't think
we saw it like once so far.
Yeah, we've seen it literally once.
Yeah, it's a tough one. It's a tough one when it comes to map pulls sometimes. But on the other side of things, it's funny because when I listen to like Pig's preview of the tournament, for example, he always categorizes herO as like the best worst player, because sometimes you feel like, because it's undisputable that he's like one of the top 3, top 4 favorites for this tournament, realistically speaking, State. But at the same time, sometimes herO does some weird things which like might not look great, but then still win him out. So he does all right.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword. Like he's very reckless, and sometimes that goes well for him. He'll take fights that nobody else will take, and he'll take them at angles that nobody else would even dream of taking, especially with the aggressive blinks. And occasionally it pays off, occasionally it doesn't. It's one of the reasons why, you know, basically every Terran player, I think it was like the GSL
he's got that patience in him.
The player intros heading into the season, they're like, yeah, I don't want to play against herO. It feels like you're suffocating. He's just...
right.
He's everywhere at once. He'll do crazy things. You don't know what to expect. Like, I hate it. Everybody, that was like the unanimous opinion.
Yeah, you also see it materialize in, I want a GSL. And the next GSL, what happened? It's, you know, the results didn't quite go your way. Of course, the field of players is very good, Loco. Sometimes he can be a hit and miss, but when he's hit, he is a championship contender.
Yes, like sometimes he really looks like the world's best Diamond League player, and then the next game he looks like the absolute best player in the world, right? Like if you bleed out a unit here, you bleed out a unit there, and then you just never really get the ball rolling. It's so hard to play Protoss properly against Terran, but when the games are exactly going according to plan, the
way that he has it like envisioned in his head, he looks pretty much unstoppable. And I think that's why herO is so much.
So I hope they bring up the fact that, again, herO, he has been playing in less tournaments as of late. He's been hiding a lot of his play, hiding a lot of his builds, specifically for the Esports World Cup. So that's why I'm more excited to see herO right now, just because he has been intentionally avoiding tournaments for EWC. So it's like, okay, I see you, herO. You've been hiding your play, you've been hiding your builds. Let's see what you got now that we're finally here at EWC.
EWC already. That's something that herO has to look out for, which might dampen his aggression a little bit. Although I say that and it's herO, so who knows? But yeah, Cure, he's so good in the late game as well. So it's going to be close.
Let's get to it then here, as we are going to have yet another GSL run back. It's herO going up against Cure.
Let's go.
Welcome back to the S&B Esports Arena. We hope after that long match there, you've grabbed the snack, ran to the bathroom, and now you're back. Because returning now to the Group B bracket, we've got another qualifying match and 2 more Titans to vie for it.
2 veterans, 2 masterminds. In one corner, the unpredictable Protoss who thrives in the chaos, the smiling assassin. And in the other corner, a cold, calculated Terran who never backs down. The master of late game precision. A clash of styles, a test of nerves, and only one goes through. Please welcome Team Liquid's Cure and Twisted Minds' herO.
Twisted Minds' herO. Forged in the darkest days of Protoss. By his own admission, he's since dropped the weights Rock Lee style and enters this matchup the statistical favorite. Just don't tell Cats his thoughts on post-toss patch.
And his opponent, a Terran with nerves of steel, with builds sharper than a scalpel, surgical, methodical, and always lethal. This is Cure.
Unfortunately,
our players are ready, so let's send it on over to the casters and get this one started.
Unfortunately, it sounds like they wrote this a little bit before, like the discussion that they had previously, of course, and that they had just now on the casting couch, and how they were talking about how, like, no, yeah, like herO and Cure, they're both hyper aggressive, and we're gonna see how, like, that kind of these 2 aggressive styles clash together. And then here in the intro, he's like, oh, like a clash of styles, macro, like Cure's more macro. It's like, that's not quite what we were getting at, but sure, it's all good. As here we go, we have our second last series of the broadcast. Again, it is going to be herO versus Cure, and later on this evening we do have Serral versus Classic. Once again, we have our vetoes. Honestly, pretty standard map pool, pretty standard vetoes here, I should emphasize. We don't have any of the crazier maps like Torches or Pylon or Last Fantasy or Incorporeal that have since been vetoed. So yeah, I'm really excited. To see how these 2 do pan out. As I mentioned before, herO has been intentionally hiding a lot of his play, hiding a lot of his builds. Meanwhile, from Cure, he was a bit of a question mark coming into this. I was curious to see if he was still going for all-ins or not, and we saw nothing but all-ins against Showtime. But was that only against Showtime? Is he going to play more standard here against herO instead, or does he go back to what he does best, and does he pull the boys? God, I can see it already, Pappy. Let's go. As we are setting up. Do you believe in the herO wall? Oh no. I mean, that's mainly in PvZ. Like, that's mainly against like Zergling Rumbys and Zergling counterattacks. That's less applicable here. The only kind of applicable parts in this matchup would be Hellion Rumbys for Reacted Reaper Hellion opener. But even then, I feel like herO, he's usually fully walling off. So unfortunately, the herO wall is a little bit less applicable in this matchup. Unfortunately. Oh, but here we go, we're jumping in. We're jumping into game 1. Symphony to kick off our best of 5. Let's go. As a reminder, the winner of this series has advanced on to the playoffs. The loser will be knocked down to play tomorrow in an elimination match. And here we go, in the top left-hand corner of Persephone, we have our South Korean Protoss of the Red Protoss representing Twisted Minds. It is herO. And spawning in the left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran. It is a Cure for Team Liquid. An ISO probe. I saw a probe moving out on the right-hand side. Okay, we're just coming in for the probe scouts. I was curious if we're going to be hiding a pylon on the right-hand side, but that is not the case. Does move out for an early scout, and what do we have back at home so far? Cure, his initial build is going to be a little bit disrupted. Forced to pull one of the boys to chase away that probe. Zone back herO, and double gas. There it is, double gas opener out of Cure. Remember, fun fact, we saw a double gas opener once out of Beyond in his best of 5 in his TVP against Down. Here, straight away double gas. This is a little more common, this is a little more standard. This from the side of Cure. We expect double gas openers more often than not from the side of Cure. If you remember, we spoke earlier in the Beyond series how Beyond is the most macro Terran player out there nowadays, who is a little more mid-game oriented, mid and late game. Meanwhile, all the others, we expect this. Double gas openers, faster factories, faster tech, hyper aggression. We saw Cure pull the boys quite often against Showtime and go for non-stop all-ins. We'll see if that trend continues. We'll see if he does that again and again and again here against herO. For now, racks into factory. Now again, going for that more tech-heavy style, tech-heavy start. Oh, as we are getting into our game. Hopefully everything's okay. Hopefully the stream is okay as well. Okay, we're good. Predictions, yeah, I got you. As it is Gamba time, predictions are soon to be open. Un momento. As hopefully yeah, as our stream is dying a little bit. Oh, so hopefully we can well, there we go. Predictions, they are open in the chat, so you can place your bets on who you think will take the series. We're just waiting for the stream to stabilize. Okay, we're good. Should be okay. Do apologize. I don't know what it is here tonight, but we've been having some weird spikes like every couple of hours. Like, every couple of hours we've been having some very rough spikes. But we should be okay. We should be okay, as for the time being we do have our initial openers. Reaper does move out across the map. We have initially Reaper Hellion out of Cure. Does open up Reaper Hellion. But yeah, like for the most part the stream has been stable, but like every couple of hours like the stream like dies for a second. Which is a little concerning. I think for tomorrow's broadcast I'll probably like restart the modem before the cast, just in case. I'll restart the modem and try to make sure everything is smooth as can be. Like day 1 everything was fine, but here day 2 it's been a little bit shaky. But now we are moving out. Again, we have our initial Reaper Hellion. So far here he's in position. He's got a sentry, he has his force field, and he should be in position. Does force field in time. Does wall up. Does wall up, does wall off, does zone back at Cure. And again, if you're in the chat, predictions are about to close. Make sure you place your bets while you can. Meanwhile, Cure, sorry, I should say Cure, he does bust into the middle line. Probes are being pulled. And he will lose a couple of workers here. 3, 4 probes going down. Nice damage out of Cure. That should not have happened. herO was out of position. The wall was open. And Cure did force his way through. Not bad. Behind this, going for his drop play, going for his Huda Mine drop follow-up. Tech labs are in production. And looks like from here we can go into early tank and early Banshee play. We'll see if he goes for the Banshee, we'll see if he goes for the Raven. It's here, he's ready. Ooh, shuts down the medevac. Likewise, Mine shot goes off, only connects with a single probe. And herO holds really clean defense here when it comes to the Mine drop at least. Shut it down. Back at home, Cure, he has begun tank production. Not going for the Banshee, going for a Raven follow-up instead. Building up on 2 bases, throwing down the second bunker as well. Walling up and walling off. Meanwhile, herO, he did delay his third, but nowhere near as much as Down. He does expand, does take his third base. Off of a 3-gate opener. So 3-gate blink into a Robo, into a third. Again, Zaun was just so safe and so 2-base heavy in this series against Beyond. We're seeing none of that here against herO. Or from herO. As now we have herO going for the gateway follow-up. So far, this is really standard play out of herO. Blink is now done, getting into charge. This should lead into a Forge and +1, into delayed splash damage. So far, so good. Nothing fancy, nothing crazy. It's a lot of gates on the way. Still no Forge, by the way. Interesting. Getting up to 8 gateways. Does have that 8-gate setup. We have upgrades on the way here for Cure, getting to Stim, +1, combat shields. Does move out. It's going to be in here to slow down this push. We're making use of the healing pad. Love to see it. Love to see it. As the upgrades are about to kick in. Cure, he did cut tank production at 2, so with a low tank count like this, I don't think he's going to pull the boys. Yeah, there we go. Third CC is on the way. He is macroing out of this. So it's building up towards the mid game. He is not going all in. And that means that herO, he will get away with his 4th, but herO, he never got his Forge. Yeah, never got the Forge. Blinks into the main, goes for the tech lab. He's going to have to recall. Does recall in time. Does make it back home. But yeah, I feel like herO, he's getting ready for aggression that isn't really coming his way. And now he has to be aggressive himself. Okay, so again, now we see no Forge, no Storm, no Colossus, no splash damage, only 2 gases. herO, he's going for his own all-in. So the armies are about to clash, but herO, he is hyper committed. Prism is moving out. So is herO. I think I do favor Cure here as the game progresses. herO is expanding, getting a 4th base. But again, hero's not built, he's not really set up for a longer game. Ideally, he does want to fight Cure out in the open though. That's what he wants. He wants to try to lure the army out. So far so good. Yeah, you can see him waiting out the army. Prism into the main. Going for a massive warping at 8 zealots at a time. Now collapsing in the army. The tanks are unsieged. And he should get both of them. There we go. 1, 2 tanks going down. Oh, one of them does barely escape. Clutch pick up there from Cure. But the zealots are wreaking havoc. Takes down both Widow Mines. Came with the production. Again, this was such a risky play here from herO, but it works well. He was able to fight out in the open, and from here he does it. Yeah, he has broken Cure. He can go for another warp in. There's still plenty of zealots to work with. Now rotating over towards the 3rd. Boys are being pulled to defend. Oh, the Immortals are exposed. Uh-oh. Yeah, the Immortals are going to be going down. But there's still more zealots in the main. Still more warp-ins. Oof. Zealots just keep on rallying forward. And herO, he should have... I mean, this is critical damage. This is critical damage at this point. Taking down 16 SCVs. From here, herO, he backs off. And now herO is going to try to macro out of this. He's got double Forge on the way for double upgrades. His 4th base is getting saturated. Still on a very low gas count. Still only 2 gases. And again, I was really concerned for herO if Cure was defensive, but he wasn't. Like Cure, he got lured out. He got baited. Got baited out into the open. And with that, herO is pulling Cure apart. Even going for the even going for the gold, getting further ahead. Now, is he being too greedy here? Now, Cure's army is still quite comparable to his opponents. If Cure just goes for an all-in here, now he might still catch herO with his pants down, so he has to be very careful not to be too greedy. He's still on a very low gas count. Like, he still can't afford splash damage. Like, again, there's just no gas. There's no gases. So that's my concern coming into a longer game, is just the lack of Storm with the lack of Colossus. But here, he might just be far enough ahead where it doesn't matter. It might be fine anyway. just to max out with pure Zealot. 3 more gates on the way. That's going to be an 11 gate setup. Oh, missile goes off. herO collapsing the army, coming in for a round. Once again, fighting out in the open. Once again, getting what he wanted. Yeah, scan at the gold base. Curie sees the gold. Ay, ay, ay. Sees the gold base coming in from behind. Nice force fields locking down the army. And this is going to be Cure's final stand, as there's not really much left over. As mine shots are going to be going off. And that's going to be another 15 SCVs. I mean, solid mine shots on the Zealots, to be fair. But there's still so many more Zealots. I mean, hey, that's the gold for you. That's the gold. That's all the bases. That's all the economy. As Cure, he's coping a little bit here with his final stand. Losing another 28 SCVs. And gets the Immortals. Takes down the Immortals. More Zealots rallying forward. The Winter Mines, they do zone away. They try to at least. Oof. Yeah, as Curie's down to 16 out of 15 SCVs. Down to 1 base economy. GG gets called. And herO will take game number 1. Whew. GG, well played. herO, he does take a lead in the series. You can hear the Twisted Minds fans in the I almost said in the chat, in the audience. For those that are curious, the crowds are, especially the home crowds in at Riyadh. There's a lot of like Team Falcons fans and and Twisted Minds fans, like a lot of like home crowd fans that come in and cheer for their team's players. They come in and cheer for their boys. Let's go. So herO, he's got the crowd on his side. And we'll see if Cure can bounce back. Winding it back, when it came to the build itself, it was a wild build out of herO. Basically, I would say that herO was trying to hard counter an all-in. If Cure was going all-in, and if herO, again, he was going into charge-based opener, into mass zealot, that is designed to fight out in the open, to fight on his side of the map or in the center of the map as well. If Cure was being more defensive and more macro-oriented, that's where Cure would have had the advantage. But again, he was lured out. He was lured out into the open. He was kind of lured into force and security, and Cure was able to catch him out. And we'll see if Cure can pull. if herO can do that again. We'll see if Cure does go for a different approach. As in the bottom left-hand corner, we have herO for Twisted Minds. So does lead the series. Does lead the series 1-0. And spawning in the top right corner, we have a Cure for Team Liquid. Here we go. As we're getting into game number 2. Now, I don't expect to see the same build again out of herO. Again, remember, he went for a blink-based opener, 3-gate blink into a 3rd base, into charge, into an 8-gate setup with only 2 gases, just pure zealot. And again, it's a style from herO that does not scale well into a longer game, which is why he committed across the map. He just sent it, and he was able to catch Cure out in the open. herO able to be the aggressor in that last game. Meanwhile, this time Cure, do you see what I see? Single gas opener, a Rax expand. Cure, he's going for an economic start this time. Okay, you have my attention. Meanwhile, gate expanded to Cybercore, a bit of a greedier build here from herO, delaying a Cybercore for the faster Nexus. Cure opening up Marine, not Reaper, so Marine opener means he's preserving his gas. Marine into Reactor, into Factory, after the CC. And from here, because he's going to be going into Reactor and Marine production, he can preserve that gas and go into earlier Cyclone. He can go into earlier Starports, like Factory into Starports. We'll keep an eye on those tech labs. We'll keep an eye on the tech. Live audience. Unfortunately, we haven't actually panned to the audience. It's kind of weird. We panned to the audience last year at EWC, but that hasn't happened this year. And again, as we mentioned, like, we haven't had any cameras on the casters either. So yeah, we've had less cameras around than previously. So far, Twilight Council opener out of herO. Does open Twilight Council. In towards Blink, we would imagine. So we're expecting 3-gate Blink once again. I mean, it's just a standard opener nowadays. It is the go-to. Meanwhile, there's that reactive Marine. Again, no map presence, no Heli, no Reaper, not this time. A tech lab on the factory. Starport is on the way. And again, do we open up Tank? Do we open up Banshee? What exactly is the follow-up of Cure? Meanwhile, there's Blink. So, tech lab on the factory. Looks like he keeps the tech lab going for the early Cyclone. Stalker breaks in. Cure is being a little bit greedy by skipping the bunker, but so far he's getting away with that greed. I mean, he has the ramp, so that is another big advantage that he has. Nice use of the shade. It gains high ground vision to poke away at the Marines. Cheeky moves there by herO. So it's going to be Cyclone into medevac. We're getting ready for an early drop. The Adept does commit. The Adept did get eyes on the production. Did confirm Carly no add-ons on the starport. And Curie goes for early tank production. Okay, so Cyclone into tank. Here comes the first push. It's up to herO to slow this down. Ooh, as herO, he will miss this. It does miss the move out. Shield battery is finishing up though. Here an ultra level, the tank can get on the other side of the ramp though. As the tank is on the way. The tank is rallying. Oh, no, never mind. Keeping it at home. And it is going to be tank into Banshee. Ooh, very aggressive here from Cure. Tank into Cloak Banshee. So basically what's happening here is that Cure is going to be going for a much more delayed stim. He's going to be delaying stim, delaying any kind of bio upgrades for a very big tech commitment here into tank Banshee. When the tanks and Banshees pop off, when he builds up, he may pull the boys with this. Speaking of, pulls a couple of boys. Only a couple. Armor gets spotted. Okay, Wiz is still on the way. It's going to be a tough hold here for herO. Tries to pick away the army. Nothing major yet, though. Gets a Marine. Gets a Marine. Gets zoned away from the shield battery. Bleeding out a Stalker. Another Stalker goes down. And you see Cure within range here of the production. Bunkers behind the army as well. Oh my god, the tank boys are brutal. Yeah, herO takes a massive tank shot to the face. Prism is zoned away. And here he's trying to surround, but he can't quite collapse on the army. And he needs charge. He desperately needs charge. As the gateway goes down. Gateway does full, denying mining time here at the natural. You're desperately trying to break this. Charge is not complete. But he's coming in from a single angle, pushing into bunkers. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, tank is going to be charged down. He gets one tank. There's one tank left. And here he breaks out. He breaks out. He swallows up the army. Takes down all the tanks. And now he has to counterattack. He has to send it across the map. He's got to go. What is there at home to defend? Do we have bunkers? That's the big question. Are there bunkers? The answer is no. But there's 3 tanks. There's 3 tanks. No bunker. Remember, no stim. These are vanilla Marines. So the bio army is actually quite weak. And herO, he might just break that natural. That's 3 tanks though. Jesus. That's still 3 tanks. The boys are being pulled. Can he get on top of the tanks? Can he get on top? Oh, he gets one. He gets one. He gets two. Oh, he doesn't get all three. Yeah, he does not break through. He does not break that siege line. Cure holds. He barely holds on, barely defends. At the same time, Observer does arrive. Banshee gets 6-7 probe kills. As it does settles, Cure, he does have the economic lead. He's ahead. herO does not quite get on top of the add-ons. It was close. Add-ons do survive. And Curie's looking good, looking solid. Curie, he's on 2 base economy. His upgrades are about to kick in. And again, Curie, he achieved so much damage with his drop. Eventually he got cleaned up, but remember, the entire time he was containing and denying the third. Without a third base, here he's falling behind. He's falling further behind. Another Banshee into the mineral line. Let's all take bust in. Yes, here's still trying to look for a way in. And now going for Storm. Here he's trying to be proactive. I mean, I do think this is probably the correct move here for herO, but it's such an uphill battle. If he can land some juicy storms, he can deter the push. He gets spotted. And here is trying to move in. Oh my god. The Vikings! Yeah, Prism goes down. Massive pickoff. Nice split here against the Storms. A couple of Storms, they graze the army. They shut down the Marines. From here, Marines are falling. Banshee is finally going to get called out. Barely goes down. And herO does survive. Here he survives, he deters the army, but he's still far behind. Like, it's still very much an uphill battle. Like, here he dealt critical damage earlier, game-ending damage, and basically here he's hoping for Cure to make a mistake. That's the hope here for the past couple of minutes. If Cure loads everything up into Medivacs and tries to go for a drop and gets caught, then herO can bounce back. If Cure takes all the storms to the face, then maybe. As, yeah, hero's all in. He's all in at this point. He's at 38 workers. That's under 2 base saturation. It's all or nothing for herO. Let's go. I guess Stalker gets pulled out. Here come the storms. Storms, they graze the army. They connect mainly with Marauders. Better Storm towards the end. Okay. Better Storms. Does win back the army. The boys are being pulled. The Prism goes down. No more reinforcements. But nice Storm on the SCVs. And herO, he breaks the third. He breaks through the third base and he has to end the game here and now. No, he gets surrounded. And Cure's holding. Cure, he's holding on again. That was a close and clutch fight here for herO. Doing everything he could. Again, there's no turning back for herO. He has not made a probe in quite some time. He's still at 38 probes. Still on a very low economy. And again, this all-in was the best chance for herO. He trades well for himself, but oh god. Still getting caught out. Here comes the next wave. Oh, nice. Oh my god, the storms. Okay, if he can land another juicy storm, then maybe. So driving in. We get some okay storms, a little bit trigger happy there. Zealots are warping in. herO, is he doing it? Can he break through? The Zealots, they're getting on top of the reinforcements. Ghost goes down. Oh my god. herO with the 2 base all in. after such a shaky start. Boys are being pulled. Brutal EMP on top of the Archon. Archon goes down. Yeah, late pick up there from herO. Oh, he's running out of Zealots. Again, those EMPs were brutal, and he has no more Storms left. Yeah, no more Storms remaining. Gets 24 SCVs. More damage than anyone was expecting to happen here. Crazy. Yo, the twisted fanboys. You can sense the frustrations from Cure as well. He's like, you should be dead. What's going on? What's happening? Yes, herO, he's not stopping, not slowing down. herO takes an economic lead, which is crazy, by the way. He's gone from 38 to 41 probes. Now moving in, Storms are ready. Oh no, oh, the Prism is so low. Jesus, he zones away the Storms. Uh-oh. Yeah, here he does like those Storms. So many Zealots go down. Storms are mainly zoning, EMP goes off. Yeah, the EMPs are brutal. 0 Storms left. Without Storms, without Zealots, here he cannot take this fight. He needs those Zealots. Yeah, the Prism goes down, denies the warp in. And Cure, he's holding. Cure, he's holding on. Again, crazy control out of Cure with the EMPs. And also some miscontrol out of herO when it came to his Warp Prism. And Cure, he's holding. He's holding, he's surviving. But herO has the economy. Cure, he's down to 25 SCVs. Like, herO, he had a... This is a crazy comeback. He should have been dead 8 minutes ago. Like, this game should not be happening right now. And any other player would be dead. Like, Max Pax, Classic, anyone else here. Jesus. Yeah, Zealots, they do get across the map. EMP, ooh. Snipes, nice snipes on the High Templar. Zealots, they get across the map, they get into the middle, and other probes! The probes are going down, the boys are being pulled into the army, and that economic lead is leaving, it's now gone. Storm's coming in, another misconnection, better Storm towards the end. But herO down to 2 Stalkers. He has to back off, he has to evacuate, the third base is gonna go down. The third base is gonna fall. And here he barely has a standing army. Again, this was a crazy comeback out of herO. Cure down to 15 SCVs, but he has more efficient mining. Like, he has a third base, right? He has a third base. Oh no! Prism gets caught out. Yeah, force a recall. And instead is force a recall. Jeez, that army is terrifying. Like, Curie's got double the army supply, more than double the army supply. And GG gets called. GG gets called, and Cure ties up the series 1-1. Whew, we have a back and forth. And again, Cure, he won this game like 10 minutes ago, but herO just refused to die. That was crazy. herO made that so much closer than it ever should have been. That was insane. GG, well played. Again, Cure, he did crippling damage early on. He did take a lead. He did take a massive advantage after that early tank push. And herO, he was down and out, but despite that, he went into a 2-base all-in. He was able to break the third base, able to deal critical economic damage, and somehow he was just able to outtrade, outfight Cure. But and he was bringing it back. I almost believed that he would win this game until that one of those final fights. You remember one of the final fights at the third base when herO moved in with the Prism too soon, when he exposed his Warp Prism, when he took a lot of damage, he had to back off. Then he engaged with the ground army without High Templar, without those Storms. It was a bit of a blundered attack there from herO, and it all kind of fell apart for him. It's still crazy impressive that he even had a chance to win that game. But again, did blunder that final fight, and Cure, he brought it back. Brought it back. With that, we're getting into game 3. Game 3 is going to be on Tokamak. Yeah. Here we go. Here we go. They both only had their thirds mining for a while. Yeah, exactly. It was crazy. It's a crazy game. And here we go. We're getting into our third game in the bottom lane. We have herO for Twisted Minds. And spawning in the right hand corner, we have the blue Terran player for Team Liquid. It is Cure. That was insane. I hope the mainstream was doing that game justice as well. Like, that was crazy. What herO was able to pull off. But here we go. We're getting into game 3. Getting into that third game. We're going to be loading into a much larger map. Welcome to Tokamak. Tokamak is, I would say, one of the more larger, one of the more standard, one of the more macro maps out there. Very defensive, very defendable on 3 and 4 bases. We often see a lot of longer games here on Tokamak as well. But if we know anything about these two players, which we do, they don't really look to get into longer games. If they can, they want to end the game early. They want to gain an early lead, early advantage, and snowball out of control. And we'll see who tries to take the reins this time. Here we go. As Cure does open up, Rax expands, single gas opener out of Cure. Going for the CC on the low ground. Likewise behind this. I do have our standard opener out of herO, and we're just waiting for our tech of choice. Waiting to see how our add-ons are set up as well from the side of Cure. Oh, okay. This time is not going Reactor Marine. This time is going for the tech lab on that Rax. From here, he can go into early Marauder to try to punish herO if he were to be aggressive. Or he can go add-on Sob into early Cyclone. One or the other. Based on the factory, it should be swap. Yep, there we go. Add-on swap into Cyclone. Into a safe opener. Behind this Twilight Council for Blink. Hallucination moves out. And again, I hope that Cure is okay after that last game. Like, you could see the frustration there from Cure. He was like, what is happening this game? This should not be happening. You should not be alive right now. It's crazy. As we have 2 more gates on the way, so 3-gate Blink out of herO into a third, so very safe play out of our Protoss. Meanwhile, Cure going for additional Raxes, Tech Lab on the starports. Oh, sorry, Tech Lab on the factory, it looks like. So just going for an add-on swap. Going for more add-ons. Into earlier tank production, okay. As the initial drop does move out. Drop moves out. Hallucination does get eyes on the setup here. Fake upgrade out of Cure. Okay. Are we going Marine into add-on swap? Liberator's on the way. Drop does get across the map. Does get on top of the third. herO tries to chase him down. It's supply blocked. Cure, he does pivot back around. Back across the map. Towards that third once again. herO's out of position. As he does get an eye on the main army. Ooh, Stalkers, they blink into the main though. Again, that does create an opening across the map. Stalkers are going for the add-ons. Does take down the reactor, but just a reactor. Yeah, tank has arrived. Here he does have some forces to defend. Boys are being pulled. He does target down 1, 2, 3 probe kills. 3, 4, 5. Oh god, so many workers going to be going down. Yeah, here is sustaining a lot of damage. And back at him, Cure defends. Cure does hold, does defend. I want to say that was up to 6 probe kills. But we don't have a unit kill count here, unfortunately. God, that's a lot of damage. As the Reynor does get across the map. Once again, the harassing continues. Curie's not going for an all-in. He's expanding, getting a third base, which is what we expect here on Tokamak. To build up into a longer game. Yeah, in total that was 10. Jesus, 10 probe kills. I assumed it was up to 6. Even more than that. So a really strong start for Cure. Cripples the economy. And it is going to be difficult here for Hero to recover. Not impossible, but difficult. So if I hear trying to recover, working towards a 4th Nexus, Cure taking his own 3rd. You can see Hero getting ready for a counterattack, and this time we have a much more standard setup at a Hero. Remember the last time we had a longer game on Persephone, Hero, he didn't take any gases, and he went purely Stalker into Mass Zealot. Here, gases are being taken, he's taking up into splash damage, Storm is going to be the follow-up, +1 is on the way as well. So we're getting into a standard mid-game here, so far. Of course, I do give the edge to Cure, just because of the early game, but the game is progressing. So for the first time this series, we're getting into a macro game. Let's go. We're macroing up. Scan getting eyes on the gases. Does get eyes on the forge at least. For those that are curious what they're chanting, they're chanting Twisted Minds. They got the one guy with Twisted, and then the rest of the crowd says Minds. Yeah, that Twisted fanboys. Let's go. As here he's setting up for a run by, pushing into a minefield though. The tank is not besieged. The tank is on siege. Widowmine's going to be going down, getting us up with the tank. Yeah, tank does full. Nice storm here on the bio army. And Curie's getting caught out. Yeah, getting caught out. No bunkers, no siege line. The storms are brutal. And before we can really settle into the mid game here, Hero, he's going for the kill. And he's trying to go for the throat. Boy's being pulled away, does save the SCVs. And Cure holds. Whew. Cure, he does hold on. A very, very intense moment here. If Hero had a War Prism, if he had a way to reinforce, that could have been game then and there, but the last reinforcements are so delayed. As Hero pushing in. But Lassie doesn't quite have enough. And Hero is quite committed here. You can see Hero, he's now trying to get his 4th up and running. He's working towards Colossus production. That was meant to end the game, ideally. That was meant to kill. And Cure, he's looking solid. He preserved his workers. 4 CCs on the way. Still very tense, very tense. Oh no. Oh no. I think that's the first time we panned over to the crowd. Someone had a lot. I love Cyclone cheerful. Hi. Yeah, Storm's coming in. Nice Storm on the bio. Here just poking forward, getting whatever he can. Again, here he has no intention to commit to. I was gonna say he has no intention to commit, but he does warp another wave of Zealots. He's going for it. Yeah, he's going for the dive once again. Again, just so aggressive here out of herO, but he just doesn't have enough charge lots. And not enough storms either. Yeah, not enough storms. And then herO just throwing away so much supply in both of these fights. It just hasn't really been worth it. You're still building up. 2-2 is on the way. Now, things have been looking very shaky for herO just because every time he's been fighting, he's been losing at Templar, losing splash damage. Colossus is now on the way. That will help. That is going to be another power spike for herO once he gets his Colossus up and running. Yeah, we need like someone who's in the know for StarCraft to like let him know when to. Because right now we have like a bit of a lull. Don't think that was the time to start the chant, but sure. To let him know when it's appropriate. Here we go. herO pushing in. herO's been so aggressive this game. Like whenever he has a couple of storms, he's like, let's go. He just sends it. Now this time with Colossus though. Oh, Brilliant Peas. Brilliant Peas, one storm goes off. Yeah, poking forward. Boys are being pulled. I mean, that's what the Archon is for. Archon's in position. Nice kiting here with the Colossus, but the Prism goes down. No more kiting. Yeah, no more kiting, and the Colossus are gonna fall. He will shut down this army. He will clean this up once again. This time it does cost him 21 SCVs. This time a lot of workers did fall. And again, herO, he's just ramming his face against a brick wall. This entire game. Like whenever he's got a couple of storms, he's like, it's go time. Let's go. Now, if given time, herO, he can recover. He does have a nice worker count at this point. He has 82 workers. He's building back up. Thankfully, because of the size of the map, you can see that he wanted to counterattack. By the time he did, herO, he has rebuilt his army, right? He's gone some warp-ins. He's rebuilt. So again, the size of tokamak is helping herO here. When it comes to just giving time to rebuild and reinforce. Oh, getting caught out though. He's getting caught out. herO, he has to pull away. herO now gaining map control. He does gain map control. herO just mass expanding. The economy for herO is solid, but the army is still lacking. Oh, Jesus. As he bullies back the army. Oh, herO, calm down. Like, I know you just want to push him. Okay, calm down, herO, calm down. At least wait for a War Prism pack. Now, what's scary about herO here is that he has been ramming his face against a brick wall, but the wall is buckling. Like, he's... MP doesn't quite land. Nice storm. Okay, we're holding on to a couple of storms. Mainly a zoning storm here. Here he's running out. He only has 3 High Templar. Likewise, no Prism. Yeah, 0 storms remaining. Stalkers are poking in. Both armies are maxed out, but I do favor Cure's composition a little bit more. Nice target firing. The Prism has arrived. Reinforcing with Stalkers, no with High Templar. And he's going for it once again. He's got 1 storm. If 1 storm connects, it's not bad, but he has to get the hell out of here. There's so many Vikings. Yeah, Colossus goes down. Vikings, they do punish. And here he has to pull out. Bleeding out a lot of units. Pulls back home. Here he's holding. So here he has also a lot more resources, but I mean he has a greater economy, so he can afford these worse trades. Kira getting desperate, picking up his main, landing it as a fourth. Now this tells me that if herO breaks the fourth base, it's going to be that much more impactful. herO catching reinforcements but throwing away a lot of zealots. And charge will start thrown away. Here he plummets a little bit in supply. His army is fragmented. Here he cannot take a fight right now. And now is not the time. Trying to come in from behind. Okay, he's built up to 3 Colossus. The Viking clan is still looking decent. We have more Vikings on the way. Kira takes down bottom right. Yeah, nice storm. Once again, the storms, they've been decent, but there just aren't that many High Templar. Vikings, they do manage to get one of the Colossus. Just the one. Hero still holding his own. And again, this is a big moment for Kira just because he's getting another base up and running, but here he has to punish. And Kira cannot give up this position. If he backs off here, he will lose the base. Oh, Colossus overextend. Yeah, big overextension. 1 Colossus goes down. Down to 2 Colossus. But Kira, he's being forced back. Again, that's a full mineral line. The base, the CC, that's the main. The main goes down. The main base goes down. The boys do survive. But still another base falling. And Kira, it's a battle of attrition. He's going to run out of money. He needs an expansion. He needs a CC. You can see here, no mining at the natural. He floats over the he floats over the natural. Again, Kira, he's getting desperate. Floating over his natural base. Ooh, kills the third. Oh my god. Kira. Snipes the third CC. Kira, he's down to 2 bases. He's down to 2 expansions. Again, he has no money. Kira, he's doing it. He's pulling it off. Storm here on the main army. Meanwhile, the Vikings, they go to town. Ooh, herO overextending a little bit, but he does. I mean, he can still trade. He can still afford to trade. Bleeds out some of those immortals. Here, he has to get the hell out of here. Has to pull away at the same time. Zealot run by 19 SCV kills. Zealot take hold with some of those workers. Gets eyes on the new base. And again, Kira, he cannot lose this expansion. This is the one base that's keeping Kira in this game. Kira coming in from behind. He wants that CC. Kira takes out a Nexus. Going for another. Yeah. herO once again going for the expansion. Again, he knows the win condition. Kill the base. No economy. He knows, Pappy, he knows. Once again, Kira, he can barely hold on. His army's still terrifying, but I mean, that may not matter soon. Okay, the army gets spotted. Here he comes in from behind. Yeah, surrounds the army. Massive storm. And herO, he's finally done it. GG gets called. He catches out the main army, and herO takes a 2-1 lead. Whew. GG. Oh my god. Scrappy games. Very scrappy. Very scrappy. Again, herO, he was playing so dangerously here, winding it back. Remember, here he was so aggressive to the point where he was killing himself. I'm referring to like here he would hit with like 3 High Templar with like 3 Storms, Mass Zealot. He would try to break the third base. He would just like ram against the brick wall that was Cure, and I would say that a lot of those fights weren't really worth it for herO. I guess he was trading well enough. What's important is that even though I would say that some of those fights were inefficient, and you saw the resources lost. Like, you saw the herO, he was trading more inefficiently, but herO never really got a counterattack, right? He never really got to counterattack. If we spoke about it a couple of times, whenever herO tried to push out, whenever he tried to break out, enough time would pass where herO was able to defensively warp in and have enough to deflect and to maintain his bases. It was a very, very intense, a very scrappy kind of game. And again, it's one of those games that you can get away with, one of those styles that you can get away with. One of those styles you can get away with on these larger maps. I'm referring to maps like Maganatha, maps like Incorporeal, maps like Tokamak as well, because the distance from base to base or from side to side is so long. Like, you can get away with, you know, being a little bit crazy like that because you can warp in time, you can reinforce in time, and you can get away with that. It was still very risky though. It was very, it was very messy play there from herO. Does pull it off in the end. GG, well played. And with that, the players are asking for a break. So we're going to be going on a short break here. When we come back, we'll have Game 4, potentially the final game of the series, as herO is up 2-1. See you soon after the break. See you soon, Pappy. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. We are jumping in mid-series. We're still mid-series here in between herO and Cure. We are jumping into the second last series of the broadcast, best of 5. It's been an intense back and forth already, and now we're going to be loading into Maganatha, the largest map in the map pool. It's been a very intense, very hectic best of 5 so far, and we could go the distance. We could go all the way to the ace match. The pressure is now on the Terran as spawning in the top left-hand corner of Maganatha. We have herO for Twisted Minds. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, we have the blue Terran. It is Cure for Team Liquid. Here we go. Again, one more loss, and Cure is going to be knocked down to the elimination round. Meanwhile, herO needs one mass to claim it all to advance on to that next series, to the playoffs. Okay, we'll see if we can go the distance. We'll see if we can go all the way to the ace match. Pressure is on. As we do see Cure once again going Rax Expand. Okay, single gas opener out of Cure. We only saw double gas once, I believe, in game 1 of this series. But now we're going for something more economic. Something more standard. And again, welcome to Maganatha, as herO does go. I believe that, is that Nexus first? No shot. Or was it Gate Expand? Gate Expand. Okay, Gate Expand here out of herO. Gate Expand into Slabbercore. Likewise across the map. He attempts to delay. He does force an SCV down to the low ground, but nothing more than that. As Cure does open up Marine first. So far we're just settling in. And coming into this larger map, in my mind, I would expect herO to go for a similar style, where you gain map control, you mass expand, and you're just hyper aggressive across the map. What I will say is that here on Maganatha, the bases are more exposed, the bases are more spread out. So I would say that a player like Cure can be a little bit more successful when it comes to being aggressive. But we'll see if he can be. Like, I'll be honest, so far in this series, like Cure, he has not really had much map control. Throughout this series, throughout these games. I mean, Ultra Love is the exception, where we saw a much more aggressive and assertive start out of Cure. But we'll see. We'll see how he does approach Maganatha. So it's going to be Marine into Tech Lab into Add-on Salt for the early Cyclone. See, they're fun to watch against each other, for sure, for sure. herO and Cure. For sure. We actually haven't seen Cure go for any kind of crazy 1-base all-ins or 2-base all-ins yet. Like, he hasn't pulled the boys too hard. The closest that we saw was Ultra Love, for sure, where he was very committed on 2 bases. But he didn't pull the boys. As we open up with the initial Cyclone, here he did barely get an eye on the add-on swap. Oh, it's gonna be add-on swap into early stim. Okay, you have my attention. So what looks to be really early stim here, assuming that the Rax is gonna be landed on that Tech Lab, is my assumption. As the hallucination moves in, yep, does scout the add-on swap. There it is. Okay, so really fast stim here out of Cure. Really fast bio upgrades. Faster than normal. So Cure is moving out with his initial drop. Hallucination does spot the move out, does spot the drop. As it moved out from the main, herO should be getting ready. As hallucination's in position. Does spot the drop. Tank production continues. That's the second tank that's on the way. Hallucination once again confirms that there is stim. As Cure, he will soon push. And again, this is just a really early sim timing out of Cure. The entire time he's been reacting at Marines. And this is going to hit like a truck. It's going to hit very hard. As there we go, third tank is on the way. Cure, he can pull the boys. Yep, there it is. The boys are being pulled. We were just talking about this at the start of the game. We were like, you know what? We haven't seen Cure commit to any like these crazy 2-base all-ins yet. Here it is. Here it is out of Cure. Now again, here, he already saw this ahead of time. He already saw the early stim. So that was already a sign of things to come. As he's picking away at the SCVs. Not bad. A couple of SCVs going to be going down. Oh, does not get the Cyclone. A big up there out of Cure. Does siege on top of the high ground, and here he has to back off. But this is an early siege from Cure. And here he's buying time for extra warp ins. Charge is still on the way. Cure buying so much time. And again, the size of the map working against Cure as he's losing every single SCV. Every SCV goes down. The tanks are pushing forward, but he's still not within range of anything. I guess within range of the shield battery. Throwing down a couple of bunkers. One shield battery goes down. Charge is almost complete. And it's gonna be I mean, I don't really see Cure holding here. It's gonna be close. There we go. The first tank does go down. He gets one tank, gets the other. Bunkers are not done. Oh, and it looks like barely gets a final tank as well. And herO holds. Yeah, here he is holding. He shuts down the all-in. Cure, he lost so many SCVs in the process. Again, the scouting here was so crucial as herO saw everything ahead of time. As we were pointing out, like, as the all-in was hitting, Cure, he already lost all the SCVs. He lost everything. Yeah, and herO snowballing out of control. See, if I was in charge of the crowd, this is when you start chanting herO. Like, this is when you, like, this is when you start chanting, Pat. Not when there's the lull. Aye, aye, aye. Shaking my head, Twisted Minds fans. God damn it. But yeah, from here, herO, he maintains map control. He's on 3 bases, getting a 4th, and yeah, Cure, he knows. Like, Cure, he knows that things are looking bleak, things are looking brutal here. He went for the all-in failed. herO diving on the tank, looking to clean up, looking to clean house, and he will. Takes down the final medevac. The boys are being pulled. herO does get surrounded, he has to get out of here. Has to blink away. Smithy does save those stalkers. Clutch blink moves there out of herO. Very clutch control. Getting the most out of those stalkers as well. Reinforcements, they come in from across the map. And here just has to play it slow from here. There's no rush. There's no rush. Here he can just calm down, back off, get +1, work towards either Colossus or Storm, get his 4th base, start taking gases. Right now here, he's still only on 2 gases, so he can't really afford any further tech. He's heavily reliant on Zealots right now, on just charge out reinforcements. But he can afford to take gases if he wants to. You just take gases, calm down. It's Cure that's all in, and yeah, here we go. We have the second all in, the second wave. As the boys are pulled for the second time. I mean, again, there's no macroing out of this. Like Cure, you cannot expect him to back off and get a 3rd TC and make SCVs. Like, that's just not going to happen. Not after those losses earlier. As he moves out, here he's just securing himself. Make sure there's 0 economy for Cure. And here, how many charge losses does he have back at home? That's an army. It does pull back. I mean, that's still a lot of Marines. It has to be respected. Zelda come in from behind. They flank the tanks. 1 tank goes down. 2nd tank goes down. Only Marines remaining. And Cure, he's being overwhelmed. Yeah, completely overwhelmed here. It was a cheeky build out of Cure, but again, herO saw it coming a mile away. And did such a great job just engaging ahead of time, catching out all the SCVs, forcing the early sieges. GG gets called, and herO, he will take the series at 3-1, advancing on to the playoffs. Whew. GG. GG, well played herO. He will claim the series. He will advance. GG, well played. My condolences to Cure. Again, Cure, he had some really, really intense games here. Like, I'm still thinking about Ultra Love. Like, Ultra Love was crazy. Ultra Love was an insane game. Even after that, over on Tokamak as well. Like, it was not one-sided by any means. I'm sure here he had map control on Tokamak. Sure, he maintained map control. But even then, we saw that Cure was able to take some better fights. Unfortunately, he was just stuck at home. He was stuck at home. And Cure, who is typically the aggressor in this matchup, as we saw yesterday against Showtime, he was more of the defender here against herO. He was more on the back foot, and here he was the one in control of this series. GG, well played. herO will make it through. He will make it through into the playoffs. And my condolences to Cure, but hey, Cure is still in the tournament. He's still in the tournament. He still has a chance to redeem himself, to recover, and to bounce back. Oh boy. Let's hear from the boys. Let's hear from the casting couch.
Today, it's Seltzer, and I'm quite glad because I get to talk to herO here after that excellent series, especially that last game. Looked like you were preparing for a bit of a long-term, settling in, putting out some, furniture and things like that, but then all of a sudden, Cure rolls up on you, tank a bunch of SCVs. Were you expecting that, or was that just a genius pivot taking him out?
Referring to the last game, he did see it ahead of time. But sure. I would love to hear his thoughts about Ultra Love and Tokamak, for sure. I'm hoping the question's leaning in that direction.
일단 도우기가 치즈를 즐겨 쓰다 보니까 머릿속으로 일단 생각하고 있었던 게 디펜스 하는데 좀 큰 영향을 미친 것 같습니다.
Yeah, I obviously had Cure would do with cheese, and I had that in mind always, so I think that helped pretty much.
Well, herO, you talked about being at a great point in your personal performance, and it's a great point for Protoss. Are you feeling confident about this tournament overall and your chances?
이제 마침 또 프로토스가 좀 강세를 보이고 있기 때문에 좀 올해 좀 우승을 많이
Ask him about Ultra Love.
올해 우승을 좀 하실 수 있을
Ultra Love was crazy.
일단 10년 만에 우승이라는 타이틀이 굉장히 좀 탐나고요. 그리고 이번에 뭔가 EWC에서 제 손 움직임과 약간 생각 돌아가는 걸 봤을 때 우승할 수 있는 적기지 않나 싶습니다.
Yeah, winning a title for Protoss in 10 years it's a very tempting prize. And that being said, I'm really, really prepared. My form is good, my macro is good, my micro is good right now, so I think this is the time to have a Protoss champion.
I'm sure you at home can hear them, but herO, I have to ask, of all the players to stand on this stage, it has been Twisted Minds fans that have shown up in the biggest way for you. What is it like to have so many here, so many cheering for you?
이제 또 로컬 이제 트위스티드 마인드 팀 소속으로서 또 팬분들이 많이 이렇게 또 열렬히 응원해 주시는데
Yeah, I'll be honest,
응원에 좀
in regards to that,
궁금합니다.
I'm a little bit surprised that there haven't been any Team Falcons fans showing up, which I've heard about.
일단 경기 하는 내내 힘을 정말 많이 받았고 아낌없는 지원을 해주는 트위스트 마인즈한테도 감사합니다.
Yeah, it wasn't expected, but yeah, definitely I could feel the home advantage here because all of the fans of Twisted Mind came here. So I'm really grateful for my team, Twisted Mind, for all the support.
Well, congratulations on the win, heroes. Fans of all the players, take note. The energy is felt by our pros. Now let's send it back to the desk for another look.
Back to the casting couch. GG. But yeah, I've heard that a lot of the Saudi teams, like they have a lot of their fans go to a lot of games where even they don't even know much about the games themselves, where like they may be watching StarCraft for the first time, but they're there to cheer for their home team regardless. I feel like that's what we got here with a lot of like the Twisted Minds fans. I have heard for other esports that it's the same with Team Falcons, where they have a lot of Team Falcons fans coming in for a lot of their competitors, a lot of their teams, which is why I'm a little bit surprised that we didn't have any team. I was expecting some Team Falcon support for Solar, I'll be honest. I was expecting that for Solar, but we didn't really hear that. So yeah, it's interesting that the Twisted Mind boys are coming out strong. Less so the Team Falcons fans, which again, surprising to me because I mean, I don't really know much about the teams. I thought the Team Falcons was the bigger team, in my mind at least, but maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe the Twisted boys are more passionate. But regardless, let's tune into the couch. What are they discussing?
The amount of history lately
What is this?
That's why you're his favorite.
Yeah,
Obviously.
be gracious that he didn't say your least favorite because it could also
You're also
technically be true. Yeah,
You're
yeah.
also my favorite, Desco.
You know, if I asked him, he
Link
might-
Stalker play
No,
peak.
he's not gonna say me.
Okay.
He's just- ever since those early IEMs where he was the prince of the Intel Extreme Masters, I was kind of, covering him and doing. It's been a long time with the good old smiling assassin. I'll give him a
I
thumbs
feel
up.
like not a lot of people call him Smiling Assassin anymore, but he's always smiling and he's always assassinating players.
It was definitely a red eye thing, and yeah. Anyway, so I'm his favorite Deso. Apparently.
That's all we need to know.
Yeah, I guess so. But that now means we have our Protoss moving into the round of.
Yeah,
Let's take a look at the.
I agree. It's one of those things where some of these nicknames have fallen by the wayside in recent years, which is a bit of a shame. I guess it was a nickname that stuck a little bit harder back when we saw a lot more of herO, back when, we had IEMs and DreamHacks all the time, especially in Heart of the Swarm, right? Especially in Heart of the Swarm.
You look
But
great.
it's something that we notice as well, that some of these nicknames, like whether it's Smiling Assassin or One Man Army for Bjorn as well, they're rarely used nowadays, which is a shame.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they were okay with doing, and I
Is
was
a shame.
okay with it. Let's take a look. It's Group B. Hooray! I've done it.
You wanted to say the letter B so many times at the beginning of today's
Stream
broadcast,
B,
and now
Group
you
B.
get to.
I'm useless today. We have got herO advancing into the round of 8, and now who will join him straight away? Will it be Classic or will it be Serral? But the 3 players that have advanced into the round of 8 so far, Loco, Clem, Maru, herO, nobody's arguing with them being in the round of 8 straight away.
No, I feel like this next one is also just so good, right? Like, who do you even... it's hard to pick a favorite here. I mean, I'm
Oh, there they are. Classic and Serral. They're coming in.
But Classic, I mean, he won last time they played against one another, and Classic has been on fire lately, so
yeah.
I think this is going to be another phenomenal match. We've had so many good games of StarCraft.
It's going to be a banger.
Incredible.
And another one is going to be coming up right after this break. We have got Serral going up against Classic, and maybe even a little special surprise right on the other side of this.
Okay, they're going to a break. They're cutting to a break. It's catching up. Probably because SC2 is considered secondary in the grand scheme of things, at least compared to Valorant or Dota 2. Oh, well, if you say that, I mean, then why are the Twisted Boys there and not the Team Falcons boys? Like, sorry, in my mind, I thought the Team Falcons was a bigger team so that it have more fans, that have more people, so that it'd be able to cover more ground and go to more esports, go to more venues. That, like, in my mind, that made sense, but I guess that's not the case. That's why I was a little bit, caught me by surprise. But we're going to be going on a break. And when we come back in 5 or so minutes, we'll be returning with the final series of the broadcast with Serral versus Classic. See you soon. See you soon after the break.
Hello everyone, we're here at EWC and I am here with Solar and Trigger to play a little fun game. It's going to be called Pixel Games and they're going to be trying to guess what StarCraft or maybe not StarCraft thing is on the screen that's all pixelated and low resolution. So let's get into it. You guys ready?
Yep, I'm ready.
What is that?
I know this guy. But I don't know his name. He's like one of Terran guy, I think.
Yeah?
He's definitely Terran. He's blue.
Is that your final answer?
You can say it. I changed my mind. I think it's something else now. Hellion. I guess I said like an auto turn or something. I don't know.
You guys ready? It is the Thor.
Thor?
Yeah, the Thor. He's rocking out. He's got a headband. Super cool guy. Some others have guessed Siege Tank for that one too, so I guess they're just really interchangeable.
This is very easy.
I know. All right, yeah, this one should be good.
Yeah, Dark Templar, yeah.
100% Dark Templar. Next one.
Barracks. Barracks. Yeah, Barracks.
It is a floating barracks. What is that?
Circling? Yeah, I think circling as well. Yeah, he's circling.
Good job. Yeah. How about that one?
Maybe Hellion?
Dragon from StarCraft 1, I guess? Dragon.
Dragoon?
Yeah, Dragoon, yeah.
Is there even StarCraft 1 in here? Is that like not allowed?
Well, you know, it doesn't have to be StarCraft 2, I guess.
Yeah, Dragon.
It's Dragon.
I'm
Okay.
confident
I
about it.
never played StarCraft 1.
It's actually a bit of a trick. They included a bike just to throw you guys off. Terran
Not as
coded
good.
though.
Hellion.
Hellion kind of works though. All right.
Sentry, yeah, Sentry.
Wow, you guys got that so quickly. All right, these guys were way too good at and too fast at this, so we're gonna play another round of pixel games and see if this trips them up a little bit more. First one.
Come on.
Overlord.
It is an Overlord. That's the easy one though, trust me. It gets harder.
Oh, yeah, it's hard. I think this one might be the trick one, like the
It's the middle of Last Fantasy.
Trigger is correct.
Oh. How did you know it?
Banshee?
Banshee, yeah, Banshee.
Correct.
Ultra Risk.
You should know this. I don't know.
I know this. It's Ultra Risk.
Okay, I agree then.
Ultra Risk.
It was Queen.
Ah, it's Queen. Yeah. I told you it's Ultra Risk. I told you it's Ultra Risk on King.
This one's very difficult.
Want me to get this one?
It's a StarCraft unit.
It's StarCraft unit?
It is.
Better not be StarCraft 1.
It's not.
Okay.
It exists in both.
Oh, that's a hint.
Terran?
It's got a little red on it.
I mean,
so
it's looking like Zerg, but
Zerg?
I feel like it's a dead Zergling or something.
This one's extraordinarily tough.
Maybe Borrowed Pains?
I don't know. That shape is...
I have no idea about it.
That shape is giving me some Muta vibes.
Mutas?
You are right. It is Muta. The only one who's gotten that one at all. How about this one?
What is this?
Could be Stalker, like the face of a Stalker, but I don't know.
It's StarCraft related, but it's not a unit.
Not a unit?
Well, what is there other than units?
A simulator?
It could be like a mineral patch, maybe.
It's a bit of a tricky one. It's going to be the Esports World Cup trophy.
That was
really
nearly impossible.
That one's difficult, but you got, I think, the most difficult, or well, if they weren't trick ones, which is the Muta. So good job. These guys still pretty darn good at it. And yeah, still pretty fast, actually. But thanks for playing, Solar and Trigger. And thanks for watching, everyone. Keep enjoying the EWC.
Much you try to follow me. Protoss, most balanced range in StarCraft 2. Also, Storm, not broken.
As if Classic versus Rogue wasn't enough to delight you, now Classic goes up against another insane Zerg opponent. It's going to be Classic going up against Serral to find out who moves through into the round of 8 here at the Esports World Cup. And this is the Saudi National Bank match of the day for day number 2 here for the StarCraft World Championship. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's a best of 5 to determine who makes the top 8 straight away. And joining me to talk about this one, I have Rotterdam, I have Zombie Grub, and I have good old Lambo. So Lambo,
yo, let's go. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the EWC Esports World Cup 2025. They got Lambo the casting couch.
The last time we saw it was in Dallas, where Classic
Let's
actually
go.
managed to take it. But I think this is a clash of styles that really favors Serral, especially lately. Every time I boot up StarCraft, I get into the Battle.net, I check my friends list, and it's a 1-hour game between Showtime and Serral. They've been grinding the late games, and that's kind of Classic's plan A. Against every Zerg, it's enough for him to just stay defensive, stay super solid, survive to the late game, and that's where he shines, where he wins. But I think against Serral, he needs a different plan.
ZG, your thoughts?
I mean, I guess that sums it up, right? Like, it just Classic is going to be great in the late game, but Serral has proven over like however many years that he's basically the best in the Supreme late game. Yeah, Classic got the edge in Dallas, but I think, you know, Serral's been talking about revenge against Clem. He's also looking for revenge against Classic. And I think the style still suits him. So, yeah, I mean, I feel like I'm going to give it to, you know, Serral in a prediction.
Roddy?
Yeah, it's hard to follow that up because, yes, historically, Serral, his plan in the ZVP is always let's drag it to the late game, and that's where we shine. But the late game is also where Classic excels. And I guess that brings up to the biggest question, like, will there be a moment where Serral's going to be a lot more aggressive? Does he have one or two clever builds to prevent this from A, being a 3.5 hours best of 5, and B, something that can really work very efficiently against that Stalker Storm style that's rather defensive that we know Classic likes to play?
Well, before I get your answer on some of that, Lambo, let's actually hear from Serral before we get into this all-important match versus Classic.
We'll get into it as well. We'll hear from Serral.
I am here with the greatest StarCraft 2 player of all time, Juna Serral Sudala. How are you doing, my friend?
Doing good, slept well, ate well, and some little practice, some little shit talk with Reynor, and it's all good.
Yeah, we were actually just watching a few of those games, but your opponent is going to be Classic. So it's a tough one. He won the GSL. He's one of the strongest players coming into this tournament. Did you get a chance to study him much or to play him much in order to kind of understand his weaknesses and how you are going to approach this?
Absolutely. Since I knew that I was going to play either Rogue or Classic pretty early on, I studied for both of them. But it's always a little bit hard. He plays pretty bulletproof in a way, so there's no like easy answer there. But you can always look for weaknesses and stuff, and that's what I did. And I guess only time will tell if those are actually weaknesses or if it's all bulletproof.
All right.
Okay.
Well, at the same time as after that interview, thanks
So,
Serral and Cats for all that.
I appreciate what Lambert was able to add to the discussion, where he did mention how specifically in preparation, Serral has been practicing with Showtime.
I also talked with Serral himself, and he said the thing that matters the most is having a clean early game. I think the games are pretty much decided in the early game for himself, because he's so confident in the late game that he thinks if he gets off to a good start, where he doesn't lose any drones, where he knows what's coming, where he doesn't get super surprised, he's very confident in those games. So I think Classic, it's on Classic's side basically to come up with something. If he just does the same thing that he always does, two adapts, then Oracles, then Blinks, I think it's not going to happen for him.
I just have a question for Lambo as well.
Absolutely.
I'm not going to ask you who you think is going to win, because I know you say Serral, as you pretty much always say Serral. But after we finally saw the green wave gain a little bit of momentum with our first Protoss in the quarterfinals, are you afraid that this green wave is going to grow even bigger here?
No shot, no shot. I think it's my boy Serral all the way.
Yo, the copium.
Wave is just made up stuff from I don't know who, but
fake news, fake news. All
yeah,
right.
fake news over here. No, honestly, I think I see Serral as the favorite, but Classic also has shown that he can bring it to him. That he has definitely he has a good shot, I think.
I mean, at the same time, you look at Classic versus Rogue. Yes, okay. Yeah,
So it's one of those things where I would say the answer that Lambert gave was a little bit vague in the sense that he was like, oh yeah, Serral, he's been practicing a lot with Showtime in preparation for his rematch against Classic, but we don't really know the outcome of that. We don't really know, or at least we haven't been told, like, how much his late game has improved, how more confident he is in the late game as well. We know that that's where Classic thrives. I'm kind of echoing what they said, how like Classic, he plays a very defensive style of PvZ. He plays for the late game. That's where Classic is at his best, at his strongest, where he proved that he can take it to Serral and he can bring Serral down. In the month in time that we've had in preparation for this tournament, how much has Serral improved and how much has Classic improved? That's what I feel like it's going to come down to. They were emphasizing a little bit more that a lot of it will come down to the early game and early to mid game, and if whether or not Classic can gain a lead early on to then skyrocket into late game. We'll see if that's going to be the case or not. But yeah, we'll see. Like I'm curious to see how much Serral's ZVP has improved over time.
Out who is going to win this epic 50-minute game. But there was also a really cool game of Classic on Ultra Love, where he had a couple High Templars, a couple Stalkers, and it looked like such a little innocent move. I was like, oh, we force out a couple units, we push back the creep a little bit, he lands two good storms, and he blinks forward. He straight up wins the game. I do hope that Classic will bring some of that ambition and some of that courage, because as great as he is in the late game, I do feel like we need to bring a little more than let's just defend forever.
Yeah, you know, we're talking a lot about Classic being this defensive monster, and that's absolutely true, but it feels like it's been too long since we mentioned the DT snipes. in the main base.
The BlizzCon, baby.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, yeah.
Like Classic, it is kind of funny. You know, I think at a point I always considered him a little bit more of that troublemaker in that sense. Obviously, he always had the good macro and defense and all that. But then maybe it's died down a little bit as we just watched him perfect defense. But I think it's up to him to do aggression again.
Let's do it. Can Classic, our GSL champion, beat the great Jonas Atala?
After a day of excellent games here in the arena, it may seem bold to assert that we could save the best for last, but what I can tell you is we did in fact save the next head-to-head as the Saudi National Bank match of the day, and for pretty good reason.
Because when greatness is on the line, these next two don't flinch. One brings legacy, the other breaks them. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Basilisk Serral and Virtus Pros Classic. A veteran of the game with timeless mechanics and a champion's poise. This is Classic!
His opponent, Serral of Basilisk, a two-time Triple Crown winner, the Zerg most feared, and really an all-around nice guy.
Yeah, very much so. He's just a chill guy. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, matchup of the day, a timeless Classic versus Serral!
What is up, everybody?
I appreciate that they have fun with it, especially because for EWC, we don't actually get that much time with the hosts. Like they have their brief intros, they have their brief outros, and that's it. So I appreciate that they spend their time like getting ready with their introductions. they have fun with it. They have fun with it. They have Tastosis for the final series. All right, we're setting up. We're setting up. They have Tastosis. As we jump into bam, the final series of the broadcast. Let's go. The final best of 5. Predictions will be open soon once we get into the games themselves, as we are setting up for that PVZ. Vetoes are in. We do have Persephone, Incorporeal, Leylands, Magnatha, and Tokamak. Ooh, we have let the larger maps through the veto process, and we've gotten rid of all the quirkier, smaller maps. Last Fantasy, Torches, Pylon, Ultralove. You don't get more aggressive than those maps, and they are completely out of this series. Now, what that means, based on the vetoes at least, strap yourselves in, because this might be the final series. It's gonna be a couple of hours, mate. It's gonna oh no, papi, oh no. I can see it already. I can see it already. With this map pool, we're going the distance, back. We're going the distance. Of course, I do want to echo what Zombica brought up and what Rotterdam was bringing up as well. How in Classic Series previously against Rogue, he was going for some early timing attacks when he saw an opening. He was being aggressive when he saw an opening as well. And I want to echo that, saying that yes, like he isn't just like, you know, a Showtime like Demour, right, where he's just hyper defensive and only defensive. Like if he sees an opportunity, he will go for a glaives, he will go for an early charge timing, he will be aggressive, he will try to punish you. Like he does have that flair to him. He's for a long time was a little bit more in the line of like herO more so than Showtime when it comes to being aggressive in this matchup. It does feel that way, and he does have that in him as well, so that's something to be aware of, that's something to be careful of. You don't want to just assume that he's going to play passive and defensive, because if you make that assumption, then Classic will punish you. So he does have that flair. Meanwhile, from the side of Serral, I think for the most part he's going to be reacting. They were posing the question, like, is Serral going to go for his own 3-base all-ins? Like we were talking previously in today's broadcast about how we've seen a plethora of 3-base all-ins from Shin and from Solar, from a lot of the Korean Zerg players have been seeing non-stop 3-base all-ins in ZVP. Is Serral also one to do that as well, or is that kind of beneath him? Is he more one to react into macro instead? It's hard to say. Hard to say. A lot of it comes down to their preparation, right? And a lot of that has been in the dark with Serral. Serral, he's been showing very little of his play in the lead up to EWC. So it's hard to say, which is why I did value when Lambo brought up, you know, that he's been doing customs with Showtime. You know, that's like this insight and this insider information that we just are not privy to as, you know, spectators, as casters, as viewers. That's why I always value whenever Lambo comes in, just because, especially when it comes to covering some of the European players, like he typically, especially Serral and Reynor, he typically has like a little bit more to add to the discussion, for sure. Predictions, I will get there. We'll get there. Serral will open portals to Classic's base. Maybe. Like, as we were trying to emphasize, like, he's not typically the most aggressive player. Here we go. 10-hour best of 5. I'm leaning towards like 2.5, maybe 3 hours. To be honest, that's what I'm leaning towards. I'm leaning towards like maybe 2.5 hours. But we'll see. That's if we go to game 5. I think if we go all the way to game 5, I can see that being the reality. I'd be more than happy to have a bit of a shorter series and a shorter night here, but we'll see. It is almost 4 a.m. in the morning here in Australia. Yo, Paquito. Ya, papi, ya. Bienvenidos. Paquito in the chats. Good to see you. Como siempre. Good to see you. Saludos. It looks like there are some technical issues and the players are just getting things ready. Also, I heard about that. I heard about how in the Blizzard launcher in the Battle.net app, like they have updated it and it has a link to EWC, which is really cool. Meanwhile, shout to Kashim. Yeah, good to see you. As the players are getting ready. Oh boy, and again, there's been a lot of anticipation, a lot of hype behind this series here. The rematch from DreamHack Dallas is upon us. As a reminder, the winner of the series has advanced on to the playoffs. The loser is going to be knocked down to an elimination match, where they will have another chance to redeem themselves tomorrow. But again, that'll be down to tomorrow's broadcast. For now, we are loading into Game 1. Game 1 is going to be on Persephone. Let's go. We are jumping in. So pan over the waterfall, the goal base, and in the bottom left-hand corner, we do have our South Korean Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Virtus Pro. It is Classic. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have Serral for Basilisk. Here we go again. Serral, the best Zerg player in the world. He's here to claim his revenge because he was favored to have a deeper run at DreamHack Dallas. I mean, a lot of players were. To be honest, DreamHack Dallas was full of upsets, full of crazy results, and he was stopped in his tracks by Classic. Will that happen again? Will Serral get his revenge? If you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat for your predictions. Best of luck, Patty. Best of luck. We go. For sure, Serral has it. I would be surprised if this is 3-0 in either direction. I don't expect this to be 3-0. I expect a 3-1 or a 3-2. And in my mind, this could go either way. I would imagine that all that practice against Showtime, it is going to pay off here for Serral. So I do lean towards that, but it's hard to say because, of course, Classic has also been preparing, has also been practicing, has also been improving over time. Here we go. So far, we have our initial hatch gas pool, standard opener at a Serral. Likewise, Classic going for his own gate, expand into Cybercore. Nothing crazy, nothing too wild. Again, when it comes to the initial openers, when it comes to ZVP, it is a little bit stale. We often see the same thing. We often see Stargate opener in towards a third base, in towards the mid game. We have seen players like Classic mix things up a little bit when it comes to their Twilight Council timings, when it comes to going for early charge or going into early +1, going into a Phoenix-based opener. We did see that from Classic against Rogue. True, we saw him go into some Phoenixes from time to time. So he can mix it up a little bit. Otherwise, from Serral, we're just expecting, you know, a safety Roach Warren. We're expecting a third base. I say safety Roach Warren. We're really expecting Ling into Hydra, I suppose. On smaller maps, Roaches would be a little bit more necessary, just to be safe. And we'll see if Serral cuts corners. We'll see if he's willing to. I see that does move in. Does move in, does thread the mineral line. ClanKy does claim first blood. Yo, that reminds me of base trade. Does anyone remember, like, for a long time, there a bit of a meme on their channel was whenever the first unit would die, they'd have the first blood. I think it was the audio from like Unreal Tournaments? Question mark? Or maybe like Quake? I think Unreal Tournament. I think that's what that was from. I can't. It's been so long. First blood. So let's poke in. Quake IRC. Okay. The other one. I'll be honest. I played a lot of Unreal Tournament as a kid. I didn't play much Quake. That was before my time. Oh, put the house on it, baby. Put the house on it. Let's go. As we do open up double Oracle here across the map. At the same time, Serral's moving out to try to punish a third. Adepts are in position. The Oracles are not. And we'll see if he can force a cancel. As drones are going to be going down. Getting 1, 2, 3 drone kills so far. But the third base is under fire. Going for another warp in. It's going to be close. Again, the Oracles are out of position. And I don't think there's a third Oracle on the way. Yeah, 2 Adepts going down, getting a third, getting a 4th Adept as well. ClanKy is racing back home. Pylon's going to go down. Nice trades here from Serral. Very nice. 4 Adepts and a Pylon. But should not force a cancel. If he can, though, that'll be huge. Base taking a lot of hits. The Oracles, again, it takes him so long to get back home. Does race back. And Serral backs up. So he pulls away, he does retreats. Behind this, you should actually, I see 2 more gates on the way. Twilight Council into Blink, into +1. Standard follow-up. Standard follow-up here out of Classic. Meanwhile, Serral, strong start. Doesn't do any major economic damage, but damage nonetheless. Behind this, Serral, he's cutting corners. If you remember, I was referring to whether or not he was going to go for a safety Roach Warren. The answer is no. Eva Chamber into +1 melee, into Ling Hydra. Oh, actually, never mind. Is getting the safety Roach Warren. Okay. Does hide it, but does go for it. With this, if Classic were to commit into Adepts or into Charge, then Serral would be ready. He would be ready for that. So I love that he threw down the Roach Warren further back behind the mineral line just to keep it hidden. You're right, it was Unreal Tournament. Yeah, I know my Unreal Tournament. Unreal Tournament 99? Okay. Yeah. To be fair, I never played Unreal Tournament 99. I played Unreal Tournament 2004. That's what I played a lot of as a kid. But I believe they were made by the same company, right? I think? Maybe? If not, I guess they were competitors. Despite that, we are getting into our openers. Again, it was just a safety Roach Warren. You can see here, Hydra Den's on the way, Baneliness on the way, so Serral is getting into Ling Bane Hydra. But did play it safe. Meanwhile, Classic, turtling up back at home, building up, getting into Blink, getting into Storm, getting into a 4th. Which is what we expect out of Classic. We expect him to just, be more defensive, to build up on 4 bases. Serral did the same, some losses early on, but nothing major. Just 4 drone kills, if you recall. Overseer does scout the early Storm. He is aware. And from here, Serral has a couple of options. Is he going to be greedy? Does he tech up into Lurkers? Does he try to be aggressive? Does he try to double down? Serral joining up to 86 already. Jesus! Joining up so hard. Again, unlike these other Zerg players that have been going for 3 base all-ins, no. Serral, he does run up completely on 4 bases. Embracing Ling Bane Hydra. From here, he can start teching in towards Hive Tech. But a really nice setup here from Serral. As long as he can maintain the economy. True. There's the Infestation bit, again, the first sign of Hive. I think the heart rate is wrong for Serral. He's finished, so it's -121, 121. Oh no. I honestly have not been paying attention to the heart rates. I would appreciate it if anyone notices anything about that. Stace is going off, and oh, Serral, he is being aggressive. I was curious because we didn't see him taking up too quickly. We have Overlord Speed on the way. We have Droplord production potentially on the way as well. We can see the Classic is taking up into Sky Toss. He's working towards a Fleet Beacon, towards a Stargate, and he's working towards the late game. We'll see if he can get there. We'll see if Serral can break Classic early and stop that from happening. So the pressure is on Serral here. You can see he's spreading creep, he's building up. Here come the drop lords, as it had mentioned. Overlord Speed is almost complete. He's going for a massive Dune drop into the main base, at the same time pushing towards the third, towards the fourth even. So it comes down to Classic to see whether or not he can survive this aggression. So far, Classic is walling up. We have cannons on the way, shield batteries, storms. He's getting ready to receive. Does he have enough? There's a cannon in the main. There's a cannon. Serral setting up for the push. And hopefully we can switch back to the widescreen as we move in. Bailey's going to be shut down by the storms. Yeah, there it is. Nice timing. Drop into the main. Meanwhile, Classic, he does evacuate the mineral line. He does have a couple more storms left. So far, decent storms on Lings, and the Bailey's are being kept back. And Ling drop into the main. Drops into the main, which drops into the natural. Probes are going down. And Classic is being pulled apart. 14 probe kills. Meanwhile, there's still 2 storms. Yeah, there's still a couple storms left. Oh no, Templar! Templar, they're forced to pull back. They barely survive. There's still a couple storms remaining. And Classic, he survives, but it costs him 33 workers. Again, the drop into the main base, drop into the natural did work quite well. So with the tri-pronged attack, gets damage done. He doesn't kill Classic, but he does cripple. And if you can see here, Serral, he's gearing up and getting ready for wave number 2. As Serral, he's remaxing, rebuilding, and going once again. Hive is on the way for Serral, so he's not all in. He's taking up, but he's still committed. Storms are popping up. There's one storm left. That's the final storm. Yeah, the final storm for Classic, and you can see here he barely doesn't have enough. We need a little bit more reinforcements. So at the same time, ooh, Zealot Run-By will distract, and Serral's racing back home. So he's racing back home. Classic buying a lot of buying some breathing room here. He has some room to breathe. He needs more Templar, needs more storms. There it is, 6 High Templar morphing in. Oh, the Baleen drop though. It does unload. Oh my god, 15 probes, gets another mineral line. And Classic, he just cannot react in time. Again, just being torn apart here. And we were curious, if you remember, when it came to the casting couch, we were curious about, is Serral going to also just back off, macro up, and tech up into the late game? The answer is no. He was quick to drone, he was quick to max, but he maxed out on a lair-based army, and as he was taking, then he was being aggressive. And honestly, really solid aggression here from Serral. He did not take it lying down, he did not rest on his laurels. He's done enough damage to make sure he stays ahead. Contamination here on the shields upgrade. Let's go. Rare side with the contaminations. And again, Classic should not be able to expand. He should not be able to get a 5th base, and he should not be able to survive the next wave. Here we go. Here we go. Yeah, as lurkers are now morphing in, we have the lurker upgrades. Again, Serral just reaching his final form. Technically, if Classic can survive a little bit longer, he can max out on Sky Toss, true. And thankfully, Serral, he's teching, right? He's taking up into what? Into a Spire. Into Spire upgrades, into more bases, into more crease red. Lingbane rolling in. Workers are set. A nice storm on the Lingbane. Classic is trading well. He's trading well for himself. He cannot push into the lurkers, but he trades well against the Lingbane. We can see Serral remaxing once again, going for the Nidus. Can Nidus into the main. Here we go. Lurker's pushing on the right. Diving on the expansion. Again, does force a cancel. You know what, Classic, he does warp it in time. He does get eyes on the Nidus. Classic is maxing out. Again, you can see that despite the lead that Serral has, Classic, he's getting there. He's almost there. As he's building up his carriers. Ideally, he does want Tempest. Like, Classic doesn't have the best army. He's maxing, but still refining his forces. There we go, getting +1 air attack. Getting another Stargate. That's going to be the 3rd Stargate for Classic. Mothership is on the way. And what's important as well, especially on Persephone, you can take it slow. It is so difficult to take your opponent's bases away from them, right? Like, even though Serral has had map control, even though Serral has been mining well, and even though he has a bank, the reality is the bases of Classic have been untouched. And eventually, he can take them. Like, 30 minutes from now, I mean. 30 minutes from now, he can still take them. Storm's going off. So again, we're thinking further ahead here. As Classic does take his 5th. Big moment here for Classic. Does finally get a 5th base. Tempest production underway. Classic is slowing this down. I would say it's imperative here that Serral saturates the gold. He needs to mine that gold base as quickly as possible to make sure that if the game state progresses long enough where Classic starts expanding in that direction, that there's nothing for Classic to take. I know it sounds crazy given the early to mid game and how well things were looking for Serral, but the reality is Classic is maxed. Like, Classic was not killed, and Classic, he is recovering. And here we go. Serral does saturate. Like, he needs to drone up. He needs to take these gases. He has to prioritize his space as quickly as possible. And if he can, this is the next step, take some of his opponent's bases, which is so difficult to achieve here in Persephone just because they're so exposed. Zealot Runback comes in. There are some lurkers to defend. Lurkers do hold. Again, we do have those Archons building up. Lurkers are slowly gaining ground, pushing into the bases. Main army does rotate. Yeah, Lurkers are exposed. They're going to be going down and getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh my god. Sniping 5 Lurkers. We can see Classic trying to Serral trying to connect his fringe bases. Ling run by, won't achieve too much here. There's the recall. Recall's over. I believe that was the Mothership recall. There's still a base recall left. Bear that in mind. You have to keep an eye on the recalls. We do see a 2nd Spire, so double upgrades here for Serral. The upgrades are still lacking for Serral when it comes to his air army. It was a late 2nd Spire. So Serral, his tech is a little bit delayed. As Classic, for the first time this game, he moves out. At 17 minutes, he does push. Sniping the spores. Yeah, spores are going down. Starting back the lurkers. Meanwhile, big shout out to Milo in the chat. Milo Mindbend. God, baby, God. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for subscribing for the first time with Twitch Prime. We do appreciate it. Do appreciate the support. Thank you so much. Hope you enjoy the content, the casting of the StarCraft. Thank you, baby. Thank you. Serral, he's going to be forced back. We have a spore force being set up here in the center, on the right and the left-hand side. Classic is rotating. Despite Serral having map control, his creep spread is lackluster, so he doesn't really have much creep to work with. Classic is rotating. Oh, his drone's going to be going down. You can see the bank as well. Classic, he's caught up when it comes to his bank. And you can see just how hard Classic can snowball out of control if you don't kill him early. as he did not die, and he will deny the gold. Yeah, big move here for Classic. We spoke earlier how important this gold base was, and at least Serral was able to mine a little bit from the gold. But without it, he will not have an economic lead. Yeah, things are looking rough for Serral, as he's losing bases, losing map control. I do favor Classic in a head-on fight. It comes down to the Corruptors and how they engage, of course. As the boys are also in the Nidus? Question mark? What are we doing here? Get out of here. Brutal Storms. Storms catching out some of the Lurkers. Lurkers moving further in. At the same time, you can see Classic posturing in the center. Recalls into the main. Yeah, it does go for the recall. Mothership goes down. Does land the slow zone just in time. And he has control of the ramp. He has control of the main. Massive storms going off. Oof. And the ground army cannot push up this ramp. It's not going to happen. The hive is going to go down. And remember, he can always recall out of the main. He can always recall out. From here, takes down all the tech. The hive, the spawning pool, the lurker den as well. Storms on the lurkers. Lurkers are pushing further in. Trying to at least. And Serral has to rebuild a lot of tech. Ooh, the Corruptor's diving in. Bold move. Gets a carrier. Gets one carrier. He can harass the from the high ground as well. Brutal positioning. And he wants the expansion. He will get it. We'll get the hatchery. And from here, now he can recall. Oh! As Classy does overextend. Yeah, he overextends. We'll lose 2 Tempest. Just the 1. Okay. Classic does recognize as an opening. He has yet to recall. He sees enough. No, he's going for the lair. The backup lair. The lair goes down. The spire, the greater spire is exposed. Oh, no. Yes, Serral losing so much. He has to rebuild his lair. He has to rebuild his greater spire. He denies +2. Ay, ay, ay. I mean, Serral gets punished for moving out across the map. Now, thankfully, Serral, he's still morphing in Broodlords. He was able to morph them in just in time. As Serral, he's down to, what, 3, 4 bases? I mean, his economy is still decent. Another hatchery's getting quite low. Oh, Serral diving in. Late reaction by Classic. Yeah, late reaction. 2 Tempest going down, a carry as well. At this point, he has to recall. Yeah, he has to get the hell out of here. There's the recall. Gets one-eye Templar. Classic does get out. Oh, that was a mothership recall. Okay, so he still has the base recall actually. Which means once again, oh no, the drones! No, the drones! Oh my god, get out of here. Gold base goes down. And Serral's just being bullied here. And yes, Serral does have a bank, but remember, Serral has the less efficient army. Like, Serral, he needs a bank to rebuild and to remax to keep the fight going. Classic looking good. Taking the center base. And again, as we mentioned, we spoke about this like, what, 6 minutes ago at the time, how even though Serral had more bases faster, it doesn't matter. It does not matter that he has more bases faster because he wasn't taking bases away from Classic. Because Classic eventually will take these bases, and he's doing so, as you can see. He's taking that center right base. Bottom right is still a fresh base for Classic as well. Like, Classic still has an equivalent economy available to him, or resources available to him. Which is why the gold base was so important. And Serral, he did not maintain the gold. Like, the gold is would be the only advantage that Serral would have. That would be the only economic advantage, and he doesn't maintain it, doesn't keep it. So you can see Serral, he's definitely looking a little bit stressed. Like, it's looking rough for him. He can still take a good fight. Nice fungal. Does land a fungal. Doesn't quite get on top of the Tempest though. Nice Parabomb. Parabomb does connect. See a last second split. Yeah, Serral, he's mass expanding. He's trying to get an economy up and running. Or trying to maintain an economy, I should say. So Serral triply expanding. Going for the gold. The only thing that Classic has to be worried about is denying the gold base. Like, that's the only real concern. Which is why getting all those, getting all the tech structures and sniping on the bases was just a bonus here for Classic. Oh. Now, remember. Serral, he can still take a fight. He can still take a fight. He can still catch Classic out. So I prefer Classic's position, but he still has to be careful about that engage. Circling run by is cleaned up. Hive has finally been rebuilt, so now we can restart the Greater Spire. Classic is rotating. Greater Spire still in the way. 26 Corruptors. That's a lot of Corruptors. Now, my concern here is that too many Corruptors. It does look like whenever the main clash occurs, Serral, he will win the battle in the sky, but Classic should be set up to remax on the ground, to remax with Stalkers. With Stalkers, with High Templar, with Archons. Like, the ground army is still a factor. Tempest being a little bit ambitious. Uh-oh. Storm's running away. Nidus here, bottom right. Nice Nidus. Gets behind the expansion. Okay. Gets behind the Nexus. Meanwhile, Serral, he retakes the gold. As we mentioned, that gold base is so crucial for Serral. And he does get it up and running. He does take it. Classic trying to move in, trying to punish. Can't push too far. Otherwise the Tempest will be exposed. So the game is slowing down. Serral, he's once again rebuilding that bank. Ooh, does get out position though. Archons, they get in. They move in, they get behind the base. Hatchery will fall. Nice feedback. Nice feedback. Classic does pull out. And again, this is what specifically Persephone comes down to. Comes down to the gold. As the map is otherwise cut perfectly in half. We have an even base count all around, except for the gold. Classic overextends with the Tempest. Yes, it still comes down to unit control, right? To army control. Classic has to be so careful with how he maneuvers because there are 26 Corruptors. Likewise, Serral also has to respect the High Templar as well. As he does catch one of those Archons. There it is. You can see that gateway explosion. As we mentioned before, it's almost a foregone conclusion here that Classic will lose the battle in the sky. That's why these gateways are so important, because Classic is getting ready for the ground remax. For the ground switch. And that's what Serral, after the fight, he would have to morph in as many Broodlords as he can. Assuming the Corruptors survive, of course. Nice Wolof here from Serral. Lurkers, they finish up once again. Classic, late to react. Very nice Nidus. Ooh, at the same time, gold base is going to fall. Classic takes over the gold, recalls back home. Does recall. We'll leave the mothership behind. Okay. It's a foregone conclusion that Skytles will win the air battle. Depending on the engage, I suppose. Like, based on the Corruptor count, if a fight does occur, I'm pretty sure that Serral, he should win the air battle. But I guess, I mean, it comes down to it. It comes down to how we fight. That's a lot of carriers. True. That is a really high carrier count. Bungles, they do catch us on the Tempest. Nice catch on the Tempest. Catching out 1, 2, 3 Tempests. Yeah, 3 Tempests go down. Nice snipes here from Serral. Again, he has 30 Corruptors. Jesus. Corruptors here from Serral. We see Classic taking some of the long distance mining, taking some of the gold minerals. But again, that's why Classic threw down all those gateways, because he's getting ready here for like the Mass Blink Stalker, which can kill Serral. Like basically, when the fight occurs, all that Classic really has to do is focus down not just spellcasters, but all the Broodlords. If he can reset the Broodlord count and then bam, warp in with Stalkers and reinforce with Stalkers, like he can overwhelm. But now he does rotate towards the left. We're trading bases. Uh-oh. Okay, we're gonna be trading expansions. Of course, Classic, he can recall back home. He will take down the center left base. And do we just keep going? Do we commit to the base trade? Classic, he stacks up the army. Is he recalling? Nope. Keeps going. Keeps pushing. Going for another hatchery. So that's going to be 2 hatcheries going down for 1 Nexus. Corruptors are racing back home. Corruptors race back. Classic pulls away. As we have a couple of lurkers moving in bottom right as well. At least trying to push up that ramp into the cannons. Oh, they're getting there. They're working their way through. As the gold is back up for Serral. Once again, Classic has to fight for said gold. And we'll see. We'll see if we rotate towards the left or right hand side. It's pushing onto creep. Lance Revelation. Oof, we'll lose the Oracle. Oh, here come the Infestors. Yeah, lands a nice fungal. Goes to the Neural as well. Trying to recall out. Getting caught. Not bad. Catching a 1, 2, 3, 4 Tempest. Very nice catch. For a moment there, I was about to say infestate. I was like, what? No, it's getting late here in Australia, but aye. Does catch on with the neural. Oh. Nice feedbacks. Tempo goes down. I mean, every gas unit does count here. Delta Cell run by. Hatchery will fall. Oh, Serral, he does transfer over too soon. Does burrow in time. So it's catching out one of the lurkers. Nice run by here by Classic. Takes down a lurker, takes down 5 drones. 6 drones even. Main army is revealed. We can see Classic rotating on the left-hand side. And he does leave his mothership, so he can always recall. So it looks like the goal here for Classic is once again to deny 2 bases. He's going to push on the left, kill this expansion, and then recall on the right-hand side as well. Just bounce back and forth. Meanwhile, he's hunting for the mothership. He's going for it. Up! He finds it. Mothership goes down. There's a recall. Yeah, there's no aggressive recall on the right-hand side. But it will still cost Serral 2 bases. Cost him 2 hatcheries. There is still a base recall, of course. Ooh, this is ambitious. I don't know how I feel about this. As Classic is going for that center, sorry, if he's going for center left. And going for one of Serral's expansions. Bold move. As Classic, he will lose his own expansion. Yeah, in Classic, this should not finish. As I mentioned, this is very ambitious and this expansion should not complete. Yeah, full surround on the Zealots. Classic, yes, yeah, there's a cancel. If he were ever to get that base up running, that would almost be game. But again, it shouldn't happen. Oh, that's a kill, not a cancel. Uh-oh. Corruptors. Finding the Oracle. And Classic, upon losing that center expansion, his bank, he's kind of working through it. He's working through that bank. Doesn't really have much left over. Serral, of course, thanks to the gold base, has the extra resources, as he did eventually secure the gold. Classic pushing on the left-hand side. Nice storms. Does deduct 1 carrier. Storms do connect. Yeah, Lings, they do break through the wall of cannons. Oh, the warp in gets denied. Classic getting torn apart here. Yeah, it gets torn apart. Everything gets depowered. There's the recall. Forced. He didn't want to, but he's forced to recall. Really big moment for Serral because now he knows, okay, you're down a recall. You're down a recall. Your army is, for the time being, less mobile. These are the sorts of things that Serral has to keep track of, is those recalls. To find these opportunities. There we go, another circling run by. And remember, this time there is no recall. Classic, does he have anything in position? He has some storms, okay. Storms are moving in. And with that Classic, he will defend. Another Tempest. Again, this all slowly does add up. Catching a Tempest here and there. Classic has to retake that center base. Meanwhile, the gold at this point, it's already mined out. So Serral, he got away with it. It took a lot to fight for that gold, but he was able to, for the most part, fully mine. We saw that Classic took a little bit of resources away from the gold base. For the most part, it was in full control of Serral. In regards to where those resources went. mainly to Serral. With that goal base mining out, now everything just kind of rotates and transfers to the left-hand side instead. Oh. That's a couple of feedbacks. Classic rotating once again towards the left hand side. Going for the expansions. Big move here from Classic. He's moving in. Serral, oh, gets a Tempest. Classic overextends. One Tempest goes down. The Investor does survive, gets another Tempest. Oof. Yeah, Classic just being pulled apart, just being torn apart here by the army. And again, despite there have been a lot of phases to this game. Initially, Serral, he was in full control. He was crippling Classic, but then Classic, he recovered. He had a crazy move when he was able to recall into the main base, kill the natural, and kill the triangular third, and kill, Classic was popping off. But eventually, Serral, he was able to regain his composure, take that center goal base, pull apart his opponent with his own Ling run by his Ling harassment. And Serral, he should have this at this point. His bank is large enough where he can remax, and he should be okay with said remax as well, even if he were to take a bad fight, which I don't think he will. But even if he were to take a bad fight, like, he has enough to rebuild and remax and be able to maintain himself. Classic has just been bleeding out too many high-tech units early on, or throughout the course of the game. Of course, I mean, there is still a world, like, because of the high Archon count, it's... If Serral, like, apes in the Corruptors, if Serral runs out of patience, which I don't think he will, but, like, there's a world, like, I don't know, if Serral was Reynor, if he ever runs out of patience and moves in, and if the Archons get under the Corruptors, like, there is a world where Classic can take the fight. Nice Storm, right, for example. Nice Storm of the Corruptors. Like, the Corruptors can be annihilated. But, it'll take quite a bit for that to happen. It's all about that patience. Fungal's holding up. Classy trying to force his way in. Now the Storm lands. Storms a soften up the Corruptors. As at this point, he's lost all the tempo, losing most of Tempest. Nice powerbomb as well. He does dive in. Serral, he commits the Archons. They're gonna melt it to the the Corruptor's gonna melt to the Archons. And nice neurals though. Does kite back. The carriers, they push their way forward. And look at that, 50 Corruptors. 50 Corruptors in production. Oh my god. That's insane. There's 50 Corruptors on the way, and that's going to be the remax to win the fight in the sky. Broodlords are kept alive. We spoke about it. We spoke that if we can kill the Broodlords, then you can remax with the ground army, but Broodlords did live. And here come the 50 Corruptors. Jesus. It's a lot of Corruptors. And there's the remax. There's remax. He dives in. Again, he will dominate the sky. There are enough Broodlords left over. Yeah, and with that, Serral, he will clean up. He will clean up. He'll take down every single Tempest. Now, Corruptors, sorry, the Archons did survive, but again, that's what the Broodlords are for. And there are 12 Broodlords. Again, if the Broodlords were dealt with in the previous fight, then there would be a chance here for Classic. But the Broodlords survived, right? The Broodlords, they survived. Serral, he did take care of them. did babysit the Broodlords. And Classic is out of money. Classic is out of money. The Broodlords are low. And there are no queens, so no transfuse. No healing pad for the Broodlords either. But Classic is broke. Both players down to one real base mining. Classic gets a long distance mine from the center base, center right. Meanwhile, Serral's taking center left. Now, Serral doesn't know how big the bank was for Classic, so he doesn't know that Classic has nothing. Like he doesn't know how little Classic has, so he has to protect its expansion, right? He has to expand. That's why Serral isn't pushing. They're both out of money? Kind of. Like, Serral is expanding and he has a base that he's going to be able to take and he has a larger force to work with. So, on the one hand, yes, they're kind of out of money, but Serral, he's about to have an economy again. He's about to have an economy. Meanwhile, oh no! Does catch a couple of Corruptors. We do see that Serral, his Broodlords are responding to the Archons. So the Broodlords are now moving forward. The Broodlords, of course, are quite slow, so this is something that Classic can abuse. He can try to abuse the immobility here of Serral, and you can see that Serral, he just gives up on those bases. I mean, the bases don't really matter. Like, these hatcheries, they're not important. Classic can't even afford a Nexus, so he's stuck long distance mining. Serral, now you can see he has the economy. He has supply block though, so he has to try to break out of that. It's crazy how good Serral is in late game. I mean, so is Classic. Like, Classic, he had some really nice moves, and he was able to, like, recover from the early game as well. Like, I would say that Classic has the best late game PvZ, better than Max, better than herO, better than Showtime. Classic does recall out of there, bleeds out a couple of key units. Serral who's just repositioning his headset. It's all good. Did leave his lurkers behind to defend. Oh! Trying to catch out the Corruptors here. One Infestor goes down as well. Yeah, bit of rough positioning there from Serral, but he should be able to kite back. We'll lose one Broodlord. Yeah. You can see that he just cannot close that distance. GG gets called, and Serral, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. And again, we're expecting more of that in this series. Oh my god, the bottles, they just went flying. But GG, well played with that. Serral, he will take game number 1. He will take a lead in the series. But I'll be honest, there were points in this game where I didn't know if we would even get to the late game. Winding it back, remember what happened at the start of this game. Serral, he was able to drone up very quickly to 86. He was able to be the first to max out on Lingbane Hydra, and he went for a big drop lord push. He went for a tripod attack. He went for a doom drop into the main base, Lingbane on the right, and then the main army on the left, and he killed 33 probes. He killed 33 workers. He crippled Classic, and Serral had a really strong start. And for a moment there, I believed that Serral was going to be able to kill Classic early. I believed he could, and Serral did as well. Serral, he remaxed again and again, and he just kept pushing. But Classic, he was just a wall. Like he's in recent times, he's been a stronger defensive player than Showtime even. Like Classic, he was able to weather that storm, able to somehow just fortify himself, max out, and make a late game out of that. Because of that, Serral, some of his tech was late. Some of his tech was late, some of his tech was delayed, referring to his Spire, referring to his second Spire, referring to his Spire upgrades as well. All of that was delayed just because I don't think he thought the game was going to go on as long as it did. And likewise, it was also late to saturate the gold as well. There were a couple of key moments there, a couple of key moments. This is the early moment. This is when he was able to get, like, bust through and just get even more probe damage. That was after the damage was dealt. That was after the tri-pronged attack. So again, Serral, he had a much stronger early to mid game. Despite that, Serral, Classic, he bounced back. Had his own strong moments as well. But as we were trying to emphasize, a lot of it came down to the gold. It came down to Serral, for the most part, being the player to mine out almost completely from the gold base. There were a couple of moments where Classic was able to take some minerals away, but for the most part, the gold was in favor of Serral. And Serral, he was able to have the greater economy, greater income, greater bank to work with. And in the end, that's what it came down to. GG well played. I say that's what it came down to. Classic did have some miscontrol when it came to some key units every now and then. It all adds up over time, but every now and then he would lose a Tempest here and there, a High Templar here and there, an Archon here and there. And in this kind of game, every unit counts, every bit of resource counts that much more as we end up in a mined out game state. So GG well played. Serral does take it. Whew, but again, that was only game one, and again, based on the veto process, we expect more of this. Again, we're going to be getting into Maganatha, Tokamak, Incorporeal as well, at ley lines. Like, we have a lot of longer, larger maps out there to embrace, and despite the early game aggression, like, oh boy, let's go. We're loading into Incorporeal for game 2. Still think you hit the nail on the head with the gold base. That was crucial, 100%. Specifically on Persephone, just because, on Persephone, just because it is so difficult to take your opponent's bases on Persephone. So like the gold is the base on Persephone for the late game. But here we go. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Incorporeal, we have the South Green Protoss player. We have the red Protoss. It is Classic. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the blue Zerg. It is Serral for Basilisk. Here we go. Whew. That's what jumping into game 2, and yo, shout out to the players because they did not ask for a break. I'm sure the organizers and admins were more than happy to provide them a break after game 1, but nah, they're like, keep it going, pappy. Give us more StarCraft. So okay, let's go. Hands off the keyboard for a moment. Setting up. Don't forget to stretch, everyone. True, don't forget to stretch. 4 games left. Let's go. Classic isn't going to rush. As we were emphasizing, Classic, he is one to go for aggression if he sees an opening. If you weren't here for the beginning of the last game, remember, Serral went for very safe. He went for a very safe start. Remember, he went for a safe Roach Warren timing as well. It was hidden, but in case we saw Classic try to punish Serral for skipping Roaches, Serral, he hid his Roach Warren behind his main. So a really cheeky move out of Serral to hide it the way that he did, to try to bait Classic to go into charge or go into glaives, as Classic has been one to do. So I'm sure we'll see that at some point in the series. For now, though, we're settling in. Imagine a best of 9. No shot. So now Stargate opener out of Classic. Opening up Stargates, setting up with an Oracle, going for a third. Now, Classic, he has been playing around a little bit with Phoenix openers, so we'll see if he does go for a Phoenix first, then into Oracle or not here in game number 2. But welcome on all to Incorporeal. Incorporeal is a larger map in the map pool. What I will say, the big difference between Incorporeal and Persephone is the bases themselves are more spread out. The bases are more spread out here on Incorporeal, so as we get into a 5 base economy, less so 4 bases, but more so 5 bases, 5 and 6 bases, and 7 bases, that is where you're more spread out. That is where more difficult to defend, to maintain your bases, and to keep up with the aggression of your opponent. So we'll see if we get to that kind of game state as well. I would say that it is easier on this map to take your opponent's bases though. Like, I can see a world where you can take both center expansions. I'm talking about center left and center right, depending on map control, depending on positioning, especially because of the ramp. Like, as you can see, there's a ramp coming up into both center expansions, so that means that you can actually take control of the ramp and maintain that position even as the opposing faction from the other side. So it can be more difficult, or I should say it's more easier to take those bases, and can be more difficult to expand in those locations as well if you're lacking map control. Whereas it's hardest to do that on Persephone, except for the gold, right? Like, the gold is the only one you can fight for. Here you can fight for a lot more bases, so momentum can swing a little bit more heavily into whoever has map control. For now though, now that we're calming down, here's going to be a double Oracle opener out of Classic. No Phoenix, just double Oracle. Lings, they poke in. The Oracles are across the map. Uh-oh, the Stalker is going to go down. Does fully wall off. A nice catch on the Stalker. Likewise, ultimizes shield battery. Gets not quite on top of the pylon. True. True, I forgot. The finals are best of 9, so there is a world where this is a precursor to the finals. Remember, this is not an elimination match. Like, both these players can still advance on into the playoffs, both Serral and Classic. So there's a chance that we might even have them both in the finals. Oh no. Hopefully someone can stop that from happening. You ain't seen nothing yet. As things, they peel off into the main. Just getting a full scouts. Once again, it's going to be +1 and blink into Storm. On 3 bases, so a very safe play here by Classic. Very defensive. Meanwhile, Serral, he's going for a really fast infestation, but oh my god. Wait, what? Sorry, my apologies. He's droning, getting an Evo Chamber for +1, but that's such a fast pit. Okay. He's being quite greedy. Yeah, he's being very greedy here. We have Hydrogen on the way. Infestation bit, that means we're rushing into a hive, rushing into the lurkers, I would imagine. So really greedy play here from Serral. Much more than last game. Tech-wise greedy. Yeah, there it is. That is a 630 hive. That is so fast. Insanely fast hive. And I believe that should be for insanely fast lurker tech. As the hive is on the way, we're waiting for the lurker den. I mean, this is just so gas intensive. So far he's on, what, 6 gases? Double expanding. There it is. There's that lurker den. So yeah, just insanely fast lurker tech out of Serral. Now, because of the scout, this is a really good call. Remember, what did he see with the scouts, with the Overlord, with the Overseer? He saw the Temple Archives. He saw the Temple Archives. He saw the tech. He saw the lack of gateway explosion. So he saw that Classic was being hyper defensive, but just hyper defensive on 3 bases, slowly getting a 4th base. He recognized that Classic was not being aggressive whatsoever. So Serral is taking advantage of Classic's passivity here. He is taking advantage. And again, just rushing into Hive, which so far is unscouted. The correct call from here would be for Classic to start taking up into Sky Toss, but he's not aware. For now, just securing his fourth. And we just spoke earlier about how specifically on Incorporeal, it is easier to take your opponent's bases away from them. So I can see a world where even if Serral does not break Classic here and now, even if he doesn't break the 4-base setup, nobody could do. He could take his bases. So we'll see as here comes the Nidus Worm. Nidus is on the way. Serral is joined up to 87. Serral, he will soon max out. And we'll see if Serral can break Classic. We'll see if he can break him. Otherwise, he will have to settle for just containing him. That's a lot of stack defense. Again, Classic setting up defensively here with walls of cannons, shield batteries. There we go. Fleet Beacons on the way. Stargates on the way. Getting ready for Sky Toss. Double Adept getting a couple of drone kills across the map. Nidus is almost done. We have vision here into the main. And Classic does not actually have full vision of his own main. I believe he's about to. Yes, Classic is now taking a fifth. Is that the Nidus in the main? I'm trying to look at the minimap. Otherwise, that could just be the Overlords. Yeah. Just the Overlords for the time being. Nidus towards the left-hand side. Yep, there it is. Does go for the Nidus. Looking for a way in. So far, nice storms. Remember, Serral, he's maxed out. He is maxed out. You can see the main army of Classic. He doesn't respond to this. Ooh, and we can see the main force going for the fifth. And the fifth base should be cancelled, should be denied. There it is. There's a cancel. Nice pick off here by Serral. Nice, the fifth expansion. Classic pushing through the center. Tempest are revealed. Lurkers are moving in. And we just see Classic just send it right down mid. He just avoids the Lurkers. It's like, you know what? You can have it. You can have the base. I mean, he has Tempest to defend. Oh, he's getting caught out though. Yeah, the High Templar are surrounded. Losing one High Templar. The others do get away. But this was not worth it here for Classic. He will lose the army. Across the map, he will lose the expansion. There's just so many Lurkers. He's only relying on 2 Tempests to defend. Only 2 Tempests. That's not enough. Zealots, they do hit top right. They hit the northern base, the northern expansion. There we go. Nexus goes down. Classic down to 3 bases. And Serral's holding. Yeah, Serral, he holds, he defends, he maxes out. And remember, we were discussing how spread out these bases are on Incorporeal, and that's coming into play here. Where Classic, he just cannot quite defend. And here comes Serral, moving further in. Again, these bases are just more accessible on Incorporeal. There we go, Nidus is complete. Now pushing in towards the third. Now, I understand that last game, it was similar in the sense that Classic lost a lot of workers, but this time he's not just losing workers, he's losing bases. That's what matters here. He's losing expansions. And he will soon be knocked down to 2 bases. And Classic does have a terrifying main army, but you can see that Serral, he's been avoiding the main fight. He's been avoiding the main army. There we go, takes down the Nexus. From here, he can go back into the Nidus. And the rush into Hive Tech paid off. Because of how passive Classic was. Remember, that's how this all started. It was a 630 Hive. Like, that's crazy. But Classic was just so passive this game. I say so passive, so defensive. Maybe a better way of putting it. But Serral now going for the Spire. Taking center left. Ooh, Prism goes down. Brutal pickoff. Catching the Prism, pushing further in, once again towards the third. And Classic cannot hold on. This will not be a 45-minute game. Not this time. As Classic is here to end it, sorry, Serral is here to end it early. Takes down 19 probes. Pulls away, remaxes. Again, Classic has been attempting these run-bys, these counterattacks, but for the most part, Serral's been keeping up. Let out a couple of workers here and there, but for the most part, does defend. And here we go. Now we have 16 Corruptors in production. Now we have some anti-air, and you can see the pressure on a Classic. Again, you can see how frustrating it is as well. He's like, just fight me head on. Like, I can take it. So it's like, get away from me. Ah. As Classic is just trying to poster. At this point, he's going for an all-in. Like, Classic, he's down to 2 bases, but he does have a large army, so he can commit to an all-in. Lurkers, they outposition Classic, pushing into the natural, and we're going for the base trade. Like, Classic, he has to go for the base trade. He cannot push into his own bases, as his natural is forfeits. Technically, Serral could just go for the elimination. He could just kill all the buildings, if he wanted to. As we do see the Nidus, so Serral, he races back home. Never mind, so he races back home. Serral, he will lose top right. But he should be able to kill the other expansions of Classic. Yes, probes are being pulled away. Classic, he can always recall. Oof. As he does lose control of his natural. Classic trying to expand, double expanding even. Oh, here come the Corruptors. Oh, doesn't quite get one. Barely doesn't get the Tempest. As we have Neural on the way. Now, Classic does save the expansions. I did mention, like, this is not going to be a 45-minute game. Is there a world where can Classic stabilize? No shot. No shot. Alright, that's a kill. That's a kill, not a cancel. There's the recall back home. I had assumed that the Lurkers would be left behind to kill, but they didn't. They did not kill the hatcheries. So they didn't kill the Nexus, I meant to say. So Classic, you know, he has a decent base count. He has a semblance of an economy. Let's go. Can he slow this down? Can he recover? I mean, maybe. Hope not, but... Again, has been slowly building up that main army. It is looking terrifying. As we see, Classic rotate towards the left. Now, as he moves on the left, that's what Serral has to counterattack. Ideally. This is when he pushes it on the right-hand side, but he's getting caught out. Yeah, Lurkers are going down. Classic does take the fight, catching on the Infestor as well. Serral does move in. Broodlords are morphing in. He has a handful of Broodlords. Does land a Fungal, a bit of a messy engage here. Gets one Tempest. Gets one of the Tempest. I mean, Classic is still controlling this quite well. Archons are trying to move in. Breaks through the Lurker line. No more defensive Lurkers. Uh-oh. Classic. He's pushing through. Again, the ground army just isn't there. Whether it's Lurker or Broodlord, he needs something. Serral, he has 0 lurkers. No shot. Okay, 10. He's up to 10 lurkers. I don't know where they are, but they're out there. Okay, they're on the right. Let's go to 10 lurkers. He's in position. Meanwhile, Class is just bullying his way into the bases. Serral, he just can't engage too freely. And that's going to be a free natural. It's a free natural going down. Serral, he's in trouble here. He's losing workers. Like, he has no shot. No shot. Classic. He's popping up. Lands the storms. Storms are landing. Ooh, brutal fungal though. He will lose the ground army. Yeah, there we go. The ground army goes down, and Serral, he will collapse on this army. He takes down the mothership. Whew. Jesus. And again, a lot of this came down to the fact that Serral, he didn't deny these bases, but he does kill center right. There it is. GG gets called. That was closer than it needed to be. That was... That was disturbingly close, and Serral does take game number 2. Whew, GG, well played. Again, a very greedy build by Serral, winding it back. As a reminder, what happened this game? As a reminder, Serral, he identified early on that Classic was being very tech heavy, that Classic was not being aggressive. Specifically, what was Classic doing? He was going into his Stargate opener, into his 3rd base, into early Storm, lower gateway count into a 4th base. Once Serral identified this, he drone up very heavily. He got a very fast infestation bit, and he started his hive at 630. Really fast hive tech, really fast infestation bit, really fast lurkers, and a really fast max out on Ling Hydra lurker. With that, we saw that Serral was able to, with the help of the Night Storms, he was able to pull apart his opponent. He broke the linear 3rd base, he broke the 4th base, he was pulling Classic apart, sniping base after base, crippling the economy by just denying bases. At a certain point, Classic was down to 2 bases. He was down to 2 Nexi. That's all he had. And we saw that Serral, he had a really... some of his decision making was a little bit brutal. Specifically, I'm referring to when Classic base traded. The first time when he pushed top right, we assumed that Serral was going to at least kill the natural and the 3rd, but he didn't. He left like 1 or 2 lurkers behind, and that wasn't actually enough. So Classic saved the bases. He also killed the expansions across the map with his main army, and he actually made that again a lot closer than it should have been. Like, it was an impressive comeback there by Classic to snipe bases after bases. Again, the main army of Classic was still terrifying. It was built up over time, and Serral, he misjudged when it comes to how much he should have left behind to kill those expansions, which did not go down, which allowed Classic to maintain himself. Wasn't enough to fully recover and to gain a lead, but it was enough to make a game out of that. And again, it was looking a little closer than it needed to be towards the end there. Regardless, GG. Serral takes a 2-0 lead, and Serral needs 1 more game to claim the series. Quickly checking the Wikipedia page here, the next game is going to be on... No break? Really? Next game is going to be on Ley Lines. It's going to be Ley Lines, then Magnatha, then Tokamak. And no break? Okay. Usually, in EWC so far, if a player is down 2-0, usually they request a break, but no. Classic is going head first. He's sending it. Let's go. Here we go. We're getting into potentially the final game of the broadcast. In the right hand corner, we have Classic for almost at Twisted Minds for Virtus Pro. And spawning in the bottom hand corner, we have the blue Zerg player. It is Serral for Basilisk. Let's go. Whew. Let us go. So we're getting into game 3, potentially the final game of the series. Personally, I'm hoping for a game 4, I'm hoping for a game 5, but the pressure is on Classic. Again, a lot of these games have been very close, very intense. For the most part, though, we have seen that Serral has been the aggressor, both in game 1 and game 2 in different ways. Remember, in game 1, we saw Serral very quickly max out and be hyper-aggressive with Lingbane Hydra. In game 2, he was very greedy with his tech, max out with Ling Hydra Lurker, with really fast Lurker tech. But both games, Serral has been abusing the passivity of Classic. Does that continue here? Classic, he has been known to be aggressive. We saw that even earlier yesterday in his series against Rogue. He is willing to be aggressive, willing to be in your face, but he has not done so against Serral. That hasn't happened so far in this series. He has been more defensive, he has been more passive, and Serral has been abusing that. He's been abusing that fact. So it isn't like, you know, both players are just chilling and macroing. It's like, no, like Serral, he is identifying the more defensive stance here of Classic every time, and has been, again, abusing that by being very greedy, by droning up really, really hard, and then being the first to max, being the first to push. So again, it's been overall different kind of like builds, I suppose, or different end goals from Serral in Game 1 and Game 2, but he got there the same way, in a sense. So we'll see if Classic does adjust. We'll see if he does adjust. 10 Archons on 4 full high NG Tempest. Oh, sorry, Templar make Tempest from immune, so as soon as the Classic out, he made that stable. Kind of like when I say stable, he had a stable main army where he could take fights, but it was his economy which was surprisingly, do I want to say sturdy, or at least keeping up with Serral, just because, as we mentioned, right, like he did kind of misjudge what to leave behind, how much it would take to kill some of these bases, and surprisingly, Classic, he held on to them. He held on to the next side, held on to the bases. And again, did make it as close as it was. Which is crazy. On top of that, of course, building up his main army. But here we go. Getting into our next game. See in the chat, Software made Quake, Epic Games made Unreal Tournament. Oh, thank you. Thank you for letting me know. In my mind, they were close enough to be from the same company, but I guess not. So my apologies, my apologies. Different company. Thank you for letting me know. How does recall work? Is it area of effect or unit counts? Area of effect. That's why typically whenever you see a recall, the army has to stack as closely together as possible to be able to recall. Or to get as much as you can in said recall. Yeah. I just realized we haven't had an Unreal Tournament in a long time. The last time was Unreal Tournament 3? Jesus. Regardless, we do have a faster EVA chamber at a Serral. That's going to be a just barely sub 4-minute EVA chamber, so +1 melee on the horizon once again. We have seen Serral go +1 melee every game so far in different ways, but has gotten there. Meanwhile, we do see Classic going for his own standard opener, Oracle into a third. Into Tech of Choice, into Twilight Council, Forge, +1 and Blink, we're expecting. So here we go. So far, Oracles, they poke into the bases. There's that standard tech follow-up. We can see that Serral, he's going for a safety Roach-Horn. Again, once again, this is similar to Game 1. Safety Roach-Horn by Serral. So if Classic were to go into Glaives, were to go into Charge, then Classic will be ready. Sorry, Serral will be ready. Stasis driving to the main base. Once again, Serral, he does pull away in time. Baits out the Stasis with a Spore Trick. Oh my god. Or he does save his drone with a Spore Trick, I should say. So nice moves. Oh, even intercepting the Oracle as well. Meanwhile, we do have 11 Netives moving out. Oh, I do apologize. I believe that was a third gateway before tech. So 11 Netives here for Classic. So he's being more aggressive. He's being in the face of his opponent. And Roach production has begun. Does fully wall off. Uh-oh. Does fully wall. So far, this has not done damage. It's denying mining at least. But I do apologize. Was otherwise distracted. Did miss that third gateway. As one queen goes down, there's the recall. And Serral, he maintains his economy. Not bad. He maintains his workers. From here, he can drone, he can saturate. Ooh, good supply block for a moment. And this is a big investment here from Classic. When you go into this many adepts, it does slow down your tech. It means that Blink is late. It was later Blink, it was later +1 in favor of this gateway explosion, or in favor of these Stalkers, or Adepts. It's 5 a.m. here, so I do apologize if I've been misspeaking a little bit more, like in the past couple of minutes. So I do apologize. Have been misspeaking. Yeah. Okay, we gotta lock in. As at least Classic did maintain the Adepts. Threatening a Shade. Overseer into the main, gets eyes on the on Storm, gets eyes on the tech. As things like collapse on the Stalkers, they get when they get two, not bad. Two Stalkers going down. Lings, they threaten to dive into the midline. They scout the reinforcing Stalker, so he knows that there's no charge. He also confirms all the High Templar. And from here, Serral he's taking. Oh boy, we're taking up into a longer game. We do have the Infestation, but that's going to be for the Hive. That's going to be for Lurker Tech. Meanwhile, this time Classic, he does have a little bit more map presence. I spoke too soon. He gets caught out, gets surrounded, and he will lose most of these Adepts. Does shade away with two? With one. One Adept does shade away. Serral droning up to 80. But again, because of the denied mining time, the droning here and the economy for Serral is later than previously. So it's a delayed economy. So Classic, he'll be able to secure his fourth. He's securing his fourth base. Sell a counterattack. Yes, Classic is being much more assertive this time, pushing out with Storm. Yeah, Storm is done. Baiting out 1, 2 Storms, Lings in from behind. Storms are connecting. That was the final Storm, though. Ooh, the final Storm. And Classic, he's going to get punished here. There we go. We have a couple of Storms left over. Actually, a lot of Storms. Oh, my God. Storms are connecting, but the Roaches, they can tank. They're built to tank. The army is trapped. And so many Stalkers will go down. And brutal losses here for Classic. Ay, ay, ay. And he's not ready back at home. That was the entire army crumbling. Again, someone in the chat did call, Toxicity did call Classic going for early game aggression here in game 3. I mean, he went for it. Did go for it with the commitment into Adepts. With the follow-up Storm push. But again, Serral played safe. Remember, Serral, he went for the Roaches. He went for the early Roach Warren, and he made use of it. He made use of the early Roach Warren here. He wasn't too greedy. He played it safe. With the help of those Roaches, he shuts down both the Adepts and the Storm timing. And Serral, he will be the first to max. He'll be the first to max out. Now, because of that move out, and because of this commitment, it means that Classic Sky Toss is going to be later than previously. So later Sky Toss, later Fleet Beacon. As a result, Classic is in danger. He's very much so in danger here. I appreciate that Classic did shake things up here, but again, so he was secure. We see Classic double expanding. But really what we're waiting for are the Lurkers. We're just waiting for the Lurkers, and then Serral could move out. And I'll be honest, can Classic defend against that? It'll come down to the Storms. It comes down to High Templar. If he can land some good Storms, then he can try to buy some time and defend his bases, his fourth. But you can see that Classic, that Serral is already splitting up his army. He's splitting up. He has a force on the right, force on the left. That is a lot of Storms, though. True. Serral going for the massive Dune drop again, very similar to game 1. As the drop lords, I believe they morph in bottom right, and are they loaded up? They're about to be. Great response. Oh, not just dropping with Lings, dropping with Lurkers as well. You can see that Classic is taking up into Skytoss, into Tempest. But again, Classic is in a worse position. He needs more time. And here comes the Doom Drop. No recall, no energy. Yeah, no energy for a recall. Main army's being delayed. Serral at the same time pushing towards a fourth. There's a wall of cannons. Okay. Wall of cannons in position. And I believe Classic should be able to hold here. Yeah, he should hold on. He does pull away his workers. And the game will continue. I had assumed that at least the Nexus would go down, but that's not the case. The Lurkers, they did not do enough damage. Now we see the Lurkers trying to move in. But still, this is not good enough. Yeah, trying to trade with the army. Serral pulls away. Tempests are revealed. And we're going to slow this down. Okay. I wasn't sure if Classic could defend. But we are looking to slow this down. Classic building up. We have Tectonic Destabilizers on the way. +1 air attack. Serral likewise working towards his own anti-Skytress army, with the Spire. Oof. Yeah, again, Classic, he's the new shield of Ire, papi. True. He's taken up the shield. Who is that? Step aside. As Classic is maxing out. I still feel like his army is still a little bit lacking in regards to the support for the Skytoss, but he's getting there. Like, he's slowly refining, building on more High Templar, more Archons. We can see Serral going for another Dream Drop. It feels like he desperately wants to get more damage done, as this is quite a dedicated Doom Drop into the natural. There we go. Jumping in. Likewise, dropping into the main base at the same time. So drop into the main, drop into the natural, and the main army here towards the 5th. And Classic, he just ignores it. He just goes straight for the kill. Straight across. And Serral, can he hold on? He can't save the bases. Yeah, he cannot save the expansions. Remember, half his supplies across the map with the drops. Classic gets the hatchery, takes down 17, 18 drones. And workers that would pin back. At the same time, Lings, they deny the 6th. Natural goes down. That's a kill. Okay. Does kill the base. We're going for a pseudo base trade. Classic, he's racing home. Oh my god. He does race back home. Lings, they're popping off. They kill not just the natural, they're going for the 3rd. And Serral, he should kill the 3rd base as well. Lurkers moving further in. Yep, there it is. 3rd base goes down. Getting on top of more of the production. A very successful drop here. Initially, it looked like it wasn't going to do enough, but I thought Classic was just going to send it across the map. He didn't. I thought it was just going to go all in. But no, Classic, he's back home. He races back home. And he will defend, but at what cost? He already lost the mineral lines. He already lost the bases. He already lost the workers. He's not saving anything. And he's being torn apart. Yeah, just being torn apart here. Serral, he's all over him, taking down another expansion. Yeah, Classic feeling the pressure. Again, it was a very intense game 1 where Classic had a crazy comeback. But coming into game 3, Serral, he was able to survive, able to defend, able to shut down the aggression of his opponent, of Classic. Again, just really safe play out of Serral. And Classic's all in, like he has nothing left. Down to 42 workers. He's down to 1 base economy. He's down to a 1 base economy. Serral, he'll bleed out a couple of lurkers. At the same time, more Lings moving in for a counterattack. I think the one thing that we're missing here are Corruptors. We have +1 air attack on the way, but no Corruptors yet. Just going for more Ling run-bys. 50 more probe kills. Oh no. Recall's on cooldown. Natural's going to be denied. Now going for the main. And there it is. There are already 17 corruptors. Oh god. That's going to be enough. That's more than enough at this point. Again, I feel like the biggest moment for Classic would have been the counterattack, would have been the base trade. I'm referring to the moment where he pushed and he killed the center left hatchery. Center left base. But he turned around. He turned around and he raced back home. He chose not to base trade. I don't think I've seen that before. Is that is that an adapted ghost copy pasta for recall? I have never seen that before. To be fair, I also don't watch like ESL mainstream or anything like that, so I'm very outdated when it comes to my copy pastas, as I haven't seen the main Twitch chat or the ESL Twitch chat in a couple of years. Base trade with Zerg is very risky. True. I mean, just imagine recall. As GG gets called, does storm the army, but again, there's just nothing left here for Classic. And Serral, he will take the series 3-0. He will take down Classic. Game 1 was an insane back and forth, ultra late game. But Game 2 and Game 3, again, we saw a very different kind of setup, very different outcome. Congratulations, though, to Serral for claiming the series 3-0. Again, Game 1 was the most intense, the closest one, I would say, where both players had their own moments, where Classic had the insane comeback in Game 1, and it barely didn't go his way. Again, just a little bit too inefficient, bleeding out too many units over the course of that game, and he was not able to stop Serral from claiming the gold. Game 2 was very different. Game 2 was Serral abusing Incorporeal, abusing how spread out the bases are. He was able to be so greedy against Classic, rushing into Hive, rushing into Lurkers, and pulling Classic apart. Here, Game 3, Classic was the aggressor. Classic, he did open up with a faster third gateway, going for early 11 Adept Aggression into an earlier storm timing, but Serral was playing safe. Serral had the safety Roach Warren. He did invest into Roaches after seeing the opener of his opponent, and despite the more aggressive build of Classic, did not do enough. For a moment there, I thought that maybe Classic would stabilize and slow the game down and get a 5-base setup, but not the case. Oh my god. Take it away, Sandstorm.
Congratulations.
Take it away.
Right into that first game. It was looking like, I want to say like similar fashion to how you lost in DreamHack Dallas. How were you able to change things around in this game, or in the first game rather?
Yeah, I was getting some flashbacks already when the recall got into my main and I lost the main and net. But yeah, I mean, I still had the confidence. I knew that if I just take good enough fights, it should be good enough, and that kind of ended up happening.
The confidence.
One big fight at the like top left ones, but besides that, it was pretty decent fights all the time. So I know if that's happening, I can always win.
It did go pretty back and forth in that first game, but the second one seemed a little bit more decisive.
How much pressure is on the headphones?
The switch. You had
Hold on.
aggression in the first one, and then you switched it up with Hive.
You can see the red marks on Serral's cheek. That's from the headset. Jesus. Like it's like squeezing his head. Calm down. But that's the red mark on his cheek.
He doesn't really scout for a Hydra Bane, but now he was scouting it.
Jesus.
For it, so I didn't really want to necessarily do it again. I instead went for the Nidus Lurker play. That it's interesting, but it works quite well because the Queens just are so tanky and the Lurkers are so tanky that it's actually really hard to break a position.
Calm down with the headsets.
But yeah, I just wanted to mix it up a little bit, and also the map wasn't that great.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely mixed it up, but still, sensational ending. Did you think that you were going to be able to take down Classic in a 3-0 fashion in the best of 5?
I thought it was possible, but at the same time, Classic's really good right now, and I thought this series could go either way. It's all of the games are really close even now, so it's always a little bit luck involved as well, who wins some of those games. So I was kind of hoping for that, you could say.
Well, at the end of the day, you managed to get that 3-0. Congratulations, you make it into the top 8. Thank you very much for joining us, Serral. And now over to the studio to break down that last game of the day. And we still have 2 more days ahead of us here at the SNB Esports Arena for StarCraft at EWC.
GG. We'll be heading on over here to the casting couch. I got you. Hold on. We'll hear from the boys. We'll hear from them.
At all here in what was a very, very clear victory for our Finnish phenom. Joining me in Rotterdam, we have Lambo as well as ZG to talk about this one. Lambo, what did you make of the series as a whole?
I mean, this overall didn't quite go as I expected because I thought Classic would mix it up a little bit more. Instead, it was Serral bringing some aggression.
It was Serral, yeah.
But still always going into the late game. And then in the late game, I do think Serral is a little bit better than Classic. Even though I think Classic is probably the best Protoss in late game as well, but Serral is just so
Yeah, I would agree. I think Classic is the best late game
I feel
Protoss.
motivated to try out late game myself.
Yeah.
Then I play against these players. I get completely stumped, and I'm like, man, I got baited again by Yona. but yeah, I mean, he's just so good at this. Like, once he gets the perfect army, it's so difficult to take engagements against him.
Roddy?
First game was, well, a 40-something minute game. We had the 51 Corruptor rematch.
Never seen it.
I was starting to have some PTSD
51
from
Corrupt,
Dallas.
that was
Is
crazy.
this where it's going to end up with only Corruptors and one Archon is going to kill him again? But this time we had enough Brood Lords. We had a couple of Lurkers as well. Obviously a bizarre game that could have gone either way. I do feel like it broke Classic a little bit mentally. The second and the third game were nowhere near as close as the first.
Minus 400, minus 400 dealt. That's amazing.
Very observant of our post-match.
Water
man.
bottle
2
sniped.
Water bottles were indeed thrown to the ground, sniped by Serral. Never mind.
Taste hostess
the
tangents? I
Nightfall
didn't.
Classic coming that way.
We weren't
Yeah,
aware of that,
sat funny.
unfortunately.
What's going on here? Let me sit properly. I've gotten too comfortable throughout the day. But ZG, Serral obviously
I appreciate
showing
the
that
stats.
for Classic, yeah, I'm no rogue. I am going to be able to win out in these late games quite handedly and then do the mix-ups like Lambo was suggesting.
Yeah, you know, Classic I don't think was surprised by that, but after the Dallas, he probably was thinking that he would be able to actually take one of these games, especially some of those games where he actually absolutely had some winning or good positions. But yeah, it kind of feels like it is back to the old situation, like maybe last year's EWC, where it's like, well, Serral wins everything apparently. I do want to shout out just how high level that was overall, though. It just felt like, I mean, I didn't quite get the same feeling I want to try late game Zerg, because that sounds terrible to me, but I looked at it and I was like, well, the Zerg player, like, oh no, he actually made the Nidus Swarm. Like, oh, the Lurkers actually popped out and he retreated with them. And then the other side, Classic was just, his control over his army was amazing. His ability to try and find engagements was still rock solid. It's just like Serral was a little bit better, right? And it just felt like it was still some of the highest PDZ that you could possibly see, but it was a 3-0. You know, it's one of those series as well, I think you say, yeah, it was 3-0. Serral absolutely is very, very good, but Classic really brought it. Those games were interesting.
I agree. They got my heart rate pacing as well, as though as you see the Lurkers in 3 spots at any given time in that in the last game there, Lambo. So that's brutal for a Protoss to deal with, and Classic was somehow still kind of trying his way through a little.
Yeah, I mean, the way Classic always stayed alive was pretty crazy. Even in the second game, I think he was back down to 2 bases at some point, and he still stayed alive for like 10 extra minutes. He was very, very good with unit retention. He's also super good with high Templar movement.
He's referring to the game on Incorporeal.
Not losing them for free. I mean, he's also a master of the late game.
Let's take a look at the results throughout the day then, as we have had some great
but wanting just to wrap up that series as well, I think the most important part, as we were trying to point out, is that we were discussing how in preparation for this, Serral, he was specifically preparing a lot of his late game with Showtime, and my question was, well, how were those games like unfolding, right? Because we didn't get an answer from that from Lambo from that practice. Now we see the result of that is that he was preparing not just for the late game, but he was preparing to set up for the late game in a better position. Because again, it wasn't like Serral was being passive. Like, no, he was the first to recognize the passivity of his opponent, be greedy, and then be aggressive with that to punish Classic, to make it difficult for Classic to get into a comfortable late game. We saw that in game 1, we saw that in game 2 as well. I think that's what's important, is that Serral was aggressive, and it was a really cool kind of adaptation from Serral. Like, as we mentioned, clearly he has been preparing for Classic, and I would imagine in a rematch from here, Classic, he will have a different approach. Now he's like, oh, like this is not the same Serral, right? This is not the same Serral that we saw at DreamHack Dallas. Now is better prepared for that kind of late game situation, and I would imagine, will most likely be seeing something more aggressive from Classic the next time we see him if they face off in a rematch. Something more aggressive, something more decisive.
Because you're trying to win the trophy. If you're Serral, you're going to take a look at Classics replays. You're going to take a look at Maru. You're going to think about Reynor, all of this. And maybe if you're like a Shin or a Rogue, somebody that's not maybe a top favorite to win everything, they might not all be as prepared for you as they might be for someone like Maru, someone like Serral.
Well, looking back at all the key crushes throughout the day as well, of course, for Classic, his key will not be crushed. He does have another opportunity down towards that lower bracket, ZG. And I do expect the Classic fight back. I think that
I love the reaction shots every time.
Time has been strong.
I love
it. Just shows that there is definitely weakness there going up against someone like the Phenom.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is the biggest test for most players, right?
Yeah.
It was last year, and this year you kind of have to include Clem as well. But it really is still the biggest test. Again, even though, like we talked about it yesterday, Serral doesn't play in all these online tournaments where you get to constantly track just how dominant he is. But when he ever goes into a big tournament, you know that he's favored in a lot of those scenarios. And I definitely had Classic also making it through from the bracket. So I think that's still very, very likely. But obviously, there's been a lot of great contenders that are waiting there in the lower bracket too.
I wonder if do you think you'd flinch, Roddy?
Maybe a little bit, because it just seems a lot more violent this year. Last year it was a little bit silly, where it was like, and it was like, boop, and it's like it bent a little bit.
Yeah, we were pointing out as well, like last year they only bent them.
No competition, more ruthless.
Here they're going ham.
I'm not sure if you guys are actually next to the stage when this happens, but I was there when the first key got broken, and I was flinching while I was on the side of the stage even. It's super loud. It's actually crazy. Yeah.
Showtime was so ready. He was like holding his ears before anything had happened, way ahead in advance. But yeah, so good old time here at the Esports World Cup. Let's take a look at Group
just catching
A
up,
and the results
catching
that
up.
have come in from that so far. We confirmed
in the chat
2 names in that upper bracket, as it will be Clem and Maru. Obviously, the Maru Reynor series was very close. ZG. It could have gone either way, but Maru did prevail.
Yeah, that was a sick series as well, but that was also a real...
Next match, Reynor versus Zaun. It's going to be Clem and Maru making it through. Yes, we have Reynor versus Zaun. We have Solar versus Shin as well. That's going to be tomorrow. It's going to be tomorrow's matches.
And to tackle Reynor, who was obviously playing very well, is a really good testament to how much of a chance he has to even win EWC.
Group B as well, as we have ourselves herO and Serral moving through. The 4 names that we already have at the very top here, Roddy. Nobody's going to scoff at that.
2 Terrans, 1 Protoss, 1 Zerg. David Kim has done it again, 2025. He's still delivering. But Group B obviously awesome, and I'm sure we can talk about it a little bit more. But I have one question for Lambo. Tomorrow, Group A, lower bracket, Shin Solar, baby. Expectations.
I have fantastic expectations for that match. I don't think the matches are going to last quite as long as the ones.
Yeah, they're not going to be long. Very short.
I think it's going to be some fireworks. Solar told me he's very confident if the games go normal. But he knows that Shin has a million build orders, so yeah.
So for once, Solar is the one worried about ZVZ getting weird?
He is, yeah, he is. But also, he told me he's very confident in standard play, and I'm like, but you all in every game, right? And he's like, yeah, but that's my standard. He said, if it's
I was about to say
first, that's good for me.
Okay, all right.
I was about to say that, like, hearing Solar say that he's confident in his standard play, I'm like, he doesn't play standard in ZVZ, and he's like, no, yeah, that's what he's saying. It's like, okay. He's confident with his cheese.
I get a couple of feedbacks here, and then eventually he storms it, and he gets those 2 medevacs. But this was such a spectacular game, by the way, by Beyond. Even if he lost those medevacs, it was awesome, really fun series. This was a fantastic play, by the way, by Rogue. The tunneling claw roaches in the natural, in the main, well, obviously with an all-out assault at the 3rd. I love it.
Yeah, this was the earlier mech game that we had between Rogue and Gate.
So continue on. I thought it was an excellent follow-up, because sometimes, even when you do a lot of damage like that earlier attack did, it's still very possible for a Terran player to come back, especially when, I mean, everyone's going to shout out mules, right? But just the cost efficiency of the mech army.
Brain squeeze at max. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't just like the red cups around Serral's face, but there was a mark there as well, I think, from the cord.
Overall so far, Lambo.
So very, very tight headsets.
In these types of tournaments where it's very preparation heavy, he has a little bit of time to prepare for his opponents. He had time in general to just cook up a bunch of build orders, like at home before the tournament started.
a month now, I guess, or a little bit less since he qualified through the GSL.
I guess I'll stick with you, Lambo, because what have you made of the Reynor versus Maru series? Obviously, you were in Reynor's corner in the past, so...
Oh, true. We didn't get to hear from him.
I'm still in Reynor's corner, so I was a little bit sad of the overall result, but I mean, the series was fantastic. For me, the series of the day, and this was also the map of the day. Ultra Love so much back and forth.
Yeah, this was the map of the day,
say,
for sure.
This game is over, this game is over. I had a hard time actually calling it.
Okay.
Throughout the entire time, basically, until the last 5 minutes.
Maybe another contender for game of the day, though. herO Cure Game 2 Ultra.
True. This is also a crazy game.
But hey, Roddy, you know that green wave? Only one of them in that round of 8 so far. What's happening?
It was supposed to be a big green wave in the wave pool, but we're stuck in the lazy river. Like, not a whole lot is happening yet. But hey, maybe tomorrow.
Some would say that Protoss has been in the lazy river for a few years, to be perfectly honest, though.
We might get demoted to the kiddie pool soon, man. Live vest only.
Of course, and we round things out as well with Serral versus Classic. Our first game, ZG, it went the distance, we'll put it that way.
Yeah, actually, even thinking about it in terms of how it started out, which actually looked like Serral was going to overwhelm Classic, and then Classic somehow stabilized. I thought that was the first time that I was like, wow, this is like this is just so high level, right? Like Serral would have absolutely overwhelmed any other Zerg player. And then yeah, that highlight right there where the mothership went back in, like we actually said in the green room, like, oh, it's a very similar situation. This is where Serral loses, and somehow Serral brings that back through just patience and good decision making, and his ability to take fights is always so amazing. He always seems to get all those little things to begin the fight, but he's still so patient. He doesn't just like jump. You know, he gets a couple of oracles. He doesn't just go, well, that's it. He's like, well, that's not quite it. I did love Lambo actually in the green room. He was like, as soon as he splits the Broodlords, that's when you can tell, because that was absolutely true.
Yeah, that's the one move where I always know Jonas going in is if there's a complete concave of Broodlords. Nobody else even does that, but it's super good.
All right, and in that first game, banks were gained, banks were lost on multiple levels. But let's take a look at our Sony MVP of the day as well. Who is it going to be?
Oh.
It's Maru here for his series against Reynor. Is this too much of a surprise to you, Roddy? What are you making of it?
No, I don't think it's a surprise, because I think we had 2 series of the day. Like every series obviously was a series we looked forward to, but there were 2 that stood out. Maru, Reynor, Classic, Serral. In the end, Serral gets a rather decisive victory over Classic, but Maru had to dig very, very deep against Reynor. A bizarre game on Ultra Love. Obviously loved the switch to Bio in game 5, and even that got very hectic because he was low on SCVs, but he kept it together in the end with a crazy amount of Marine tanks splitting on creep. I'd say that's well deserved. Maru had to work incredibly hard for this victory, and he got it done.
Yeah, I also want to mention that in that series, it looked very similar. Like Maru's build orders. He always went for Cyclone mech, but all of them were slightly different. He didn't play the same build a single time. There was always slight differences, and also differences in how Reynor was supposed to respond to that, which made that so difficult to play against for the Zerg player. So really good.
Yo, shout out to Blarg. Shout out to Blarg in the chat.
He came into this not just
11 months of support. Thank you.
Banshee every game, different opener every single time. Good preparation.
Do you think now people can have a bit more of a read on Maru's EG coming into this? Obviously, it was a little bit not that many games under the belt on like online or anything, to be honest.
Yeah, absolutely. I know, like, you know, the Beast Room was saying, hey, like the Trigger series actually showed a little bit too. Like even though that was a 2-0 that people expected Maru to win, it was just like, well, that actually was super clean. That was super nice. But then I think absolutely this was the real test. I mean, we're not just talking about facing Reynor, who is a favorite to win this, but then also how long these games went. And he was able to persevere. He was able to stay to the last, and then finishing it up with an 8 racks, showing that bio capability too. It just once again showed the well-roundedness of Maru and makes him that tournament contender.
After so many years of non-Korean champions, the Koreans not being able to become a world champion, and Maru always kind of being on the precipice, on the cusp. If he continues this kind of form, Roddy, we could maybe finally see Maru overcome that hurdle, and that would actually be kind of magical because he's been there so many times, almost there.
Oh, it'd be an insane story, and it doesn't matter if you play Protoss, Zerg, or Tyrant. If Maru wins the World Championship, there is another player in the world said, like, that's kind of undeserved. Like, no, looking at that man's career, he's had an absolutely beautiful career. That's the one thing that he's kind of missing, but it's still such a long road ahead of him. Like, the quarterfinals, it doesn't matter who you face. It's going to be incredibly tough. Semis and grand finals, like, that's anybody's game.
The fact that it's single elim, there's no more chances after that, and you could run some absolute monsters in that bracket. Let's check in with the schedule that's coming to you tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm curious if they've seeded the bracket yet.
For StarCraft 2, and we are starting things off
down in the lower bracket. Do or die for some of these guys, as we have Reynor versus Zaun, Rogue versus Cure.
I'm actually looking at Team Falcon versus Team Liquid.
It never ends.
True.
Yeah, it never ends, like back to back.
And Basilisk versus Vitality, also true.
Really needing those points, but yeah, absolutely a fantastic setup for the next day. I mean, yeah, I think there's a couple more we're going to be looking at. Yeah.
This is the bottom side of that graphic was wrong actually. Those have already been played.
I was like, oh, another Reynor versus Maru series, amazing. That's fantastic.
Not yet. Maybe down the line, ZG. No, it is Shin Solar, obviously, in the lower bracket. And it is Reynor against Zaun, that is correct. And I guess Classic falls to the lower bracket to play against...
Showtime.
Is it maybe...
Showtime.
We don't have to do it. It's like doing math.
Showtime.
Don't you worry, okay?
Someone give him a link to Wikipedia.
The information that we have. What a day it has been for StarCraft.
It's classic Showtime, by the way.
Thank you. Yeah, you've got that. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, it's actually one that I'm really looking forward to. Because I'm not counting Showtime out there. I hyped him up a lot, and the series against Cure, unfortunately, didn't really go his way. He wasn't able to show what his PvP can be made of. But that's historically a matchup that just holds him back a little bit on the biggest events. But his PvP, I am a strong believer in Showtime PvP.
Yeah, he's super good at it. Also, I think Rogue versus Cure is then the last, right?
Woo!
So to finish up all the matches that we have them on. And that's also a good one.
Yeah, that's really good.
That is really good. Any final thoughts, CG, before we get going?
Yeah, as you
1,
said,
2,
it was an
3,
amazing day,
4,
right?
5,
like,
6,
I mean, I think that's kind of why we're a little like mushy-brained as well. It's just like there's a lot of fantastic players to still track, even though we've already.
So tomorrow's going to be 8 best of 5s.
And
Jesus.
we're excited for what tomorrow can bring. Because today,
okay.
I thought casting that series with Solar Clem, I was like, well, this is pretty solid. Like this is the best series of the day. Like I'm okay with that. And then the next two were just absolute bangers. So hopefully tomorrow continues to.
It's going to be crazy.
Love it. What a day we have had here for day number 2 of the Esports World Cup for StarCraft 2. Tomorrow we are back, same time, same place. We will be eliminating more players.
I think the B stream is still going to be live
into
though.
That round of 8 as well. Thank you for tuning in around the world. Thank you to Lambo for joining us. You know what? What a lad. And hey, maybe he'll join us tomorrow. But for now, we are done for day number 2. Join us tomorrow. Day number 3, the world champion is on the road, baby. We'll see you then.
Okay. We might get a little bit of a content piece after this as well. But yeah, GG will play it again. It was a little fun. A really amazing day of StarCraft. The highlights, I have to echo what they mentioned as well. Like the Reynor versus Maru series, especially on Ultra Love, was insane. Was an insane back and forth. Likewise, herO versus Cure, especially the game on Tokamak, was crazy. Was a crazy back and forth as well. So a lot of really highlight matches. Serral versus Classic was a really cool storyline match just because of the history between them, and everyone was excited to see how the players had transformed and evolved over time in that period of time between DreamHack Dallas and now. And again, we did see that Serral was able to adapt quite nicely against that more defensive style out of Classic. So if they do have a rematch, that's where Classic is going to have to go back to the drawing board when it comes to how he wants to approach Serral. Meanwhile, when it comes to Maru's play, again, I'm really excited to see how Maru performs in some of the other matches. Again, like we've seen that he has a certain style to his TVZ and TVP so far, so we'll see who he's up against in the quarterfinals. Likewise, we have not seeded the quarterfinals yet. I believe it's going to be tomorrow. Tomorrow, the quarterfinals are going to be seeded with Clem, Maru, herO, Serral, and the others. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. We do wrap things up here. How long were we live? 10 hours. 10 hours today. It was 9 hours yesterday, 10 hours today. And we'll go for even more tomorrow. I think the B stream is going to be live tomorrow with 2 matches. So I mentioned before it's going to be 8 best of 5s. There are 8 best of 5s happening, but I think only 6 get casted on the main stream. I think 2 of them are going to be on the B stream, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong there. So I don't know what we're going to be covering, but we'll do our best. We'll do our best to keep up, to catch up. Technically, we could cast some of the B stream matches if we wanted to. It's hard to say what speaks to me. I want to see everything. Like Reynor versus Zaun is going to be a banger. I do favor Reynor there. Shin versus Solo, that can go either way, to be honest. That can go either way. That's going to be a banger. ZVZ. Classic versus Showtime. They were referring earlier to Showtime and praising Showtime for his PvP. I would agree with that. If you've been watching Showtime versus MaxPax as of late, Showtime has been getting the better of MaxPax at times and it's been looking very impressive in PvP. So I can see that going either way as well. Like on paper, I feel like Classic is a little bit more renowned. He's a little bit more accomplished as a player historically. But Showtime, he's also currently, I would say, quite close in skill in PvP with Classic. So I'm hoping for that to be a back and forth. And it could go either way. I mean, best of luck to Showtime. It would be great to see an upset and a series in favor of Showtime there. And Cure versus Rogue is also going to be an interesting one. I think I lean towards Cure there. I think that's a little bit harder to call, I want to say. Like, Cure versus Rogue, yeah, it has a lot of potential. Has a lot of potential here for sure. I think I lean towards Cure in that series, but best of luck. Best of luck to our players here. And again, we'll be live tomorrow, same time, same place, in around 14 hours. 14 hours time. We're going to be live with day 3 of the Esports World Cup. As a reminder, how many days? 4 days of EWC. So tomorrow is going to be day 3, wrapping up the qualifying match in the quarterfinals, and then the final day is going to be the semis, third place match, and grand finals as well. So 2 more days of Esports World Cup. Yeah, I was waiting for this.
So today we had a few players eliminated. Let's start there. Maybe we had Cyan, perhaps the expected one. No surprises there?
No surprises there.
And then we had herO, Marine, Beyond, and Trigger eliminated. So any surprises there? Any heartbreaks for you guys?
I would say for me, I think the Beyond series was kind of sad. Like,
I would agree.
Zaun just kind of caught him a couple times. It did feel like Beyond was massively outplaying him when he wasn't already dead at the beginning of the game. So that was a little bit sad one to see, because I do think Beyond is a little bit better than Zaun.
Yeah, I was curious to see how Trigger was going to perform at this, you know, with it being his first EWC and him being one of the new fresh players, new fresh face. Sometimes those guys really overperform, I should say. But yeah, it was cool to see him get this far, but sad to see everybody go, I guess, at EWC.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was his first EWC, so good on him to.
They should ask him about the marathon that he had.
I actually got to talk to him a little bit, and for him, it was a lot of like regret in not taking it to the macro game and being overly aggressive with Sound. So he pretty much agrees with you. I think that, you know, longer games favored him.
Yeah, he was like clumping up and taking the most storm damage you possibly can, trying to just finish Zaun the whole time, and it's like, Beyond, you're just like so experienced. You know, that's like, what do you win the world championship? 2016, right? So he's like the oldest world champion we had here out of the 5. So sad to see him go. Would have liked to see him go further for sure.
Absolutely. And lastly, I want to ask about your favorite series today. Any players that you thought overperformed? You obviously just finished casting Classic versus Serral, so yeah, just comments in general.
I mean, I think Reynor versus Maru was insane. That turned out to be, I don't think you can get more out of a series than that. That was a blast. We obviously just finished casting Serral versus Classic. I thought that was going to be closer. It's impressive to see that, you know, someone who we thought might be the best player in the tournament Classic, who was considered to be, you know, the end all of the late game players, actually was outdone by Serral, who was historically known for that. So, I mean, that was my takeaway. Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, I think it's hard to really go against Reynor Maru as the best. That was such a good match. It was so close. Really back and forth games in there as well. So that is going to probably be one of the matches of the tournament. If we get a couple matches that quality tomorrow, this is a great tournament.
Absolutely. Some cyclones were made, but actually Maru closed on bio. So that was kind of was that surprising to you guys?
No, that seemed like good decision making, don't you think, Tasteless? Like to switch it up after really training him to think you're going mech?
I thought it made sense. I don't know if it was prompted by the fact that he got the deny on the first hatchery and kind of slowed everything down. I think that sets up for good bio play, and maybe it was a combination of both. But yeah, it was awesome.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Oh, there we go. We didn't get a follow-up on Paolo. On Paolo running around all day. they just kept that bit going, and they would just cut to them just running circles around each other. Like, okay, sure. They're having fun. I appreciate it. I appreciate the fun they're having. Otherwise, thanks for watching, others. Thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. We do appreciate it. And again, we'll see you tomorrow for EWC day number 3. See you then. See you tomorrow. Until then, hasta luego. Ciao. Papi, ciao. Hasta luego. Stick around. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. Don't know who's live at the moment, but we'll give a raid to someone in StarCraft. Let's have a look. I see old mate Dave is live. I see Snake Styles is live as well. Kokut. God, it's so cold today. Jesus. I need to wrap up, Papi. Wrap up. But yeah, we'll find someone. Otherwise, thanks for watching. We'll see you guys next time. Ciao. Papi, ciao. Hasta luego. See you next time. Thanks for watching.